A century ago, the resources of Blue Star became depleted, leading to the emergence of the Dark Continent. Upon reaching the age of 18, residents of Blue Star are granted the opportunity to partake in the Lord Awakening ceremony. Those who successfully awaken their lordly talents will earn the privilege to enter the Dark Continent. Within this enigmatic realm, lords can continuously expand their territories, upgrade their domains, and recruit unique troops of their own. Resources obtained from the Dark Continent will manifest 100-fold within their nations. Congratulations, Lord, on awakening the SSS level talent. Shadow Extraction. Lords can perform shadow extraction on fallen bodies, transforming deceased units into members of their shadow legions. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully extracting the B-level beast soul, Shadow Evil Wolf. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully extracting the A-level troop soul, Shadow Giant Clan. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully extracting the S-level beast soul, Shadow Dragon. Wang Yifan, through a journey fraught with challenges, relentlessly pushed his limits, ultimately ascending to become the most formidable lord in the Dark Continent. Chapter 1. The Lord Awakening Ceremony commences. Students of Class 4, Senior Year, please line up and follow me to the Awakening Square for the ceremony, announced Teacher Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Class 4 at Jinghai No. 1 High School. Upon hearing Teacher Zhang's announcement, the students present were filled with excitement. Woohoo! The day has finally arrived. I finally have a chance to become a lord. One student exclaimed exuberantly. What are you so happy about? Awakening is a matter of chance. Do you really think everyone has the opportunity to become a lord? Another student countered, urging caution. The probability of awakening as a lord is pitifully low, only 1 in 1,000 nationwide. If you think you can defy fate through this awakening, you might as well give up, chimed in a nearby classmate. The students of Class 4 animatedly discussed amongst themselves, their voices rising and falling in a lively cacophony. In an inconspicuous corner of the bus, however, Wang Yifan sat composed, devoid of the fervor exhibited by his peers. This day has finally come. Wang Yifan silently mused. 3 years prior, he had traversed this world due to an unforeseen incident. This world bore little difference from his original one, save for the fact that his current residence was now known as Blue Star, within the Dragon Kingdom, Jinghai City, and Jinghai No. 1 High School. That he also played the role of a traditional orphan that a century ago, the rapid development of this world led to rampant resource exploitation, resulting in swift depletion. The scarcity of resources incited tensions among nations, bringing the prospect of world war to the forefront. In this tumultuous time, a mysterious spatial rift appeared in the skies above Blue Star, connecting to a realm known as the Dark Continent. Upon the arrival of the Dark Continent, nations hastily dispatched armies to explore its depths. The moment they set foot in the Dark Continent, they were besieged by various monstrous creatures. The Dragon Kingdom's forces managed to eradicate a horde of beasts in an iron mine and subsequently claimed their astonishment. They discovered that the resources from this mine manifested in their homeland at a 100-fold rate. Thus, nations comprehended the first rule of the Dark Continent. Resources claimed from the Dark Continent would manifest 100-fold in their respective countries. This revelation averted a looming world war and temporarily quelled conflicts among nations. A new competition among the nations unfurled upon the Dark Continent. Initially, against the outermost monsters, conventional weaponry proved somewhat effective, rendering the task relatively manageable. However, as factions ventured deeper into the continent, the creatures grew increasingly perilous, and conventional weaponry gradually lost its efficacy. As the adage goes, the greater the danger, the higher the reward. The most coveted and abundant resources lay hidden deep within the Dark Continent. Following the arrival of the Dark Continent, certain individuals on Blue Star began awakening their lordly talents. Those who awakened such talents possessed a natural advantage within the Dark Continent. Lords could recruit exclusive troops to vanquish monsters, establish their territories, and seize resources. Thus, the unique profession of Lord came into being. Upon reaching the age of 18, students would collectively participate in the awakening ceremony organized by their schools. However, those who successfully acquire lordly talents remain a mere handful. At this moment, the Awakening Square in Jinghai City was thronged with individuals. There are truly so many people, Wang Yifan remarked with a hint of awe as he surveyed the bustling scene. Each year, the Lord Awakening ceremony is an event of paramount importance for every nation, surpassing even the fervor of New Year celebrations. I wonder if I can be that 1 in 1,000 fortunate individual, Wang Yifan pondered, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. After all, before his transmigration, he was merely an ordinary worker. Should he fail to awaken his lordly talent this time, he would likely continue to toil in this world as an average individual, remaining just another cog in the machine. At this moment, tens of thousands of students from high schools across Jinghai City gathered at the Awakening Square. Despite the crowd, the various schools and staff adeptly guided the proceedings, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the chaos. Thanks to the abundance of awakening instruments, the ceremony progressed at a relatively swift pace. Wang ergo. Awakening failed. Next, Li Taizhu. Awakening failed. Next, Zhang Chuilian. Awakening failed. Change to the next student. Numerous classes had already conducted their awakening ceremonies, yet the outcomes were nearly universally disappointing. In a class of around 50, not a single individual succeeded in awakening. In fact, in certain high schools, the entire senior grade had not a single student successfully awaken. After the conclusion of the awakening in Class 1, the homeroom teacher approached Wang Yifan's teacher and remarked, "It seems I'm not destined for this. Not even a single student. From my class awakened, not even a low-tier lordly talent. That IT will soon be your class's turn, so you must strive for success." "Don't say that. It's making me quite nervous," Wang Yifan's teacher replied. "Nervous about what? If anyone from your class awakens a lordly talent, that would be like hitting the jackpot. The probability of awakening is exceedingly low, verging on impossible. Yet, who wouldn't want a lord to emerge from their class? Such an occurrence would undoubtedly bring glory to both the school and the homeroom teacher." At that moment, an awakening instrument in the vicinity suddenly exhibited unusual behavior. "It's happening. At last, a student has awakened their lordly talent." The instrument radiated a dazzling light. Zhao Sheng from Class 6, senior year of Jinghai No. 5 High School, has awakened a C-level lordly talent. His exclusive troop is the Orc clan. Congratulations. A fervent round of applause erupted around him as everyone congratulated the student. C-class talent. "This is considered mediocre among all the lords," someone remarked with a hint of astonishment. "Indeed, and his exclusive unit is of the Orc race, which is a commendable starting point," another person concurred. "A C-class lord talent, coupled with Orc units. This child possesses boundless potential." The crowd buzzed with excitement, their discussions lively and animated. Upon learning that his unit was comprised of Orcs, envy washed over the onlookers. The prowess of the Orc race was already well known. They inherently boasted a physique and combat capabilities far superior to other races, truly a breed born for battle. In the realm of Dark Continent, possessing such a unit was nothing short of exhilarating. As the crowd reveled in the atmosphere, Wang Yifan's class was about to commence their awakening ceremony. There's no need to be overly anxious. It's quite normal for an entire class to awaken without any talents. Just treat this as a moment to relax. Once the awakening is complete, we can all prepare to review for the college entrance examination. The homeroom teacher reassured the students. The classmates of Wang Yifan lined up in succession, stepping forward for their awakening. As anticipated, no one in the class awakened a lord talent. Next, Wang Yifan. Present, with a flutter of nerves, Wang Yifan approached the awakening apparatus and placed his hand upon it. As the machine whirred to life, the sound only heightened Wang Yifan's anxiety. In an instant, the device erupted in a brilliant glow. "It's happening. Another lord has emerged. What incredible luck." Two lords appearing in succession, the bystanders gasped in awe. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan felt a surge of confidence. "This is it. I won't have to toil away as a laborer anymore." As the radiance from the apparatus began to fade, Wang Yifan successfully awakened. In his mind, he received insight into his newfound abilities. "Congratulations. You have awakened the SSS class Lord Talent Shadow Extraction." Shadow Extraction. You can convert all the combat power of your subordinates into shadow warriors, and you can also extract shadows from the corpses of enemy units and monstrous beasts, transforming them into members of your Shadow Legion. The race of your warriors is human. Shadow Extraction? Shadow Legion? Does this mean I'm a Shadow King? I have begun with Chang Xiaoyu's abilities. Chapter 2. Awakening Successful. SSS Level Lord Talent. Classmate, you have successfully awakened. The surrounding staff members were utterly astonished. The homeroom teacher and principal eagerly maneuvered through the crowd to reach Wang Yifan's side. "Yifan, congratulations. Among all the students in our school, it is astonishing that you are the only one to have successfully awakened." The homeroom teacher exclaimed with palpable excitement. "Our school has truly been favored by the goddess of fortune." The principal added, his joy unmistakable. This was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for Jinghai No. 1 High School. The principal could hardly contain his curiosity and inquired, "Classmate Wang Yifan, what is the race of your exclusive troop? What level is your awakened lord talent?" The potential of a lord is intrinsically linked to the race of their exclusive troop and the level of their lord talent, each complementing the other. Should Wang Yifan possess a high-level lord talent paired with a formidable exclusive troop, his potential would be boundless. The awakening device could only ascertain whether a student had awakened successfully, but could not reveal the level of their lord talent or the type of their troop. Thus, the answer awaited Wang Yifan's own revelation. All eyes were riveted upon Wang Yifan, their anticipation mounting regarding the formidable race of his exclusive troop. "Principal, teacher, my exclusive troop is of the human race, and my lord talent level is." However, before he could complete his statement, the expressions of those around him, once filled with eagerness and surprise, abruptly shifted. The disappointment and disdain etched on their faces interrupted Wang Yifan's forthcoming words. What? Human race? The principal and homeroom teacher appeared more disheartened than anyone else present. Why did the expressions of the crowd turn so contemptuous and scornful? The reason was quite simple. Among all races and troops, the human race is regarded as the weakest, without exception. This is not to belittle the human race, as everyone present was indeed a part of it. It is merely a fact that, in the Dark Continent, the physical strength of humans ranks lowest, both in terms of upper and lower limits, compared to all other races. Humans from Blue Star, despite their utmost efforts and reliance on the most advanced technology and power, have only managed to reach the outermost fringes of the Dark Continent. To advance further is akin to scaling a mountain. The Dark Continent harbors countless phenomena that transcend the current technological and intellectual limitations of humanity, along with numerous unresolved mysteries. Presently, humanity's exploration and understanding of the Dark Continent likely account for less than 5%. Once, a certain nation's forces, equipped with humanity's most formidable weapon, the nuclear weapon, attempted to invade a resource-rich area. When the nuclear weapon was unleashed upon the monstrous denizens of that region, those creatures astonishingly activated a magical shield, effortlessly repelling humanity's most potent weapon. Following the failure of their strongest weapon, the monsters unleashed an array of peculiar magics, decimating the human army. Ultimately, it was a lord with a B-level talent leading his exclusive troop who managed to conquer that resource area, reaping 100-fold in resources. Thus, it should be clear to everyone now. You didn't even let me finish. My lord talent is SSS level. Although the human troop is deemed of the lowest caliber within the Dark Continent, if paired with an exceptionally powerful lord talent, it can still exhibit considerable combat prowess. Wang Yifan yearned to clarify his lord talent level further, but the crowd's interest had already waned, and no one paid him any heed. He did not wish to appear foolish by shouting, "My lord talent is SSS level. You may disregard me now, but soon you shall find yourselves unable to reach my heights." In this world of transmigration, it is wiser to maintain a low profile in order to thrive. Consequently, Wang Yifan ceased to dwell on the matter and returned directly to his class's lineup, preparing to board the bus back to school after the awakening ceremony concluded. After all, with the powers of the Shadow King, Cheng Xiaoyu, Wang Yifan had no reason to doubt his own greatness. While waiting, he took a moment to open his attribute panel for review. Name: Wang Yifan, Troop 1, Human, Troop 2, Shadow Race, Unique, Talent Level, SSS Level, Lord Talent, Shadow Extraction. You have the ability to transform all combat powers of your subordinates into Shadow Warriors. Additionally, you can perform Shadow Extraction on the corpses of all enemy units and monsters, thereby converting them into members of the Shadow Legion. All units transformed into Shadow Race will experience a 200 enhancement in their attributes. Racial Talent 1, Absolute Loyalty. All members of the Shadow Legion maintain a loyalty level of 100 towards you, never betraying you or questioning your decisions. Racial Talent 2, Eternal Body. Members of the Shadow Legion require neither food nor sleep, allowing them to work and fight continuously for 24 hours. Racial Talent 3, Lord's Might. When the Lord leads the Shadow Legion into battle, the morale and combat power of all Shadow soldiers will increase by 100. Racial Talent 4, Territory Protection. When Shadow soldiers are within their own territory, their morale, combat power, and defense will increase by 200. As the territory expands and upgrades, more exclusive racial talents of the Shadow Race will be gradually unlocked. Upon viewing his attribute panel, Wang Yifan's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. No wonder his Lord talent was classified as SSS level. Lord talents are categorized from low to high as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels. An A-level Lord talent is already a rarity, akin to a dragon among men. In the Dark Continent, every A-level Lord stands as a dominant figure in their respective realms. S-level Lords are even more scarce, with the entire nation often allocating abundant resources to support them and providing comprehensive privileges. An SS-level Lord is a phenomenon that occurs only once every century, and regrettably, that individual has since passed away. Wang Yifan's SSS-level talent has never been documented since the arrival of the Dark Continent, nor has it ever been witnessed. Throughout the vast annals of history, there has never existed a race known as the Shadow Race. It is a troop unique to Wang Yifan. With the Shadow Extraction Lord talent, Wang Yifan defies convention, allowing him to command two distinct races of troops. On the surface, it may seem that he wields control over an additional race. However, in reality, he possesses the ability to harness the combat powers of all races through his talent. In the fierce competition for territory, casualties are an inevitable part of warfare. Each death presents Wang Yifan with an opportunity for conversion. He can transform all fallen units into Shadow Race members for his own use. As for monsters, it is undeniable that as long as he defeats any creature, he can convert them all into his Shadow Race. When engaging in battle with lords from other nations, the units that fall in combat can also be transformed into members of the Shadow Legion. Thus, regardless of the race or type of creature he defeats, they will become his subordinates. Once converted into the shadow race, it matters not whether they were elves or undead in life. They shall fall under Wang Yifan's dominion. It appears that Wang Yifan has the power to command troops from all races. In addition to this formidable lord talent, he also possesses 4 remarkable passive skills. The first is the absolute loyalty of the Shadow Legion's members. It has been noted that some lords encounter disloyalty among their soldiers, leading to instances of defection. And some even meet their demise at the hands of their own powerful subordinates. Maintaining the loyalty of one's troops is indeed an art. Not only must their fundamental needs for sustenance be met, but at times, a variety of means and cunning dominion methods must be employed to truly solidify their loyalty. However, with the possession of this particular skill, such considerations are rendered moot. Moreover, all members of the Shadow Legion require neither rest nor nourishment, allowing them to toil endlessly, akin to beasts of burden. After all, ordinary soldiers, being mere flesh and blood, require regular meals and rest. The shadows, free from the need for sustenance or repose, epitomize the ideal worker in the eyes of their masters. Each member of the Shadow clan, upon their transformation, not only retains their original attributes, but also acquires substantial enhancements. During sieges and defenses, they receive additional attribute bonuses. To underestimate my exclusive troop of human origin, with this godly lordly talent, I can transform all units into shadows. Once I convert all the hostile factions and monstrous beasts I have slain in my territorial expansion into shadows, continually augmenting my Shadow Legion, I shall undoubtedly pave a path across this dark continent. Chapter 3. A Special Lord with Angelic Warriors. Despite the skepticism of all, I remain resolute in my diligence. This SSS-level lordly talent is destined to create waves across this dark continent. Wang Yifan can scarcely contain his anticipation to enter this realm. After all, today marks the day when high school students throughout Jinghai City undergo their Lord Awakening ceremony. No matter if you are bedridden with illness or suffering from a fever, even if your leg is broken, one must be wheeled here. Before returning, I can observe whether others awaken any advanced lordly talents or formidable troops. The other lords may very well become my future competitors. It is imperative that I understand their circumstances. Although we are all subjects of the Dragon Kingdom, once one successfully awakens their lordly talent and becomes a member of the Dragon Kingdom's lords, the competition has already commenced. Not only is there competition between the Dragon Kingdom and other nations, but even among students who have just awakened as lords, a subtle rivalry brews. Lords are rare talents, yet disparities exist among them. An S-level lord cannot be compared to an ordinary B-level or even A-level lord. Naturally, S-level lords possess greater potential and are more deserving of state resources to aid their ascension to greatness. The lordly talent is the most overt symbol of strength. Furthermore, the subtleties of a lord's dominion abilities, intelligence, and overall capabilities are often imperceptible. In the Dark Continent, a lord's intellect is paramount. Their decision-making and command in battle are critically important. Wang Yifan understands this well. Upon entering the Dark Continent, every choice could lead to divergent outcomes. A single erroneous decision may plunge one into peril, while a correct choice could yield bountiful rewards for both oneself and the nation. Just as Wang Yifan pondered these matters, a sudden uproar erupted around him. Another one has appeared. Another student has awakened as a lord. The crowd's attention was instantly captivated. The awakening apparatus erupted in a dazzling brilliance. Congratulations to Zhang Luhan from Jinghai City People's High School for successfully awakening as a lord, and with the rarest S-level lordly talent. Zhang Luhan's exclusive race is the Demon Clan. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd was astounded. What? This person's lordly talent is S-level? That is simply astonishing. Not only that, this individual's exclusive race is the formidable Demon Clan, with an S-level lordly talent. This person is bound to stand out among all the students. Comparisons among individuals can be infuriating. How can this person have such fortuitous luck? Of course, those with poor fortune cannot represent the nation in entering the Dark Continent. The air was filled with the envious and awestruck murmurs of the crowd. Zhang Luhan, having successfully awakened the S-level lordly talent, smirked slightly, wearing an air of arrogance. Just as the astonishment lingered, another wave of commotion arose. Another one. A new lord has awakened. This time it is a girl. The attention on Zhang Luhan was fleeting, quickly drawn to the newly awakened lord. Congratulations to Tian Weiwei from Jinghai City Experimental High School. She has successfully awakened an S-level lordly talent. Her exclusive race is the Sunlight Elves. With this announcement, yet another round of gasps rippled through the crowd. What? Another S-level lord? This year, Jinghai City truly shines with twin stars. The leaders of Jinghai City are surely overjoyed. This is akin to striking gold consecutively. What incredible fortune! Moreover, Tian Weiwei has awakened as one of the most powerful races, the Sunlight Elves. This year, our Dragon Kingdom's competition with other nations for new talents is likely secured. The emergence of 2 consecutive S-level lords is sufficient to demonstrate that the fortune of our Dragon Kingdom far exceeds that of other nations. How can others compete? The national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom has never faltered throughout history, and this year, we are blessed with two prodigies. The crowd remained oblivious to the fact that this year, 3 paragons had awakened in Jinghai City. However, upon learning that Wang Yifan's troop was of human origin, no one paid further attention to his lordly level of awakening. As the awakening ceremony drew to a close, a total of 104 lords emerged from over 100,000 high school students in Jinghai City this year. Among them were 2 extraordinarily rare S-level lords. Suddenly, someone in the square shouted through a megaphone, "All students who have awakened as lords, please gather at the center of the square. Shortly, military vehicles will transport you back. Those who did not succeed in awakening should return the way they came." All students formed orderly lines at the assembly point. Several military buses slowly approached, and some officers disembarked. One officer stood before the vehicle and proclaimed loudly, "Fellow students, in the upcoming month, you will enter the Jinghai City Military District to undergo various training sessions before your entry into the Dark Continent. These trainings are designed to help you adapt swiftly to the environment of the Dark Continent, ensuring that you can survive and become competent lords." All nations completed the Lord Awakening ceremony today. For the survival of their nations, they dare not exhibit any negligence. Immediately after the awakening ceremony, all successful students are sent to the military district for specialized training. In the following month, students will comprehensively learn all knowledge and information regarding the Dark Continent, so that upon entry, they can immediately commence their activities as lords. At this juncture, another dashing middle-aged officer descended from the bus. Upon seeing him, everyone stood tall, saluting in unison. Clearly, this individual held a significant status. Among the students, a few began to whisper, "What? Is that Lin Team? The legendary S-level special lord, Lin Ziyuan?" "Indeed, that is him. I've seen him on television. He is not only a special lord, but his exclusive race is the powerful Angel clan. He even commands a 6-winged angel warrior, who has astonishingly reached level 50. Lin Ziyuan's renown is immense, and the students whispered amongst themselves. Just then, Lin Team quietly spoke a few words to his subordinates. He then raised his voice. "Everyone, pay attention. Quiet down. The distinguished individual beside me is our Dragon Kingdom's special lord, Captain Lin Ziyuan. Now, please step forward those students who have awakened with S-level talents." Zhang Luhuan and Tian Weiwei stepped forward in response. Wang Yifan intended to join them, yet he hesitated, realizing that he possessed an SSS-level talent, a rarity that surpassed the S-level talents of the 2 before him. If he were to step forward, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Moreover, as a member of the weakest human race, being questioned would inevitably lead to embarrassment. Ultimately, the call was for students with S-level talents, not specifically for those with SSS-level talents. If he were to proceed, not only might he fail to impress, but he could also become the subject of ridicule due to his human heritage. Wang Yifan, who had always favored a low profile, decided it would be best not to step forward. Seeing the two, team leader Lin displayed a look of appreciation. "Excellent. I did not expect 2 S-level lords to emerge this year. The central government of the Dragon Kingdom holds you both in high regard, and I hope you will exhibit outstanding performances in the future." Zhang Luhuan and Tian Weiwei saluted team leader Lin in unison, declaring, "We will not disappoint the nation's nurturing." Lin, feeling gratified, responded, "Very well. This is the spirit we expect from students of the Dragon Kingdom. Without further ado, let us board the bus." To the military district, an aide nearby commanded, "Now, all students, please board the bus in an orderly fashion." Chapter 4. Entering the Dark Continent, the tide of monsters approaches. A month of clandestine training in the military district passed swiftly. Lin Ziyuan, as the chief training officer, addressed the students one final time. "Dear students, or rather, you should now be referred to as the new generation of lords. This month has flown by, and today marks our entry into the Dark Continent." Everyone, including Wang Yifan, listened intently to Lin's speech. "We have thoroughly imparted the survival rules of the Dark Continent to you, enabling you to thrive within it." Lin's voice resonated with strength and assurance. "Over the past month, you have all successfully completed our training. Now, to facilitate your survival in the early stages within the Dark Continent, the Dragon Kingdom has prepared basic supplies for you. Please come forth in sequence to collect them." The students lined up to receive their supplies. First, they received the Lord's Space, crafted using the Dragon Kingdom's cutting-edge spatial technology, capable of securely storing all resources collected from the Dark Continent. In simple terms, it functions like a backpack in a game. Within the Dark Continent, whether it be loot acquired from slaying monsters or materials needed for territory construction, everything can be stored therein. Next, all students were allocated food and water supplies for 7 days. These basic provisions would serve a dual purpose, for the Lord's personal use and to ensure the survival of their soldiers. After all, each individual's initial territorial resource distribution would vary significantly. Some would have lush forests surrounding their lands, while others might find rich mineral deposits, some devoid of rivers, and others lacking food resources. The circumstances would differ greatly. The allocation of territories was entirely random, left to the whims of fortune. Among the most vital items were the building blueprints. Utilizing these blueprints, lords could conjure the corresponding structures within their territories. By opening a blueprint, and selecting an appropriate location, construction could commence. Those familiar with Red Alert or World of Warcraft would grasp the concept. Prior to entering the Dark Continent, the military district provided each student with 4 foundational building blueprints: the headquarters, barracks, granary, and blacksmith shop. The headquarters was essential for recruiting basic residents of the territory, who could engage in farming, logging, and mining to meet daily needs. The barracks served as a recruitment center for specialized troops. For instance, Wang Yifan's exclusive troop type was the human race, allowing him to enlist human soldiers there. The granary was designated for food storage, ensuring the sustenance of both territory residents and soldiers. The blacksmith shop could forge various metal products, as well as weapons and armor. With these 4 foundational blueprints, lords could swiftly establish their territories upon entering the Dark Continent, fulfilling their basic survival and development needs. Once all students had collected their supplies, unbeknownst to them, several individuals with unique attributes had been prepared with additional special items. On the surface, everyone received identical provisions, yet in reality, those with higher lord talent levels were granted extra materials. Lin Ziyuan pondered privately. For instance, Zhang Luhuan and Tian Weiwei would receive supplementary resources and blueprints, given their S-level lord talents. Furthermore, during this month of training, students who had excelled and demonstrated exceptional lord potential were also awarded additional items. This was the Dragon Kingdom's preferential treatment for its distinguished talents. After all, resources could never be distributed with absolute equality. In the presence of exceptional individuals, it was only right to offer superior treatment. Such talents would bring more resources to the nation, enhancing its fortunes. Although Wang Yifan's exclusive troop type was the human race, he had excelled remarkably during the training month, matching anyone in performance, and was additionally awarded a foundational blueprint. The students collected their respective resources. With everyone having received their provisions, preparations began for the transportation that would take them to the Dark Continent. Lin Ziyuan rallied the students one last time. I hope you will strive to secure more resources for the nation and contribute to its survival and development. He gestured to the staff nearby. We may commence the transportation. The staff pressed a button on the device, and a beam of white light enveloped all students. One by one, they stood in their designated spots, each being transported away. It had begun. Wang Yifan watched nervously as the preceding students seemed to be vacuumed away. Moments later, he regained his composure, realizing he had arrived at his territory. It seems I have reached my domain. Wang Yifan surveyed his surroundings. The territory allocated by the Dragon Kingdom measured precisely 1,000 square meters, perfectly square, a size deemed adequate. Most of it was flatland, with a small stream, a patch of woods, and some stone deposits. Indeed, flatlands are the optimal choice for establishing a territory and building a city, he mused. Not only that, but his land also boasted wood and stone resources, and even water supply, truly a favorable location. Beyond these resources, a prominent blue protective shield enveloped the perimeter of Wang Yifan's territory. Just as everyone stepped into the Dark Continent, a solemn announcement echoed overhead. Attention! All novice lords entering the Dark Continent this year will receive a 7-day protective barrier. Under this novice lord barrier, no monsters or enemies may invade your territorial confines. After 7 days, the barrier will dissipate, and all novice lords will face the initial wave of monsters from the Dark Continent. A multitude of monsters will assault your territories. Please be fully alert and take this seriously. Failure equates to death. Remember, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. Upon hearing this announcement, Wang Yifan understood that the true battle had officially commenced. It appeared that this blue barrier was designed to safeguard them, the newly initiated lords, allowing them to navigate the early stages safely and establish their territories. He silently reflected. This is no mere game. In the face of failure, one cannot simply restart. In 7 days, the first wave of the demonic tide will arrive, and should we fail to withstand it, death awaits. Therefore, the construction of our territory during this week is of paramount importance. Wang Yifan is acutely aware of the peril that lies ahead. After all, the dangers of the Dark Continent have been repeatedly emphasized during the past month of training, and it is no trifling matter. After a moment of contemplation, the remaining announcements echoed above him. New lords who successfully repel the demonic tide and survive will evaluate this battle and rank all new lords. The Dark Continent will bestow rewards based on the rankings of the top 100 new lords worldwide. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. The new lord who ranks first among all will receive a unique and mysterious reward. Everyone is urged to prepare earnestly and give their utmost effort. Chapter 5. Establishing the Territory and Transforming Soldiers. As the announcements from the Dark Continent concluded, Wang Yifan gained a clearer understanding of the situation. In 7 days, the protective barrier for novice lords will dissipate, and the demonic tide will follow. The demonic tide is a sporadic, extraordinary event on the Dark Continent. Whenever it strikes, territories are besieged by a horde of monstrous beings, which is a principal cause of death for many lords. This impending demonic tide will serve as the first significant trial for the novice lords from various nations on Blue Star. It is likely that many will perish in the initial wave. Thus, The construction of their territories during this week is crucial, and there can be no room for complacency. The lords must endeavor to build as many defensive structures as possible and recruit warriors to confront the looming crisis. With the announcements concluded, I too can commence the establishment of my territory. Wang Yifan methodically retrieved the architectural blueprints allocated to him by the Dragon Kingdom from his lord's backpack. A new blueprint? In addition to the essential structures, main camp, barracks, granary, and blacksmith shop, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a blueprint for a watchtower. It appears that this is an additional blueprint allocated to me by the Dragon Kingdom. It seems each individual may receive some extra materials. Perhaps those with higher lordly talent levels, or those who performed exceptionally during the past month, are awarded additional resources. Wang Yifan analyzed silently. Naturally, lords with higher talent levels would receive special privileges. For instance, Zhang Luhan and Tian Weiwei, both possessing S-level lordly talents, would undoubtedly receive more resources and blueprints than Wang Yifan. After all, they are endowed with S-level talents, and should they falter against the first demonic tide, it would signify a tremendous loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the materials and blueprints they acquire will surely surpass those of Wang Yifan. It seems I have received an additional architectural blueprint due to my exceptional performance over the past month. When entering my personal information, Wang Yifan merely informed the military officer that his talent level was A-grade. Although he is the weakest among the human race, his commendable A-grade lordly talent and outstanding performance over the month earned him an extra architectural blueprint from the military, intended to help him endure at least the first demonic tide. The watchtower is advantageous. It serves both offensive and defensive roles. The benefits of a watchtower are self-evident. Elevated, it can scout the surrounding environment and enemy movements. By deploying some ranged warriors, such as archers, it can also provide defense and counterattack for the territory. Clearly, this has been specifically arranged for Wang Yifan, catering to the weaknesses of the human race. The unique talent of the human race is the defensive instinct. Defensive instinct. Humans possess an innate defensive talent that enables them to exhibit extraordinary prowess in constructing and enhancing defensive structures. When resisting external threats, all warriors' defense is increased by 30%, and the defensive power of buildings is also augmented by 30%. This means that all buildings constructed by Wang Yifan will boast 30% greater defensive strength than those of other races. Furthermore, during city defenses, warriors will experience an additional 30% boost to their defense. In this way, when combined with Wang Yifan's passive skills, combat power can be significantly enhanced. I must make full use of all my advantages. Shall we commence the construction of the territory? Yes. Wang Yifan proceeded to construct 5 buildings in suitable locations. These blueprints required construction materials, but the military had already prepared them in advance, allowing for immediate construction. Within mere minutes, the 5 structures rose from the ground, successfully established. Territory building, main camp, building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Recruitment capacity, 5 individuals daily. Building function. The main camp serves as the central building for the Lord, where the Lord can rest and manage territorial affairs, as well as recruit territory residents. Recruitment resets daily at midnight. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the stronger the living capabilities of recruited residents, and the larger the territory area. Territory building, barracks. Building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Recruitment capacity, 5 individuals daily. Building function. The barracks are used to recruit soldiers of the exclusive race to fight for the Lord. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the more soldiers can be recruited, and the stronger the quality and combat power of the soldiers. Recruitment resets daily at midnight. Territory building, granary. Building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Building function. The granary is used to store collected or produced food, possessing a certain degree of defensive capability, thereby slightly extending the food shelf life. A level 1 granary can hold 1 ton of food. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the stronger the granary's defensive capacity, storage capability, and food shelf life. Territory building, blacksmith shop. Building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Building function. The blacksmith shop refines mineral resources and crafts weapons and armor required by soldiers. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the more minerals can be refined per unit, and the higher the probability of crafting advanced weapons and armor. Territory building, watchtower. Building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Building function. The watchtower can scout a 5-kilometer radius, deploy ranged soldiers for attacks, and enhance the combat power of deployed soldiers by 15%. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the larger the scouting range, the more soldiers can be deployed, and the more pronounced the enhancement of soldier combat power. Wang Yifan meticulously examined the property panels of the 5 constructions. Excellent. My territory has been preliminarily established. Although these structures are comparable to those of others, all being E-grade level 1 buildings, he remained unconcerned. After all, the distinguishing factors are his SSS level lordly talent, shadow extraction, and his innate leadership capabilities and wisdom as a lord. Now let us summon my soldiers. Wang Yifan chose the barracks. Would you like to recruit your exclusive soldier type? Remaining recruitment opportunities today, 5. Recruit. A burst of white light illuminated the barracks, and soon after, 5 soldiers emerged from within. Soldier type, infantry. Race, human. Quality, E grade. Loyalty, 80. Level 1. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Given the low level and quality of the barracks, the summoned soldiers are, unsurprisingly, rather unremarkable. Visually, these human soldiers appear to be ordinary adult males of approximately 20 years of age, standing about 175 centimeters tall, with slender builds and devoid of any weapons or armor. It is little wonder that humans are perceived as weak. These summoned soldiers indeed lack strength. In contrast, an E-grade orc of the same level would tower at least 2 meters tall, with a muscular physique considerably superior to that of the human soldiers. The physical prowess of ordinary orcs is simply incomparable to that of regular humans, as dictated by their genetics. Each race possesses its unique advantages and traits. The weakness of humans does not imply the frailty of the shadow race. Come forth, my warriors. Transform into the shadow race. As Wang Yifan declared, he began to invoke his SSS grade Lord talent, Shadow Extraction. An astonishing surge of purple-black energy erupted from him, flooding into the 5 human soldiers, accompanied by their battle cries. The transformation was complete. Ding. Lord, you have successfully converted 5 human infantry into shadow infantry. All 5 of your subordinates have received enhancements. Chapter 6. Each fulfilling their role, constructing the territory. Ding. Lord, you have successfully converted 5 human infantry into shadow infantry. The combat power of these 5 has also been significantly enhanced. It is done. Wang Yifan was filled with exhilaration. The soldiers, once human, had now morphed into shadowy forms of black and purple, radiating an aura of dark energy. Wang Yifan opened the panel for the shadow soldiers once more. Race, shadow. Unit type, infantry. Level, 1. Quality, D grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, none. Equipment, none. The data panel had changed. The race shifted from human to shadow, and loyalty surged from 80 to 100. This exemplifies the passive skill. Shadow warriors will never betray Wang Yifan. The quality also ascended from E grade to D grade. Although this is merely a transition from E to D, it is quite commendable. I now possess 5 D grade warriors. The army assigned to Wang Yifan and others comprises only E grade quality level 1 barracks, which typically summon E grade warriors. To summon even a single D grade warrior at the outset would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet now, Wang Yifan suddenly possessed 5 D grade quality warriors. In this respect, he had already outstripped many others. Unless someone possesses D grade barracks from the beginning, I am undoubtedly the most formidable among all novice lords. While Wang Yifan had yet to test the limits of the shadow race, he was certain that they surpassed humans. After all, those transformed through shadow extraction experience a 200 boost to their attributes. Even if humans are inherently weaker, a doubling of their abilities would yield the strength of 3 average adult men, certainly not feeble. Moreover, these warriors converted to the shadow race also acquired unique racial talents exclusive to them. Quite formidable. Given this, it should be feasible to venture forth and combat the monsters inhabiting this land to gather resources. The quantity of materials available within one's territory relies entirely on the random allocation at the beginning. The number of trees, stones, and water sources are all generated at random. Once the resources within the territory are exhausted, one must inevitably venture beyond the barrier in search of more. After all, upgrading existing structures and constructing new ones necessitates various materials. Yet, these are not the primary concerns. The paramount objective remains to convert as many units as possible to strengthen my shadow army. While resources are crucial, the combat prowess of my army is equally vital. The stronger the force, the more dominion one can exert on the shadow continent. However, it would be unwise to venture into battle unprepared. Wang Yifan surveyed the warriors he had transformed into shadows. Although they had grown considerably stronger, they were still devoid of any equipment or weapons. It would be absurd to engage in combat empty-handed, wielding nothing more than a stone or stick against monsters. My residents have yet to be recruited. The main camp is responsible for enlisting residents, whose roles encompass logging, mining, and farming, among other daily activities. The blacksmith shop also requires residents to refine and forge equipment. Let us proceed with another 5 draws. 5 more residents emerged from the main camp. Among them, 2 were adept in level 1 lumberjacking. You 2 shall go chop wood. The other 2 were proficient in level 1 mining. You 2 shall gather stone. The final resident is skilled in level 1 forging. Without further ado, you shall forge 5 sets of equipment for my subordinates. Each resident possesses innate advantages. For instance, some excel in logging, while others are adept at mining. Only by fully harnessing their strengths can we maximize their value. While they busied themselves, Wang Yifan did not neglect to convert all 5 residents into members of the shadow race. After all, the advantage of the shadow race lies in their ability to work continuously without the need for rest, food, or water. Thus, with basic structures in place and both working residents and battling warriors at hand, the territory began to take shape. With the crafting materials previously provided by the army, the Shadow Race blacksmith residents swiftly forged 5 sets of rudimentary equipment. Wang Yifan promptly equipped the Shadow Infantry, ready to venture into battle. With the 7-day novice barrier in effect, there was no need to worry about enemy units breaching the territory during their absence. Go forth, everyone, each fulfilling your duties to enhance our territory. This will not only expand my shadow army, but also broaden the territory's expanse, upgrading the levels and quality of the structures within. I aim to successfully withstand the impending magical tide in 7 days and emerge as a distinguished contender among the novice lords, striving for an admirable ranking. The strength of a lord is categorized from weakest to strongest as follows: Novice Lord, Junior Lord, Intermediate Lord, Senior Lord, Special Lord, and the most formidable, the Legendary Lord. All who have recently entered the Shadow Continent to establish their territories are naturally classified as Novice Lords. Other Novice Lords have also commenced their activities. Among them, the most noteworthy competitors are undoubtedly Zhang Luhuan, who possesses an S-grade Lord talent to summon demon race units, and Tian Weiwei, who similarly wields an S-grade Lord talent capable of recruiting Sun Elves. These two are Wang Yifan's most formidable adversaries in the ranking competition following the magical tide. Establish. Recruit. The Sun Elf warriors recruited by Tian Weiwei are tall and slender, with radiant white skin, golden hair, and azure eyes, exuding elegance and grace. Her architectural style mirrors that of the elves, characterized by pure white purity, with each structure subtly emanating magical energy. 5 Sun Elf warriors stood in formation before Tian Weiwei, 2 of whom were E-grade infantry, and 2 were E-grade archers. Tian Weiwei was exceedingly fortunate to have recruited a D-grade sorcerer. Race, Sunlight Elf. Class, Sorcerer. Level 1. Quality, D-grade. Loyalty, 90. Skill, Magic Missile. Equipment, none. This configuration is remarkably balanced in the early stages. The Sunlight Elf race possesses a unique racial talent known as Sunlight Sanctuary. Sunlight Sanctuary, under sunny weather. The combat strength of all Sunlight Elf warriors is enhanced by 30. With such a standard setup, combined with the exclusive racial talent of the Sunlight Elves, Tian Weiwei's initial combat power is not inferior to that of Wang Yifan. After all, the Lord's assessment is fundamentally based on their respective Lord talents and the characteristics of their chosen races, testing each Lord's operational capabilities and strategic acumen. The innate level of Lord talents and exclusive races are predetermined and immutable. However, if one can fully leverage their Lord talents and the natural advantages of their race, they can compensate for any foundational shortcomings. Therefore, the Lord's strategic prowess is of paramount importance, even with an exceptionally strong Lord talent and formidable race. If the Lord themselves is lacking in intellect, they will achieve nothing on this continent. Go forth and gather as many resources as possible, Tian Weiwei commanded. Chapter 7. Hurry and return the corpses. We must prevent them from rotting. Another individual, Zhang Luhuan, was capable of recruiting from the demon race. Indeed, the demon race is impressive. With my S-grade Lord talent, paired with such warriors, I am certain to rank among the top 10 of all novice lords, Zhang Luhuan declared, brimming with confidence about his ranking in 7 days. No, not just the top 10. I shall aim for the top 3. His foundational structures were already complete. All the buildings, reminiscent of hell, were dominated by shades of black and deep crimson. Their forms were not uniform like others, but rather twisted, exuding an aura of the bizarre and macabre. The demon warriors had limbs and heads as black as oil, while their torsos were a ghastly white. Each warrior sported 2 long horns on either side of their heads. Race, demon. Class, infantry. Quality, E-grade. Loyalty, 85. Level, 1. Talent, none. Equipment, none. The demon race possesses a unique racial talent called demonic power. Demonic power, when engaging enemy units, the damage inflicted allows the absorption of the enemy's health and mana. This means that all combat units of the demon race inherently possess vampiric and mana-draining effects. The demon race is already of superior caliber among all races. And with this vampiric and mana-draining ability, they boast a greater survival capacity in battle. Zhang Luhuan commanded excitedly. Go, my demon subordinates. Expand the territorial resources around me and enhance my strength. Report, my lord. We have encountered over a dozen mutated wild boars. The 5 shadow race warriors dispatched by Wang Yifan faced their first battle on the Dark Continent, confronting a horde of enormous wild boars. Monster, tusked black wild boar. Level, 1. Quality, E-grade. Skill, wild boar charge. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Description: the tusked black wild boar stands about 1 meter tall and measures 2 meters in length. Entirely black, it possesses 2 massive tusks that are sharp and menacing. Their skin is rough and thick, and their fur resembles black steel needles. These wild boars typically operate in packs and are highly aggressive. Wild boars. Although Wang Yifan was within his territory, he could monitor the situation of the frontline warriors in real time. It appeared they had intruded into the wild boars' territory. No wonder this was the Dark Continent, where even ordinary wild boars were of such enormous size. In the Blue Star, such wild boars would undoubtedly be considered the kings of their kind. To encounter over a dozen of such large wild boars at once, it was the perfect opportunity to test the strength of my shadow race warriors. Once these wild boars are eliminated, I can once again utilize the ability of shadow extraction. Onward, eliminate them. Serve your lord. Wang Yifan decisively commanded. The 5 shadow race warriors brandished their weapons, preparing for battle. Despite facing more than 10 wild boars significantly larger than themselves, the shadow warriors displayed no fear. Were they members of other races, they would meticulously assess the odds of victory in the current battle conditions. They would deliberate whether to confront those beasts of such disproportionate size and number. Even their current loyalty levels would influence their willingness to engage in combat. They would ponder whether to heed the Lord's commands and choose to fight. However, these shadow race warriors exhibited no hesitation whatsoever when their Lord commanded action. They acted without a moment's pause, resolutely and unequivocally. In their hearts, the Lord's command was absolute. Should the Lord call them to battle, it was undoubtedly a decision reached after careful consideration. They firmly believed that their Lord's judgment could never be erroneous. This unwavering loyalty stemmed from the exclusive talents and abilities bestowed upon the shadow race by Wang Yifan. They would never betray their Lord, nor would they ever question his decisions, maintaining their loyalty at a steadfast 100%. The Lord's decisions could never be mistaken, and should there ever be a mistake, please refer to the previous statement. What nonsense! The shadow warriors, all of D-grade quality, were pitted against a mere dozen E-grade wild boars. Let us proceed. With unwavering resolve, the 5 shadow warriors charged towards the horde of wild boars. The battle erupted instantaneously. As the blades of the shadow soldiers struck the tough hide of the wild boars, they unexpectedly left deep gashes. Blood gushed from the wounds, revealing the muscle and fat beneath. Clearly, the Lord possessed exceptional innate advantages on the Dark Continent. Wang Yifan observed this scene, astonished. He had previously heard tales of armies equipped with various formidable weapons attempting to assault a resource site on the Dark Continent, yet failing to breach it for an extended period. Yet, a mere ordinary D-grade or C-grade lord could effortlessly lead their troops to conquer and secure resources. It seemed that this lord indeed possessed extraordinary traits on this continent. The soldiers he recruited, though armed with ordinary iron swords and armor crafted from resources of the Dark Continent, could easily vanquish and withstand the local monsters. Clearly, in this realm, magic and the divine surpassed technology in significance. Though it was their first time fighting side by side, the 5 shadow soldiers exhibited astonishing synergy. 5 against over a dozen wild boars, they maneuvered with ease. After about 10 minutes of fierce combat, the wild boars were all vanquished. Wang Yifan's 5 shadow warriors appeared to have sustained minimal injuries. It was evident that the disparity in quality among the warriors was not to be underestimated. Though D-grade was merely 1 tier above E-grade, their strengths were entirely incomparable, Wang Yifan mused. Congratulations to novice Lord Wang Yifan for eliminating 13 E-grade tusked black wild boars. You have acquired 20 white energy crystals, 10 units of wild boar meat, 10 units of low-grade beast bones, and 10 units of low-grade beast hides. The battle has concluded, and the triumphant news of victory resonates in Wang Yifan's ears. Indeed, the first skirmish has ended in success. The warriors of the Shadow Clan have proven their prowess. Not even 13 wild boars could withstand their might. Wang Yifan nods in satisfaction. These energy crystals are essential resources for upgrading and expanding his territory and buildings. Their rarity ranges from low to high as follows: white, green, blue, and purple. This type of energy crystal is an indispensable resource for Wang Yifan's territorial conquests. The wild boar meat will serve as sustenance within his domain. However, as previously mentioned, all warriors and residents transformed into the Shadow Clan do not require food. Thus, it is highly likely that this wild boar meat will ultimately find its way into Wang Yifan's own stomach. As for the low-grade beast bones and skins, they can be utilized to forge weapons and armor for the warriors. Wang Yifan remarked with great satisfaction, I am exceedingly pleased. Although these resources are not abundant, it marks a commendable beginning. Yet, these resources are not the most critical aspect. The true importance lies in the 13 carcasses of the wild boars. Wang Yifan understands that while resources are significant, it is the combat strength that is vital for his ascendance. Come forth, you 5. Swiftly transport these 13 wild boar carcasses back to the territory for my transformation. Move quickly. Do not allow the bodies to rot and attract flies. Wang Yifan commanded loudly. Chapter 8. The base must be upgraded swiftly. With a resounding thud, the last wild boar carcass was carried back to the territory by Wang Yifan's Shadow Clan soldiers. Fortunately, the wild boar's territory was not too distant from his domain. Otherwise, the return would have been arduous, and it may have even drawn flies. For his own safety, Wang Yifan would certainly refrain from venturing beyond the novice barrier in the early stages. To safely transform these 13 wild boars, he had no choice but to rely on the Shadow Clan soldiers to transport the bodies back. Thankfully, the Shadow Clan soldiers possessed considerable strength. Although their physiques are noticeably smaller than that of the wild boars, their power is formidable. Each soldier carried one wild boar carcass and made 3 trips to bring them all back. Wang Yifan extended his right hand, palm open. Shadow extraction. A surge of black-purple energy erupted from his body, shooting from his right hand into the 13 wild boar carcasses before him. The ability of shadow extraction began to take effect, and one by one, black-purple shadows slowly rose to their feet. Success. On this occasion, Wang Yifan successfully transformed 10 wild boars into members of the Shadow Legion, thus acquiring 10 units of combat strength. As I surmised, this power does not guarantee a 100% success rate. Ultimately, only 10 out of the 13 wild boar carcasses were successfully transformed. Similar to Chung Xiaoyu's ability. The longer the time since the monster's death, the greater the likelihood of extraction failure. The transportation took nearly 20 minutes, resulting in a success rate of approximately 76%. Nevertheless, augmenting his combat strength by 10 D-grade wild boars is still a commendable achievement. The ability of shadow extraction does not imply that transformation can succeed regardless of the decay of the carcass, the shorter the death time. The higher the probability of successful transformation. In the future, my territory will undoubtedly expand, and I will venture deeper into the heart of the Dark Continent. At that time, I will be able to promptly transform fallen units after each battle, with a success rate far surpassing the current one. However, once I step outside my territory, my safety will be at stake. It is a double-edged sword. After all, there are no absolute survival rules in this continent, and Wang Yifan has long been prepared to face any challenge. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, Beast, Fang Black Wild Boar. Level, 1. Quality, D-grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Through the shadow extraction transformation, these 10 originally E-grade wild boars have successfully advanced to D-grade. Now, Wang Yifan's combat strength has expanded by 10 D-grade shadow beasts. It is noteworthy that all newly appointed lords across the nations can only recruit 5 warriors on the first day, and most of these warriors are of E-grade quality. To recruit even a single D-grade warrior is considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yet, Wang Yifan now possesses 15 units of D-grade combat strength, placing him in a position of considerable advantage on the first day. Following the recent skirmish, my 5 Shadow Clan warriors have also leveled up to level 2, enhancing their combat capabilities further. Wang Yifan felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Now, should I dispatch 5 more Shadow Clan warriors along with 10 shadow beasts? Encountering another group of 10 or so monsters would surely lead to an effortless victory. Transporting the carcasses back would also be convenient. The 10 wild boars could simply carry them back. 4-legged creatures are undoubtedly swifter than those with only 2 legs. In the brief span of just 1 hour since entering the Dark Continent, Wang Yifan has already gained a significant lead over others. With the SSS grade Lord talent of shadow extraction, he will undoubtedly amass even greater combat strength swiftly. Possessing such formidable power, exploring the depths of the Dark Continent should pose no challenge whatsoever. However, while these new forces are indeed advantageous, the presence of 10 wild boars is beginning to render my territory feel somewhat cramped. The territories allocated by the Dragon Kingdom for the new generation of lords are only 1,000 square meters in size. With several foundational buildings constructed within this area, it makes the territory appear even more constricted. Relying on the ability of shadow extraction, Wang Yifan is rapidly transforming Shadow Clan warriors, their numbers surging akin to the explosive spread of a zombie virus. Consequently, this modest 1,000 square meter territory is likely to soon become insufficient to house so many warriors. Therefore, it is imperative to upgrade the territory without delay. To expand the territory, the most crucial step is undoubtedly to elevate the level of the base camp. Wang Yifan is acutely aware that expanding the territorial area requires not only clearing the surrounding monsters and their lairs, but also upgrading the base camp level. Continuously broadening the territorial scope and enhancing the buildings within it is one of the paramount tasks for every lord. Wang Yifan opened the base camp panel to review the information. Building name, base camp. Building level, level 1. Building quality, E-grade. Building function. The base camp serves as the central structure for the lord, allowing for rest and management of territorial affairs, as well as the recruitment of residents. Building note. The higher the building level and quality, the stronger the living capabilities of recruited residents, and the larger the territory area. Upgrade materials. 2,000 units of energy crystals. 2,000 units of wood. 2,000 units of stone. Higher quality materials increase the probability of enhancing the building's quality level upon upgrade. To elevate the base camp to level 2, a significant amount of materials is required. Wang Yifan opened the lord's space to check the materials he had gathered thus far. He had only amassed 20 units of white energy crystals. The lower-grade wood and stone collected by the residents during this hour amounted to merely 20 units each. He was still far from the target. However, given that he had only recently arrived, it is understandable that resources are scarce. I shall devise further means to gather more. Wang Yifan contemplated. Currently, he need not worry about combat strength. The only deficiency lies in the resources required for upgrading the base camp. Acquiring energy crystals is relatively straightforward, as they can be obtained by defeating monsters, which is not particularly difficult. He merely needs to seek out more monsters to slay. He mused over the more troublesome aspects concerning wood and stone. The collection of resources relies heavily on the residents, with each individual capable of gathering only 10 units of wood or stone per hour, an undeniably sluggish pace. Wang Yifan's residents have all been transformed into the Shadow Clan, enabling them to gather wood and stone ceaselessly, day and night. Based on the current collection rate of 10 units per person per hour, one could anticipate an accumulation of 480 units over an entire day. Furthermore, considering the potential for residents to level up during the collection process, their gathering speed may increase as well. In addition, Wang Yifan adds 5 new residents daily. Even so, the fastest upgrade of the base would still require a minimum of 3 days. This time frame does not account for the possibility that the resources within the territory could be entirely depleted, forcing residents to venture beyond the barrier to seek resources. Resource gathering outside the barrier not only elevates the risk substantially, but also presents numerous dangers at night. In the Dark Continent, day and night are starkly contrasting realms. Wang Yifan must also allocate a significant workforce to safeguard the residents' safety while simultaneously searching for new quarries and forests, a task fraught with uncertainty. My residents can work around the clock, yielding at least an additional 200 units of materials daily compared to others. Quite an impressive feat, Wang Yifan mused. However, with the rapid recruitment of warriors, it is likely that within a day or two, the territory will reach its capacity, and the pace of territorial upgrades remains exasperatingly slow. This has become a new dilemma for Wang Yifan, who pondered for an extended period. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Could I convert the unaligned races on the Dark Continent into the Shadow Clan to serve my cause? If I lack manpower, why not recruit from other races? The Watchtower. He recalled the foundational structure specifically designated for him. Wang Yifan pointed to a Shadow Clan warrior and commanded, "Ascend the Watchtower and survey the surrounding territory. Report back immediately upon discovering any lumberyards or quarries. And be sure to inform me of any lurking monster races in the vicinity." Chapter 9. Gathering Intelligence, Dispatching 2 Wild Boars. Wang Yifan's immediate objective is to expedite the upgrade of his territory. He plans to convert the monsters and other races surrounding his domain into the Shadow Clan, integrating them into the resource collection efforts to hasten the acquisition of materials necessary for upgrading the base. Thoroughly investigate the surroundings and report back to me. Under Wang Yifan's directive, a Shadow Clan soldier nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, my lord. He turned and hastened toward the level 1 watchtower constructed by Wang Yifan. Upon the soldier's ascent to the top of the watchtower, its unique capabilities were instantly activated. The watchtower possesses the ability to survey the entire environment within a 5-kilometer radius of the territory. By dispatching a Shadow Clan warrior to the pinnacle of the watchtower, all surrounding conditions can be comprehensively observed. Although the watchtower appears to be an ordinary structure, its functionality is remarkably exceptional. Without a warrior stationed atop it, the watchtower remains merely a commonplace building, devoid of any special utility. Only when a soldier occupies the summit is its surveying capacity unleashed. The detection radius of 5 kilometers encompasses approximately 854 square kilometers. Within this nearly 80 square kilometer area, the majority of conditions can be discerned. Indeed. Wang Yifan gained a lucid perception of everything around him. The lumberyards, the quarries, and the monsters stealthily prowling nearby. It was akin to possessing a real-time game map. Not only was he acutely aware of the state of his territory, but he also had insight into certain areas beyond its borders. I can now begin to gradually expand my territory by utilizing the resources and monsters within this 80 square kilometer environment. In the coming days, I shall gather all resources and creatures around, fortifying my Shadow Legion to better confront the impending tide of magic. The watchtower dispelled the fog on the map, enabling Wang Yifan to grasp his surroundings with clarity. This served as a vital foundation for him to take his initial steps toward establishing dominion. In the Dragon Kingdom, distinguished lords with high levels of innate talent naturally receive considerable attention, which is entirely expected. Wang Yifan's previously reported lordly talent already stands out as an A-grade among his peers. His exceptional abilities displayed during military training far exceed those of other students. How could the high-ranking officials and leaders of the Dragon Kingdom fail to appreciate such talent? Initially, Wang Yifan assumed the watchtower to be an ordinary construction, even doubting its purpose as merely a token gesture. To his astonishment, this watchtower has now proven to be of such critical significance. Just as Wang Yifan was strategizing his forthcoming actions in his mind, the Shadow Clan warrior atop the watchtower relayed a message. Report, my lord. 2 gatherings of alien races have been discovered 3 and 4 kilometers from our territory. Wang Yifan was momentarily taken aback. Alien races? These scattered groups around his territory are precisely the targets he seeks. Yes, my lord. I have observed their structures, and their numbers seem considerable. Unlike monsters, alien races inhabit the Dark Continent alongside various peculiar and perilous creatures. The term alien race refers to the diverse races that lords recruit within their barracks. Their recruitment mechanism resembles a card drawing system within games. allowing these races to be integrated into their ranks through the barracks. Additionally, numerous indigenous races exist throughout the Dark Continent, each possessing their own communities, some comprising small clusters of dozens, while others may consist of hundreds or even thousands, rivaling the scale of human lord territories. These indigenous inhabitants, native to the Dark Continent, exist in a state of belonging to no lord, forming their own factions. This implies that anyone can employ various methods to recruit them into their territory. The most common recruitment methods are primarily twofold. The first involves enlisting soldiers by offering weapons, food, water, and other resources as compensation, recruiting these unaligned races as mercenaries. This approach is suitable for those races that are generally amicable towards humans, allowing for a non-combative means of persuasion. The second method entails capturing and subjugating. For those races unwilling to join, they must be defeated in battle, rendering their remnants as your subordinates or slaves. This is the essence of no surrender without conflict. However, it has been previously mentioned that each lord can only recruit their designated races. This does not preclude lords from commanding and managing other races. Other races can also join a lord's faction through the aforementioned two methods. Nonetheless, warriors acquired through means other than Barak recruitment typically exhibit low loyalty. Achieving a loyalty level of 60 is already commendable, while attaining 80 or above is nearly unattainable, especially when the recruited races differ from the lord's designated race. If the captured warriors belong to the same race, the situation is somewhat more favorable, as their loyalty tends to be comparatively higher. However, if the surrender involves warriors of foreign tribes, their loyalty is likely to be woefully inadequate. Those who are not of my kin will undoubtedly harbor divergent intentions. With their foreignness, how high can their loyalty truly soar? They constantly pose the risk of defection or even betrayal. Defection, while unfortunate, merely means the loss of a few disloyal individuals within the territory, which is not a grave concern. The true horror lies in betrayal. If internal strife and external threats conspire, they might stealthily invade your bed while you slumber or slip into your latrine during your most vulnerable moments, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, when employing and recruiting these foreign and alien warriors, lords must remain perpetually vigilant against their treachery. This undoubtedly burdens the lords with considerable anxiety, rendering them perpetually tense and making restful sleep a challenge. Consequently, it is generally observed that, unless absolutely necessary, lords are reluctant to easily trust and recruit individuals from other races. The methods employed by others in recruiting and subjugating are mere rudimentary tactics. The optimal strategy, of course, would be to convert all the warriors and inhabitants of these two foreign tribes into my shadow kin. Wang Yifan has meticulously devised his forthcoming strategy in his mind. If he can conquer these two tribes, it will undoubtedly expedite the development of his territory. However, it remains unclear how far these two groups have progressed. Should their numbers be overwhelming, he fears that a swift conquest may not be feasible. Regardless, he decides to dispatch an observer to investigate the situation. Gathering intelligence is an exceedingly vital step for a lord. Wang Yifan's gaze traverses the formidable warriors poised to heed his every command, ultimately settling upon two shadow kin wild boars. You two, I hereby assign you the task of scouting the enemy's situation. He points at the two recently transformed shadow kin boars. The boars grunt in response. Go forth and gather intelligence, and upon completion, return to report to me. Upon receiving the order, the two shadow kin wild boars immediately set off at a brisk pace towards the small tribe. Deploying these wild boars, classified as D-grade warriors, poses minimal risk as they traverse the territory predominantly inhabited by E-grade monsters. There is little concern that the boars will fall prey to other creatures. Moreover, even if they encounter trouble, the swiftness of their limbs will enable them to escape. Even if the two boars were to be lost, he still possesses 8 others. Chapter 10. Preparing for attack. A choice to make. After a brief period of anticipation, the two scouting boars return unscathed. What did you discover? What is the state of those two tribes? How powerful are they? Wang Yifan eagerly inquires. One of the boars emits a low growl. Roar, roar. Ah, I see. The tribe you visited, located 4 kilometers away, is a small settlement comprised solely of the Minotaur clan, consisting of only 10 individuals. This marks Wang Yifan's first encounter with another race in the Shadow Continent. Well done. And what about you? Wang Yifan turns to the other scouting boar. Roar, roar, roar. Oh, I understand now. The tribe 3 kilometers away is inhabited by goblins, with an approximate population of 40 to 50 individuals. Their settlement has begun to take shape. I comprehend the situation. Although these Shadowkin boars are indeed wild boars, they are also members of his clan. Despite the inability to articulate human speech, Wang Yifan can still grasp their meaning. While he remains uncertain about the number of combat-capable warriors and the quality of fighters within these two tribes, he has acquired a general overview. Wang Yifan refrains from making hasty decisions, instead standing in contemplation for 5 minutes. Although he has recently converted 10 wild boars into Shadowkin, yielding a fighting force equivalent to 15 D-grade warriors, he recognizes the folly of acting recklessly by splitting his forces to simultaneously assault both tribes. He discreetly analyzes the situation. should he aim to swiftly conquer both tribes. Dividing into two teams might lead to a net loss, resulting in neither tribe being subdued and potentially facing total annihilation. Thus, the paramount objective is to conquer one tribe before proceeding to the next, transforming all its members into his shadow kin, and then consolidating forces to attack the other tribe. The pressing question now is which tribe to assault first, the more distant Minotaur tribe, albeit smaller in size, or the closer Goblin tribe, which boasts a larger population. Wang Yifan must make a choice. During a month of training in the military district, he has gleaned some insights into the characteristics and circumstances of these two races. The Minotaurs, with warriors towering above 2 meters, are among the stronger races. Conversely, the Goblins require no introduction. Their warriors typically stand at around half a meter, and reaching 0.8 meters is considered exceptional within their clan. In terms of racial strength, Goblins are classified as a lower-tier race, often at the bottom of the hierarchy. Analyzing this, it appears more prudent to first confront the closer Goblin tribe. Wang Yifan evaluates the strengths of both races. The Minotaurs possess a racial strength comparable to that of the Orcs, slightly inferior, yet still ranking among the top 20 of the hundreds of races. A robust Minotaur warrior can rival several adult human fighters. Remarkably, human warriors have become the unit of measurement for combat strength. The Goblins, on the other hand, are regarded as a subpar race, lacking in physical prowess and easily outmatched by nearly any creature or race. However, Goblins are not the most pitiable beings on the Shadow Continent. They possess their own advantages. Their cunning nature and adeptness at guerrilla warfare allow them to overcome adversaries through clever strategies and numerical superiority. After all, every race that survives in this perilous Shadow Continent adheres to its own survival principles. Considering all this, it seems that attacking the Goblin tribe first is a sound strategy. While Wang Yifan has formulated a preliminary plan, one concern lingers in his mind. Nevertheless, with the Goblin tribe having developed to a size of approximately 50 individuals, and with only 15 warriors at his disposal, victory may not come easily, given the significant disparity in numbers. He continues to ponder. Moreover, the wild boars could only ascertain a rough estimate of the Goblin tribe's population, lacking insight into the number of high-quality warriors among them. Acting rashly may not be the wisest course of action. In contrast, the Minotaur tribe, with its mere 10 members, presents a favorable opportunity for a decisive victory with his 15 warriors. Wang Yifan further analyzes the situation. Even if the Minotaur warriors are formidable, his shadow kin are not to be underestimated. Even if they possess high-quality fighters, he remains undaunted. After careful consideration, Wang Yifan ultimately resolves to first engage the less populous Minotaur tribe, then, transforming these formidable Minotaur warriors into members of his shadow clan, he would launch an assault on the Goblin tribe. Very well, let it be done. My Shadow Legion assemble. However, just before their departure, Wang Yifan suddenly recalled an important matter. Indeed, he instructed the inhabitants of the blacksmith's forge to craft a saddle for him from the beast bones and hides he had previously collected. No, to be precise, a saddle for a wild boar. He intended to ride this wild boar into battle. Wang Yifan resolved to lead the expedition personally. The rationale was straightforward. He wished to fully harness his lordly talents during this assault on the Minotaur tribe. By personally leading the charge, his lordly abilities would enhance the combat prowess of his warriors by a staggering 100 points. With 15 D-grade shadow warriors, augmented by this boost, vanquishing these 10 Minotaurs would be a trivial endeavor. Typically, unless absolutely necessary, a lord protected by the novice barrier would not recklessly lead troops into battle. After all, during the 7-day novice adaptation period, this would be tantamount to willingly placing oneself in peril. Nevertheless, Wang Yifan had taken this into account. He resolved to lead the charge for 2 reasons. Firstly, his personal involvement would double the combat strength of the Shadow Warriors, ensuring they possessed sufficient might to defeat the Minotaurs. Secondly, it was to guarantee the successful conversion of all 10 of these powerful Minotaur warriors. My personal leadership in battle is solely to transform these 10 Minotaurs into members of my Shadow Legion. The Minotaur tribe was situated 4 kilometers from his territory, and given the weight of each Minotaur, transporting them back, even on a wild boar, would consume considerable time, drastically diminishing the chances of conversion. Thus, one of my primary objectives in attacking the Minotaurs, to convert them into my Shadow Clan, would be in vain. This was precisely why Wang Yifan requested the residents of the blacksmith's forge to fashion him a boar saddle. As a lord, one must be bold yet meticulous. What is there to fear? If danger arises, I shall retreat immediately, riding away on my shadow boar. With those sturdy, robust hooves, escaping should be a breeze. Chapter 11. Riding the Wild Boar, Leading the Charge. Set forth. The residents of Wang Yifan's territory crafted a saddle designed for riding his shadow boar. Seated atop it, he found the experience exceedingly delightful. Riding a boar was far more entertaining than riding a horse. On this very first day, Wang Yifan acquired his own exclusive mount. Who knows, perhaps one day he would tame some other extraordinary creature. In this otherworldly realm, riding a boar truly offered a unique experience. Before setting out, Wang Yifan made sure to position his shadow warriors atop the watchtower to survey the area between his territory and the Minotaur tribe, ensuring that no other perilous monsters lurked along the route. Upon confirming the safety of their journey, he issued the command to advance. Wang Yifan mounted one of the wild boars, leading the charge with 5 boars at the forefront, clearing the path. An additional 4 boars safeguarded the rear, preventing ambush from behind. The remaining 5 shadow warriors encircled him, ensuring his protection. Approximately 15 minutes later, Wang Yifan approached the vicinity of the Minotaur tribe. He began to assess the Minotaur's panel information using his abilities. Race, Minotaur, unit type, infantry level, level 3 quality, E-grade skill, brutal/equipment, cast iron battle axe, description. The Minotaur tribe possesses remarkable physical strength and combat prowess, favoring heavy weaponry such as axes. This race exhibits profound loyalty to its members, displaying a rough and direct combat style, lacking in strategic finesse. This encapsulated the essential information regarding the Minotaur warriors. Wang Yifan refrained from launching an immediate assault, opting instead to observe the situation. These 10 Minotaurs were engaged in various duties, including patrolling, guarding, and collecting food and water. It appeared that the Minotaur tribe did not exhibit the same clear division of labor as the human race. The warriors were responsible for combat, while the residents handled the daily tasks. Wang Yifan pondered. This mode of life, where combat and daily living were intertwined, contrasted sharply with human society. Human warriors typically focused solely on battle, seldom partaking in mundane labor. Unless absolutely necessary, human residents generally refrained from wielding weapons in combat. Fortunately, the Minotaurs were predominantly E-grade quality, not exceeding the D-grade quality of his warriors. He exhaled a sigh of relief, yet his demeanor turned serious. However, their level had reached 3, and each bore weapons, warranting caution. Wang Yifan's attention fixated on the largest Minotaur among the 10. One of them appeared to assume a leadership role, this very individual. This particularly robust Minotaur towered over the others, classified as D-grade and designated as an infantry leader. He evidently commanded this group of Minotaurs. Seated idly, he refrained from participating in any patrols, guarding, or gathering of resources, while the others were manageable. This leader posed a potential threat. This marked Wang Yifan's first encounter with a D-grade creature. Having comprehended the situation, he began to formulate a strategy. In warfare, beyond ensuring the strength of one's army, the significance of strategy, cunning, and intellect cannot be overstated. Although the Minotaur race was formidable, they exhibited a conspicuous flaw, their lack of strategic acumen. Thus, it was imperative to impart a lesson to them. A faint smile graced Wang Yifan's lips as he commanded, "You approach their territory and create a commotion to draw out some of the patrolling Minotaur warriors. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall set an ambush and eliminate them one by one." Upon receiving Wang Yifan's orders, a shadow warrior promptly commenced the mission. The remaining shadow warriors and shadow boars swiftly prepared for the ambush, following Wang Yifan's lead. The shadow warriors stealthily approached the edge of the Minotaur territory, generating peculiar noises from within a thicket. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A vigilant Minotaur patrolman quickly detected the disturbance, slowly raising his axe and advancing in the direction of the shadow warrior. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the shadow warrior revealed his presence, dashing toward the location where Wang Yifan and the others lay in wait. The startled Minotaur emitted a loud bellow, summoning 3 fellow Minotaurs to pursue Wang Yifan's direction. They took the bait. These Minotaurs were rather simplistic in their reasoning. Wang Yifan mused internally, chuckling to himself. This strategy was exceedingly straightforward, likely comprehensible even to a child. Yet the Minotaur's straightforward nature played into his hands. The 4 Minotaurs pursued the shadow warrior closely, oblivious to the imminent trap. The shadow warrior maintained a measured pace, ensuring they could clearly see his fleeing figure while keeping them in hot pursuit. After a chase spanning nearly 500 meters, Wang Yifan sensed the opportune moment had arrived, promptly issuing the command, "Eliminate them." The entire Shadow Legion sprang into action, emerging silently from their concealment in the thicket. The ambushed Minotaurs, startled by the sudden appearance, let out their bellowing cries before instantly retaliating. The Shadow Legion coordinated flawlessly. The wild boars charged, while the warriors swung their blades, swiftly dispatching the 4 Minotaur warriors. Victory was theirs. In this skirmish, Wang Yifan emerged victorious with resounding success. Indeed, warfare relies heavily on strategy. Throughout this confrontation, Wang Yifan sustained no losses, effortlessly dispatching 4 Minotaurs. This vividly illustrates the critical importance of strategic planning. Had he opted for a direct all-out assault, allowing the Shadow Legion to engage the Minotaurs head-on, casualties would have likely ensued, an outcome that was clearly not to Wang Yifan's liking. His objective was to achieve a zero-casualty annihilation of the enemy, revealing his insatiable ambition. Seated atop his boar, Wang Yifan once again employed his SSS-level Lord talent, Shadow Extraction. Transform into a member of my Shadow Legion. The dark purple energy surged forth once more, and the fallen Minotaur warriors were swiftly converted into shadow beings, rising anew. Moo. Race, Shadow Race. Unit type, Infantry, Minotaur. Level, 3. Quality, D grade. Loyalty, 100. Skill, Brutal Cleave. Equipment, Cast Iron Battle Axe. As anticipated, the transformation elevated their quality, and they retained their innate level of 3. These level 3, D-grade warriors now represented the pinnacle of strength within Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. Exhilarating. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Noticing that the 4 Minotaurs dispatched for reconnaissance had not returned, 2 additional Minotaur warriors rushed to the scene. Shocked, they beheld a cadre of warriors emanating formidable dark purple energy. Having lived so long, they had never witnessed such extraordinary beings. The Shadow Race was a concept wholly foreign to them. Indeed, not only had they never encountered the Shadow Race, but no other beings had either. This race was a uniquely unprecedented creation, existing solely for Wang Yifan. Furthermore, these peculiar warriors encircled their kin. Mo, the 2 Minotaur warriors called out, attempting to rouse their comrades. Wang Yifan, seeing this, spared no mercy. Since you have arrived, you shall join my ranks as well. Go. It is your time to resolve this matter. The 4 transformed Minotaur warriors raised their battle axes and advanced toward their 2 compatriots. Before the latter could react, the axes descended upon them. Bang! The 2 Minotaurs collapsed heavily to the ground. Arise, my Shadow Warriors. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion gained 2 more formidable fighters. Next, he declared his intent to lead them in converting the remaining Minotaur warriors into his subordinates. No need for elaborate schemes or strategies. They would eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 12. After vanquishing the Minotaurs, we shall swiftly turn our attention to the goblins. Let us proceed and eradicate the remaining members of the Minotaur tribe. Wang Yifan led the newly recruited 6 Minotaur warriors, advancing with great fervor into the heart of Minotaur territory. 6 level 3, D-grade Minotaurs, 5 level 2, D-grade Shadow Warriors, and 10 level 1. D-grade Wild Boars constituted a formidable force of 21 D-grade fighters. In contrast, the remaining Minotaur warriors consisted of merely 3 E-grade fighters and 1 D-grade leader. The disparity of 214 in combat strength rendered the outcome of this confrontation inevitable. The earlier strategy had been merely to gauge the Minotaur tribe's capabilities. Now that he had thoroughly discerned their strengths, he was ready to go all in. The commotion of their advance quickly drew the attention of the remaining 4 Minotaurs. Moo moo moo. Sensing something amiss, the remaining Minotaurs immediately sounded the charge. Onward. Serve your lord with utmost haste. Wang Yifan commanded, and the battle was poised to erupt. As previously noted, the Minotaur tribe possessed simplistic minds. Despite the overwhelming numerical disadvantage facing Wang Yifan's forces, the remaining Minotaurs had no intention of fleeing or surrendering. They boldly engaged in this futile confrontation. Wang Yifan appreciated this tenacity. Indeed, although the Minotaurs were aware that this battle was unwinnable, they fought valiantly. Such individuals were precisely the sort he sought as subordinates. Even with a D-grade Minotaur leader opposing them, the numerical superiority of Wang Yifan's forces was insurmountable. The outcome of the battle soon became apparent, devoid of suspense. Not a single soldier from Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion was lost. Impressive valor. I commend your Minotaur tribe. Shadow extraction. The remaining Minotaurs were all converted into members of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. As Wang Yifan had anticipated, the earlier transformations had yielded a success rate that was indeed remarkable. This time, the conversion success rate reached an astonishing 100%, with every Minotaur warrior successfully transformed and not a single corpse wasted. Among them, the greatest delight for Wang Yifan was the Minotaur leader. Race, Shadow Race. Unit type, Infantry Leader, Minotaur. Level, 3. Quality, C grade. Loyalty, 100. Skill, Brutal Cleave. Equipment, Fine Iron Battle Axe. A C-grade warrior. This marked my first. Wang Yifan's heart swelled with joy. Within just half a day of entering the Shadow Continent, he had already recruited a C-grade fighter. Previously, all entry-level Lord Barracks could only yield E-grade quality warriors at level 1, the lowest tier. The highest possible recruitment was merely D-grade warriors, and the probability of obtaining D-grade fighters was exceedingly low. If fortune frowned upon one, it was entirely possible to recruit E-grade warriors for 100 attempts consecutively. Now, Wang Yifan boasted 24 D-grade warriors, along with 1 C-grade warrior. The combat strength amassed in just this half-day was sufficient to leave all entry-level lords in the dust. Exhilarating. With this current strength, all creatures and foreign races within the 5-kilometer radius observable from my watchtower surely stood no chance against me. Within a 5-kilometer radius centered around Wang Yifan's territory, no foe could rival him. Eventually, all monsters and foreign races within this domain would be purged by Wang Yifan, all transformed into members of the Shadow Legion. Next, the focus would shift to assaulting the Goblin tribe. However, before that, there was one final task to address. Observing the Minotaur's established territory, Wang Yifan formulated a plan. Everyone, dismantle all structures within this territory. Though this tribe had been established and could serve as a strategic stronghold, Wang Yifan had no intention of leaving any forces stationed here. Consequently, The buildings erected by the Minotaurs must be reclaimed and repurposed, otherwise they would be squandered. Dismantling the structures would yield some construction materials, which Wang Yifan was in dire need of. These materials could be repurposed for upcoming territorial developments. The members of the Shadow Legion sprang into action, demolishing and dismantling, leaving the Minotaur territory utterly barren, with nary a remnant left behind. Congratulations to intra-level Lord Wang Yifan for eliminating 9 E-grade Minotaur warriors and 1 D-grade Minotaur leader. You have received 50 units of white energy crystals, 20 units of low-grade beast bones, and 20 units of low-grade beast skins. Upon dismantling all the edifices within the Tauren territory, Wang Yifan amassed a considerable bounty of resources, including 450 units of white energy crystals, 500 units of inferior timber, 500 units of substandard stone, and 100 units of low-grade pig iron. The expedition proved to be remarkably fruitful, particularly with the demolition of the Tauren tribe structures, yielding a substantial return of construction materials. The resources gathered were sufficient to fulfill a quarter of the requirements for upgrading the main base, significantly accelerating my progress. Leading the expedition personally was undoubtedly worthwhile. The pace of resource collection through direct dismantling far surpassed my previous efforts. Wang Yifan understood well that as a lord, boldness coupled with meticulousness was paramount. Had he not taken command of the expedition and meticulously devised an offensive strategy, such a resounding victory, replete with warriors and resources, would have been unattainable. After addressing all matters pertaining to the Tauren territory, the next objective became glaringly apparent: to vanquish the slightly larger goblin tribe. Without hesitation, Wang Yifan promptly led his team into battle once more. Time was of the essence and could not be squandered. Those who adeptly utilized this precious time for upgrades and expansion would undoubtedly survive the impending magical tide in 7 days, securing a better ranking and garnering more resources. Furthermore, as the leader personally spearheading the expedition, it was imperative not to linger outdoors. The longer one remained exposed, the greater the peril and the likelihood of unforeseen circumstances. After half an hour of travel, Wang Yifan arrived at the vicinity of the goblin tribe's territory and commenced reconnaissance. The condition of the goblin territory bore resemblance to that of the recently annihilated Tauren tribe, albeit on a larger scale. Approximately 50 goblins inhabited this domain, though exact numbers were difficult to ascertain due to their abundance. However, it was discernible that there were likely around 20 warriors and 30 inhabitants. Race: goblin tribe. Unit types: infantry, archers. Level 2. Quality: E-grade. Skills: deliberate ambush. Equipment: pig iron swords, spears, bows, and arrows. Fortunately, all these goblin warriors were of E-grade, alleviating any concerns. Some wielded swords, others carried spears, and some even possessed bows, indicating the presence of both melee and ranged units, a scenario Wang Yifan had not encountered before. The previous battles had solely involved close combat. This time, however, ranged units were present. This was advantageous, although his side lacked ranged capabilities. Facing merely the goblin tribe did not warrant excessive concern. Upon decimating this group of goblins, he could acquire ranged units, ideally positioning the archers atop his own watchtowers. Soon, another thought crossed Wang Yifan's mind. A territory of this magnitude would undoubtedly harbor a leader-like figure. The goblin territory was more expansive and boasted a greater number of structures. It even resembled Wang Yifan's domain, featuring 2 small watchtowers for environmental surveillance. While the goblin tribe may not be formidable, they possessed fundamental combat strategies and were exceedingly cunning, deserving of respect. If he could eradicate this goblin tribe, his Shadow Legion could augment by approximately 20 warriors and around 30 additional goblin inhabitants for resource collection, such as timber and stone. Dismantling their structures would yield ample construction materials, thereby advancing his plans for upgrading the territory. He needed to contemplate his subsequent strategy carefully. He would not underestimate them merely because they were goblins. Chapter 13. Granting you an opportunity for tranquil transformation. In confronting the goblin tribe, Wang Yifan refrained from hastily launching an assault. Instead, he immersed himself in contemplation regarding their forthcoming strategic deployment. Employing the earlier tactic of luring them out one by one would likely prove ineffective. He recalled the training sessions in the military, where instructors had alluded to the goblins' cunning nature. Each of them possessed a remarkable shrewdness. The previous method had been effective against the Taurens, but if utilized against the goblins, this band of diminutive miscreants would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly pursuing a confrontation should they detect any unusual activity, thus alerting their comrades. Currently, Wang Yifan commanded a total of 25 combatants, 5 shadow warriors, 10 wild boars, and 10 newly recruited Tauren warriors. In theory, his forces were more than capable of easily securing victory against this goblin enclave. Though the tribe consisted of roughly 50 individuals, only about 20 were true combatants. The remainder were mostly non-combatant goblin residents. Even a direct assault would likely lead to their defeat. However, his aim was to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Wang Yifan pondered, for his aspirations extended beyond mere victory. Should he charge in recklessly? While some goblins might retaliate immediately, which he would not fear, there was a risk that others could seize the opportunity to flee. Capturing each one individually would be quite troublesome. Given the abundant foliage surrounding the goblin tribe's territory, he was acutely aware that the goblin tribe, while overall weak, was cunning and harbored a strong desire for vengeance. During his month of military training, he had heard numerous accounts of goblins seeking retribution against their adversaries. Moreover, he could not afford to let a single one escape. If these goblins were to evade capture and later conspire with other tribes to launch an attack, he would find himself plagued by anxiety and potential threats. While the goblin tribe's overall strength was relatively feeble, Wang Yifan recognized that his future Shadow Legion would undoubtedly grow to a size capable of effortlessly overwhelming any goblin army, regardless of its scale. Yet, as the adage goes, one fears not the gentleman but the rogue. The goblin tribe was astutely cunning, vengeful, and possessed a degree of strategical thinking, and thus one must never let their guard down when facing such an adversary. Wang Yifan meticulously scrutinized the goblin territory, which was modestly sized, approximately 300 square meters. He rapidly calculated in his mind that, given this expanse, a strategy of encirclement could be effectively employed to ensure absolute success, gradually closing in from the outside to eliminate the goblins entirely. This was the strategy Wang Yifan devised, simple yet effective, capable of thoroughly annihilating this wily goblin tribe. With over 20 warriors forming a circular encirclement, the goblin tribe should find it impossible to break through. Very well, it was settled. The plan would be executed accordingly. Wang Yifan delegated tasks to his Shadow Legion, and the members swiftly grasped his intentions. Thus, apart from Wang Yifan and his mount, the pig, who refrained from participating in the battle, the remaining members swiftly dispersed, forming a tightly knit encirclement that firmly surrounded the entire goblin tribe. A goblin, crouched on the ground gathering herbs, sensed an unusual disturbance. Upon raising his head, he beheld a horde of creatures emanating black and purple energy advancing towards him. There are enemies. Quickly, return to report to the chief. This goblin, who had ventured out to procure supplies, was the first to detect Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. Kill him. Do not allow him to return. If he relays news of our assault on their territory, those goblins may flee or even hide, which would spell trouble for us. Wang Yifan decisively commanded that he must be slain immediately. Just as the alert goblin attempted to flee back to the tribe, a shadow warrior swiftly dispatched him with a single stroke, cleaving his body in two. With a resounding thud, the two halves of the corpse fell to the ground. Continue advancing. Wang Yifan issued further orders, directing his legion to persist in their assault and encirclement. Every goblin encountered was ruthlessly slain, with no opportunity for escape or surrender granted. The closer they approached the goblin tribe, the greater the number of goblins encountered. Despite the Shadow Legion's numerous kills, a few goblins managed to evade capture and return to the tribe to report. A newly recruited minotaur, eager to pursue and eliminate a goblin, was halted by Wang Yifan's timely intervention. Do not chase that goblin. Our encirclement must not falter. The minotaur immediately ceased its pursuit, adhering to the command. Indeed, the warriors of the minotaur tribe were formidable. With a single swing of their axe, neither goblin residents nor warriors stood a chance. Truly, they were a race of superior physical prowess, incomparable to the goblins. Wang Yifan held a high regard for the newly integrated minotaur tribe, though he noted their somewhat blunt intellect, nearly jeopardizing his strategy. After all, each race possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. As the encirclement gradually tightened, Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion was fully exposed to the goblin's sight. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled. The encirclement was sufficiently tight. Even if discovered, it mattered little. You wish to flee? This encirclement is too constricted for you, mere goblins, to escape. I shall strike you down. You desire to retreat to your territory and regroup to confront us? Our 20+ D-rank warriors are not to be trifled with by your kind. As the encirclement continued to constrict, Wang Yifan swiftly converted the deceased goblin residents and warriors into members of the Shadow Tribe. These newly transformed, non-combatant goblin residents followed closely behind him, awaiting their return to the main camp to gather construction materials and supplies alongside other Shadow Tribe members. Those goblin warriors who had been patrolling and were transformed into shadows joined the encirclement, further tightening it. Thus, Wang Yifan gradually advanced the encirclement into the very heart of the goblin tribe. Only you remaining few are left. Wang Yifan's gaze was cold as he surveyed the remaining goblins encircled by the Shadow Legion. All goblins raised their weapons, aimed at Wang Yifan's warriors. But the prior skirmish had made it abundantly clear that they were no match. Nonetheless, fear and resentment etched across every goblin's face. Their fangs bared in anger at Wang Yifan's sudden onslaught and the slaughter of their tribe. Seeing that all goblins had been subdued, Wang Yifan slowly rode forth on his wild boar. His tone was calm, yet laced with the authority befitting a lord. I offer you an opportunity to transform into my Shadow Tribe, without casualties or suffering. This is the mercy I extend to you. This way, I can avoid further conflict and return to my own territory sooner. Go, summon your tribe's spokesperson to me. Chapter 14. Still playing tricks? Do you have any other accomplices? I grant you a chance to surrender. Bring forth your tribe's spokesperson. Wang Yifan presented the remaining goblins with a straightforward choice: surrender. Should they comply and become part of Wang Yifan's retinue, they would be spared from a cruel demise. By persuading these goblins to yield, Wang Yifan could directly utilize his SSS-level lord ability, shadow extraction, to transform them into shadows without the need for their brutal demise, thus saving considerable trouble. In this land of darkness, only the fittest survive, the weak are devoured. The more compassionate one is, the sooner they meet their demise, and the more tragic it becomes. Do not be naive enough to believe that if you spare these goblins now, they will remember your actions today and repay you in the future. In this realm, mercy is a non-existent commodity. Only a strong fist is the true argument. Therefore, even if this group of goblins were willing to submit and surrender to Wang Yifan, he remained resolute in his intent to transform them all into wholly loyal shadows, so that he could rest easy and sleep soundly. Furthermore, Wang Yifan had already noticed numerous bones of other races and creatures within the goblin territory. These goblins were evidently not virtuous beings. The remaining goblins understood Wang Yifan's proposal. At that moment, a relatively tall goblin emerged from the crowd. Of course, this height was relative. He stood merely 70 centimeters tall and was only slightly bulkier than his fellow goblins. In terms of stature, even the 5 initial shadow warriors recruited by Wang Yifan surpassed him. You must be their leader. Wang Yifan glanced at his attribute panel. Race, goblin. Unit type, infantry leader. Level 3. Quality, D rank. Skills, charge slash, round shield block. Equipment, fine iron broadsword, round shield. Among these goblins, he was the sole D rank quality warrior, wielding 2 relatively decent pieces of equipment. He stepped forward, standing before Wang Yifan. Initially, his expression was one of defiance, as if he intended to skin Wang Yifan alive. However, his demeanor swiftly shifted from hatred to obsequiousness. My lord, I am the chief of this goblin tribe. Please do not harm me or my kin. We understand the rules of the game and are willing to serve under you, joining your legion. With that, he cast aside his shield, knelt on one knee, and raised his hands above his head, presenting his broadsword in a gesture of surrender. However, Wang Yifan was acutely aware of the goblin tribe's cunning nature. He recalled the earlier goblin's expression of seething hatred. Do not attempt to play tricks on me, Wang Yifan warned gravely. No, never. We are all willing. The goblin chief hastily responded. Seeing his chief act thus, the remaining goblin residents and warriors also knelt on one knee. But Wang Yifan clearly observed the unwillingness in their eyes. Very well, it matters not. They have already surrendered. I merely need to transform them all into shadows, and I shall have no concerns about their potential betrayal, Wang Yifan mused internally. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. He discreetly exchanged glances with the nearby C-grade Minotaur warrior, maintaining a cautious stance. Until he transformed this entire group of goblins into members of his shadow clan, he would never let his guard down. Shadow extraction. Wang Yifan extended his hand, ready to initiate the transformation. However, just as he was about to execute the shadow extraction, several goblin archers, concealed among the throng, abruptly rose, swiftly drawing their bows and loosing arrows in his direction. Do you expect us to surrender to you humans? Not a chance. I know you are the Lord. If we kill you, your warriors will lose their commander, and victory will be ours. Besides the goblin archers, the leading goblin chieftain gripped his weapon tightly and charged toward Wang Yifan. Indeed, this was the cunning scheme of these goblins. They feigned surrender, setting a trap to entice Wang Yifan into a false sense of security, aiming to eliminate him, their lord, in one fell swoop. From their words, it was evident that they possessed some understanding of the Lord's mechanism. They did not need to defeat all of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. Rather, their strategy was to capture the commander first and directly deal with Wang Yifan. How could Wang Yifan be oblivious to the malicious intent of these goblins? Did they think him so foolish as to not comprehend the adage of capturing the king to catch the thief? Had he not studied the 3 kingdoms? At this moment, the Minotaur leader, transformed by Wang Yifan, spread his arms wide, shielding Wang Yifan. The arrows shot by the goblins were short and small, akin to toothpicks, and had no effect upon striking the Minotaur. The Minotaur was somewhat dazed. Could such toothpicks serve as weapons? The C-grade Minotaur warrior, as if shedding small thorns from his body, plucked the arrows from his flesh one by one. After extraction, the wounds hardly bled, as if they were on the verge of healing with just a moment's delay. One of the Minotaur's massive hands grasped the goblin chieftain's head firmly. No matter how the goblin leader struggled, he could not escape the Minotaur's robust grip. He could not inflict a single scratch upon Wang Yifan. This exemplified the absolute advantage of racial physique. Is this all? A pretense of surrender, merely to approach me for assassination? Do you think a few toothpicks could slay me? Truly naive. Wang Yifan scoffed disdainfully. Since you refuse my terms, I shall send you on your way. Charge. Eliminate them all, Wang Yifan commanded, sealing the fate of these obstinate goblins. If they insisted on fighting to the bitter end, so be it. Combat erupted instantaneously. Wild boars charged with their snouts. The Minotaurs swung their axes fiercely, Shadow Clan warriors cleaved with swords. Within mere minutes, the remaining goblins were sent reeling, leaving only one goblin chieftain standing. This chieftain, battered and bruised, clung to his weapon, pleading with Wang Yifan once more. Stop, please. I truly surrender this time. I surrender. Wang Yifan felt nothing but contempt. Just moments ago, they had fought to the last breath, only to resort to such despicable schemes. He had to admit that these goblins possessed certain racial advantages. In the heat of battle, there existed no morality or justice. Their unscrupulous fighting methods might even prove beneficial to him in the future. This was perhaps one of the few merits of the goblins. In the eyes of others, the goblins' combat tactics were disgraceful and vile. Yet on the battlefield, it was a struggle of life and death. If one could survive through cunning means, what of it? Returning to one's family was the true skill. Moreover, once out of the battlefield, who could truly know what transpired? Although the goblin tribe was weak, it thrived on such survival principles to secure a foothold in the Dark Continent. Some goblin tribes had even grown to thousands in number, their strength not to be underestimated. Hearing Wang Yifan's praise, the goblin chieftain believed he might escape unscathed. However, in Wang Yifan's domain, there existed only absolute loyalty and insufficient loyalty, no middle ground. Dispose of him, Wang Yifan ordered coldly. A flash of cold light followed, and the goblin chieftain fell. A brief respite, yet this was not the end. Wang Yifan understood that the tribe comprised many members. Surely, there were goblins who had evaded capture. Shadow extraction. All present goblins were instantaneously transformed into loyal members of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion, including the goblin chieftain. Wang Yifan rode his boar to confront the chieftain, asking coldly, "Tell me, do you have any other accomplices?" Chapter 15, A Victorious First Battle, Returning Home. Tell me, are there any of your kin who have not been transformed by me? Wang Yifan inquired of the goblin chieftain, now converted into a member of the Shadow Clan. He was acutely aware that the tribe numbered around 50 individuals, reaching a nascent scale. Moreover, the foundational structures of this goblin tribe were already relatively well established. The low-level headquarters, barracks, granaries, and even watchtowers had been constructed. Such a tribe might even harbor defensive structures designed to protect vulnerable members. It was entirely plausible that other goblins were outside gathering resources for construction, food, and water. Therefore, it was quite normal that a few tribe members had slipped through the cracks. In response to Wang Yifan's inquiry, the transformed goblin chieftain, sporting a large bump on his head, unhesitatingly led the way. "My lord, follow me." The goblin chieftain guided him to a concealed location. True to expectations, this goblin tribe still had remnants. The chieftain brought Wang Yifan to a spot that appeared unremarkable at first glance, thoroughly obscured by a patch of grass. Without careful inspection, one would fail to notice anything amiss. The goblin chieftain raised his weapon, clearing away the covering to reveal a hidden cave. "We have no others outside. You need not worry about any missing kin. The remaining goblins, old, weak, women, and children, are all here." He confessed without reservation, hiding nothing. Wang Yifan understood that a warrior with 100% loyalty would never lie to him. Wang Yifan's gaze pierced the cave entrance, delving into the depths within. At the forefront was an elderly goblin, clutching a small knife, standing guard at the cave's mouth. Behind him were two female goblins, and further back, a group of young goblin children. "My lord, what shall we do with these remaining kin?" The goblin chieftain respectfully inquired of Wang Yifan. By now, he was utterly devoted to Wang Yifan. Even if Wang Yifan ordered him to slay the kin within the cave, he would not hesitate. Wang Yifan replied without a moment's hesitation, "Transform them all into members of the Shadow Clan, to be part of the Shadow Legion." His tone was subtle, yet the goblin chieftain understood perfectly. Wang Yifan's previous awareness of the goblin's cunning had been limited to academic knowledge. After this battle, his understanding deepened significantly. These goblins must be completely eradicated. He was not a soft-hearted saint, and would not spare them simply because they were young. Wang Yifan pondered inwardly. Within the cave, the goblin tribe, whether the elderly, women, or the frightened children huddled in their mother's arms, glared fiercely at Wang Yifan. The racial talent of the goblin tribe was to accumulate hatred. In the face of such a race, he could not leave any future trouble. Accumulation of hatred. When the goblin clan experiences defeat in battle or faces extinction, the remaining goblins carry this resentment forward, evolving into more cunning and powerful beings. This innate ability signifies that as long as a single goblin survives, they will persist and thrive through their animosity. In unnoticed corners, they silently grow in strength. The accumulated hatred from generations of failures compounds, passing down to their offspring, rendering the goblin clan increasingly bloodthirsty and perilous after each defeat. Should they develop over several generations, once they attain a substantial size, they will become more formidable than other races. This vengeance-driven race is, to some extent, more dangerous than any other. Shadow extraction. Furthermore, dismantle all structures belonging to this goblin clan and recover all remaining building materials, commanded Wang Yifan. As for the subsequent work of dismantling homes, it would be aptly assigned to the newly transformed goblins. With the successful conquest of these two tribes, he resolved to return home immediately. After all, today's objectives had been achieved, and safety was paramount, making prolonged exposure outside inadvisable. The little pig swiftly ferried Wang Yifan back to his territory. Upon entering his stronghold, he began to tally the spoils of the day. Counting himself, there were a total of 16 individuals who had set out. He silently calculated. 16 departed, yet 81 returned. From a combat perspective, Wang Yifan, leveraging his SSS-level lord talent, shadow extraction, successfully transformed 65 individuals with a success rate of 100%. It was evident that executing the transformation immediately after defeating enemies resulted in a significantly high probability of success. Following the transformation, the Minotaur tribe yielded 9 D-level warriors and 1 C-level Minotaur chief. He continued to organize his findings. The Goblin side brought forth 24 D-level warriors and 1 C-level Goblin chief. The remaining 30 were predominantly non-combatant Goblin residents. In terms of combat capability, Wang Yifan's expedition saw the number of warriors surge from 15 to 50, more than doubling his strength. It is worth noting that on the first day, most novice lords could only command a combat force of 5. Yet, Wang Yifan had amassed a force tenfold that in just half a day. His passive skill, one of the benefits of his SSS-level lord talent, shadow extraction, enhanced the combat power of the transformed warriors. After his transformation, each warrior attained a quality of D-level, with 2 even achieving C-level status. On the first day, acquiring a C-level warrior was nearly impossible. At the initial stage, all barracks were only of level 1 equality, making the probability of refreshing C-level warriors astonishingly low. Conservatively estimated, the odds of refreshing a C-level warrior stood at merely a few thousandths. Beyond the warriors he had recruited, Wang Yifan understood the significance of increasing the number of residents. On the first day, he had only 5 residents under his command. This was a critical moment for gathering building materials to upgrade the stronghold and other structures. In 6 days, the novice barrier would dissipate, heralding the approach of the magical tide. At that time, a horde of monsters and foreign races would assault the territory. To bolster the defensive structures and measures of his stronghold, a continuous influx of building materials would be essential. Thus, having residents to gather wood, stone, and other construction materials was indispensable. More was always better. Upon returning to his stronghold, Wang Yifan promptly dispatched the 30 goblin residents to commence work without delay. This proactive approach put him a step ahead of other lords in the collection of building materials. Not to mention the resources dismantled from the goblin territory. You have successfully annihilated the goblin clan and dismantled all buildings within their territory. You have acquired 1,000 units of white energy crystals, 1,000 units of low-grade wood, 1,000 units of low-grade stone, 300 units of low-grade wrought iron, 50 units of low-grade beast bones, and 50 units of low-grade beast skins. After thoroughly scavenging the Goblin clan's territory, Wang Yifan had amassed enough materials to upgrade half of his stronghold's buildings. Indeed, relying on self-collection and production pales in comparison to directly seizing what others have already gathered. He quickly accounted for the fact that from dismantling the homes of the Minotaurs and Goblins, he had already gathered 3/4 of the necessary upgrade materials. Coupled with the numerous residents he had arranged to collect resources, it was likely that by the end of the day, he would have enough materials to elevate the stronghold to level 2. As the number of newly transformed Shadow clan members increased, this modest territory of 1,000 square meters began to feel increasingly cramped. It was imperative to upgrade the stronghold quickly to expand the territory. With so many warriors and residents crammed into this confined space, it would be a source of ridicule if word got out, much like being unable to build a proper camp due to lack of funds. He also needed to carve out time to slay more monsters in the surrounding areas, both to convert them into his fighting force and to gather additional energy crystals. He mused. Daylight was crucial for resource collection. Once night descended, the dangers of the Shadow continent would escalate dramatically, making it difficult to manage production and operations. At that moment, Wang Yifan couldn't help but wonder, what were the other lords' situations like? Surely, he ranked among the foremost. Chapter 16. The night is approaching. Time to call the subordinates back. Although the territory seemed a bit small at present, it was destined for growth in the future. And being a lord was indeed quite rewarding. So many individuals labored for him without expectation of payment. Wang Yifan returned to the conference hall of the stronghold and took his seat in the lord's chair. Having absorbed the Minotaur and Goblin clans, he had no immediate plans to embark on further adventures himself, instead assigning tasks to his subordinates. Wang Yifan's territory was developing steadily and methodically. All new lords were currently within a 7-day novice protection period, during which no other functions were accessible, leaving them only aware of matters within their own territories and oblivious to the developments of other lords. After the novice protection period, features such as world communication, private messaging, alliances, and leaderboards would be unlocked. He pondered how the other lords had fared during this half-day span. However, he was confident that none could surpass him. Those who could would surely be extraordinary. Wang Yifan sat in the lord's chair, observing the bustling figures of his subordinates within the territory. The resources within the territory had been fully harvested, and his residents had ventured outside the novice barrier to continue their work. Watching them tirelessly shuttle back and forth around the clock brought a sense of satisfaction to Wang Yifan. Indeed, being a capitalist, exploiting subordinate workers was quite a gratifying experience. Within the territory, everyone performed their designated roles, bustling to and fro. Some ventured out to hunt, slaying surrounding monsters to collect energy crystals, while others gathered timber and stone around the territory, transporting materials back. Among his numerous subordinates, the goblins proved to be the most entertaining. Wang Yifan had absorbed the largest contingent from the goblin clan, totaling 55 individuals, and he had organized their tasks with clarity. The transformed goblin residents promptly engaged in cutting trees and mining stones to gather materials for upgrading the stronghold. These half-meter-tall little beings, despite their diminutive stature, worked diligently. Each one resembled a green-skinned, sharp-nosed schoolboy, amusingly comical in appearance yet earnest in their labor, evoking a smile from onlookers. Before their transformation, the goblins exhibited a demeanor akin to that of unruly peasants. However, post-transformation, each goblin displayed a marked improvement in their demeanor, appearing far more docile. Wang Yifan observed them and found his sentiments towards them considerably softened. They were small, yet undeniably endearing. The remaining goblin warriors were assigned to accompany the resource-gathering residents, tasked with ensuring their safety. After all, beyond the protective barrier for novices, the threat of monstrous or alien assaults lurked at every corner, with danger ever present. With these goblin warriors stationed nearby, Wang Yifan felt a sense of reassurance. As for the goblin archers who had previously attempted to assassinate him, he allocated them to suitable positions at the watchtower. This arrangement allowed them to leverage their long-range capabilities effectively. Wang Yifan had initially lacked ranged units, but placing the goblin archers at the watchtower provided dual benefits. They could monitor the surroundings and, upon detecting enemy activity, repel threats with their arrows. The remaining infantry of the Shadow Clan and the Minotaurs were assigned the task of hunting down monsters outside. Upon slaying these creatures, they promptly transported the corpses back to Wang Yifan for transformation. Daylight swiftly passed, and as dusk approached, Wang Yifan gazed up at the sky, reflecting. After such a long day, is it already time for nightfall? This marks my first evening as a lord in the Dark Continent. At precisely 6 o'clock, the hour of twilight, a global announcement resonated. Attention, all lords who have entered the Dark Continent on this first day. Beware, the night is about to descend upon the Dark Continent. This will be your inaugural night. During this time, all dangerous monsters will emerge to roam. At night, the level and quality of all appearing monsters will rise, signifying a substantial increase in their danger levels. Therefore, we implore all novice lords. If there are still warriors and residents active outside, please summon them back to the safety of the novice barrier within your territories. Above the Dark Continent, every lord received this crucial alert. Almost instantaneously upon the announcement, all novice lords recognized the impending peril and hurriedly recalled their subordinates. No one wished to wait for nightfall, allowing those treacherous monsters to launch assaults on their residents and warriors in the darkness. Failing to heed this warning, while greedily attempting to gather additional resources before night descended, could lead to total annihilation, leaving the lord isolated, with all their subordinates perished, rendering the day's efforts utterly futile. Such a scenario would result in a significant disadvantage compared to other lords. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of misfortunes. Upon hearing this global announcement, Wang Yifan found himself deep in contemplation. Indeed, the monsters will become more formidable at night, growing in strength. The day and night in the Dark Continent are entirely distinct experiences. During daylight, novice lords primarily encounter intelligent aliens and lower-level monsters, which are relatively manageable adversaries. However, once night falls, the situation transforms dramatically. Most lords and other aliens will wisely opt to remain within their territories for defense during the night, as this is the most prudent course of action. Those dangerous monsters typically venture out to hunt after sunset. A moment's inattention could lead to becoming prey. Moreover, after a long day of labor, the populace requires rest and recuperation. For others, nighttime activities are undoubtedly perilous, prompting them to remain within their territories and cease all operations. Besides, the warriors and residents of other lords need to eat and sleep, making it convenient that they needn't work at night. Unlike them, my shadow warriors and residents can operate continuously, requiring neither sustenance nor rest. Thus, for me, as long as my strength is sufficiently robust to sustain the shadow warriors and residents in their unceasing toil, it would not be unfeasible. Wang Yifan weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although the members of the Shadow Legion could labor endlessly, the night in the Dark Continent harbors myriad hidden dangers. Even if they are capable of ceaseless work, this may not constitute a wise choice. Should I deploy the Shadow Clan to continue working, I could fully exploit the nighttime hours, further widening the gap between myself and other lords. While others might manage a single day's work, I could achieve both day and night productivity. Other lords and their subordinates require rest, while my Shadow Clan can toil without interruption. He recognized that even if the Shadow Clan could sustain their efforts, it was imperative to ensure they remained unbothered by formidable monsters. If those dispatched to work at night returned the next day battered or deceased, the cost would far outweigh the benefits. With the first day nearly behind him, only 6 days remained until the tide of monsters would arrive, at which point they would face a massive onslaught. Therefore, it was crucial to expand his territory swiftly. And every moment of the night was valuable, particularly since his units could operate around the clock. These 7 days would pass in the blink of an eye, and any slackening of efforts during this time frame could exact a heavy toll when the tide arrived. Wang Yifan was naturally unwilling to take such a risk. With the night's arrival, the monsters outside would grow stronger, presenting both challenges and opportunities. Why not seize this chance to venture out and eliminate a few formidable beings, converting them into members of my Shadow Legion? With such potent forces anchoring the night, my units could continue their productive activities. In 6 days, during the monstrous tide, I would possess an additional trump card. Agreed. This is the plan. When night falls, I shall dispatch my Shadow Legion to capture some Pokemon. Chapter 17. Captain Lin Ziyuan. Shall we engage in a bet? The Lords awakened in Dragon Country this year exhibit commendable overall qualities. It seems that the fortunes of Dragon Country will undoubtedly rise significantly this year. Merely the presence of 2 Lords with S-level talents and over 10 with A-level talents speaks volumes. At this moment, Lin Ziyuan, a special Lord of Dragon Country, had returned to his stronghold in the Dark Continent. As a special Lord of Dragon Country, Lin Ziyuan's territory naturally far surpassed that of other novice lords. His exclusive race was the angelic kind, and his territory resembled a grand city. The architectural style emanated a sacred and pure aura, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Surrounding the territory were numerous well-equipped angelic warriors. Some stood guard while others patrolled, safeguarding Lin Ziyuan's domain. Enveloping the territory was a formidable magical barrier, providing an additional layer of protection. This was not the novice barrier typically employed by newly arrived lords in the Dark Continent, but rather a magical barrier unique to the angelic race. Within the territory, angelic warriors and residents busily traversed between various structures, diligently attending to their tasks. Lin Ziyuan held in his hands the quality assessment reports of all students from the previous month. At the top of this list were the names of Lu Han and Tian Weiwei. These two not only awakened S-level lord talents, but also demonstrated exceptional leadership abilities. Aside from Wang Yifan, Lu Han and Tian Weiwei were no ordinary individuals. Throughout the month of military training, their performances stood out remarkably, far surpassing mere S-level talent without possessing any actual lordly capabilities. Lin Ziyuan's gaze continued downward, and he noted that Wang Yifan also fared well. Following closely behind Lu Han and Tian Weiwei, he ranked third. Lin Ziyuan's fingers lingered over Wang Yifan's name before gliding to the right. Following was a record of Wang Yifan's performance in various training disciplines throughout the month. Setting aside his lordly rank and unique race, his achievements far surpassed those of his peers. Excluding the factors of lordly talent level and exclusive race, Wang Yifan consistently ranked at the pinnacle of all training exercises and evaluations, maintaining an unwavering first place across the board. Regrettably, however, this grading system considers the final scores and evaluations of various training projects as merely one aspect of the comprehensive assessment. After all, the essence of achievement lies in balance and breadth. The elevation of a lord's talent level and the superiority of different races significantly influence the final score, with these two elements being the most consequential. The disparity between an S-rank lordly talent and an A-rank lordly talent, though only a single tier apart, creates a considerable gap. It is needless to mention those students with talents below A rank, who have already been left far behind from the outset. Initial scores vary among different races, further exacerbating this disparity. Unfortunately, Wang Yifan's exclusive race is the weakest among humanity. Had he belonged to a stronger lineage, he might have excelled even beyond Lu Han and Tian Weiwei. While interracial differences are manageable, as each possesses its own strengths and weaknesses, being a member of the bottom-ranked human race creates a significant divide between him and students of other races. One could say that even before the military district training commenced, he was already positioned at a disadvantageous starting line. Surprisingly, however, Wang Yifan managed to reclaim a commendable score in all essential lordly subjects, securing the third position, a testament to his remarkable talent. If only he could be assigned a different race, even one as humble as the half-orc, it would surpass his current human lineage. Such a change would undoubtedly elevate his score beyond that of Zhang Luhuan and Tian Weiwei. Lin Ziyan gazed at the document with a heavy heart, akin to a teacher observing a gifted student burdened by dire familial circumstances. Such talented yet disadvantaged students often evoke the deepest sympathy from educators. Nonetheless, Captain Lin Ziyuan's empathy for Wang Yifan was indeed unwarranted. At that moment, a four-winged angelic warrior entered the deliberation hall of Lin Ziyuan's headquarters. Reporting to the Lord, the esteemed S-rank Lord of the Mei Kingdom, Big Dyke, requests entry into our territory. Big Dyke, the sun is nearly set. Why is he not in his own domain? Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow slightly, granting him entry. The Mei Kingdom stands as one of Long Kingdom's formidable competitors on both Blue Star and the Dark Continent. Although its fortunes have yet to surpass those of Long Kingdom, recent years have hinted at a potential ascendance. This has captured the keen attention of Long Kingdom's upper echelons, prompting a sustained increase in resource allocation to various lords on the Dark Continent, ensuring that Mei Kingdom does not easily overtake them. As an eminent S-rank lord, Big Dyke is a prominent figure on the international stage, a rival to Lin Ziyuan, both of whom are evenly matched in the Dark Continent. However, in this realm, only eternal interests prevail, and there are no everlasting enemies. Big Dyke entered the deliberation hall of Lin Ziyuan's headquarters astride a skeletal steed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Standing beside Lin Ziyuan were two six-winged angelic warriors, guarding either side. One of the formidable six-winged warriors, upon noticing Big Dyke's entrance, pointed his long-handled blade at him, bellowing, "Impudent! You dare enter our territory and meet the Lord without dismounting?" Despite facing a powerful level 50 A-rank six-winged angel, Big Dyke remained unfazed, offering a slight smile as he retorted, "Ah, your lord has yet to speak, yet your subordinate is already in a rush." He continued with a hint of disdain, "I am a high-ranking figure of the Mei Kingdom. Must I perform a grand gesture for your lord?" Big Dyke's words were delivered without reserve, his attitude brimming with arrogance. Lin Ziyuan gestured for his subordinates to withdraw, his tone calm, yet tinged with coldness. "State your business plainly, and then promptly leave on your steed." Lin Ziyuan saw no need for pleasantries with someone like Big Dyke, eager for him to conclude his message swiftly. Big Dyke, eschewing further niceties, directly articulated his intent. "Lin, I have come to propose a wager." "A wager? What sort of wager?" Lin Ziyuan inquired, a touch of confusion shadowing his brow. "It is a wager regarding which of the new lords will ascend to the top of the rankings." A note of provocation colored Big Dyke's tone. Lin Ziyuan furrowed his brow slightly, still not fully grasping his meaning. Big Dyke elaborated, "This time, your Long Kingdom has been fortunate, awakening two S-rank lords, while our illustrious Mei Kingdom has also awakened one. Surely, a thrilling contest will ensue among our new lords." Lin Ziyuan began to understand. It was merely a matter of comparing the prowess of their respective talents. The Mei Kingdom had always been keen on competition with other nations, a fact he was well aware of. "Is this truly your aim? What are the stakes?" Lin Ziyuan expressed disinterest in Big Dyke's proposal. Long Kingdom has historically championed peace, refraining from proactive competition with other nations, yet they fear no rivalry. If the stakes were advantageous to them, Lin Ziyuan would, of course, not refuse. Who would shun a gift? Very simply, if our new lord from the Mei Kingdom claims the top spot, I want an S-rank 8-winged angel freshly born from your territory. Big Dyke's tone brimmed with avarice. "You wish for an S-rank 8-winged angel just born in my territory? Is that your scheme?" Lin Ziyuan comprehended the other's intentions. His angelic warriors are among the finest across all races, their strength capable of ranking in the top 5. While Big Dyke is also an S-rank lord, the potential of the skeletal race ultimately pales in comparison to that of Lin Ziyuan's angelic lineage. His demand for a newborn S-rank 8-winged angel warrior clearly aimed to bolster his own strength. Contemplating this, Lin Ziyuan could not help but jest. "What is the matter? Do you find your skeletal warriors inferior to my angelic ones?" Big Dyke, instead of taking offense, responded with composure. After all, both were seasoned players and not easily swayed by such banter. "Every race possesses its own advantages. I do not believe my skeletal warriors are inferior to your angelic ones. Furthermore," he added, "to enhance strength, it is essential to incorporate diverse races into our ranks, transforming the army into a hexagonal warrior. Do not provoke me, Lin. Maintaining balance between races and troop types within the army is crucial for strength. You surely understand this principle." Big Dyke retorted strongly. It appeared that Big Dyke's forces indeed had certain shortcomings, and he sought to leverage the formidable S-rank 8-winged angel warriors under Lin Ziyuan's command to offset them. Previously, it had been noted that recruiting warriors from other races typically follows two pathways. One involves various conditions to enlist them as mercenaries, while the other entails conscripting defeated foes into the army. However, the loyalty of warriors acquired through either method tends to be quite tenuous. The degree of loyalty hinges on the attractiveness of the recruitment conditions and the strength of one's army. If one cannot consistently meet the conditions promised to mercenaries, they will inevitably depart. The captives are no different. Once your military strength can no longer subdue them, they will undoubtedly desert at the first opportunity. There exists even the possibility that they may turn against you. However, there is a rather reliable method to ensure the unwavering loyalty of other races from a young age. Nurturing and training warriors of other races in the proximity of their lord. This constitutes the third method of assimilating other races. One cannot help but wonder how Big Dick obtained the information that I possess a newly born S-class quality angelic warrior in my domain. Lin Ziyuan pondered silently. Surely, he intends to acquire this child, nurturing him from infancy to grow into a loyal general under his command. Lin Ziyuan continued to contemplate Big Dick's intentions. "And what of you? What will you wager?" "I shall stake an S-class quality superlative angelic warrior. You must also present an equivalent value." Lin Ziyuan's tone carried a hint of curiosity, eager to discover what Big Dick would offer as his stake. Big Dick smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated the question. Since I seek your S-class quality warrior, I shall naturally wager an S-class quality combatant in return. Do take a look at the information I sent you, he replied. Lin Ziyuan slowly opened his phone, and a holographic image materialized on the screen. Before him appeared a dragon egg adorned with skull patterns. What is this? It is an S-class quality skeletal dragon that has just hatched in my domain. How does this stake measure up? Big Dick inquired, his tone imbued with confidence. The astonishment etched on Captain Lin Ziyuan's face was a testament to the immense value of the S-class skeletal dragon. The S-class quality signifies an extraordinary potential. Its upper and lower limits, as well as the growth attributes after each upgrade, far surpass those of other tiers, incomparable. Moreover, this is a dragon capable of soaring across the battlefield. In tri-service operations, units that can engage in aerial combat hold a significant advantage over those confined to land or water. Not to mention, this dragon possesses the dual attributes of both the skeletal and dragon races. Captain Lin Ziyuan closed the holographic projection on his phone. Very well, I accept your wager. Our dragon nation has recently awakened 2 students with S-class lordly talents. I refuse to believe we shall be outmatched. He held unwavering confidence in Zhang Luhuan and Tian Weiwei, convinced their potential was sufficient to meet this challenge. In his eyes, the odds of victory were considerably high. This was akin to receiving a powerful S-class combatant for free. Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one he would let slip away. Big Dick, however, remained undeterred. And what of that? Our America has also awakened a talent with S-class lordly abilities today. This child's potential is certainly on par with yours. He too issued a bold proclamation. Let us see, then, whose lord is truly stronger, our dragon nations or your America's? Captain Lin Ziyuan retorted. It is settled. The two established their wager, and Big Dick turned to depart. After bidding him farewell, Captain Lin Ziyuan could not help but fall into deep reflection. What sort of talent has emerged in America? What could compel their elite lord to come to my domain and set this wager? This piqued my curiosity. Meanwhile, in the main nation, Xiaobishi, who had awakened an S-class lordly talent, was diligently occupied within his territory. Ah, splendid, my warrior has leveled up. He beamed as he surveyed the bio-warrior of his tribe. In that case, unleash your race's talent once more, split, he commanded. His exclusive troop consisted of the bio-warriors, whose appearance resembled a gelatinous, transparent substance, exhibiting a distinctive purple hue. Their formidable racial talent is cellular division. Cellular division, bio-warrior soldiers can split themselves, transforming from one combat unit into 2 units of identical quality, though their levels will decrease post-division. Before Xiaobishi, a level 3 E-class bio-warrior began to gradually separate into a brand new unit. From one level 3 E-class unit, it became one level 2 E-class unit and one level 1 E-class unit. As long as my warriors reach level 3 or above, they can utilize their racial talent to produce new warriors for me, Xiaobishi calculated inwardly. Thus, my warrior count has increased. On the first day alone, it has already reached 12. In a few days, my bio-warrior legion will undoubtedly experience exponential growth. By then, no new lord will surpass my might. This belief fueled Big Dick's confidence that Main Nation would secure the top position on the Magic Tide scoreboards in 6 days. The distinguishing feature of the bio-warrior race lies in their ability to continuously generate new units. Just on the first day, they had already produced 7 E-class bio-warrior units through division. In the coming days, as the base number of bio-warriors continued to rise, the subsequent warrior count would surely experience explosive growth. While quantity is significant, the true prowess of this race's unique talent lies in other aspects. If fortune favors them, they may later summon an A-class or even S-class warrior, and by consistently upgrading their levels and facilitating division, they can ceaselessly generate units of the same high quality. Gone are the days of waiting anxiously for high-quality warriors to emerge through a minuscule chance. This is a guaranteed method to yield red and gold units. In the coming days, I must hasten to upgrade my headquarters and barracks, thereby increasing the probability of summoning high-quality warriors. Once I summon a C-class or higher quality unit, I will be able to infinitely split and generate powerful warriors, leading to continuous expansion of my territory. Unrivaled, Xiaobishi had already devised a plan in his mind. Dare I ask, in terms of enhancing military strength, which race can rival my bio-warriors? Chapter 19, Special Event, the Aurora Codex. The sunlight of the dark continent gradually waned, replaced by the inky night and twinkling stars. The time has come, Wang Yifan silently recited. With nightfall upon them, Wang Yifan summoned all residents working outside and hunting warriors back to the territory to prepare for the evening's tasks. He opened the system panel to review his information. Name, Wang Yifan. Unit Type 1, Human. Unit Type 2, Shadow Race, Unique. Talent Level, SSS Class. Lord Talent, Shadow Extraction. Buildings, Headquarters, Level 1 E-Class Quality. Barracks, Level 1 E-Class Quality. Granary, Level 1 E-Class Quality. Blacksmith Shop, Level 1 E-Class Quality. Watchtower, Level 1 E-Class Quality. Building materials: 1,800 units of white energy crystals, 3,500 units of inferior wood, 3,500 units of inferior stone. Combat units: 58 D-class combatants, 2 C-class combatants, totaling 60 combat units. Throughout the course of the day, he had nearly gathered enough building materials to upgrade the headquarters. The inferior wood and stone had already exceeded 1,500 units. This achievement can be attributed to the dismantling of the layers of the Tauren and Goblin tribes, which yielded a substantial amount of resources. Moreover, the addition of 30 Goblin residents has accelerated the gathering of construction materials. The white energy crystals required for upgrading the main base are now merely 200 short, a quantity that can be collected overnight. From the afternoon until twilight, Wang Yifan's patrol and hunting squad fortuitously encountered a herd of 15 tusked black wild boars. After successfully dispatching them, he managed to convert 10 of the wild boars into units of his shadow clan. Consequently, his combat strength increased from 50 to 60 units, perfectly aligning with his plans to venture out that night in search of more formidable monsters. During the night, not only does the number of wandering monsters on the Dark Continent increase, but their power also intensifies, thereby bolstering my army's strength. Wang Yifan stationed goblin archers at the watchtower to vigilantly monitor any unusual occurrences in the vicinity of his territory. Upon detecting powerful monsters, he would promptly organize a team to engage in hunting. However, the reconnaissance capabilities of the watchtower significantly diminish at night, reducing its range from 5 kilometers during the day to 2 kilometers. This transformation renders the external environment more perilous and unpredictable. On one hand, the night brings forth stronger monsters. On the other, the diminished reconnaissance ability dissuades Wang Yifan from recklessly expending combat strength in search of them. He is acutely aware that hasty actions could not only fail to yield powerful allies, but also deplete his forces, leading to a detrimental outcome. He remains unperturbed, knowing that most lords will be resting within their territories at night, thus not engaging in further activities, allowing him to utilize this time without concern. His shadow warriors can be summoned at any moment, 24 hours a day, a distinct advantage over ordinary soldiers who require rest and sustenance. Once he identifies sufficiently powerful monsters to enhance his shadow clan, he can dispatch his warriors to engage them at an opportune moment. For now, patience is paramount. He must await the perfect moment to strike decisively. He is keenly aware that his growth rate has far surpassed that of other novice lords. Yet, this is insufficient. The disparity must continue to widen. This pursuit is not merely to stand out among the multitude of lords, but also to prepare for the impending tide of chaos in 6 days. Seated in the lord's chair within the main base, Wang Yifan quietly bides his time. The night on the Dark Continent is profoundly deep, accentuating the twinkling stars above. Indeed, the absence of environmental interference or urban light pollution renders the stars in the sky exceptionally beautiful. Wang Yifan quickly becomes immersed in the splendor of this starry expanse. At that moment, a radiant, iridescent light sliced through the night from the horizon, capturing the attention of all lords on the Dark Continent. What is this? An aurora? Wang Yifan pondered. This prismatic aurora appeared in the skies above the Dark Continent. Attention! A special event, Aurora Night, has occurred. Aurora Night. Each night on the Dark Continent, there is a certain probability for this special event to manifest. When this event occurs, the sky will be illuminated by a magnificent prismatic aurora, and various aurora chests will randomly spawn across the Dark Continent. These chests vary in quality, and upon opening, one can obtain a multitude of resources, including units, materials, building blueprints, and more. Once nightfall concludes, all chests will vanish. What a coincidence! This special event occurs on the very first night. Wang Yifan mused. Aurora Night, much like the tide of chaos, is a unique event on the Dark Continent. This mysterious land is rife with special events, each with its own distinct tasks and content. Simply put, Aurora Night will randomly spawn aurora chests across the Dark Continent. By opening these chests, one can acquire a variety of resources. However, the quality of the items obtained from these aurora chests can be quite inconsistent. Some chests may yield only wood or stone, materials of little value, while others might produce exceedingly rare building blueprints capable of significantly enhancing one's territory. Additionally, some aurora chests might contain neutral or other race units, allowing them to join one's domain. Yet, as previously mentioned, venturing out at night is fraught with danger. In search of these randomly spawned aurora chests, one embarks on a gamble and an adventure. The ability to find an aurora chest, the quality of the chest, and the usefulness of the contents all hinge on fortune. Some may find themselves woefully unlucky, dispatching troops to scour their territory for an entire night without discovering a single chest, potentially suffering considerable losses. Conversely, others may experience extraordinary luck, stumbling upon a high-quality aurora chest right in their vicinity and effortlessly acquiring highly valuable items. Previously, in the barracks, Wang Yifan had overheard his instructor mention the Aurora Night event. The instructor recounted a tale of a student, ranked at the bottom of his class, who, despite great risk, discovered a high-quality aurora chest and, within the 7-day beginner period, obtained an S-rank orc warrior. With just this one S-rank warrior, he effortlessly swept through the tide of chaos, achieving a commendable ranking that season. This special event is evidently designed to encourage exploration for the Aurora chests at night rather than confining lords within their territories. Wang Yifan silently analyzed. Coincidentally, today marks the first day all novice lords have entered the Dark Continent. On this day, their combat strength is limited, and almost no one would be reckless enough to send out their sole 5 warriors to tempt fate. Thus, it is highly probable that all novice lords will refrain from searching for Aurora chests unless they happen to spawn close to their territories. Should they miss this Aurora night, the next occurrence will be entirely random. Many novice lords will likely lament their inability to participate in this special event while remaining within their domains. However, Wang Yifan's situation is different. He had initially planned to venture out that night to gather more combat strength, and he possesses the capability to operate during the night. Now, it aligns perfectly with his intention to hunt stronger monsters and convert them into a shadow clan, while also seeking to uncover some chests to grant his territory additional advantages. Chapter 20. Discovery of the Chest. New developments. As the Aurora Night event unfolds, nearly all novice lords find themselves lamenting within their territories. What? Today is the Aurora Night event. Is this a cruel twist of fate? I have only 5 soldiers. How could I possibly venture out to collect chests? What terrible luck. On the very first day, I encounter this event. If only I had 3 to 5 more days to develop. I assure you, I would send troops out to find several chests. I have truly missed the opportune moment. This event is surely not meant for novices like us. Who knows when the next event will occur? The only ones brave enough to seek out the chests are likely the stronger lords. I refuse to believe any novice lords would dare to venture out on the very first night in search of treasure. All novice lords, without exception, have chosen to remain within their territories. On the first day, with only 5 combat strength, anyone willing to risk sending out forces to search for chests at night is undoubtedly the biggest gambler on the Dark Continent. Do they think they are a gambling prodigy, attempting to turn 10 coins into 2 million overnight? The extraordinary event known as the Night of the Aurora, while possessing certain prerequisites, is indeed not overly demanding, earning its reputation as a rather intriguing activity on the Dark Continent. Generally speaking, lords whose territories have reached a certain scale will dispatch small teams to search for treasure chests upon encountering such events at night. Typically, a team tasked with treasure hunting can consist of merely a dozen individuals. For a territory boasting a military strength of several hundred, such a deployment is certainly manageable. The possibility of uncovering high-quality Aurora treasure chests with a mere dozen individuals is a gamble worth taking, as the cost is negligible. In fact, some territories have military forces exceeding 1,000 or even 10,000, prompting their lords to send out 3 to 5, or even 10 teams in a single night to scour for treasures. For these forces, acquiring high-level chests that yield S-grade warriors, premium architectural blueprints, or rare materials is undeniably a worthwhile endeavor. However, for novice lords possessing only 5 units of combat power, even this modest prerequisite can be quite daunting. Conversely, for those lords with slightly more formidable strength, such a loss is trivial and poses no concern. Within Wang Yifan's domain, he resolved to allocate a portion of his limited forces to explore for treasure chests that may have materialized in the vicinity of his territory. Let 10 of my shadowy boars embark on this treasure hunt, and simultaneously investigate if there are any formidable forces nearby. Report back to me immediately if there are any developments. With an army of 60, Wang Yifan pondered for a moment before deciding to join the expedition himself. After all, the event had arrived, and he could not easily forsake the opportunity. Among all the available units, he chose the boars for a simple reason. They possess 4 legs, enabling them to outrun other 2-legged races. Whether searching for treasure or evading threats, they would undoubtedly outpace infantry units. Currently, he commanded a total of 20 shadow boars. Even if the 10 dispatched were to encounter misfortune and perish, he would not lament their loss. Wang Yifan recognized that the boars, as fierce beasts, possess a sense of smell far superior to that of humans, taurens, or goblins. Their prowess in navigating the forest made them the ideal choice for this task. Upon issuing his orders, the 10 shadow boars let out a couple of roars, their hooves pounding the ground as they sprinted beyond the confines of the territory. While other lords may be unable to engage in competition, I most certainly can. I shall outpace them this night. Wang Yifan remained alert, refusing to rest as he awaited updates from his boars. The goblin archers stationed in the watchtower were tasked with monitoring the surroundings within a 2-kilometer radius, while the dispatched boars would scout the terrain beyond that range. The combined efforts of both units expanded Wang Yifan's exploration capabilities during the night. After a prolonged period of anxious anticipation within his territory, Wang Yifan finally received news. Roar! Have the boars made a discovery? He felt a surge of excitement. Ding! Your shadow warrior, Tusk's black wild boar, has detected something 35 kilometers southwest of your territory. Your shadow warrior, Tusk's black wild boar, has discovered a purple-quality Aurora treasure chest scattered during the night of the Aurora. A purple one? Excellent. This quality of chest is certainly worth dispatching troops to retrieve. Wang Yifan mused inwardly. The tiers of Aurora chests range from white to gold, with higher quality chests yielding superior rewards. Generally, white chests contain only the most basic and mundane construction materials, while higher tier chests offer lower quality units or building blueprints. The most prestigious chests provide high quality units and even more exceptional blueprints, along with rare and valuable construction materials. Since a treasure chest has been located, let us retrieve it. The units nearest to the boar will converge on its position to assist in the extraction of the chest. We must avoid any potential ambushes from other races or the warriors of rival lords. The boars situated further away should continue their search for additional treasure, reporting back if they encounter anything of note. Wang Yifan swiftly issued his commands, eager to unveil the treasures within the chest. Before long, they located a treasure chest of purple quality, a stroke of remarkable fortune. Yet, before Wang Yifan could revel in his good luck, another report arrived. Warning! Your shadow warrior, Tusk's black wild boar, encountered an ambush by 12 prairie wolves while attempting to transport the treasure chest. Monster, prairie wolf. Level, 5. Quality, D. Skill, savage bite. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Description, the prairie wolf is a large, agile creature cloaked in a coat of gray fur. Its hearing and sense of smell are extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting prey from several kilometers away. Bloodthirsty and ferocious, they often hunt in packs at night. This is bad. My boar is under attack. Wang Yifan felt a wave of unease wash over him. The boar that had discovered the chest was now besieged by a pack of prairie wolves, all of level 5 and D quality. Wang Yifan's boars would undoubtedly be no match for this group. They were surrounded, and even if they attempted to flee, it would likely be too late. Clearly, this was a trap. The randomly generated treasure chests during the Night of the Aurora not only attract the attention of other races and rival lords, but also entice some clever monsters that roam at night. This group of D-level prairie wolves had evidently been the first to discover the chest and lay in wait for unsuspecting prey. With 12 prairie wolves against my 10 boars, even if I sent them all in to assist, we would still be outmatched. Yet, this situation aligns with my two objectives for the night: to recruit powerful forces and to collect treasure. It may appear that I am unfortunate to encounter monsters, but in truth, I am exceedingly fortunate to have encountered both. Wang Yifan quickly formulated a strategy in his mind, preparing to issue commands. This pack of nocturnal prairie wolves, in terms of both level and quality, far surpassed the creatures that wandered during the day. To eliminate them, I estimate I would need to deploy at least 20 units of combat strength to guarantee success. However, sending out 20 units at night carries significant risk. Along the way, they might encounter even more dangerous creatures, a probability that looms large. It is entirely possible that before I can support the boars, I could find myself embroiled in another battle. In warfare, there are no perfect strategic choices. Every decision is fraught with risk and potential loss. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid go hungry. Even if I were to suffer some losses, it would still place me ahead of other lords. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he ordered the goblins and taurens to mount an offensive. Chapter 21. Ambushed, Sea-level prairie wolf leader. He dispatched the 10 taurens and 20 goblins from his territory to engage in battle. Within this territory, only 10 pigs, 5 shadow infantry, and 5 remaining goblin archers remain. Outside the territory, there are another 10 pigs, accompanied by the 30 infantry units recently dispatched, totaling nearly 40 D-rank combatants, along with 2 C-rank warriors. This formidable force should suffice to confront the 12 D-rank wasteland wolves. Such strength would enable them to withstand any unforeseen dangers that might arise along the way. Wasteland wolves. How thrilling they are. Wang Yifan felt a surge of excitement within. The wasteland wolves, such magnificent creatures. Moreover, this pack consists of D-rank monsters. Should they be transformed into shadow wasteland wolves, it would be an even greater delight. Wang Yifan could hardly contain his eagerness to incorporate the power of these shadow wasteland wolves into his army. Thus, outside the territory, there are a total of 10 pigs. Alongside the 30 infantry units dispatched, summing up to 38 D-rank combatants and 2 C-rank warriors. This configuration of strength is ample to tackle the 12 D-rank wasteland wolves. Leading a pack of otherworldly giant wolves into battle is inherently captivating, and these wasteland wolves are formidable D-rank monsters. Furthermore, akin to the pigs, wasteland wolves can be saddled and ridden. Charging atop a giant wolf would be an exhilarating experience. The agility displayed by the wasteland wolves in their leaps and runs far surpasses that of the pigs. Wang Yifan could hardly wait to enlist the shadow wasteland wolves into his forces, augmenting his strength significantly. This formidable pack of wasteland wolves, if converted into my ranks, would undoubtedly elevate the prowess of my shadow legion to unprecedented heights. Wang Yifan mused. Alas, it is regrettable that I do not dare to personally lead the expedition to convert them under the cover of the night in this dark continent. The risks are simply too great. He sighed. Naturally, Wang Yifan yearned to personally lead the charge against these 12 D-rank wasteland wolves and immediately transform them into his shadow kin, sparing none. had it been daylight. Encountering such a group of D-rank monsters would have compelled him to personally engage, regardless of the risks. However, it is currently night, and danger lurks beyond the territory. While a lord must be bold yet meticulous, the stakes this time are exceedingly high. Well, I estimate that the conversion rate is likely around 60 to 70%. I can at least expect to successfully transform 8 or 9 of them, which is commendable enough, Wang Yifan consoled himself. If only I could acquire some ability in the future to convert these units into my shadowkin from a distance. Previously, the SSS level lord talent, Shadow Extraction, indicated that by continuously expanding the territory and influence, more racial talents of the shadowkin would be unlocked. Perhaps in the future, I could indeed gain the ability to convert remotely. This way, Wang Yifan could increase the number of his shadow warriors without ever leaving his territory. Along the journey, the squad dispatched by Wang Yifan encountered numerous monsters. Most of these creatures ranged from levels 3 to 5, with D-rank monsters being a common sight. Wang Yifan did not allocate forces to bring back the monsters eliminated along the way. Instead, he decisively chose to forego the opportunity. After all, these creatures were not the primary targets of his expedition. If they cannot be converted, so be it. The key is to be clear about the core mission of this dispatch. Thus, even though there were many powerful D-rank monsters along the way, Wang Yifan reluctantly relinquished the chance to convert them. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at the location of the Violet Aurora treasure chest and the Wasteland Wolves. Indeed, they had arrived a moment too late. Wang Yifan lamented inwardly. The pig that discovered the Violet Aurora treasure chest could no longer withstand the combined assault of the Wasteland Wolves and had been defeated. The pack of Wasteland Wolves was still gnawing on the remains of the pig around the violet chest. What a pity for my pig. It was my loyal contributor. I must give it a grand burial. Wang Yifan's squad had reached the target location, and the Wasteland Wolves had also sensed their arrival. The 12 Wasteland Wolves gleamed with red eyes in the darkness, their fangs bared, blood still lingering at their jaws. Their recent slaughter of the pig had not yet quelled their predatory instincts, and they might attack at any moment. Among these 12 Wasteland Wolves, one stood out, larger in stature and adorned with scars from battle. Wang Yifan immediately recognized that this wolf was likely the leader of the pack. Monster, Wasteland Wolf, leader. Level 7. Quality, C rank. Skill, Savage Bite. Talent, Wolf Pack Coordination. Equipment, none. Wolf Pack Coordination. As the leader of the Wolf Pack, this talent grants the ability to lead the pack in cooperative combat, enhancing the combat strength of all Wasteland Wolves by 20. Quite formidable, this creature is. Its level has reached 7, which is the highest I have encountered thus far, and its quality matches my strongest combatant, both being C rank. This creature possesses its own talent ability, capable of leading the pack into battle and boosting their combat strength by 20%. Such a situation clearly exceeded Wang Yifan's expectations. He had initially thought it was merely a group of level 5, D-rank Wasteland Wolves. Little did he know that the leader was a C-rank powerhouse with a level as high as 7. Among all of Wang Yifan's forces, none had yet reached level 7. This pack of Wasteland Wolves undoubtedly represents the strongest force encountered by a nascent lord at the onset. Faced with such a group, a novice lord would likely have no choice but to flee immediately. Encountering these Wasteland Wolves is akin to meeting death itself. Yet, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Yifan's eyes. Excellent. This indeed warrants a battle. If I can win this fight, not only will I obtain a Violet Aurora treasure chest, but I will also acquire such a powerful pack of Wasteland Wolves. Wang Yifan was eager to recruit this pack of Wasteland Wolves. Although they are led by a C-rank wolf, their strength is not to be underestimated. Wang Yifan was equally resolute. His dispatch squad also comprised 2 C-rank leaders. One was a 10-man team led by a C-rank Minotaur leader, while the other was a 20-man team led by a C-rank Goblin leader. You are a C-rank powerhouse, undeniably strong. However, my squad also boasts 2 leaders of the same caliber. In terms of both quantity and quality of strength, we do not fall short of this pack of Wasteland Wolves. The only difference lies in the fact that these Wasteland Wolves possess higher levels than Wang Yifan's forces, presenting a slight disadvantage. A higher level is advantageous. It saves me the trouble of grinding for levels. The battle was about to commence. Dividing into 2 teams, they launched a pincer's attack from both flanks. The remaining pigs charged with wild boar ferocity, incessantly harassing and disrupting their formation, ensuring they could not coordinate effectively. Wang Yifan swiftly commanded the assault. Upon seeing Wang Yifan's formidable and numerous forces, the pack of Wasteland Wolves felt a sense of foreboding. They understood that Wang Yifan's intent was to seize the violet glowing treasure chest beside their leader. With a fierce howl from the leader of the Wasteland Wolves, the battle erupted. Chapter 22. Let us go. How could there be a battle without casualties? Charge. Eliminate them. Wang Yifan decisively issued an offensive command within his territory, and the battle erupted instantaneously. This confrontation, since his arrival in the Dark Continent, undoubtedly posed the most perilous challenge he had encountered. Although he had previously faced several skirmishes, most had merely involved E-grade low-level monsters or alien tribes, with the occasional D-grade adversary qualifying as moderate difficulty. Now, however, he confronted a horde of C-grade monsters led by a pack of savage wolves. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion swiftly executed his strategic directives. The Minotaur squad launched an assault from the left flank, while the Goblin squad executed a flanking maneuver from the right. Meanwhile, the boar charged directly into the heart of the wolf pack, aiming to scatter them into two factions. Wang Yifan's rationale for this approach was to counter the innate ability of the wolf leader, which enhanced the wolves' cooperation. He understood that by disrupting the pack, at least one faction of the savage wolves would be deprived of a 20% combat power bonus. This tactic not only weakened the enemy's overall strength, but also elevated his own chances of victory while minimizing his losses. Indeed, the strategy proved effective. 12 savage wolves were forcibly divided into two combat groups, with 6 wolves on each side. The alpha wolf positioned itself on the right, clashing with the goblin squad. Chaos ensued, as the boar charged and the wolves clawed, while the remaining forces brandished their weapons and engaged in combat. On the left, the Minotaur squad faced the savage wolves with a relatively optimistic outlook. Despite the monstrous inhabitants of the Dark Continent exhibiting exaggerated sizes and formidable physiques, the Minotaurs were no less impressive. Equipped with axes, they stood their ground against the savage wolves, with 1 or 2 Minotaur warriors easily handling a single wolf. In stark contrast, the Goblin squad on the right faced a much graver situation. Although their transformation into shadow beings had elevated their combat power to at least D-grade, their diminutive stature placed them at a distinct disadvantage against the much larger savage wolves. It took 4 or 5 goblin warriors to barely contend with a single savage wolf. Compounding their woes, this side encountered a C-grade alpha wolf, and the 6 savage wolves on the right enjoyed the aforementioned 20% combat power boost, placing the goblin squad in an evidently precarious position. Fear not, charge forth. Utilize your nimbleness to strike the vulnerable spots of the savage wolves. Wang Yifan rallied the morale of the goblin squad. Fortunately, the Minotaur squad was the first to report a victory. With a resounding howl of a vanquished wolf, one savage wolf fell to the Minotaur's blades. The morale of the wolf pack visibly faltered, causing them to instinctively retreat a few paces. Indeed, slaying a single savage wolf bolstered his side's morale significantly, while simultaneously diminishing the wolf's fervor, filling Wang Yifan with a sense of quiet triumph. However, as previously noted, the monsters encountered at night were markedly stronger, and the dangers they posed were far greater. Sensing the wavering spirit of his savage wolves, the alpha wolf launched a fierce counterattack. It seized a goblin warrior in its jaws and, with a mighty bite, dispatched the unfortunate goblin. The alpha then emitted a ferocious howl, rallying its pack's morale once more. Indeed, night battles proved to be considerably more intricate than those fought during the day. Regrettably, I lost another warrior, but it was a one-for-one exchange. Given our numerical superiority, I remain confident in our capacity to absorb such losses. Despite the alpha wolf regaining some momentum, Wang Yifan's shadow beings possessed their unique racial talents. The shadow warriors exhibited unwavering loyalty and displayed no fear on the battlefield. This was the hallmark of Wang Yifan's formidable shadow race. Even if one of his warriors fell, the morale of the entire shadow squad remained unaffected. Retreat? Fear? Such notions were inconceivable. Annihilate them all. Wang Yifan issued new commands, and the clash intensified once more. Observing the unfolding battle, he promptly adjusted his strategy. The disparity in levels and qualities was irreconcilable. Pitting D-grade forces against a C-grade alpha wolf would be futile, resulting only in unnecessary losses. He swiftly analyzed the situation. If that was the case, he would deploy C-grade warriors against C-grade foes. With that, Wang Yifan altered his strategy, dispatching his 2 C-grade leaders to confront the enemy's C-grade leader. Although his leaders were lower in level, only reaching a maximum of level 5 compared to the Alpha's 7, numerical superiority would compensate for this deficiency. This adjustment tilted the balance of battle in Wang Yifan's favor. The battlefield rapidly segmented into 3 distinct areas. The Minotaur squad and the Goblin squad engaged 5 savage wolves on their respective flanks, while the 2 leaders united to confront the alpha wolf, isolating it from the pack. As a result, the alpha wolf separation from its allies deprived all savage wolves of their cooperative combat enhancements, further diminishing their collective strength. After 20 minutes of fierce combat, the battle concluded decisively. Without a shadow of a doubt, Wang Yifan emerged victorious once more. Victory. Yet this time, it was not a complete triumph. In this encounter, Wang Yifan sustained some losses, albeit minimal. His forces suffered the loss of 1 Minotaur warrior, 2 boars, and 5 goblin warriors, while the remaining soldiers bore various degrees of injury. Casualties are an inevitable aspect of warfare, and this is a natural occurrence. While Wang Yifan's shadow race displayed remarkable fearlessness on the battlefield, they were not immune to injury or death. The toll from this battle was significant, and the remaining warriors bore many wounds. The troubling aspect was that his territory had yet to unlock the types of units and structures capable of providing medical treatment. Future battles would necessitate more cautious planning. Otherwise, Even with the ability to transform fallen enemies into shadow beings, such resources could not be squandered. I must devise a means to heal my wounded. In time, the territory would gradually develop units such as doctors and priests. These units would offer healing to their comrades, enhancing the longevity of their combat capabilities, akin to having a priest or healer during dungeon raids. In addition to the healing priests, structures capable of restoring health would also emerge. With these edifices, warriors could recuperate swiftly after returning from battle, regaining their strength and re-entering combat with renewed vigor. When a lord dispatches warriors into battle, myriad factors influence the outcome, but the critical element of the warrior's physical condition is undeniably paramount. Consider, for instance, the stark contrast between 100 healthy warriors and 100 injured warriors. The disparity in combat effectiveness is profound and cannot be overstated. Treating warriors as expendable commodities, discarding them once their durability wanes, would inevitably lead to a decline in numbers that could not keep pace with recruitment efforts. Return, bring back the spoils, the purple treasure chests, and all the corpses of these savage wolves. I intend to transform these savage wolves and meticulously calculate the gains from this expedition. Wang Yifan commanded his team to swiftly mobilize, bringing back all the spoils and the corpses of the wasteland wolves to their territory. Chapter 23, Night of Battle. A modest harvest. Ding. Congratulations to the newly appointed Lord Wang Yifan. Tonight's expedition has yielded a modest bounty. The dispatch team has acquired a total of 200 units of white energy crystals, 50 units of green energy crystals, 30 units of beast meat, 30 units of low-grade beast bones, 30 units of low-grade beast hides, and a purple quality Aurora treasure chest. Wang Yifan pondered silently. Quite satisfactory indeed. The final 200 units of energy crystals are just enough to upgrade the main camp to level 2. Once upgraded, the territory will expand, alleviating the current crowding. However, there is no rush for that. The immediate task is to transform the wasteland wolf. He made a swift decision. Given the passage of time since death, I estimate the success rate to be around 60%. Nevertheless, whatever can be transformed will be, for my primary focus remains on this C-grade leader of the wasteland wolves. If I can successfully convert it into a shadow clan member, even if just one, it would be a significant gain. Wang Yifan silently prayed. After several minutes, the Minotaur carefully unloaded the last corpse, that of the wasteland wolf leader, from Piggy's back and gently placed it on the ground. Heaven, grant me favor and allow this transformation to succeed. Even if only this wasteland wolf leader becomes a shadow clan member, I would be content, Wang Yifan mentally recited. And without hesitation, he activated his SSS-level lordly talent, Shadow Extraction. A surge of black-purple energy erupted once more. At that moment, Wang Yifan felt his heart racing in anticipation. It is important to note that the two aspects he valued most from this expedition were the purple quality treasure chest and the C-grade leader of the wasteland wolves. The treasure chest is securely in hand and can wait to be opened. The C-grade leader has the potential to rise to B-grade strength after transformation. This process is probabilistic and may very well fail. Usually, the outcome of such transformations is apparent within seconds. However, perhaps due to his heightened concern, the transformation felt prolonged. As the Shadow King's black-purple energy flooded into the body of the wasteland wolf leader, the initial seconds yielded no response. No. Could it be a failure? Wang Yifan's heart sank. The corpse had been dead for too long, seemingly unable to undergo successful transformation. Yet, he soon noticed the muscles of the wasteland wolf leader beginning to twitch slightly. No way. It worked. Not only did the leader show signs of life, but the other wasteland wolves were also stirring. With the transformation complete, shadow wasteland wolves began to rise from the ground. Yet, these newly transformed beings were not the focal point of Wang Yifan's attention. His primary concern was the strongest of them all, the leader. As the leader gradually stood, the transformation was truly concluded. Phew. Wang Yifan exhaled deeply, the tension in his chest finally easing. It worked. It seems the heavens are smiling upon me. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, Beast, Wasteland Wolf Leader. Level, 7. Quality, B grade. Loyalty, 100. Skill, Ravenous Bite. Talent, Wolf Clan Coordination. Equipment, none. Indeed, as I anticipated, the quality of this Wasteland Wolf has ascended to B grade. The combat prowess of Wang Yifan's ranks has once again shattered previous records, rising from C grade to B grade. Each time a local unit is transformed into my Shadow Clan, its quality effortlessly elevates by 1 tier. Thus, the units I transform will all ascend a grade. E to D, D to C, C to B. Wasteland Wolves are already impressive creatures in their own right. But under Wang Yifan's transformation, they radiate with black-purple energy. The dark purple shadow giant wolves are indeed remarkable. The leader, bowing deeply before Wang Yifan, showed its respect. Excellent. Wang Yifan approached and gently stroked the head of the shadow wasteland wolf, akin to petting a large dog. This leader, transformed with a loyalty of 100%, quickly grew affectionate, licking Wang Yifan's cheek. Such a bond requires no deliberate cultivation. Simply transforming them into members of the Shadow Legion achieves this effortlessly. Hee. I shall henceforth be the master of giant wolves. Wang Yifan was thoroughly pleased. Come forth. Craft a wolf saddle for my wasteland wolf. From now on, I shall alternate riding between the wasteland wolf and Piggy. On odd days, the wasteland wolf. On even days, Piggy. With a commanding voice. Wang Yifan's subordinates in the blacksmith's workshop sprang into action, diligently crafting a saddle suitable for riding a wasteland wolf. Now, in addition to Piggy, Wang Yifan had acquired the formidable mount of a giant wolf. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of leading his troops in a battle atop a giant wasteland wolf, exuding an aura that would easily overshadow other lords. Returning to reality, Wang Yifan began to assess the remaining combat strength of his forces. After all, tonight's battle, despite its losses, yielded some gains. Out of the 12 wasteland wolves, only 6 were successfully transformed, yet this was still commendable, as the leader had successfully transformed. This transformation rate was the lowest yet, at only 50%. Among the 6 wasteland wolves, 1 achieved B grade, while the remaining 5 were at least C grade. The leader also possessed a talent that could enhance the combat strength of its wolf kin by 20%. Though there were only 6 wasteland wolves, there might far surpass that of other goblin and minotaur squads. The minotaur squad suffered a loss of 1, leaving them with 9 warriors. The goblin squad lost 5. Excluding the 5 archers stationed at the watchtower, only 15 goblins remained. The piggy squad also lost 2, leaving 18 pigs in total. Wang Yifan began to tally his remaining combat strength. In this night's battle, the surviving warriors had sustained varying degrees of injury. Each skirmish in this dark continent is no trivial matter. Wang Yifan observed the minotaur and goblin squads, their members bearing various wounds. Beyond the overt losses, many of his subordinates, having been injured, would experience a subtle reduction in their combat effectiveness. After all, the prowess of a healthy warrior is starkly different from that of one severely wounded. Tomorrow, I must dispatch my subordinates to gather herbs and fruits to tend to the injured warriors and restore their health. Those units that have sustained significant injuries should refrain from combat for now and recuperate within the territory. The residents of this territory, aside from felling trees and mining, are also capable of foraging for herbs in the Dark Continent. Given that the Goblin clan are native inhabitants of this land, they surely possess knowledge of the medicinal properties of these herbs. Tomorrow, I can assign a few individuals from those gathering wood and stone to collect some herbs. At midnight tonight, the number of card draws in the barracks will reset to 5. I shall see if I can recruit a healer unit to restore health to my warriors. Furthermore, I must devise a means to unlock some buildings capable of providing healing. If the number of my injured continues to rise, it will undoubtedly pose a problem. The endeavor of gathering combat power has reached a conclusion. There are other tasks that await my attention. Observing the territory, which has become overcrowded, the modest area of 1,000 square meters can no longer accommodate such a multitude. The headquarters serves as the core institution within the territory. Upgrading its level equates to enhancing the territory's overall stature. Wang Yifan resolved to upgrade the headquarters immediately, thereby expanding the territory's expanse. Coincidentally, all the necessary materials for the upgrade had already been gathered. Now let us elevate the headquarters to level 2. Chapter 24, the first day. The territory upgraded to level 2. To upgrade the headquarters to level 2, the following materials are required: 2,000 units of energy crystals, 2,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of stone. The higher the quality of the materials expended, the greater the chance of enhancing the building's quality level during the upgrade. Materials are sufficient. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Yifan chose to proceed with the upgrade. Upon confirming, his territory began to transform. The most notable change was the expansion of the novice barrier enveloping the new lord, which stretched outward in tandem with the growing territory. After a series of resounding thuds, the most crucial structure within the territory, the headquarters, successfully completed its upgrade. Wang Yifan's territory area expanded from the initial 1,000 square meters to 3,000 square meters, doubling in size. Delight surged within him. The territory had grown. It now felt significantly more spacious. Following the upgrade to level 2, the most apparent difference was that the territory no longer felt as cramped as before. As the territory expanded, the lookout tower, serving both defensive and reconnaissance purposes, also relocated to a more suitable position. Congratulations, Lord. Your headquarters has successfully upgraded to level 2. The number of recruits available daily has increased from 5 to 10, and the probability of recruiting high-quality residents has also been enhanced. Territory building. Headquarters, building level. Level 2, building quality. E-grade, recruitment capacity. 10 individuals per day, building function. The headquarters is the central building for the Lord, where the Lord can rest and manage territorial affairs, as well as recruit residents. The recruitment count resets daily at midnight. Building tip. The higher the building's level and quality, the stronger the living capabilities of recruited residents, and the larger the territory area. Upgrade materials. 5,000 units of energy crystals, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone. The higher the quality of the materials used for the upgrade, the greater the chance of enhancing the building's quality. From tomorrow onward, the daily recruitment of residents will increase to 10. which is splendid. I have completed the upgrade just in time before midnight tonight. The requirements for the next upgrade have also escalated to 5,000 units. The materials utilized by Wang Yifan this time were merely the most commonplace resources found on the Dark Continent. Hence, this upgrade only enhanced the headquarters level without improving its quality. The higher the quality of building materials, the more challenging they are to acquire. Utilizing superior quality materials may elevate the quality of the upgraded building by a tier. Within the same level, the higher the quality of the building, the stronger its capabilities and effects, akin to the relationship between warriors and monsters. While upgrading building levels is relatively straightforward, enhancing quality proves to be a formidable challenge. Superior materials and resources are often concealed deep within the Dark Continent, where the monsters are more perilous and the collection difficulty escalates. A house constructed from planks and rebar is certainly not of the same caliber. In the future, I must gather more refined materials to elevate the quality of my buildings. Merely increasing their levels is insufficient. This is akin to constructing a building. One cannot strive solely for height without ensuring stability. Just as Wang Yifan pondered the matter of building quality, a sudden announcement resonated from the Dark Continent overhead. Congratulations to the new lord from the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yifan, for successfully upgrading his territory to level 2 on the first day. This upgrade speed is the fastest among all past lords. Congratulations to the new lord from the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yifan, for achieving a hidden accomplishment, the fastest upgrade legend. Congratulations to the new lord from the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yifan, for receiving a hidden reward, A-level life spring building blueprint. This announcement echoed not only above Wang Yifan's territory, but also reverberated across all new lords' territories simultaneously. At this moment, as the first night approached midnight, everyone, having toiled throughout the day, was preparing to rest and rejuvenate for the challenges of tomorrow. However, upon hearing this announcement, all were taken aback, jolting awake from their slumber. What? I only managed to collect a mere 200 units of wood and stone today. It would take me 5 to 6 days to upgrade my territory. How did this fellow manage to gather 2,000 units of building materials on the first day? Surely this cannot be true. He upgraded his territory already? What a domineering lord. Such fierce competition. Is he intent on exhausting all of us on the very first day? Upgrading to level 2 on the first day is akin to treating his subordinates as mere tools, akin to beasts of burden. Does he not fear that their loyalty might diminish, leading them to retaliate against him during the night? As two of the most promising S-grade talent lords from the Dragon Kingdom competing for the top spot on the Magic Tide leaderboard 6 days hence, Zhang Luhan and Tian Weiwei also heard this news. Their astonishment surpassed that of others. What shocked them was not merely that Wang Yifan upgraded his territory to level 2 on the first day, but the very possibility of such an achievement. Tian Weiwei, already clad in her nightwear, lay in bed, preparing to reflect on the events of the day within and beyond her territory. She contemplated which strategies had proven effective and should be maintained, and which decisions had faltered and required rectification. This habit of reflection was a commendable tradition instilled in all lords during a training session at the military district a month prior. Wang Yifan. Tian Weiwei pondered this name. While he had maintained a low profile during his time in the military district, drawing minimal attention, she had been acutely aware of him. Throughout the month of training and examinations, he consistently outperformed both her and Zhang Luhan. Yet, when it came to the final military district evaluations and rankings, her S-grade lord talent and the ability to recruit sunlight elves barely allowed her to surpass him, albeit by a narrow margin. Tian Weiwei recalled various instances regarding Wang Yifan during their time in the military district. As a lord, he demonstrated considerable capability, exhibiting superior leadership compared to his peers. This much she had to concede. However, his exclusive race was that of the human, even with an A-grade lord talent. How could a human possibly gather sufficient materials for an upgrade on the very first day? It was simply unfathomable. As a fellow new lord, Tian Weiwei had a relatively deep understanding of Wang Yifan. Though he undoubtedly excelled in leadership among the lords, achieving an upgrade to level 2 on the first day was, quite evidently, implausible. On the first day, aside from the lord's unique talent, every lord could recruit a maximum of 5 warriors and 5 residents. How could one possibly gather enough building materials with just 5 residents? Tian Weiwei pondered endlessly, unable to fathom how Wang Yifan had achieved such a feat. She tirelessly explored various possibilities within her mind. Could it be that he awakened a talent that resonates deeply with the human race? Perhaps this was how he managed to upgrade his territory to level 2 in just one day. Each lord possesses distinct talents, each with its own advantages. For instance, some lords have talents that enhance their army's combat prowess, while others excel in strategic defense of their territories. There are even some lords who possess unique advantages in construction or resource gathering, unless his lordly talent provided exceptional bonuses in material collection. Coupled with Wang Yifan's abilities in commanding troops, such an accomplishment would seem improbable. Yet, even so, upgrading to level 2 on the very first day seemed exceedingly rapid. Chapter 25. Everyone is astonished. Who is this guy? Meanwhile, the equally promising Zhang Luhan was seated at his lord's table, reviewing the day's events. What? Surely this cannot be true. Upgrading the headquarters to level 2 on the first day? Zhang Luhan was taken aback upon hearing this news, for it was widely believed that achieving such a milestone on the first day was impossible. The reasoning was simple. One could not gather such a vast amount of building materials within a single day. To collect a total of 4,000 units of wood and stone would require at least 45 days. Zhang Luhan calculated the figures within his territory. Under normal circumstances, it would take an average of 300 to 400 units of resources to be gathered on the first day, which was already considered commendable. Furthermore, residents could only achieve full working efficiency during the first 8 hours of labor. Beyond that, their capacity to gather wood and stone would diminish. Even so, one could realistically only collect around 500 units in a day, just based on these 2 points. The likelihood of Wang Yifan gathering sufficient materials on the first day was nearly non-existent. This calculation only considered wood and stone. He could hardly fathom how Wang Yifan could have possibly amassed so many energy crystals on the first day. Wood and stone were gathered by residents, whereas energy crystals could only be acquired by slaying monsters in the Dark Continent. Could 5 warriors really defeat that many monsters in a single day? Moreover, Wang Yifan's troops belonged to the weakest human race. Energy crystals must be obtained from monsters and foreign races, which meant venturing beyond the territory to engage in combat. However, it had previously been stated that battles inevitably result in casualties. With only 5 warriors available on the first day, no lord would willingly venture into unnecessary battles. In the early stages, everyone would strive to preserve their fighting strength and avoid losses. Only when their forces accumulated to several dozen would the lords dare to expand. In the initial phase, with merely a dozen or even just 5 individuals, new lords would typically choose to bide their time, gradually amassing their strength. Even if Wang Yifan were unconcerned about losses, the 5 warriors summoned on the first day could hardly slay that many monsters. Zhang Luhan was left perplexed within his territory. Xiao Bashishi from the Mei Kingdom, upon hearing the announcement, glanced at all the resources he had gathered that day. This is absolutely impossible. The race he had recruited was the splittable biochemical demon race. After a day of operation, he had managed to split off around 10 warriors and residents. This already placed him ahead of nearly all other new lords at the starting line. With a mere 10 warriors and residents under my command, I only managed to gather around 200 units of white energy crystals, with wood and stone each around 300 units. How could someone like me, whose early development speed was exceptionally rapid, possibly be outdone by this lord from the Dragon Kingdom? Is he cheating or using some sort of cheat code? While Xiao Bashishi was aware of the formidable competitors Zhang Luhan and Tian Weiwei from the Dragon Kingdom, he knew little about the new Lord Wang Yifan. However, he was acutely aware that no one had ever achieved such speed in the past. Among the new lords each year, the fastest to upgrade their territories to level 2 required at least 3 days. The average time for all others to reach level 2 was around 4 days. 1 day? Merely 1 day? Such a pace of development and territorial expansion. Even the former SS level Lord talent holder had never reached such heights. This lord from the Dragon Kingdom is simply outrageous. In the United States, the elite Lord Big Dick was equally astonished within his territory. What? The Dragon Kingdom? Wang Yifan. Big Dick ruminated over this name. He recalled the 2 strong competitors from the Dragon Kingdom, one named Zhang Luhan and the other Tian Weiwei. But who is this Wang Yifan? I had just placed a bet with Lin Ziyuan from the Dragon Kingdom today. Isn't this messing with my mindset? It seems the Dragon Kingdom has yet another formidable potential contender. This situation must have drawn significant attention from various nations, all beginning to investigate who exactly Wang Yifan was. Could it be? Big Dick considered the only possible scenario. Today was the Aurora's secret event, a unique circumstance. Could he have discovered some high-level chest near his territory? Given today's special situation, this was the most plausible explanation Big Dick could come up with. Yes, it must be so. Wang Yifan must have stumbled upon a high-level chest near his territory, yielding an abundance of materials from it. The more Big Dick thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, acquiring such a vast amount of building materials in the early stages was simply impossible. Today coincidentally marked the special event of the Aurora secret, and the only possibility was finding a high-level chest that provided a wealth of construction resources. Such an almost impossible feat could indeed have a minuscule chance of occurring on this day of the Aurora secret event. With this realization, Big Dick snapped back from his shock, donning a look of disdain. Let him have his stroke of luck in finding such a chest. But long-term development cannot rely on fleeting fortune. Someone like Wang Yifan is hardly noteworthy and could never become a formidable competitor for our Mei Kingdom. The news of Wang Yifan's unprecedented upgrade to level 2 on the first day soon reached the Dragon Kingdom. At the very moment Wang Yifan upgraded his territory to level 2, an announcement echoed across the skies of the entire Blue Star. Announcement: congratulations to the new Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yifan, for upgrading his territory to level 2 on his first day in the Dark Continent, an unprecedented feat. He has set a new record for the fastest territory upgrade. Due to the record-breaking performance of the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom, the nation's fortunes have been boosted. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring 10 large gold mines, 20 large silver mines, 50 large copper mines, 100 large iron mines, 10 large rare earth mines, 10 large oil mines, 10 large natural gas mines. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for reducing ecological pollution in land, sea, and air by 30%. Congratulations to all citizens of the Dragon Nation for a remarkable 50% increase in health levels. The probability of illness has been reduced by 50%. As Lin Ziyuan, a distinguished lord of the Dragon Nation, concluded a call with the military, he was astounded by this astonishing announcement. What? On the very first day of entering the Dark Continent, Wang Yifan has already bestowed such a significant boon upon the entire Dragon Nation? Lin Ziyuan was left in a state of bewilderment. As an awakened S-rank lord, he had devoted many years to enhancing the fortunes of the Dragon Nation, contributing substantial resources and energy. Yet, he had never witnessed anyone achieve such a monumental increase in national fortune on their very first day in the Dark Continent. Before he could even ponder this perplexing situation, the phone rang again. Captain Lin, what is the meaning of this announcement? How could Wang Yifan elevate the headquarters to level 2 on his first day, thereby augmenting our resources and energy and enhancing the fortunes of our nation? Our records indicate that he is merely a student with an awakened A-rank lord talent. Moreover, his exclusive troop type is of the human race. How could this be possible? Chapter 26, Emergency Conference of All Nations. Investigate Wang Yifan. This newcomer, Wang Yifan, how has he accomplished this? His troop type is supposedly the weakest, the humans? Captain Lin, you must return to the military at your earliest convenience. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Lin Ziyuan received a notification from the military. Clearly, Wang Yifan's circumstances were extraordinary, having caught the attention of even higher-ranking officials than Lin Ziyuan himself. Awakening a lord talent from among the multitude of students across the nation is no small feat. All new lords are seen as the future pillars of the Dragon Nation. However, everyone is acutely aware that despite their high hopes for these new lords, expecting immediate returns at the onset is nearly impossible. It is akin to investing. Initial profits may be elusive, and one might even have to inject funds during the early stages. Wang Yifan's case, where he has seemingly reaped such abundant rewards for the nation on his very first day with only a few building blueprints, is unprecedented in history. Very well, Commander. I too am perplexed by the situation, but I suspect it may be related to today's extraordinary event concerning the Aurora Codex. As someone who has battled in the Dark Continent for many years, Lin Ziyuan found this notion quite remarkable. Based on his extensive experience and in light of today's unique event, he arrived at a conclusion similar to that of Big Dick. The 7-day protection period for newcomers coinciding with the extraordinary occurrence of the Aurora Codex has happened numerous times before. Some new lords have obtained high-level treasure chests during the Aurora Codex period, thereby acquiring valuable resources and accelerating the development of their territories. Such treasure chests may contain a variety of materials, troop types, and building blueprints. For building materials, this represents the lowest value. Generally, lords who have developed for a while do not lack basic building resources. If one were to encounter low-level treasure chests at night containing materials such as wood and stone, they would hardly consider them valuable. In contrast, they would prefer to acquire troop types of races they have yet to possess to complete their race compendium. However, for new lords, these basic building materials are essential upgrade resources at the early stages. In a month or two, these new lords will soon cease to regard such low-level materials with any significance, as the quality of building materials required will rise with the upgrading of their territories. I believe it is highly probable that Wang Yifan fortuitously stumbled upon several treasure chests, yielding the necessary materials for upgrading his territory. This is my conjecture. Indeed, this is most likely the case. However, regardless of the circumstances, it also indicates that Wang Yifan possesses remarkable luck. This indirectly reflects the flourishing fortunes of our Dragon Nation. The higher-ups on the line concurred with Lin Ziyuan's hypothesis. Return to the military when you can, and we shall discuss this matter further. Understood. Lin Ziyuan hung up the phone, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Wang Yifan's rapid upgrade of his territory was likely due to his discovery of treasure chests. However, there remained a minuscule possibility. Could it be that he concealed the true level of his lord talent? Could his actual lord talent be S-rank, or even higher? With this thought, Lin Ziyuan was further astonished. Was Wang Yifan withholding his true level for some special reason? This young man had demonstrated extraordinary abilities during the month of training, exhibiting prowess beyond that of his peers. Based on my understanding of him, it is entirely plausible that he would take such an approach. During the month of training for new lords entering the military district, all instructors had conducted comprehensive assessments of the students, which included evaluations of their willpower, maturity, and other intrinsic qualities. Throughout this month, Wang Yifan exhibited capabilities that were markedly more mature than those of his contemporaries, entirely unlike what one would expect from someone of his age. If my suspicions are correct, and Wang Yifan truly possesses an S-rank talent, then the fortunes of our Dragon Nation this year will be most extraordinary. This would mean 3 S-rank talent lords. However, even with 1 S-rank, it would be challenging to achieve such feats on the first day. Perhaps he possesses an SS-rank talent, one that exceeds S-rank. With this realization, Lin Ziyuan's astonishment reached new heights. Nevertheless, these speculations remain mere conjectures. After the 7-day novice period, once Wang Yifan successfully navigates the tide of monsters, and I visit his territory to inquire about his situation, I shall ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, across the entirety of Blue Star, all citizens who have yet to retire for the night were profoundly shaken by this astonishing news from the Dark Continent. Countless individuals flocked to the internet, and various social platforms were instantly inundated with discussions, dominating the trending lists across all platforms. Everyone who was privy to this news engaged in fervent discourse. This revelation spread like wildfire among the populace. Oh my goodness, did everyone hear that announcement just now? Our Dragon Nation has just dispatched a lord into the Dark Continent, and on his very first day, he has upgraded his territory to level 2. Consequently, our nation is reaping the benefits of increased fortune. I heard, it's not just on Douyin, Weibo, or Momo. The entire internet is abuzz with this matter. Even our local news station rushed to broadcast this news live overnight. Across the nation, a plethora of mines and resources have spontaneously appeared. I heard that our city has randomly generated an oil field. Our city officials are rushing to investigate. The citizens of our nation are all benefiting from this boon. My classmate's grandmother, who is in the late stages of cancer, has miraculously transitioned back to the early stages after today's upheaval. She was practically pulled back from the brink of death. What's more, my second uncle, who had been in a vegetative state for several years, just sat up suddenly. It startled my second aunt. Everyone, guess what? The air quality in our city, which was previously severely polluted, has now transformed to be suitable for breathing. Incredible. Wang Yifan is truly remarkable. Just this one event has significantly enhanced the fortunes of our Dragon Nation. Moreover, this is just the beginning. More fortunes will surely follow. In mere minutes, the heroic deeds of Wang Yifan had spread throughout the entire internet of the Dragon Nation. Currently, there are at least several 100 million people in the country who are acutely aware of the events unfolding today. After all, the elevation of national fortune is intricately linked to each citizen, and everyone has been affected. Every city has fortuitously acquired a precious resource. The National Pollution Index has seen a significant decline, leading to a remarkable improvement in environmental quality. Even the health standards of the populace have instantaneously ascended. Some individuals, who were previously gravely ill and bedridden, have experienced a sudden recovery, transitioning to a milder condition. There are even those who were once moderately ill, now miraculously cured. Citizens from other nations are fervently discussing this phenomenon online. What the heck? It's late at night. Why are the lords of Dragon Nation still so competitive? It's the time for slumber, lamented the citizens of Han Country. Bakayuru, our lord from Baka Country, why hasn't he enhanced our national fortune yet? Look at Dragon Nation, still bustling about at this hour. Those who fail to augment our luck ought to commit seppuku, grumbled the people of Neon Country. Oh my god. Dragon Nation acquired so many resources on the very first day? Are the lords of other nations inferior to ours in Mei Country? Exclaimed the citizens of Mei Country. How could this be? Our territory in a Sand Country is comparable in size to Dragon Nation, yet our national fortunes differ so greatly. Is our deity not blessing us? Why have we not encountered such fortuitous events? The citizens of a Sand Country expressed their bewilderment. Nations are competitors, and it is evident that the exceptional fortunes and talents of Dragon Nation evoke both astonishment and envy. Leaders from various countries convened urgent meetings. Who exactly is this Wang Yifan from Dragon Nation? Initiate an immediate investigation. Chapter 27. Unlocking the Purple Treasure Chest. Acquiring superior runes. To my astonishment, merely upgrading the headquarters has resulted in such a significant enhancement of our national fortune. Even Wang Yifan himself did not foresee this. Upgrading territories is a commonplace endeavor. Yet he unexpectedly managed to elevate his domain to level 2 in just one day, shattering the record for the fastest upgrade among all lords. In reality, the time taken for the upgrade was less than a day. After all, they all entered the domain in the morning, and the upgrade deadline was merely before midnight. Upon closer calculation, it was likely less than 20 hours. In under 24 hours, Wang Yifan transcended limitations and upgraded his territory to level 2. It seems that breaking records indeed yields substantial rewards, with generous bounties reserved for the strong. In addition to enhancing national fortune, he was provided with a blueprint for an A-level life spring building. This reward has entered Wang Yifan's inventory, and he meticulously examined the newly acquired architectural blueprint. Building blueprint, life spring. Building level, level 1. Building quality, A level. Building function. The life spring is a structure designed for the healing of our injured units. As long as our injured units enter the vicinity of the life spring, they will automatically begin to recover health. Healing radius, 50 meters. Healing speed, 2 health points recovered every 10 seconds. Building note. The higher the building's level and quality, the greater the healing range and speed of the life spring. Building materials, 1,000 energy crystals, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1 life crystal. Using high-quality building materials increases the probability of enhancing the building's quality during upgrades. The life spring is indeed a remarkable asset, especially since I was just lamenting the injuries sustained by my forces dispatched tonight. In the battle against the Wild Wolf Pack, not only did we directly lose some combat strength, but the remaining forces also suffered various injuries. Wang Yifan was troubled by the lack of methods to restore the health of his troops. Now, fortuitously, the system has provided him with a blueprint capable of healing warrior health, with a recovery rate of 2 health points per second. Staying within the spring's range allows for a total recovery of 12 health points in 1 minute. From 0 to 100, it would take less than 10 minutes. Moreover, as the building quality has reached a level, the life spring's healing range extends to 50 meters, almost encompassing the majority of Wang Yifan's territory. This blueprint for the life spring is truly an invaluable asset. With it, I need not worry about the injuries to my forces, allowing for a continuous deployment of troops into battle, thereby significantly accelerating the expansion of my territory. With the life spring, Wang Yifan can perpetually expand his domain. Troops can recover to full health in the spring before embarking on expeditions, and upon their return, they can once again bathe in the spring to restore health. Ready to re-engage in combat. Currently, he has only received the blueprint and not the accompanying building materials like with an army, making immediate construction impossible. However, this is advantageous, as the high quality of the blueprint ensures that once constructed, it will be an A-level building. Given the current situation, wood and stone are already sufficient. He merely requires 1,000 units of energy crystals and a life crystal. Yet, where am I to procure the life crystal? Life crystals are a rare material found in the Dark Continent, only dropping from the defeat of stronger monsters. This predicament poses a challenge for Wang Yifan. Although the life spring is an excellent structure that would greatly enhance his territory, it is contingent upon its construction. Such rare materials can be obtained through trade after 7 days, which is the most straightforward approach. Trading through the marketplace is undoubtedly a simple and direct method. However, during this 7-day novice period, the trading system is temporarily unavailable. I need not even resort to trading, given how much national fortune I have contributed to Dragon Nation today. It would not be unreasonable to request one from the military district. After all, while this material is rare for novices, it is hardly considered scarce for lords who have long inhabited the Dark Continent. Nevertheless, both methods must wait until after successfully navigating the tide of monsters. Presently, if he wishes to acquire it, it seems he must obtain it from monsters. Wang Yifan has added the task of constructing the life spring to his list of lordly affairs. Oh, I also brought back a purple quality treasure chest tonight. It is just the right time to open it and see if I might procure valuable resources to complete the construction of the life spring. Would you like to open the purple quality Aurora treasure chest? Yes. As the chest opened, a burst of purple light flickered. Congratulations. You have acquired a superior lifesteal rune, a superior combat power rune, a superior defense rune, a superior marching rune, and a superior recovery rune. Superior lifesteal rune provides a lifesteal effect of 50 for the Lord's army within 24 hours. Superior combat power rune provides a combat power enhancement of 100 for the Lord's army within 24 hours. Superior defense rune provides a defense enhancement of 100 for the Lord's army within 24 hours. Superior marching rune provides a speed enhancement of 50 for the Lord's army in non-combat status within 24 hours. Superior recovery rune restores 50 health points to the Lord's army in non-combat status every half hour for 24 hours. This time, the purple treasure chest yielded 5 superior runes. Woohoo! Runes? What a treasure! Runes are special artifacts on the Dark Continent, each endowed with distinct functions that can temporarily enhance various effects. These runes serve as universal buffs, enabling the Lord's entire army to receive corresponding benefits upon activation. When wielded adeptly, runes can provide substantial advantages to the Lord in endeavors such as besieging cities, defending strongholds, expanding territories, and gathering resources. If these 5 runes are reserved for use during the impending magical tide 6 days hence, they would afford Wang Yifan a formidable safeguard in battle. He contemplated how best to utilize these runes, pondering that deploying them specifically when the magical tide arrives would significantly bolster the strength of his forces. At that point, he need not harbor excessive concerns about the multitude of monsters and foreign entities that would emerge from the tide. However, the magical tide is still 6 days away. While these 5 superior runes would wield considerable power during that time, the present moment coincides with a unique event of the Aurora Codex, rendering today a rather opportune occasion for their use. The lengthy night still has 6 hours to unfold, and tonight marks the rare Aurora Night special event. If he were to miss this opportunity, he could not fathom how long it might be before the next arises. Wang Yifan shifted his perspective. Given the extraordinary circumstances of the evening, nearly 99% of lords would hesitate to venture out after dark, let alone pursue treasure chests. Should he judiciously employ these runes tonight, enhancing his domain during this most lucrative evening, he could significantly widen the gap between himself and other lords. Chapter 28. A return to battle. This time, dispatching 5 squads. Upon opening the purple treasure chest, although Wang Yifan did not acquire the rare building materials he sought, he was pleasantly surprised to find 5 exceedingly precious superior runes. Among them, the superior healing rune could be immediately put to use. By employing this superior healing rune and allowing for a brief respite, the combat effectiveness of his injured subordinates could be substantially restored, enabling them to once again venture forth to gather treasure chests and bolster their formidable might. Wang Yifan began to analyze his situation. Originally, a significant portion of his troops had suffered considerable losses in their encounter with the wild wolf pack. After securing a high-quality purple treasure chest, he had intended to halt further actions and allow his subordinates the necessary time to recuperate. However, with the rare item capable of restoring their vitality now in his possession, Wang Yifan found himself at a crossroads. The first choice was to cease operations for the night, allowing his subordinates to heal and reserving the 5 superior runes for the magical tide in 6 days, thus adding a layer of security for the impending battle. The second option was to seize the moment and immediately employ the superior runes. Once his subordinates regained most of their combat power, he could capitalize on the unique event of Aurora Night to venture out once more to gather treasure chests and convert more shadow forces. This special Aurora Night event was indeed a rare occurrence. He observed that the aura emitted by treasure chests tends to attract formidable surrounding monsters, suggesting that finding a chest would likely coincide with the presence of powerful foes. Conversely, if he located areas teeming with monsters, those locales would probably harbor treasure chests as well. Thus, he could achieve 2 objectives in one endeavor, acquiring rare treasure and formidable combat strength, both of which Wang Yifan coveted. Fortuitously, these 2 elements could almost appear simultaneously tonight. As a lord, the most vital qualities are boldness and meticulousness. Wang Yifan silently reaffirmed this mantra. It is the audacious and the astute who can accelerate their initial accumulation of power and resources, thereby widening the gap with others, a disparity that will only continue to grow in the future. The greater the foundational accumulation during the early stages, the more substantial the growth potential and pace. Having already distanced himself from others considerably, he now possessed the means to explore tonight. Should he choose to halt his progress today, he would undoubtedly be deemed the most timid lord among his peers. These runes could potentially be acquired again in the future. There was no need to treat them as precious heirlooms from the outset. Runes are inherently meant for use. Furthermore, his warriors had sustained varying degrees of injury. Thus, the healing rune would be best utilized today. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yifan resolved without hesitation to employ the superior healing rune. Would you like to use the superior healing rune? Yes. The superior healing rune manifested as a surge of energy, enveloping all of Wang Yifan's subordinate units. He observed as the scars on his units began to shimmer with a green, star-like energy, gradually healing their wounds. The effects of the superior healing rune would last for 24 hours, and he could not afford to waste its power. Otherwise, he would find himself once again ensnared in a predicament of injuries without remedy. Thus, he needed to ascertain whether he could gather all the necessary building materials to construct the Fountain of Life within this 24-hour window. Wang Yifan glanced at the time. It was nearly 20 minutes to midnight, coinciding with the reset of recruitment opportunities at the barracks. He could utilize these last precious moments to allow his subordinates' combat power to recover adequately. Once the clock struck 12, he would be able to recruit additional human forces. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the clock told midnight over the Dark Continent. The ringing signified the conclusion of the first day of the new Lord's week-long initiation. All Lord's barracks and main camps had reset their recruitment counts. It was time for card draws. He eagerly engaged in a 5-draw session at the barracks. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as he drew 5 E-ranked human infantry once more. Evidently, the barracks level was still too low, resulting in primarily E-ranked combatants being summoned. He again utilized his shadow extraction ability to convert these infantry into shadow warriors, transforming the 5 E-ranked human infantry into 5 D-ranked shadow infantry. Having exhausted his recruitment opportunities and with most of his injured warriors nearly restored to optimal condition, Wang Yifan observed his subordinates' recovery with satisfaction. With midnight upon them, it was time to engage in battle once more. He issued new orders and began to arrange the tasks for the remainder of the night. This time, in addition to the goblin archers stationed at the watchtower for reconnaissance, all other forces were dispatched to search for treasure chests and slay monsters. He divided his forces into 5 squads, one comprised of human warriors, another of minotaur warriors, a third of goblin warriors, a fourth of pig warriors, and the last, recently recruited, consisting of wild wolves. Except for the pig squad, the other 4 squads ventured forth in the cardinal directions to explore. The pig squad, meanwhile, served as support, tasked with swiftly transporting the slain monster corpses and collected treasure chests back to their territory. Through this strategic arrangement, Wang Yifan not only enhanced the efficiency of resource collection, but also ensured the safety of his domain. In this fiercely competitive world, only by continually augmenting one's strength can one secure an advantage in future challenges. 5 squads, for directions. This was the maximum force and reconnaissance range he could currently deploy. Wang Yifan stood within the main camp, surveying the teams poised to embark on their mission. To ensure the safety of the night, he made use of superior vampiric runes and elite marching runes. The vampiric runes provided his subordinates with formidable survival assurance during combat, preventing them from being easily slain by powerful monsters, thereby significantly enhancing their combat viability. Meanwhile, the marching runes expedited search efficiency and reduced the time spent searching, which was crucial with the impending dawn. These vampiric runes were intended to counteract the toll of battle, ensuring survival against formidable foes and bolstering the combatants' longevity. As long as they survived, even if severely injured, they could rely on superior restorative runes for recovery. The elite marching runes would hasten the search process, conserving precious time. Wang Yifan understood well that time waits for no one. After sunrise, the special events of the Aurora Night would conclude, and all refreshed treasure chests would vanish. Therefore, he must collect as many chests and defeat as many monsters as possible within the limited time frame. The efficacy of the elite marching runes would be limited in the impending tide of monsters 6 days hence. It was far more prudent to utilize them now to enhance search efficiency. This would drastically shorten the time spent searching for treasure chests, while also increasing the speed at which the piglets transported corpses and chests, thereby boosting the success rate of converting monster corpses. Among the 5 runes, the elite marching rune was the one Wang Yifan felt least reluctant to utilize. Let us set forth. All teams, act according to plan. We must bolster our combat strength tonight and return with more treasure chests. With a single command from Wang Yifan, the 5 teams swiftly mobilized towards their designated directions. He knew that tonight's endeavors would establish a greater advantage for him when facing the tide of monsters 6 days later. Standing before the headquarters, Wang Yifan watched the teams depart, eagerly anticipating the treasure and newfound strength they would bring back. Chapter 29. All 3 teams victorious. 3 treasure chests acquired once more. I dispatched 5 teams, and now I simply need to wait quietly within my territory, much like being on autopilot. At this moment, Wang Yifan felt remarkably at ease. As the Lord, he merely had to command and coordinate from within his domain, avoiding personal peril. Outside, danger lurked in the dark of night. But he remained vigilant within his territory, ready to issue commands in response to any unforeseen circumstances. It was only a matter of time before something stirred. Indeed, monsters would surely abound during the night. As expected, approximately 30 to 40 minutes later, the 3 teams encountered monsters, each guarding a treasure chest scattered from the Aurora Night. Attention! Your 3 dispatch teams have encountered monsters. Your Shadow Clan infantry team has encountered 15 tusked black wild boars. Your Minotaur team has encountered 10 wasteland wolves. Your Goblin team has encountered 15 giant man-eating flowers. Giant man-eating flowers? A new monster has appeared. Wang Yifan was familiar with the first 2 monsters. The tusked black wild boars were E-grade monsters of levels 3 and 5. While their quality remained unchanged, their levels were a few ranks higher than during the day. The wasteland wolves, classified as D-grade monsters of levels 5 and 6, were a smaller pack this time, lacking any leader-class beasts, making them manageable. However, the giant man-eating flowers were an entirely new threat. Monster, giant man-eating flower. Level, 5. Quality, E-grade. Skill, floral crown devour. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Description, the giant man-eating flower thrives in dense forests, with blooms reaching 2 meters in diameter and heights of up to 3 meters. Its core harbors digestive fluid capable of rapidly decomposing prey. It lures animals with its sweet floral scent, and once a target approaches, it swiftly consumes and digests it. The Goblin team has encountered man-eating flowers. How intriguing. I wonder if they can bring one back for me. I could plant these giant man-eating flowers around the perimeter of my territory, and anyone who dares approach would be devoured in an instant. For now, Wang Yifan was not overly concerned about the other teams that had yet to encounter monsters. His focus remained on them. As for the Shadow Clan infantry team and the Minotaur team, he was already familiar with the attributes of their adversaries and felt no cause for alarm. He was confident that, given their capabilities, they would handle the wild boars and wasteland wolves with ease. Be cautious, goblins. I've read the monster's description, and its flowers can reach 2 meters in diameter, while you goblins are barely a meter tall. I suspect it could easily devour 2 or 3 of you in one gulp. The goblin race, being diminutive, faced a significant disadvantage against the towering monsters of the Dark Continent, which typically stood at least 2 to 3 meters tall. Moreover, the goblins had previously suffered losses in their battle with the wasteland wolves, making the goblin team the one Wang Yifan worried about most. Fortunately, the goblins had lived on the Dark Continent for many years and had developed their own strategies for dealing with giant man-eating flowers. Onward, my goblin brethren. Though the giant man-eating flower could swallow us whole, we need not fear excessively. The C-grade goblin leader immediately took charge of the mission to eliminate the giant man-eating flowers threatening their territory. The goblin warriors nodded in agreement. Though these giant man-eating flowers are indeed larger than us, they possess a weakness. Their roots are deeply entrenched in the ground. As long as we collaborate, one of us can attract the attention of the giant man-eating flower while the others launch a surprise attack, and we can systematically eliminate them. the goblin leader outlined a strategic plan. As the Lord, Wang Yifan wholeheartedly supported the goblin team's tactics. Indeed, the goblin race is cunning, and it seems I underestimated them. While the giant man-eating flowers towered over the goblins, they had their own shortcomings. They were immobile, relying solely on their fragrance to lure other monsters close and attacking enemies within their range. If ranged fighters were deployed, they could be easily dispatched. Regrettably, for safety's sake, he had stationed all the goblin archers at the watchtower. Had the goblin archers accompanied the team, they would not have needed to worry excessively about the giant man-eating flowers. Despite the absence of goblin archers, the goblin team quickly devised an effective strategy. Although there were 15 giant man-eating flowers, their inability to move rendered their numerical advantage moot. Hence, the goblin team employed a tactic where one goblin warrior would draw the attacks of the giant man-eating flowers, then quickly evade. The other goblin warriors would seize this opportunity to strike at the flowers' vital parts, such as their blooms and stems. Particularly, the goblin leader, with C-grade prowess against E-grade foes, faced no trouble at all. While the other goblin warriors feigned attacks, the goblin leader swiftly severed the flower stalk with precision and speed. The moment the stalk was cut, it was akin to a human having their spine severed. The giant man-eating flowers bloomed, then collapsed, lifeless. Truly, the goblin race is ferocious in their assaults, Wang Yifan praised. He had previously noted how the cunning of the goblin race could pose significant challenges to enemy units. However, he reflected that if such cunning were to be harnessed as an ally, this relentless drive to vanquish foes would undoubtedly endear them to lords. After approximately half an hour of skirmishes, the three squads emerged victorious, a commendable achievement indeed. My Shadow Legion's subordinates have proven their mettle. Following the defeat of these three hordes of monsters, Wang Yifan was rewarded with 3 chests from the Aurora Knight, each appearing at random. Ding! Congratulations to the novice Lord Wang Yifan. All 3 dispatched squads have achieved victory. This battle yielded a total of 400 units of white energy crystals, 80 units of green energy crystals, 50 units of beast meat, 50 units of low-level beast bones, 50 units of low-level beast skins, 1 white quality Aurora chest, 1 green quality Aurora chest, and 1 blue quality Aurora chest. Although the absence of the previously mentioned high-quality purple chest is regrettable, acquiring 3 chests is still a substantial reward. Wang Yifan silently assessed the spoils of war. Remarkably, there were no casualties among the 3 squads, and each squad secured a chest, which is already a commendable haul. After a brief respite, aided by runes, they would be able to recover swiftly. You 3 squads, having obtained chests, return them immediately. And you, Piggy, hasten to assist in transporting the monster corpses and chests back. Most importantly, I must convert as many of these corpses into my battle strength as possible, enabling me to engage in the next battle without delay. Wang Yifan issued his commands. The 3 squads and Piggy coordinated closely, diligently transporting all the spoils back to the territory. Just then, the Wild Wolf squad encountered an unexpected situation. Ding! Lord Wang Yifan, your Wild Wolf squad has encountered 30 venomous fong spiders. Ding! Lord Wang Yifan, your Wild Wolf squad has discovered an Aurora chest emanating black energy. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Yifan was utterly astonished. What? 30 venomous fong spiders? And a black Aurora chest? What kind of chest is this? Chapter 30. A black quality chest? Bring it back for me to examine. I recall that chests only come in white, green, blue, purple, and other such qualities. How is there a black Aurora chest? What on earth does black quality signify? Wang Yifan pondered, somewhat perplexed. However, I shall temporarily set aside this black chest. Now, the Wild Wolf squad is facing an entirely new breed of monster, the venomous fong spider, and in numbers amounting to 30. Monster, venomous fong spider. Level, 7. Quality, D grade. Skills, paralytic venom, web binding. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Description, the venomous fong spider is a large and highly aggressive spider monster, residing in the caves and dense forests of the Dark Continent, typically active only at night. They possess sharp, venomous fangs and resilient webs. The venom of the venomous fong spider has a potent paralytic effect, capable of instantly diminishing the combat strength of its prey. Indeed, the nighttime in the Dark Continent presents monsters of higher levels, qualities, and numbers than those encountered during the day. Now, I face a new variety of monster. 30 creatures. This is the first time I have encountered such a multitude of foes. The venomous fong spider appears intriguing, and this black quality chest holds great promise. Although each wild wolf in my squad has reached at least C-grade quality, their number is merely 6, which feels quite daunting. Each of Wang Yifan's wild wolves has attained a minimum level of 7, following their transformation into the Shadow Clan. The quality of the wild wolves has also risen to C-grade, with the leading wild wolf boasting an impressive B-grade quality. However, despite surpassing the venomous fong spiders in quality, the numerical disparity of 30 to 6 is considerable. As for the probability of victory, it remains uncertain. Observe first, do not engage recklessly. Wang Yifan is not one to fight battles without assurance, especially considering that this squad of wild wolves is a newly acquired formidable force, including 1 B-grade warrior. To rashly deploy them would result in a significant loss of strength. Following Wang Yifan's instructions, the 6 wild wolves refrained from a rash attack, instead closely observing their surroundings. The lair of the venomous fang spiders lies within a deep cave, surrounded by bones, mostly belonging to piggy, and even some from wild wolves, as well as various other races. This suggests that the venomous fang spider is undoubtedly the dominant predator here, and clearly not to be trifled with. With time still remaining before dawn, there is no urgency to engage. Moreover, my 3 squads are currently transporting monster corpses in chests and cannot provide immediate support. Encountering 30 venomous fang spiders is not a matter to be taken lightly. Once all the spoils are safely returned, I will promptly arrange for everyone to confront this swarm of venomous fang spiders. Wang Yifan has devised a plan. For safety's sake, all squads will be dispatched for support, attacking the lair of the venomous fang spiders with overwhelming numbers and strength. But first, the acquired chests must be safely transported back. Subsequently, I will initiate shadow extraction to convert all the monster corpses. This way, Wang Yifan's combat strength will be significantly enhanced once more. Thanks to the effects of superior marching runes, the summoned squads swiftly returned to the territory. There is no rush to open the chests. They are already secured. Wang Yifan placed the 3 chests into his spatial realm. Although it was previously mentioned that chests would vanish during the day, these chests have become Wang Yifan's private possessions, so they shall not disappear even in daylight. Shadow extraction. This time, Piggy successfully converted 8, while the wild wolves managed to convert 5. However, the giant man-eating flower failed to convert entirely. What is going on? After being severed by the goblin squad, the giant man-eating flower rapidly wilted and decayed. The decomposition rate of plant corpses far exceeds that of animal monsters. By the time the giant man-eating flower was brought back, its corpse had rotted beyond recognition, reduced to a foul puddle of liquid. Nevertheless, although the conversion was unsuccessful, at least 6 seeds of the giant man-eating flower were obtained. Wang Yifan understood that plants sometimes perish immediately upon transplantation, regardless of how well they are cared for. The seeds of the giant man-eating flower are akin to spoils of war, and as long as they are planted in suitable locations and nurtured with care, they can become a source of battle strength. This is similar to the practice of collecting young creatures or eggs from other monsters for incubation and breeding to develop into combatants. However, as a plant-type monster, the method of acquiring troops is through the harvest of seeds. This is for the best. If I were to directly convert the giant man-eating flowers into the Shadow Clan, they would end up in the very center of my territory, rendering them ineffective. I shall keep these giant man-eating flower seeds safe and seek an appropriate location to plant them in the future to maximize their utility. For now, I must promptly dispatch the remaining troops to the lair of the venomous fang spiders. Wang Yifan issued his command. Thanks to the effects of high-quality marching and recovery runes, not only was the speed of support rapid, but the warriors' injuries would gradually heal during the march. Upon hearing Wang Yifan's directive, the 5 wild wolves swiftly darted toward the lair of the venomous fang spiders. Truly, they are wolves. Their efficiency is unparalleled. Compared to other troop types, the wild wolf support speed is nothing short of exceptional. They can run and leap, effortlessly leaving behind the minotaurs, goblins, Shadow Legion foot soldiers, and even the pigmen in their wake. Coupled with the enhancement of superior marching runes, their speed is further amplified. Within a mere 10 minutes, the pack of desert wolves reached the position of the desert wolf leader, swiftly integrating into the squad. The newly joined 5 desert wolves were acutely aware of who their leader was and whose commands they were to follow. At this moment, the composition of the desert wolf squad expanded to include 1 B-rank desert wolf leader and 10 C-rank desert wolves. Witnessing the reinforcement of 5 additional desert wolves, the desert wolf leader let out a fierce howl, conveying a message to Wang Yifan. Wang Yifan immediately grasped the implication of the desert wolf leader's intent. You believe you can annihilate this group of venomfang spider demons? Clearly, the desert wolves were eager to commence the hunt, unwilling to wait for additional reinforcements. As the most formidable force within Wang Yifan's army, these desert wolves were brimming with anticipation, ready to engage. They recognized the remains of their kin outside the venomfang spider demon lair, and the sight of their brethren's bones, desecrated by these loathsome creatures, ignited their fury. This was no longer a mere skirmish. It had evolved into a struggle for dominance between 2 distinct races outside Wang Yifan's territory, a matter of racial honor. Enlisting the aid of others would clearly not suffice to demonstrate this point. This was undoubtedly a declaration of loyalty from these newly empowered warriors to Wang Yifan. How intriguing. Since you believe you can vanquish these 30 venomfang spider demons, then go ahead. I have faith in your prowess. Eliminate these 30 venomfang spider demons for me and return with that peculiar black chest. Chapter 31. Venomfang spider demons? Tear them to shreds. Attack. The desert wolf leader and its subordinates swiftly surrounded the lair of the venomfang spider demons. As one of the predators on the Dark Continent, the venomfang spider demons had long sensed the approach of the desert wolf pack. A few massive venomfang spider demons emerged slowly from the lair, their appearance instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. The grotesque exterior of the Venomfang spider demons was indeed spine-chilling. 8 pairs of varying-sized eyes gleamed with a cold light, while 8 legs as thick as sugarcane supported their formidable bodies, covered in repugnant hairs. Green venom dripped from the corners of their mouths, and behind them loomed their massive abdomens, exuding an aura of predatory danger with every movement. However, the desert wolf showed no fear upon seeing these Venomfang spider demons. It seemed that both races had endured years of conflict, becoming sworn enemies. Oh whoa! The desert wolves let out a fierce howl, their voices filled with the thirst for battle. Hisses! The Venomfang spider demons responded defiantly, emitting chilling sounds as they warned the intruders. The desert wolf leader initiated the assault, moving with remarkable swiftness. It leaped forward, arriving before a Venomfang spider demon in an instant. The attack from the desert wolf leader was both rapid and precise, as its bite combined with the tearing of its claws swiftly dispatched one Venomfang spider demon. B rank against D rank. This was a clear case of dimensional suppression. Wang Yifan mused internally. The disparity in quality had already established the limits of strength for both sides. Seeing their leader's attack, the other desert wolves followed suit, launching their assaults on the remaining Venomfang spider demons. Hiss! Hiss! With a few pitiful cries, the remaining Venomfang spider demons were easily vanquished. The efficacy of the superior blood-sucking runes was indeed remarkable. Wang Yifan silently rejoiced. In this battle, although the desert wolves effortlessly defeated the advance guard of the Venomfang spider demons, they did sustain some injuries. The real threat of these Venomfang spider demons lay in their venom, which inflicted continuous damage and paralysis on their foes. However, thanks to the effects of the superior blood-sucking runes, these injuries were quickly recuperated. Following this skirmish, the desert wolf pack had only sustained superficial wounds, hardly significant. The swift defeat of several Venomfang spider demons immediately drew the attention and ire of the majority of those remaining within the lair. All at once, the Venomfang spider demons swarmed out of their lair, an unsettling sight that sent chills down one's spine. They crawled forth in a dense mass, reminiscent of a sewer being sprayed with insecticide, with all the hidden pests emerging from the sole exit, leaving one with goosebumps. Initially, the desert wolves had the numerical advantage over the few probing Venomfang spider demons. However, as all the Venomfang spider demons surged forth from their lair, the odds swiftly shifted, transforming into a confrontation of more than 20 Venomfang spider demons against 11 desert wolves. The leader among the Venomfang spider demons also joined the fray. Monster, Venomfang spider demon leader. Level 10. Quality, C rank. Skills, paralytic venom, web binding. Talent, none. Equipment, none. Typically, leaders are noticeably larger than their counterparts, making them easily identifiable. This Venomfang spider demon leader boasted a quality of C rank and a formidable level of 10. Indeed, once the number of monsters exceeded a dozen, a leader such as this would emerge. Wang Yifan thought to himself. Despite being at a numerical disadvantage, his desert wolf pack, under the leadership of the desert wolf leader, remained undaunted. On the contrary, the Venomfang spider demons, witnessing their companions being torn to shreds by the desert wolves, were filled with trepidation. They had always been the ones to bully other creatures, but now they found themselves at the mercy of the desert wolves. Oh whoa! The desert wolf leader issued another battle cry. This time, the Venomfang spider demons had learned their lesson. Realizing that they were no match for the desert wolves in close combat, they began to spit out webs, attempting to ensnare their opponents, while others sprayed green venom in an effort to launch ranged attacks. However, the desert wolves paid these attacks no heed. Their agile forms allowed the 11 desert wolves to easily evade the Venomfang spider demons' ranged assaults. The 11 desert wolves coordinated with remarkable finesse, and with the assistance of the desert wolf leader's wolf pack synergy ability, each desert wolf received an additional 20% boost to their combat power. These high-quality desert wolves, combined with the effects of blood-sucking and talent enhancements, found dealing with the Venomfang spider demons to be a trivial task. If other novice lords were to confront such monsters, they would likely need to deploy at least 50 E-rank warriors to have any chance of success. Furthermore, establishing such a force in the early stages would undoubtedly take 4 to 5 days at minimum. Quality truly trumps quantity. As the leader among the Venomfang spider demons witnessed its subordinates being slain by the desert wolves, it could no longer remain passive. It too began to launch an attack, pouncing upon a shadow desert wolf. Be careful. Though Wang Yifan was far from the battlefield, he remained acutely aware of the ongoing conflict. Fortunately, just as the Venomfang spider demon leader prepared to strike a desert wolf, it was timely intercepted by the desert wolf leader. The desert wolf leader seemed to communicate, if there is to be a fight, let it be between leaders. What skill is it to fight against my subordinates? If there is to be a contest, let it be a duel between leaders. The Venomfang spider demon leader, recognizing the fierce determination of the desert wolf leader, swiftly adjusted its strategy, turning its focus toward the opposing leader. Let us do this. It was a one-on-one showdown between the two leaders. Oh whoa, in but a single round. The leader of the Venomfang spider was effortlessly deprived of one of its formidable legs by the alpha of the wasteland wolves. The Venomfang spider leader emitted a pained hiss, teetering on the brink of losing its balance. The pack of wasteland wolves grew increasingly emboldened. Despite facing a numerical disadvantage, Wang Yifan's forces were exceedingly powerful, and the disparity in strength could not be compensated by mere numbers. The two sides clashed fiercely, sustaining casualties on both ends. Yet it must not be forgotten that the Wasteland Wolf Squad possessed a vampiric ability. Their inherent superiority, coupled with the ability to siphon vitality, allowed them to sustain their combat prowess. In stark contrast, the Venomfang Spider faction saw its members continually suffering grievous injuries, their fighting capacity dwindling. After approximately 10 minutes of intense battle, Wang Yifan's remaining forces finally arrived on the battlefield, only to find the conflict had already reached its conclusion. The Wasteland Wolves appeared to be left wanting, as if still hungry for more combat. In this encounter, the Wasteland Wolf Squad had torn the Venomfang Spiders to shreds. Although the Wasteland Wolves had also incurred significant injuries, the superior healing runes had already facilitated a gradual recovery. Other squads arrived just in time. Now, let us transport the corpses of the Venomfang Spiders back, adding a new source of strength to my territory. Wang Yifan commanded. And let us not forget that black-quality treasure chest. I am eager to discover what secrets it holds. Chapter 32, Unboxing. Acquiring building blueprints. For treasure chests in total. Alongside 30 corpses of Venomfang spiders, all accounted for. Wang Yifan surveyed the 4 treasure chests he had brought back that night, alongside the grotesque remains of the spider monstrosities. The repugnant Venomfang spiders had left behind a sticky mess of vile blood and flesh, with numerous severed limbs scattered across the ground. Shadow extraction. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully converted 15 Venomfang spiders. 1 B-rank Venomfang spider, leader, 14 C-rank Venomfang spiders. He had absorbed a new fighting force. This night had begun with wolves and culminated with spiders. Wang Yifan reflected upon the events of the evening. During the Aurora Night incident, he had dispatched his forces to seek out treasure chests, reaping substantial rewards. In addition to the chests, he had acquired new powerful allies. The inclusion of wasteland wolves and Venomfang spiders undoubtedly bolstered the strength of his territory. Successfully converting the Venomfang spider leader into a Shadow Clan member added a formidable B-rank asset to his ranks. Though both the wasteland wolves and Venomfang spiders were ferocious beasts of the Dark Continent, each possessed its unique attributes. The wasteland wolves boasted an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, as one would expect from wolves. Furthermore, their agility was remarkable, enabling them to run and leap with great prowess. Based on today's battle, the wasteland wolves demonstrated astonishing swiftness in supporting other forces, truly earning their reputation as rapid assault units. In future engagements, I must adeptly leverage their formidable capabilities for surprise attacks and support. Wang Yifan was thoroughly pleased with the newly acquired wasteland wolves. Not only did they collectively surpass C-rank in quality, but the pack also exuded a striking appearance. He had intended to equip the wasteland wolves with saddles, envisioning the envy it would evoke when he rode them into battle. As fearsome creatures of the Dark Continent, other lords would find it exceedingly challenging to tame the wasteland wolves. Most could hardly manage mere horses. After all, wasteland wolves were monsters, not foreign races. Foreign races, after all, are typically more amenable to reason. With a little incentive or the application of coercive force, they could be swayed, given their sentient nature. However, the thoughts of monsters are far less complex. To tame the beasts of the Dark Continent, one would need to raise their young from infancy, fostering the species gradually. Alternatively, one could recruit specialized beast tamers to train creatures like the wasteland wolves. Yet, Wang Yifan sought none of these complications. He merely needed to eliminate them and convert them into shadows. The wasteland wolf pack could be summoned in whatever number he desired. Wang Yifan's attention shifted to the other side, where his newly assimilated Venomfang spiders awaited. Although they too were of C-rank strength, their appearances were undeniably unappealing. The 15 Venomfang spiders stood before Wang Yifan, their eyes reflecting a submissive eagerness, awaiting his command. Once a grotesque and terrifying presence, these colossal spider monstrosities would have sent even the most rigorously trained warriors into a panic upon their first encounter in the Dark Continent. Yet now, the once bloodthirsty arachnids gazed at Wang Yifan like oversized pets with 8 pairs of eyes. You are not without merit. You too possess a capacity to serve me. Wang Yifan had already conceived of their utility. These Venomfang spiders, with their darkened physiques, would prove formidable in nocturnal combat. Naturally inclined to operate under the cover of night, they could be dispatched to ambush enemies, creating advantageous strikes. Moreover, their terrifying appearance would likely demoralize foes upon sight. Wang Yifan contemplated silently. The Venomfang spiders were undoubtedly adept at night operations and ambush tactics. This species inherently possessed such talents. Furthermore, their fearsome visage could severely diminish the morale of timid lords and enemy units. Perhaps, they might not even need to engage in combat to achieve victory, simply instilling fear in their adversaries. Additionally, the Venomfang spiders could spin webs and excrete corrosive venom, indicating their capability for ranged attacks. In terms of combat prowess, these Venomfang spiders vastly surpassed goblin archers. Thus, I have also bolstered my ranged units. While the Venomfang spiders are not exclusively dedicated to ranged combat, their ability to engage in both melee and ranged attacks should not be underestimated. They possess two pivotal skills, web spinning and venom projection, both remarkably practical. The webs can ensnare enemy units, posing a significant nuisance to ground forces. Even more impressively, the webs may even ensnare airborne combatants. It is not uncommon for spiders to prey upon birds. Moreover, their corrosive venom can compromise sturdy armor, posing a severe threat to enemy defenses. Thus concluded the acquisition of combat forces for the evening. Beyond these newly acquired assets, there remained the Aurora treasure chests from tonight's endeavors. 4 Aurora treasure chests were retrieved, 1 white, 1 green, 1 blue, and a peculiar black chest. Now, let us proceed to unbox. Opening the white quality Aurora treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 units of white energy crystals, 500 units of green energy crystals, 1,000 units of low-grade wood, and 1,000 units of low-grade stone. Opening the green quality Aurora treasure chest. Congratulations, you have acquired 20 E-rank human infantry units. Opening the blue quality Aurora treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a C-rank building blueprint for a cavalry camp. Wang Yifan opened 3 chests in succession. The first white quality Aurora treasure chest yielded some basic materials, which, while not rare, were quite practical in the early stages. The quantity of these construction materials would significantly reduce the time required for the Lord to gather resources and expedite the upgrading process of early structures. The second green chest was slightly more favorable, directly granting 20 E-rank human infantry units. Though merely a standard human troop, the number amassed within the 7-day novice period is indeed considerable. The third treasure chest, a blue one, bestowed upon Wang Yifan a new architectural blueprint. A cavalry camp? Wang Yifan eagerly opened the blueprint to examine its attributes panel. Territory building. Cavalry camp. Building level, level 1. Building quality, grade C. Building function. The cavalry camp is designated for recruiting cavalry troops of the exclusive race to serve the Lord in battle. Building hint. The higher the building's level and quality, the greater the number of cavalry that can be recruited, along with enhanced soldier quality and combat prowess. Recruitment resets daily at midnight. Building materials. 1,000 units of energy crystals. 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Utilizing high-quality materials increases the probability of enhancing the building's quality upon upgrade. So this is the structure dedicated to summoning cavalry. While every novice lord is matched with a barracks building upon entering the shadowed continent, there exists a subtle distinction between the two. The barracks summon troops from their respective races, with the summoned units being entirely random. Some may summon infantry or archers, while others could yield priests or mages. As the quality and level of the barracks increase, more formidable troops such as artillery, siege units, or cavalry become unlocked. Conversely, the cavalry camp specializes solely in the daily recruitment of cavalry units. Thus, the number of combatants I can recruit daily has increased. The barracks can summon 5 random troop types each day, while the cavalry camp guarantees the recruitment of 5 human cavalry units. Consequently, not accounting for the combat power converted from slain monsters into shadow troops, I am able to recruit twice the combat power compared to other lords in the early stages. Furthermore, cavalry units inherently possess superior combat strength compared to infantry, along with enhanced charging capabilities and mobility. One could liken them to the human version of the boar and the wasteland wolf. The materials delivered by this white Aurora treasure chest are precisely sufficient to construct the cavalry camp. Could this be divine providence? With that thought, Wang Yifan couldn't help but smile faintly. There's no rush. Now that it's past midnight, whether I build it now or wait until tomorrow makes no difference. My primary concern now is to see what extraordinary items lie within this black Aurora treasure chest. Chapter 33. To open or not to open the cursed treasure chest. Aside from the combat power converted into shadow troops today and the other treasure chests, the black treasure chest undoubtedly steals the spotlight tonight. Item: Cursed Aurora treasure chest. Level: unknown. Quality: mysterious. Description: the cursed Aurora treasure chest is an item imbued with mystery and peril. Upon opening, it will unleash a horde of monsters of varying quantities, qualities, and levels summoned by dark forces. Defeating these monsters will yield bountiful rewards. The treasures within may include, but are not limited to, rare materials, high-level equipment, or even powerful troop types or architectural blueprints. Warning: the cursed treasure chest harbors unpredictable dangers. Exercise caution. Ensure you are adequately prepared, lest you face grave risks. Hint: this treasure chest will expire in 23 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. After perusing the description of the treasure chest, Wang Yifan immediately grasped the situation. Oh, so it is akin to a monster chest. This is also a treasure chest from which rewards can be obtained, yet its effects diverge from those of the previous chests. Upon opening, the chest summons a random assortment of monsters to engage in combat, and only after the battle concludes can one claim the rewards within. Moreover, the types, levels, qualities, and quantities of the summoned monsters are entirely random. there exists the possibility of summoning numerous ferocious tiger-like monsters, or even S-grade powerful dragon creatures. Should such formidable beings be summoned, the consequences would be dire. After all, this would be tantamount to monsters invading my very home. Of course, there is also the chance of summoning merely a feeble goblin archer, easily dispatched without effort. The nature of the summoned monsters depends solely on luck. One's fortune may either shine brightly or darken ominously. The randomness signifies considerable risk. Wang Yifan began to analyze the treasure chest. If fortune favors me, and I encounter only low-level monsters, my current combat power would allow me to handle them with ease. However, should the monsters summon number in the hundreds, each boasting B-grade or even A-grade combat power, I would find myself in considerable trouble. Wang Yifan was acutely aware of the dangers involved. While his current strength had begun to take shape, having integrated the combat power of the wasteland wolves and venomous spiders, he was on the verge of shedding the title of novice lord. Yet, within this shadowed continent, creatures and races far stronger than the wasteland wolves and venomous spiders abound. Above B-grade lie A-grade monsters and warriors, and above A-grade are even more formidable S-grade creatures. Currently, although he possessed a fair number of C-grade combatants and 2 powerful B-grade units, he had created a significant gap between himself and other novice lords. Yet, should misfortune strike and an S-grade monster be summoned, the repercussions would be unimaginable, potentially leading to the destruction of his territory. The worst-case scenario could render all his efforts of the day utterly futile, or worse, lead to his demise. At this moment, it is certain that all novices who have acquired this cursed treasure chest would hesitate to open it, given the immense risks involved. A moment's carelessness could result in an encounter with death itself. This is no trivial matter. If I am to open this chest, I must first do so outside the novice barrier. This way, should any dangerous monsters emerge, I can swiftly retreat back into the novice barrier, which would shield me from the summoned creatures. To open such a perilous chest within my territory would be tantamount to courting death. With the protection of the novice barrier, I can safely open it outside and assess the strength of the monsters it summons. If they prove weak, I shall dispatch them and claim my rewards. If they are reasonably strong, I will prepare my forces and strategize to deal with them. However, if they are overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no chance of victory, I shall remain within the protective confines of the novice barrier and refrain from engaging. Once the monsters summoned by the cursed treasure chest vacate, I can venture out once more. The prerequisite is that these monsters, upon discovering the protective novice barrier outside my territory, will retreat upon realizing they cannot breach it. My greatest fear lies in the possibility that these summoned creatures may prove stubborn, insisting on a confrontation, which would certainly complicate matters for the following days, hindering my ability to develop further. This treasure chest is a double-edged sword. It harbors both risks and potential rewards. Yet, considering Wang Yifan's current territorial and combat development, the unknown dangers clearly outweigh the potential benefits. For lords whose territories have reached a formidable size, acquiring such a treasure chest would prompt them to open it without hesitation. After all, a territory boasting thousands of inhabitants could easily contend with even the most dangerous S-grade monsters. In light of this, Wang Yifan found it necessary to reassess his combat prowess. In terms of sheer numbers, his current forces amounted to merely around 100 individuals. Although this number surpasses many novice lords, it remains modest within the realm of all lords. In the Dark Continent, a combat strength of around 100 is hardly noteworthy. With merely 10 days of development, any lord can elevate their forces to over 100. Regrettably, I find myself still within the 7-day novice period, during which the trading system remains inaccessible. Otherwise, even if I had no use for it, I could exchange this cursed treasure chest with other lords through the marketplace. Disposing of unwanted items through trade is indeed a commendable option, particularly when it concerns this accursed chest. In the Dark Continent, all items are tradable. Were the marketplace already operational, Wang Yifan could surely barter this chest for numerous valuable goods, be it troops to bolster his forces or construction materials and blueprints to advance his domain. Alas, it is but the 2nd day of my novice period. Furthermore, the ominous countdown beneath the cursed chest serves as a stark reminder. Since the moment Wang Yifan acquired this chest, its validity has been ticking down. How troublesome. This item cannot simply wait until my territory flourishes or until the novice period concludes for trading. It will expire in 24 hours, compelling me to take the risk of opening it. The decision of whether to unlock the chest now presents itself as a pressing dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yifan resolved to delay the decision. Well, there are still over 20 hours left. I shall leave it for today and return to my headquarters for some rest. The question of whether to open this chest can be revisited tomorrow. Having toiled throughout the day, both his energy and thoughts had been notably drained. Given the ample time remaining, pondering it after a restful slumber would not be ill-timed. At present, with his mind in a fog, he would likely make no sound judgment. It would be wiser to retire early, especially after such a busy day. Following Wang Yifan's decision to rest, he instructed the other members of the Shadow Legion accordingly. While all members of the Shadow Legion could engage in combat around the clock, Wang Yifan required rest. and the monsters or alien corpses they had collected could not be processed without him. Hence, he assigned them alternative tasks. I am going to sleep now. We shall leave it at that for tonight. No further combat is necessary. The remaining members, all residents, shall continue to gather resources, while the rest will ensure their safety. Is that clear? Wang Yifan commanded. Although he did not require them to search for treasure chests or collect monster corpses, gathering construction materials remained essential. After all, the headquarters had already been upgraded to level 2, and the other barracks and buildings must not lag behind. Prompt upgrading is paramount. All members receive their assignments. Nodding in understanding. Since everyone is clear about their tasks, I shall take my leave. Farewell, and we shall discuss any matters tomorrow. Chapter 34. Assigning tasks to the 3 mobile teams for today. Wang Yifan, perhaps due to an exhausting day prior, awoke near midday. Stretching contentedly in bed, he mused. Being a lord is indeed splendid. There is no strict schedule to adhere to. I can rise at my leisure, and no one is here to dictate my hours. He pushed open the window, revealing a scene starkly contrasting the night's peril, a tranquil panorama. However, this tranquility is merely relative to the dangers that lurk within the Dark Continent. In this land, true safety is a myth, with threats lying in wait at every turn. A goblin resident, now part of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion, arrived at his chamber bearing a dish that was indecipherable as either breakfast or lunch. The aroma was delightful, featuring rice, vegetables, milk, and succulent beast meat roasted from the monsters hunted in the Dark Continent. Quite commendable, the goblin tribe shows remarkable obedience. Wang Yifan affectionately patted the goblin's small head in praise. After placing the meal down, the goblin dutifully exited, closing the door behind. As Wang Yifan died, he began attending to the daily affairs of a lord. Having dispatched his residents to gather resources the previous night, he anticipated a bountiful harvest. He opened the information panel to assess the results. Name: Wang Yifan. Unit Type 1, Human. Unit Type 2, Shadow Race, Unique. Talent Level, SSS. Lord Talent, Shadow Extraction. Race Talents, Absolute Loyalty, Eternal Body, Lord S Might, Territory Protection. Territory Buildings, Headquarters, Level 2, Equality. Barracks, Level 1, Equality. Granary, Level 1, Equality. Blacksmith, Level 1, Equality. Watchtower, Level 1, Equality. Lord Space, 2,000 units of white energy crystals, 800 units of green energy crystals, for 1,000 units of inferior wood, for 1,000 units of inferior stone. Indeed, a significant amount of resources had been gathered overnight. The quantities of wood and stone, essential for upgrading buildings, had reached 4,000 units each. Wang Yifan felt quite satisfied with the night's yield. After all, both his human and goblin residents had been working tirelessly. It merely required him to dispatch personnel to ensure their safety. During the novice period, the monsters and alien entities surrounding all novice lords possess relatively low levels and qualities. On the first day, these creatures typically hovered around E or D grade, with levels ranging from 1 to 5. However, as night fell, the danger posed by these monsters escalated significantly, with qualities potentially reaching D or even C grade, and levels varying from 3 to 10. As the novice period progresses, the likelihood of encountering high-quality, high-level monsters and aliens, both day and night, will gradually increase. This incrementally rising difficulty is designed to help novice lords adapt to the environment of the Dark Continent, slowly enhancing the survival challenges. Meanwhile, the B-grade leader of the Wasteland Wolves and the B-grade leader of the Venomous Spiders have evidently become unparalleled during the night. If they are invincible at night, they are even more so during the day. Thus, during Wang Yifan's rest, no issues arose within his territory. Now that daylight has arrived, he need not worry further. Would you like to establish a cavalry camp within your territory? Material cost: 1,000 units of energy crystals, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone. Using high-quality building materials can increase the probability of enhancing building quality during upgrades. Yes, after selecting an appropriate location and expending the materials required for the cavalry camp, it rose triumphantly. Splendid. This was Wang Yifan's first undertaking on the second day of his novice period during daylight. Having obtained the building blueprint and gathered the requisite materials, he hastened to establish the cavalry camp, augmenting his territory's military strength. Would you like to recruit warriors from the cavalry camp? Remaining recruitment attempts for today: 5. Recruit. 5 D-grade human knights mounted on steeds emerged from the cavalry camp, each exhibiting a level of prowess and competence far surpassing that of ordinary infantry. Cavalry, excellent. Specifically designed for charging into battle, their mobility and combat strength are in an entirely different league from standard foot soldiers. Shadow Extraction. Wang Yifan once again transformed them all into members of the Shadow Legion, consequently enhancing the quality of the cavalry. Moreover, as the blueprint for the cavalry camp possesses a C-grade quality, the 5 summoned human cavalrymen reached a D-grade quality. Through the conversion enabled by Wang Yifan's SSS-level Lord Talent, their quality ascended even further. Race: Shadow Race. Unit Type: Cavalry. Level: Level 1. Quality: C-grade. Loyalty: 100. Skill: Iron Charge. Equipment: Iron Sword. At this moment, I find myself in need of capable individuals. For the cavalry, the boar, and the wild wolves, I have special arrangements today. There are 2 architectural blueprints obtained this time, one for the cavalry camp and another for an A-grade quality life spring. The cavalry camp, requiring materials that are not particularly rare, can be established with ease. However, the construction of the A-grade life spring necessitates not only common building materials, but also a life crystal. The life crystal is a rare item in the early stages, dropping randomly only upon the defeat of formidable monsters or foreign races. Although all my warriors currently benefit from superior recovery runes and high-grade lifesteal runes, the effects of these runes are time-limited. I must procure a life crystal swiftly before these enhancements dissipate, enabling me to construct the A-grade life spring. This would alleviate my concerns regarding the warriors' health recovery and allow me to deploy them in battle with greater confidence. Thus, the quest for a life crystal has become an urgent priority. If I can establish the life spring before the impending tide of monsters arrives, I shall face the onslaught in 6 days with far less trepidation. The healing radius of this life spring extends to 50 meters, encompassing all my warriors and facilitating their continuous recovery. When the monster tide strikes, we will undoubtedly encounter several waves of monstrous assaults. For all novice lords, the ability to heal their subordinates is of paramount importance. Should a lord fail to find a means of sustained health recovery for their warriors during the 7-day novice period, the oncoming tide in 6 days will likely decimate their forces, leaving them either dead, injured, or fleeing. Fortunately, I currently possess a formidable array of agile warriors. Previously, I had only the boar as my agile subordinate. However, after defeating the wild wolf in the evening, I have now added the shadow wild wolf, which surpasses the boar in strength and mobility. With the acquisition of the cavalry camp blueprint, I can now reliably recruit 5 human cavalrymen daily. Thus, I now have 3 distinct types of forces capable of searching for the life crystal. Your 3 diverse factions possess exceptional mobility, enabling the formation of 3 separate teams to assist me in scouting further afield, gathering intelligence, and identifying any formidable monsters or foreign tribes in the vicinity. Should you discover anything noteworthy, report back to me immediately. This is your mission for today. Chapter 35, Discovery of a Cedar Forest. The White Tiger guards the glade. Your dispatched boar, Fang Black Wild Boar, team found no anomalies. Your dispatched Shadow Race Cavalry team also found no anomalies. Report. Your dispatched Wild Wolf team discovered a cedar forest yielding medium-quality timber, guarded by a single monster. Wang Yifan had already gained a rough understanding of the situation surrounding his territory, thus sending the scouting teams to more distant locations where the return time would be longer. After considerable time had passed, new reports finally emerged. Both the Boar and Shadow Race Cavalry teams reported no unusual findings. The encounters along the way were typical daytime monsters and foreign races, mirroring the previous day's circumstances. However, the Wild Wolf team made a significant discovery, locating a forest abundant in medium-quality timber. It seems that dispatching them for an extended duration has finally yielded some results. Timber and stone are 2 vital materials for constructing and upgrading buildings, classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and superior. The better the construction materials used, the higher the quality of the buildings constructed or upgraded. For novice lords, resources surrounding their territories typically yield only low-grade timber and stone, sufficient for standard upgrades. To elevate the quality of buildings, low-grade materials are evidently inadequate. Higher quality buildings naturally possess greater strength. Most notably, as the quality of the buildings improves, the probability of recruiting high-quality warriors also increases. For instance, should your barracks reach level 3, you may recruit 20 warriors daily, yet most may be of E grade, rendering their quality insufficient. Even in greater numbers, their combat power will be challenging to enhance significantly. Hence, lords often strive to utilize medium or even high-grade construction materials when upgrading barracks or other buildings. While you may recruit 20 warriors daily, the majority may be E-grade, whereas I might secure D-grade or even C-grade warriors, rendering the 2 scenarios incomparable. This underscores the paramount importance of enhancing building quality and the rarity of superior construction materials. Forests yielding superior timber and stone are coveted resources sought after by many lords. This cedar forest represents a crucial resource for me, and I must devise a means to conquer it. The medium-quality timber will undoubtedly enhance the quality of the buildings within my territory. As a medium-grade construction material, it holds immense value not only for novice lords entering the Dark Continent, but also for some primary and even intermediate lords. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yifan recognized the significance of this forest. It is imperative that I seize it. However, a new question arose in Wang Yifan's mind. Is there only one monster guarding this forest? If so, then the quality and level of this creature must be quite formidable. The forest's value suggests that the monster guarding it is not one that a typical novice lord can easily vanquish. The mere presence of a single monster capable of safeguarding such a vital resource indicates its exceptional power. Go. Investigate the situation and ascertain what formidable creature is capable of guarding this resource single-handedly. Wang Yifan commanded the Wild Wolf team. Upon discovering the cedar forest abundant in medium-quality timber, the Wild Wolf team did not rush in, but rather observed from the periphery, utilizing their keen sense of smell. They quickly discerned the presence of a powerful monster guarding the forest. Thus, they first reported this situation to Wang Yifan, refraining from entering the forest until they received his command. Now that Wang Yifan had issued the directive for them to enter the forest and identify the nature of the monster within, allowing him to formulate a subsequent strategy, the Wild Wolf team of 11 wolves ventured into the cedar grove. This lush cedar forest, filled with robust cedar trees, presented a vibrant scene at first glance. Should I manage to capture this forest, I would undoubtedly harvest a significant quantity of medium-quality timber. However, this seemingly flourishing forest exuded an undercurrent of hidden peril. As the most formidable pack of feral wolves surrounding Wang Yifan's territory, they are led by a B-grade alpha wolf. Nonetheless, in the face of impending danger, all the wolves exhibit an extraordinary level of caution. Something feels amiss. The creature guarding this woodland must possess formidable strength. Otherwise, why would my feral wolves be so wary? Let us not forget that last night, during the most perilous hour on the Dark Continent, 11 feral wolves stood unflinching against 30 venomous spider demons. Yet now, in broad daylight, with only one creature present, all the wolves are exceedingly cautious. The alpha wolf leads the others, sniffing the air, suddenly sensing an unsettling presence. As if peril lurks not far ahead, the alpha promptly halts, and the other wolves follow suit. Before them, a colossal white silhouette begins to materialize. Has it arrived? It seems to have sensed the intrusion into its territory and has come forth to confront the threat. Creature, Ethereal Forest White Tiger. Level, 15. Quality, B-grade. Skills, Tiger's Roar. Shadow Strike, Forest Shield. Talent, Territory Kill Intent. Equipment, none. Description, the Ethereal Forest White Tiger is a powerful being dwelling in the depths of dense forests. It possesses a coat of pristine white fur and deep blue eyes, often seen roaming alone. Its massive physique and immense strength pose a significant threat to any creature that dares to invade its territory. Skill 1, Tiger's Roar. Unleashing a deafening roar that instills fear in all nearby foes. Skill 2, Shadow Strike. Utilizing its remarkable agility to launch a swift and unexpected assault on its enemies. Skill 3, Forest Shield. Enveloping itself in a protective shield equivalent to 30 of its maximum health during combat. Talent, Territory Kill Intent. Enabling it to sense the position and intent of all entities within its domain. A B-grade creature at level 15, boasting 3 skills and a talent? Judging by this attribute panel, this beast is indeed a formidable adversary. No wonder this forest is guarded solely by it. Generally, not all creatures and races dwell in groups. Some, like this white tiger, prefer solitude. After all, as the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one is male and the other female. This white tiger is a quintessential solitary creature. However, any being capable of surviving alone in the perilous depths of the Dark Continent must possess combat prowess far exceeding that of many gregarious creatures, or else they would not choose a solitary existence. Thus, despite this woodland being protected by just a single creature, its attributes surpass any creatures Wang Yifan has encountered thus far. This woodland is already quite distant from Wang Yifan's territory as a novice lord. With increasing distance, one naturally encounters more formidable beasts and abundant resources. This Ethereal Forest White Tiger is the first truly dangerous creature Wang Yifan has encountered in the depths of the Dark Continent. Creatures of B-grade and above, even when faced with modern technological weaponry, can become daunting for ordinary individuals. Defeating such a powerful beast typically necessitates the involvement of a lord awakened with unique talents. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying creature, Wang Yifan feels not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. Are the monsters in the depths of the Dark Continent all this potent? How intriguing. I must recruit this white tiger into my shadow army, transforming it into a formidable asset. Chapter 36, Successfully Capturing the Cedar Woodland. Manifesting 100-fold on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Charge. Let us seize this woodland. Moreover, I intend to convert it into a member of my shadow army. Wang Yifan commanded within his territory. Although the opponent is a B-grade level 15 creature, he commands a pack of 10 C-grade wolves led by a B-grade alpha. We shall not be remiss in our tactics. After all, this is the Dark Continent. The pack of feral wolves swiftly formed a semi-encirclement, preparing to launch their assault. However, the Ethereal Forest White Tiger is not to be trifled with. Before the wolves could initiate their attack, it unleashed a thunderous roar, aiming to intimidate the wolves and deter them from rash actions. The roar from the Ethereal Forest White Tiger possesses a far greater chilling power than the howls of the wolves. With a single roar, the wolves' charge was abruptly interrupted. 2 of the feral wolves were even paralyzed by fear, hesitating to advance. The once mighty wolves were transformed into cowering creatures, fur bristling, resembling frightened pups. That previous roar was no ordinary sound. It appears the tiger employed its tiger's roar skill to instill fear in my shadow wolves. Wang Yifan meticulously analyzed the rhythm and intent behind the opponent's assault. Truly, The king of this woodland demonstrates awareness of its numerical disadvantage and promptly utilizes its skills to ensure the wolves dare not recklessly attack, thereby preventing them from asserting their numerical superiority. This is indeed impressive. No wonder it can survive alone in the Dark Continent. A creature without prowess would struggle to maintain its existence here. Wang Yifan has witnessed the capabilities of the ethereal forest white tiger. It truly deserves its status as a B-grade being on the Dark Continent. Fear not. We shall press on. Is it merely a roar? Besides, overexerting our vocal cords is unwise. Wang Yifan observed his wolves' hesitance and issued another command to rally their spirits. Furthermore, he promptly dispatched his other piglet squad and venomous spider demon squad for reinforcement. Though you are formidable, I possess 2 B-grade combatants as well. While our levels may not match yours, we can prevail through sheer numbers. My forces are plentiful. The piglet squad and venomous spider demon squad hasten to provide support. Even if the feral wolves cannot immediately vanquish the ethereal forest white tiger, it suffices to endure until reinforcements arrive. As long as they do not suffer total annihilation before aid arrives, they will be fine. As the leader of the feral wolves, the alpha understands the weight of responsibility it bears. If its subordinates are hesitant, it must lead the charge. Without further ado, the alpha wolf lunged toward the ethereal forest white tiger. The clash between wolves and tiger commenced. The howls of wolves intertwined with the roars of the tiger, reverberating through the cedar woodland as the fierce battle unfolded. The struggle was indeed intense, extending for nearly half an hour without a decisive victor emerging. On the side of the feral wolves, several had nearly depleted their health. They retreated to the back of the formation, patiently awaiting Wang Yifan's high-grade recovery runes to gradually restore their vitality. It matters not if they cannot defeat the ethereal forest white tiger immediately. With the buff of the high-grade recovery runes, they can afford to wear it down. Eventually, there will come a moment when they will deplete the tiger's health. However, as a powerful creature, the ethereal forest white tiger began to discern the situation. It noted that the severely injured feral wolves did not choose to engage it in a desperate stand. Despite inflicting damage upon it, they consistently left themselves with a sliver of health for respite. Once incapacitated by grievous injuries and unable to continue the fight, it would swiftly retreat to the rear, patiently awaiting recovery. Meanwhile, the remaining forces would seamlessly take over, plunging into battle without hesitation. Despite the relentless onslaught of the ethereal forest white tiger, which continuously inflicted severe wounds upon the prairie wolves, there always remained a few wolves that would withdraw to recuperate. Once restored, they would rejoin the fray without a moment's hesitation. It was clear to the tiger that this strategy was untenable. Eventually, it would be worn down by this relentless pack of prairie wolves. With a resounding roar, it resolved to alter its approach. The ethereal forest white tiger no longer paid heed to the wolves it was presently engaged with, instead charging towards those that had been gravely injured and were waiting to regain their strength. Its intent was crystal clear: to deliver a fatal blow, denying the other wolves any opportunity to heal. In this manner, it aimed to systematically dismantle the pack and secure victory. Quick, protect the wounded prairie wolves. Wang Yifan discerned the tiger's intent. Though he had issued commands, the speed and agility of the ethereal forest white tiger far surpassed that of the prairie wolves. After all, in the biological hierarchy of Blue Star, tigers naturally held dominion over wolves. Just as the ethereal forest white tiger was about to dispatch one of Wang Yifan's shadow prairie wolves, a sudden grunt echoed through the air. The Fang Black Wild Boar, under Wang Yifan's command, arrived just in time. Utilizing its charging skill, it collided directly with the ethereal forest white tiger, sending it flying. Well done, noble boar. This strike, though successful in hurling the tiger away, came at a cost. The tiger's superior strength meant that it was a case of injuring the enemy while suffering significant harm itself. Don't just stand there. After the boar, send in the spider. At this juncture, the venomous spider demon, recently inducted into Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion, made its timely entrance. With this, even if the ethereal forest white tiger was formidable, it was now bereft of any chance of triumph. The remainder of the task was entrusted to the venomous spider demon. The tiger's health was dwindling. Swiftly employ your venomous attack to incapacitate it, and then ensnare it in your web for transport back. Wang Yifan once again issued commands based on the venomous spider demon's capabilities. Since acquiring the venomous spider demon, he had devised a strategy that allowed him to enhance conversion rates without personally leading the charge. Historically, converting corpses into Shadow Legion members posed a challenge. The longer the corpse had been deceased, the lower the success rate of conversion. To achieve a 100 conversion rate, Wang Yifan had previously believed the only viable method was to personally lead a team into battle, immediately converting defeated enemies' corpses. However, with the advent of the venomous spider demon, he had conceived a safer and more effective approach. Whenever he desired to convert a unit into a Shadow Legion member but could not leave his territory, he would dispatch the venomous spider demon. Utilizing its paralyzing venom skill, the spider could inject dying units, placing them in a state of suspended animation, and then immediately ensnare them in its web for transport back to the territory. This way, The monsters would not decompose and lower the conversion probability due to entering a state of death. Upon arrival back at the territory, while still in a near-death paralyzed state, they remained alive. They could then be swiftly executed and converted, achieving an almost 100 conversion efficiency. This method mirrored the spider's technique of injecting venom into its prey, keeping it alive and fresh. Thus, even without leaving his territory, Wang Yifan could successfully convert these beings into his shadow legion. After the venomous spider demon successfully ensnared the ethereal forest white tiger, the battle finally came to a close. Simultaneously, a message from the Dark Continent echoed across the skies of the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations to the new lord, Wang Yifan. Successfully captured a cedar forest. It has now manifested on the land of the Dragon Kingdom at a scale of 100 times. Chapter 37. News reaches the Central Command. The commander is stunned. Congratulations to the new lord, Wang Yifan. Successfully seized a cedar forest. It has now manifested on the land of the Dragon Kingdom at a scale of 100 times. Within the cedar forest under Wang Yifan's guardianship, after the ethereal forest white tiger was bound and taken away, the forest materialized on the land of the Dragon Kingdom at a 100-fold scale. The news spread, reaching the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Yifan, wasn't that the new lord from yesterday? Just on his first day in the Dark Continent, he enhanced the nation's fortune, and today he has occupied a forest? The barren land next to our home has been randomly allocated a cedar forest. What was once desolate is now a sprawling cedar grove. I'm heading over on my electric scooter right now to live stream it for you all. What is a forest anyway? We could use some oil or natural gas. Resources that are truly valuable. Wood doesn't hold much significance for us. You should keep quiet, Xiaohong. If you have the ability, go to the Dark Continent yourself and bring back some resources for the Dragon Kingdom. You talk a big game, yet possess no real capability. The internet indeed hosts a myriad of voices. Some found Wang Yifan impressive, while others dismissed him, believing they could achieve the same if given the chance. Despite the newly acquired cedar forests and mineral resources seeming trivial compared to the hidden achievements from the previous day, they nonetheless provided the Dragon Kingdom with invaluable timber resources. Report, Commander. The County Secretary of Qinglan has sent a report stating that a severely deforested mountain area has manifested a cedar forest. Report, Leader. The mayor of Jinsha City just called in with news that a piece of land has sprouted a cedar forest. Reporting, Commander. Leaders from Jiushi City have also reported discovering vast cedar forests around the city. Leaders from various cities and counties that randomly acquired cedar forests promptly reported their findings to the Central Military District. In truth, such occurrences had become commonplace since the arrival of the Dark Continent. Countless lords had surged into it, augmenting their nations with a plethora of resources and energy. Whenever a lord occupied resource mines in the Dark Continent, those resources would manifest in their homeland at a scale of 100 times. Almost daily, numerous lords from the Dragon Kingdom secured resources in the Dark Continent, which then materialized on their homeland. Among the various resources, forests were among the least conspicuous. Timber, when compared to oil and natural gas, seemed less significant. For a nation as vast as the Dragon Kingdom, the economic and energy value of forests appeared somewhat negligible. However, this perspective merely reflects an economic and energy-focused view. Wang Yifan's acquisition of the cedar forest was intended to gather medium-grade timber for upgrading and construction in his territory within the Dark Continent. Yet, when the cedar forest manifested in the Dragon Kingdom at a 100-fold scale, the implications were far more profound. Do not underestimate the significance of these 100 cedar forests to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. In an era of rapid national development, resource consumption has surged dramatically. Unrestrained exploitation has led to resource depletion, severely damaged lands, and numerous environmental issues, including pollution, desertification, and soil erosion. Thus, the value of forest resources to the nation should not be overlooked. Bear in mind, cultivating a mature cedar forest requires at least 25 years. How many 25-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Now, it seems as if in the blink of an eye, a vast cedar forest has sprung up. And this is not just a single grove, but a full 100 cedar forests. There has long been a discourse surrounding afforestation, which undeniably plays a significant role in the ecological environment of the Dragon Nation. It possesses the remarkable ability to absorb carbon dioxide, thereby mitigating the greenhouse effect. It also prevents soil erosion and upholds ecological balance, while combating desertification and enhancing the environment. Imagine a mountain forest that has suffered from excessive cultivation and severe soil erosion, suddenly flourishing into a lush expanse of greenery. Now consider the desolate land that, despite years of substantial investment in restoration efforts, has yielded minimal results. Yet, in this very moment, a vast forest springs forth vibrantly. The speed of this environmental enhancement is undoubtedly unparalleled by any other means. Within the command center of the Central Military District, an officer approached the chief commander with solemnity, saluting respectfully. Commander Zhang. All reports regarding the forestry situation have been submitted by the various municipalities. Zhang Huiyu, the highest authority in the Central Military District and also the superior of Lin's UNS forestry team, nodded gravely upon receiving the report, his expression focused. He was already well aware of the situation. However, deeper reflections occupied his mind at this moment. I understand, he said in a low voice. Beneath his serious demeanor, Zhang Huiyu's thoughts raced. Wang Yifan. Once again it is this Wang Yifan, he mused. Just yesterday, Wang Yifan had significantly contributed to the nation's fortune. And within less than a day, he had also added numerous cypress forests to the Dragon Nation. This name had been firmly etched in Commander Zhang's memory. Moreover, Wang Yifan was a new lord nurtured by his subordinate Lin Ziyuan's forestry team, further piquing his interest. This year, 2 S-grade gifted lords had emerged in the Dragon Nation. Both trained under the forestry team. I had anticipated that one of these two would surely exhibit extraordinary talent. Yet, unexpectedly, neither had shown remarkable abilities. While Wang Yifan had astoundingly demonstrated exceptional prowess, Zhang analyzed silently. During the month of training, Wang Yifan had maintained a low profile in demeanor yet worked with great prominence. Despite achieving exemplary training results, he deliberately diminished his presence to avoid drawing undue attention. However, upon entering the Shadow Continent, he cast aside his modesty, showcasing his true capabilities. After all, remaining overly modest could border on impoliteness. Yet, it was surprising that he chose to be so unabashedly conspicuous. In just 2 days since entering the Shadow Continent, he had already contributed significantly to the Dragon Nation's fortune, an astonishing feat. Now, even rival nations had begun to take notice of him. Within the Central Military District Command Center, discussions about this new lord, Wang Yifan, commenced among the officers. There was no denying that this newcomer possessed remarkable qualities. Having just entered the Shadow Continent for 2 days, while other new lords were quietly amassing strength, he had already begun to contribute to the Dragon Nation. Just a couple of days prior, simply surviving the magical tide of the novice period was a stroke of luck, let alone adding to the nation's fortune or gathering resources and energy. There had been instances where new lords had perished before even completing the 7-day novice period. Yesterday he had procured various minerals, oil, and natural gas. Today he had established numerous forestry sites across the nation. His capabilities were undeniably impressive. Wang Yifan's name was gradually becoming known among the higher echelons of the Dragon Nation. In the future, I must take the opportunity to learn more about this Wang Yifan. With the introduction of the forestry team, Commander Zhang silently resolved. Chapter 38. Successful Transformation. Gaining exceptional A-class combat power. After a long day of exertion, the ethereal white tiger captured by Wang Yifan was finally escorted back to his territory by his warriors. The distance traversed and the time expended had increased with each expedition. Today alone, conquering this cypress forest had consumed a considerable amount of time, Wang Yifan reflected. From this day forth, his operational range would no longer be confined to just a few kilometers around his territory. It was destined to expand further and further. As a new lord, the resources available and the monsters encountered in the vicinity were relatively low in quality and rarity, as well as weaker in strength. To gather rarer resources and more formidable combat power, he would need to venture ever farther. The time taken for these journeys had gradually escalated from mere minutes to half an hour, then to several hours, eventually requiring half a day or more. Henceforth, it seemed that each time Wang Yifan dispatched his forces on a mission, it might require 1 or 2 days, or even half a month. Therefore, to enhance efficiency, he needed to devise a method to procure ample marching runes. While these runes only increased marching speed and offered little assistance in combat, they could save a significant amount of time. Given the considerable distance involved, if he were to slay the ethereal white tiger and attempt to transport it back, the conversion probability would diminish greatly, an outcome Wang Yifan was keen to avoid. Fortunately, with the help of the venomous spider demon, he could first reduce the target to a weakened state, apply paralysis venom, and then transport it back, ensuring a 100 conversion probability. Gazing at the imposing and majestic ethereal white tiger before him, excitement gleamed in Wang Yifan's eyes. Indeed, this is simply splendid. A level 15 B-class white tiger has joined my ranks. With such formidable power, I shall thrive during this novice period without fear of other monsters. Wang Yifan understood that this was the strongest combat power he could currently obtain in the vicinity of his territory. The most formidable adversaries he could usually encounter were merely D or even C-class monsters or beings. To encounter B-class monsters or beings, one had to delve deeper into the Shadow Continent. With his SSS-class Lord talent, Shadow Extraction, the ethereal white tiger's power would ascend to even greater heights. Then let us commence the transformation. The ethereal white tiger, injected with ample paralysis venom, lay powerless and limp, resembling a drugged feline, its tongue lolling out in a somewhat comical manner. Nonetheless, it was indeed a massive cat. Shadow Extraction. Wang Yifan swiftly initiated the transformation, unable to contain his eagerness to acquire such formidable power. Dark purple energy surged into the ethereal white tiger-esque form. Shortly thereafter, with a resounding pop, the webbing enveloping the white tiger shattered instantaneously, turning to ash. The ethereal white tiger emanated a black-purple energy characteristic of the Shadow Legion. Once on the brink of death, It now revived to full vigor in an instant, becoming even more powerful. A thunderous roar erupted from Wang Yifan's territory, reverberating outward. This roar resonated like a shockwave, shaking the surrounding structures, causing branches and leaves to sway violently. Wang Yifan's other forces instinctively took several steps back in the face of this overwhelming presence, particularly the goblin tribe. Other races and forces also broke into a cold sweat, unable to suppress their nervousness. Although the ethereal white tiger was an exceptionally formidable creature in the Shadow Continent, Wang Yifan remained undaunted. His eyes gleamed with admiration and joy. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate, and the future of my domain will greatly depend on your contributions. Wang Yifan approached the shadow ethereal white tiger, gently stroking its chin with both hands, as one would pet a large dog. You, my friend, are indeed quite substantial. I must use both hands to touch you. The Shadow Forest White Tiger is not only the most formidable force within Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion, but it also possesses an impressively massive stature. Its size surpasses even that of the Wild Wolf Chief he previously tamed. Wang Yifan examined the attribute panel of the Shadow Forest White Tiger. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, Beast King, Shadow Forest White Tiger. Level, 15. Quality, A grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Tiger's Roar, Shadow Strike, Forest Shield. Talent, Territorial Bloodlust. Equipment, none. Beast King? Wang Yifan was astounded. The combatants he had previously gathered, such as the Fangtooth Wild Boar, Wild Wolf, and Venomous Spider Demon, were all classified as ferocious beasts. Yet, this Shadow Forest White Tiger is an even more formidable Beast King. The mere presence of this attribute panel speaks volumes. The Wild Wolf and Venomous Spider Demon he had previously tamed were merely leaders among monsters. The distinction between a leader and a Beast King is significant. Only a ferocious beast capable of leading dozens of subordinates can be deemed a leader. In contrast, only one who can command an entire tribe of its kin may be considered a Beast King level monster. At level 15, it is already the pinnacle of existence within at least a 10 to 20 kilometer radius. Currently, the strongest forces among all rookie lords, regardless of quality or level, likely max out around level 5. The experience and combat required to advance to each subsequent level increases substantially. A level 15 entity overshadows countless rookie lords. Not to mention, the A-grade quality. Those who attain A-grade combat prowess are indeed rare and powerful beings. The upper echelon of this Shadow Forest White Tiger remains unattainable for combatants of lower quality. As a lord, the two most critical attributes of one's combat power are level and quality, which complement each other. The higher the level, the greater the strength. The higher the quality, the more formidable one is among combatants of the same level. Beyond A-grade quality, there lies S-grade. However, S-grade powers are not easily acquired by ordinary lords. Some lords may toil for half a year or more and still struggle to attain a single A-grade combatant. As for S-grade, merely to seek such an exceptional power may take several years to obtain even one. Acquiring an S-grade combatant typically occurs through a few avenues, drawing from various barracks and military camps with an exceedingly slim, nearly negligible probability each day, or by attacking massive monster tribes and foreign forces on the Dark Continent to claim their eggs or young as spoils. Alternatively, one may purchase from the trading market. However, S-grade combatants within the marketplace are highly coveted commodities. Either the availability of S-grade combatants is pitifully scarce, with none appearing for months, or their price is exorbitant, ranging from tens of millions to even billions. The precise price is contingent upon attributes such as race, skills, and talents. Even A-grade combatants are not to be underestimated. A-grade powers signify the pinnacle of combat strength within the realms of advanced lords, and even special-grade lords commanding vast territories. An army led by an A-grade combatant possesses the capability to breach any formidable tribe, clan, or even small city. Reflecting on this, a thought crossed Wang Yifan's mind. With A-grade power in my possession, and having amassed such formidable forces, could I perhaps attempt to open that cursed Aurora treasure chest I acquired earlier? Chapter 39. I can't believe I'm this unlucky. Opening the chest. Wang Yifan stood atop his territory, surveying the formidable forces before him. These combatants were the result of his arduous efforts over the past 2 days, now standing silently, awaiting his commands. Especially the imposing Shadow Forest White Tiger at the forefront, recently transformed into a valuable warrior of the Shadow Legion under Wang Yifan's command. It stood proudly at the head of the formation, silently proclaiming its might. Even the likes of the B-grade Wild Wolf Chief and Venomous Spider Demon dared only to stand behind it. Clearly, everyone recognized who the strongest presence in this territory was. Within Wang Yifan's domain, thanks to the potent effects of his SSS grade lord talent, Shadow Extraction, each combatant he successfully transformed experienced a 200 increase in power from their original state. His initial 5 E-grade human infantry transformed into D-grade combatants. All forces within his territory are now at least D-grade or higher. E-grade combatants do not exist here. Subsequently, he also recruited 2 leaders from the Minotaur and Goblin tribes, elevating his strongest combatant from D-grade to C-grade with ease. Following the extraordinary events of last night's Aurora Night, Wang Yifan further demonstrated his prowess by capturing the Wild Wolf Chief and Venomous Spider Demon, once again enhancing his strongest power to B-grade. It is noteworthy that B-grade combatants are already exceptionally powerful. Even C-grade forces would allow Wang Yifan to stand out among the many rookie lords. During the second day of the novice protection period, most rookie lords likely only command around 10 E-grade combatants, barely able to form a small team for battle. However, Wang Yifan's ambitions extend far beyond this. With the formidable forces he has amassed, he unhesitatingly ventured deeper into the Dark Continent, exploring further. Ultimately, he unlocked the Forest King residing in the Cedar Grove, the Shadow Forest White Tiger. Thus, his strongest force ascended to the A-grade level. An A-grade combatant can effortlessly dominate multiple E-grade, D-grade, or even C-grade foes, if faced with foreign tribes or hordes of monsters. As long as the opposing quality does not meet a certain threshold, even if their numbers reach dozens or even hundreds, dispatching a single Shadow Forest White Tiger would be more than sufficient to secure victory. This illustrates the profound disparity in strength between different qualities. When comparing combatants, strength trumps sheer numbers. At the same level, a D-grade combatant can easily handle several E-grade foes. A C-grade combatant can contend with around 20 E-grade combatants. A B-grade combatant can effortlessly defeat dozens of E-grade adversaries. And a powerful A-grade combatant can easily dispatch over 100 E-grade foes without breaking a sweat. Eliminating an army of several hundred E-grade combatants becomes a trivial task. Engaging an A-grade force against E-grade adversaries is akin to an adult bullying a child. Combat resembles a game of Dynasty Warriors, as easy as mowing down grass. With the acquisition of this A-grade Shadow Forest White Tiger, Wang Yifan is acutely aware that his strength surpasses all rookie lords, rendering him unmatched. He stands tall, for now, armed with such an A-grade power. He feels confident in opening the Cursed Aurora Treasure Chest. Item: Cursed Aurora Treasure Chest. Level: Unknown. Quality: Mysterious. Introduction: Once opened, it will unleash a horde of monsters. Upon vanquishing these creatures, one shall be rewarded with rare materials, advanced equipment, and even formidable troop or building blueprints. Warning: the Cursed Treasure Chest harbors unpredictable dangers. Exercise caution when utilizing it. Tip: this treasure chest will become ineffective in 6 hours, 29 minutes, and 59 seconds. Wang Yifan's gaze was firmly fixed on the dwindling time. Now less than 6.5 hours. He furrowed his brow, mentally calculating the passing moments. After a day of toil, the sky was gradually darkening, and dusk was imminent, heralding the expiration of the Cursed Aurora Chest. Silently, he pondered. This Cursed Aurora Chest, while capable of yielding valuable treasures, was unequivocally a perilous item for other novice lords. It randomly summoned monsters, and a moment's carelessness could plunge one into dire straits. Hence, prior to opening it, one must possess adequate strength to confront the myriad creatures and foreign entities that might emerge from the Shadow Continent. At present, he estimated a 95% probability of easily overcoming the challenges posed by this chest. Concerning Class C monsters, and even Class B ones, he felt no trepidation. Even should their numbers swell, with the support of his A-class combat strength, the Shadow Phantom White Tiger, he could face them with composure. His sole apprehension lay in the possibility of summoning an S-class epic monster. That was his greatest fear. He frowned slightly. Given Wang Yifan's current prowess, he felt no concern regarding monsters or entities below Class B, regardless of their numbers. He even held confidence in confronting A-class threats. After all, he had devised a strategy to defeat monsters and entities of A-class strength. What truly unsettled him was the worst-case scenario of encountering an S-class super epic monster or entity. Some might argue that encountering an S-class entity would be advantageous. If he could conquer it, he could transform it into a member of the Shadow Legion, thereby becoming invincible. Yet the crux of the matter is that to convert an S-class entity into the Shadow Legion, one must first possess the capability to defeat it. With fewer than 100 combatants at his disposal, should an S-class monster or warrior indeed materialize, even if he went all out, he would stand no chance. This constituted the 5% of scenarios that Wang Yifan could not contend with, although he was currently shielded by a novice barrier, rendering an S-class monster incapable of breaching it. The concern remained that such a formidable creature might simply establish a base near his territory. In that case, he would find himself unable to venture beyond even an inch of his domain. For the remaining 5 days, he would be confined within his territory, unable to develop, convert monsters, or gather materials and resources to upgrade and construct his realm. Consequently, he would be as good as dead. When the novice barrier was lifted, not only would he face the impending tide of darkness, but this S-class entity would be the first to obliterate him. Wang Yifan's greatest anxiety was that if this treasure chest did indeed summon an S-class monster, it would spell trouble. He was not fearful of monsters breaching the barrier, but rather of an S-class monster disregarding all rules and settling outside his territory. Once the novice barrier was compromised, it would swiftly annihilate Wang Yifan's domain. After 10 minutes of internal conflict, watching the time for the chest's usage dwindle, Wang Yifan finally felt at ease. After all, if he was to open it, it should be now, rather than waiting for nightfall when visibility would be poor, making monster encounters more challenging. Open it. What is there to fear? S-class epic beings are exceedingly rare in this shadow continent. It's nearly impossible. I refuse to believe that I am truly unfortunate enough to summon an S-class monster. If it does appear, I shall devise a means to confront it. Wang Yifan retrieved the cursed Aurora chest from his lordly space, instructing his goblins to transport it beyond the bounds of his territory's barrier. The chest must be opened outside the barrier. I can exit, but intruders cannot enter, ensuring my safety. He had already formulated a plan. Whatever monsters emerged would be immediately obstructed by the barrier. Thus, Wang Yifan would have the time and capacity to address these creatures, even meticulously arranging strategies before engaging them in battle. Have you chosen to open the cursed Aurora chest? Yes. The cursed Aurora chest has been opened by Lord Wang Yifan. A wave of dark energy surges forth from the chest. Danger is imminent. The Lord must prepare for battle at once. Chapter 40. Goblins again? This is manageable. The cursed Aurora chest has been opened. Monsters from within are about to emerge. The Lord must prepare for battle at once. The system issued a warning to Wang Yifan. All combatants within his territory stood ready within the novice barrier, tense and poised to follow his commands. No one knew what monsters were about to appear. Upon Wang Yifan confirming the opening of the chest, the lock audibly snapped and shattered, falling to the ground. Subsequently, the chest sprang open like an electronic trunk, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke that swiftly enveloped the surrounding area. Yet the novice barrier stood firm like a robust glass shield, keeping the smoke at bay. As the dark mist continued to pour from the chest, Wang Yifan felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his throat. This did not bode well, he murmured to himself, uncertain of the powerful monsters that might emerge, but the ominous cloud of smoke was indeed disconcerting. After about a minute, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing numerous shadowy figures. Wang Yifan gazed at the throng before him, unable to suppress a frown. Judging by their numbers, they likely exceeded the combined strength of all his forces within the territory. He estimated there were at least 100 of them. Wang Yifan's forces totaled fewer than 100 individuals, while the opposition appeared to consist of no less than 100. This disparity caused him concern. The quantity of adversaries that had manifested was the highest he had encountered in the past 2 days, promising to be the largest combat scenario yet. Although the quality of their combat strength remained unclear, the sheer number alone was enough to evoke apprehension. Everyone, prepare for battle. Follow the strategy one have outlined. Wang Yifan's voice resonated throughout the territory. He had devised a plan utilizing the novice barrier, simple yet effective. Despite being labeled as novice, the barrier's strength was astonishing. Neither monsters, foreign entities, nor even advanced or elite lords could breach it, no matter how great the disparity in power. This was the key to Wang Yifan's approach. The novice barrier was akin to a bug within the system, defying all logic. He could freely enter and exit, while enemies could not, regardless of their might. With such a bug-like barrier at his disposal, it was imperative to exploit it to its fullest. Once the black smoke cleared, he would discern the number and quality of his opponents, as well as the prowess of their boss. Only by understanding these factors could he formulate an effective battle plan. Wang Yifan thought to himself, reassured by the presence of the novice barrier. If it weren't for the novice barrier, the moment the treasure chest was opened, battle would erupt instantaneously, leaving no time for preparation. However, with the presence of the novice barrier, the situation transforms entirely. Wang Yifan can fully assess the battlefield, devise strategies, and prepare for combat before stepping out to engage. He can avoid chaotic and unprepared skirmishes. Yet, this is not the most remarkable advantage. The most extraordinary aspect is that Wang Yifan had previously bestowed high-grade recovery runes upon all his forces, and their effects have yet to dissipate. This indicates that should the combatants under Wang Yifan's command sustain injuries, they can promptly retreat to their territory. Under the protection of the novice barrier, they can gradually restore their health until fully rejuvenated before rejoining the fray. It is crucial to note that the opposing forces lack such an advantage. They must fight to the death. Even if they possess healing units capable of restoring their allies' health, Wang Yifan remains unperturbed. At worst, he can eliminate those healing priests first, then wear down the remaining foes until they are exhausted. The monsters, devoid of barrier protection, remain in a constant state of battle and cannot recover as steadily as Wang Yifan's forces. He mused to himself, contemplating a brilliant strategy that would allow him to secure victory without personally engaging in combat. I still have goblin archers who can strike from a distance and venomous spider monsters that can spit poison. I can continuously attack the external monsters from within the barrier. I have all the time in the world to wear them down. A slight smile played on his lips, utilizing ranged units to incessantly assault the monsters outside the barrier. Gradually depleting their health is nothing short of an unscrupulous tactic. However, this is the Dark Continent, where notions of fairness and justice hold little sway. Survival is of utmost importance. With this thought in mind, Wang Yifan meticulously arranged all his plans. All melee units stood at the ready, awaiting his command to charge out of the barrier to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the goblin archers and 15 venomous spider monsters were also primed, waiting for Wang Yifan's signal. Minutes later, as the thick smoke began to dissipate, Wang Yifan finally discerned the nature of the forces summoned by the treasure chest. Another band of goblins? He frowned slightly, and as the smoke cleared, over 100 goblin warriors emerged into view. E rank, D rank, C rank. It seemed their strength was as such, with the highest among them being their leader, merely C rank. After careful observation, Wang Yifan felt a wave of relief. The 100+ goblins brandished an array of weapons, clamoring boisterously outside the novice barrier. Among these goblins, 5 D-rank leaders commanded squads of 20 to 30. The most formidable among them was a C-rank leader, who even rode a large dog. Race, goblin. Unit type, cavalry. Level, 8. Quality, C-rank. Skills, battle horn, rabid dog charge. Equipment, quality iron sword, oak shield. Description, as the leader of the goblin tribe, he commands over 100 goblin warriors. Mounted on a ferocious hound, he wields a sharp iron sword in his left hand and raises a sturdy shield in his right. On the battlefield, he can unleash the combat potential of his goblin subordinates, leading them into the fray. Skill 1. Battle Horn. The goblin leader sounds the battle horn, instilling a powerful combat spirit in his goblin army, enhancing their strength by 20. Skill 2. Rabid Dog Charge. The goblin leader rides his steed and launches a swift assault on the enemy, inflicting significant damage. As the leader of this goblin horde, the goblin leader, astride his fierce dog, slowly approached Wang Yifan. Which lord are you in this dark continent? State your name. I am the leader of the goblin tribe, and I do not slay nameless youths. What prowess is there in hiding behind this barrier? Have the courage to face our goblin army in battle. The goblin leader, utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation, boisterously taunted from outside the barrier. Truly, he was a goblin, his diminutive stature allowing only a slightly larger dog to serve as his steed. Observing his appearance, Wang Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. The size of the dog beneath him was even smaller than the pigs within Wang Yifan's territory. Such a small creature, yet so audaciously brash. Proclaiming to slay nameless foes and demanding he step forth to battle? Very well, knowing you are merely a horde of goblins puts my mind at ease. A slight smile crept upon Wang Yifan's lips. You wish to fight, do you? Very well, I shall arrange for my forces to engage you thoroughly. Chapter 41. The White Tiger Roars. The entire arena trembles. Observing Wang Yifan's continued inaction, remaining within the novice barrier, the goblin warrior's leader incessantly provoked him with words. Trash. A mere human cannot possibly contend with our esteemed goblin tribe. You appear physically imposing, yet your courage is lacking. You dare not confront us. Forward, my minions. Show them some color. At the leader's command, he signaled to his subordinates. One of the goblins stepped forward, brazenly removing his trousers and urinating upon the novice barrier, attempting to humiliate Wang Yifan. Upon witnessing this disgraceful act, the hundreds of goblins erupted in laughter. The goblin leader laughed heartily, his tone dripping with mockery. Ha! Just a mere human. They dare only cower in their territory, afraid to emerge for battle. I see the human race is nothing more than this. The goblin warriors around him chimed in, jeering and ridiculing. Indeed, how could these humans from another world possibly match our goblin tribe's prowess? We are the rulers of this dark continent. I see this fellow must be terrified by our overwhelming numbers, with such strength in the territory. Yet he does not dare to confront us. What a coward! As the goblin leader observed Wang Yifan's reluctance to deploy forces, he grew increasingly convinced of his cowardice, with the other goblin warriors joining in the raucous mockery. Yet, Wang Yifan remained remarkably composed within his territory, a slight smirk playing on his lips, revealing a hint of disdain. Such little goblins, so brimming with confidence, even daring to drop their trousers. He scanned the goblins, coldly remarking, "It's quite manageable that they are goblins. Even with their numbers exceeding 100, I shall assuredly secure this battle with ease." Observing the goblin's arrogant demeanor, particularly the self-satisfied expression of the goblin leader, Wang Yifan found the scene exceedingly amusing. You claim I am afraid? Indeed. I am afraid that I shall soon have you fleeing in terror, scathed and humiliated. I intend to gather every last one of your goblins into my Shadow Legion. Wang Yifan glanced at his strongest unit recently integrated into the Shadow Legion, the Shadow Forest White Tiger. You go first, show them our strength. Wang Yifan commanded solemnly. The Shadow Forest White Tiger acknowledged the order and, with steady strides, stepped out of Wang Yifan's territory, crossing beyond the novice barrier. Unexpectedly, the goblins, who had been clamoring moments ago, were rendered speechless upon encountering the Forest White Tiger. Is this truly the Forest White Tiger? Isn't this creature typically found guarding the depths of mountains or dense forests? How could it have been acquired by this lord and become one of his subordinates? One goblin exclaimed in terror. Surely, the quality of this Forest White Tiger must be at least B rank. Just this one beast is more formidable than our leader. Can we possibly defeat it? Another goblin's voice trembled. Alas, it approaches us. Moreover, it exudes a mysterious power that seems quite formidable. Another goblin cried out. The hundreds of goblins that had previously surrounded Wang Yifan's territory taunting near the novice barrier, suddenly faltered when the forest white tiger was dispatched. A large number began to retreat in disarray. The aura emanating from the forest white tiger caused the goblins to step back, as if they were confronted by the specter of death. They seemed to believe that getting too close would result in the immediate loss of their lives. What are we afraid of? The forest white tiger is but one creature. We are an army of over 100 goblins. We can surely handle it. Observing his subordinates begin to cower, the leader grew anxious and sought ways to bolster their morale. Fear not. Whoever can slay this forest white tiger shall be rewarded by becoming my second in command. Together, we shall revel in wealth and glory. The goblin leader attempted to rally his troops. Upon hearing this, Wang Yifan could not suppress a cold laugh. You wretched little beings, incapable of even reaching B rank, dare to presume that sheer numbers can defeat my forest white tiger? How laughable. Now, show them your might. Wang Yifan commanded. The shadow forest white tiger unleashed a resounding roar, a woo. This was its skill, Tiger's Roar, which instantly intimidated all the goblin warriors present. Some goblins widened their eyes in shock, their spirits shattered. Others, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably. The most comical sight was that of the goblin leader, whose mount, a large dog, was so frightened by the roar that it furiously bristled and suddenly collapsed, throwing the leader to the ground. Wankai, what are you doing? How could you throw your master off? The goblin leader scrambled to his feet, scolding his mount. Yet, the forest white tiger had yet to launch an attack. Merely its roar had already instilled fear in many goblin warriors. I haven't even initiated a full-scale assault, and already this horde of goblins has lost their nerve. Wang Yifan mused. The fearful roar from the forest white tiger had shattered the morale of the once menacing goblin army. Most goblins had lost their will to fight. Realizing that this was a battle of staggering disparity, to Wang Yifan, the size of the forest white tiger was akin to that of a mighty elephant. To the diminutive goblins, it loomed like a small mountain. In this moment, the goblins were no longer the audacious beings they had been. They appeared utterly insignificant. Before the forest white tiger, they resembled inconsequential little grapes, poised to be devoured whole, their bones likely to crunch under the beast's might. Wang Yifan, observing the scene, concluded that there was no need to waste more words on these goblins. The hour was late, and it was time to strike decisively. With a steely gaze, he signaled to his forces, "You may advance. Remember, show no mercy, leave no survivors." At his command, all forces surged forth from the territory, their movements swift and resolute. Without an ounce of hesitation, they charged forward, each step reverberating through the ground, heralding the onset of an overwhelming onslaught. Faced with the formidable momentum of Wang Yifan's forces, the various races and monsters present left the goblins bewildered and paralyzed with fear. Fight! Fear not. Our goblin clan is the most superior race. Fear not, brothers. Charge! The goblin leader finally issued the order to attack. The two forces clashed instantaneously, and the battle ignited. Yet, the outcome was already predetermined. Despite the goblins' overwhelming numbers, Wang Yifan's forces far surpassed them in overall strength. Not to mention, Wang Yifan's most powerful asset, the A-rank shadow forest white tiger. With a mere swipe of its paw, it could effortlessly tear apart several goblin warriors. To the goblin fighters, facing the forest white tiger was akin to being sliced through like vegetables. Even the weakest shadow goblin warrior under Wang Yifan could easily defeat its own kin. This is impossible. The goblin leader could scarcely fathom the horror of this bloody carnage. A woo. A thunderous roar signaled that Wang Yifan's strongest asset had arrived before the goblin army's mightiest warrior. The forest white tiger advanced, leaving a trail of goblin corpses in its wake. The goblin leader brandished his iron sword, attempting to threaten the forest white tiger and prevent its approach. However, such a threat was utterly inconsequential to the forest white tiger. To it, the iron sword was nothing more than a toothpick, too small even for dental use. I must eliminate it swiftly. I need to transform this goblin army into my subordinates. Wang Yifan thought. Moreover, I am eager to discover what treasures await me from slaying this horde of goblins. Chapter 42. All will be transformed. Henceforth, it shall be the Goblin Legion. Congratulations, Lord Wang Yifan, for slaying the goblin army released from the cursed Aurora treasure chest. Rewards are being granted to the host. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 units of life crystals, 10 units of fire crystals, 10 units of lightning crystals, 10 units of earth crystals, 10 units of ocean crystals, and 10 units of gale crystals. Having vanquished all the creatures summoned from the treasure chest, Wang Yifan successfully acquired the treasures within. Guess what? Wang Yifan's long-desired life crystals had come effortlessly. Not only did he receive one, but a full 10 units. In addition, he obtained 10 units of several other common crystals, such as fire crystals and lightning crystals. With this bounty, should Wang Yifan acquire any advanced building blueprints or need to upgrade structures in the future, these crystals would surely suffice in the short term. Indeed, the heavens have favored me. After searching all day for life crystals, I found them right here. Previously, Wang Yifan had been somewhat hesitant. After all, the creatures spawned by the cursed Aurora treasure chest were random, and he could not guarantee a certain kill, which posed a risk. Yet, Lady Luck seemed to be on his side. The creatures summoned this time were merely a horde of goblins. While this number constituted a small army, given Wang Yifan's current strength, he could easily handle it, even achieve a resounding victory. Wang Yifan retrieved a life crystal from his lord's space, holding it in his palm. The crystal was about the size of a walnut. Yet this tiny object radiated immense energy. Now, I can finally construct the A-rank life spring. Wang Yifan silently rejoiced. With a swift whoosh, the life crystal instantaneously transported back to the lord's domain from Wang Yifan's grasp. The construction of the life spring could be postponed. There were matters of greater import at hand. Beyond the novice barrier surrounding Wang Yifan's territory lay a gruesome battlefield, already steeped in carnage. The goblin warriors, who had previously been audaciously relieving themselves against the novice barrier, now lay utterly vanquished, with not a single soul spared. Wang Yifan's subordinates were diligently clearing the battlefield, both to prevent any goblins from escaping and to ascertain whether any feigned death among the fallen. My lord, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared, reported a member of the Shadow Legion, transformed from a human cavalryman. Very well, I understand, Wang Yifan nodded. The sky had darkened, twilight gradually succumbing to the night. This moment marked the perilous peak of danger across the dark continent. As night descended, the monsters, beasts, and foreign races on this land would grow increasingly formidable, far more challenging than during the day. Yet, Wang Yifan felt no trepidation. Stepping outside his domain, he was accompanied by his most powerful A-grade combatant, the Shadow Forest White Tiger. No matter how treacherous the night may appear, with this A-grade strength by my side, I have naught to fear. Shadow extraction. Wang Yifan invoked his SSS-grade lordly talent. Before him, the once silent battlefield erupted with over 100 goblin warriors rising to their feet, successfully transformed into his legion. Summon forth the goblin chief, who rides his dog to speak with me. Wang Yifan commanded authoritatively. This directive was relayed through the ranks of goblins. As a newly transformed member of the Shadow Legion, the goblin chief hastened on his large dog, arriving promptly before Wang Yifan, leaping down and kneeling on one knee. My lord, I am now a member of your Shadow Legion. Henceforth, I shall lead the goblin tribe in unwavering loyalty, never to betray you, nor harbor any divided intentions. The goblin chief, who had moments ago boasted of destroying Wang Yifan's territory, now exhibited a swift and astonishing change of heart upon transformation. Had any other lord encountered such an unpredictable individual, they would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. After all, one who had just threatened their life now knelt in fealty. Proclaiming loyalty with fervor, such declarations could easily be met with skepticism. However, Wang Yifan alone understood that once transformed into members of his Shadow Legion, the goblins' loyalty would remain steadfast at 100%. Their promises of fidelity were not mere empty words. Wang Yifan examined the goblin chief's attribute panel. Race, Shadow Tribe. Unit type, Cavalry, Goblin Chief. Level, 8. Quality, B grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Battle Horn, Dog Charge. Equipment, Exquisite Iron Sword, Oak Shield. Excellent. You are now one of my esteemed generals, Wang Yifan remarked with satisfaction. Following the transformation, this goblin chief had further advanced to B-grade strength. Now, Wang Yifan commanded 3 B-grade warriors. As you are the leader of this goblin group, henceforth, all goblin warriors within my territory shall be entrusted to your command. Wang Yifan issued his new directive. Understood, replied the goblin chief. Previously, Wang Yifan's goblin warriors numbered around 30, with the strongest being a mere goblin leader. Now, with the addition of a more formidable leader, it was only fitting for him to lead the goblin tribe on Wang Yifan's behalf. After all, as the strength within Wang Yifan's territory grew, it became increasingly impossible for him to manage every aspect and unit single-handedly, thus selecting individuals of higher quality. Those who were the strongest and most revered within their races as their ultimate leaders was the most prudent choice. The goblin chief was precisely such an individual, holding a status second only to Wang Yifan, towering over the other 100. The goblin count had swelled beyond a mere squad, now qualifying as a goblin legion. This goblin legion represented the first of its kind to attain such scale under Wang Yifan's command. In contrast, other forces barely numbered in the dozens, hardly deserving of the title of a legion. However, with Wang Yifan's prowess, the strength of the Minotaur tribe, the Prairie Wolves, and other races would steadily accumulate until they too formed legions of over 100. My territory has finally begun to take shape. I can now assemble a small legion of over 100, Wang Yifan thought, filled with joy. In the future, not only would there be a goblin legion, but also human legions, Minotaur legions, even pig legions, prairie wolf legions, and various monster legions at his disposal. The myriad of races and monstrous beasts under his command would each fulfill their roles, each possessing unique characteristics. Yet, a lingering sensation nagged at him. Despite the considerable strength he commanded, he felt an absence of a certain force. Wang Yifan furrowed his brow, sensing that while his subordinates were undeniably strong, they lacked a sense of balance, that well-rounded versatility akin to a hexagonal warrior. Never mind. This can be set aside for now. My forces will continue to grow. He quickly adjusted his mindset. The most pressing matter now was to construct the A-grade life spring, for the effects of the high-grade recovery runes would soon diminish. Once completed, my subordinates will no longer need to worry about injuries. Chapter 43. Successfully constructed A-grade life spring. It seems my territory is still not sufficiently vast. Does the Lord wish to commence construction of the A-grade life spring? Required materials: 1,000 units of energy crystals, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 1 unit of life crystal. Utilizing high-quality building materials increases the probability of enhancing building quality upon upgrade. Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Yifan affirmed his choice. With his decision, all building materials within the territory's space surged forth from the void. In a suitable location, the A-grade life spring rose majestically, a sanctified and pristine structure gradually taking shape. Ding! Congratulations to the novice Lord Wang Yifan for successfully establishing the A-grade life spring. As long as your warriors enter the healing range of this A-grade life spring, they will begin to recover health. Territory building, life spring. Building level, level 1. Building quality, A-grade. Building function. The life spring is a structure designed to heal our injured units. Any injured unit that enters the life spring's range will automatically begin to restore health. Healing radius, 50 meters. Healing speed, 2 health points restored every 10 seconds. Building reminder. The higher the building's level and quality, the greater the healing range and speed of the life spring. Upgrade materials: 5,000 units of energy crystals, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5 units of life crystals. Utilizing high-quality building materials increases the probability of enhancing building quality upon upgrade. Truly worthy of an A-grade building. It appears exquisite and beautiful. Wang Yifan marveled. The A-grade life spring was crafted entirely from superior stone, its surface adorned with intricate carvings, each detail bearing the hallmark of master craftsmen. At the very heart of the edifice stands a statue of a sacred goddess, gracefully cradling a water vessel from which the elixir of life flows in a continuous stream. A delicate veil of mist envelopes the entire structure, and during daylight, this vapor transforms under the sun's rays into resplendent rainbows. How delightful! The water even possesses a subtle fragrance. This mist carries a refreshing aroma that seems to possess an enchanting power the moment one approaches the spring of life. A profound tranquility washes over them, instantly dispelling all weariness and worries. When injured units draw near the life-giving waters, they are healed and revitalized. Wang Yifan stands beside the spring, inhaling deeply the invigorating scent, his heart brimming with contentment. This spring is remarkable. Merely being in its proximity has alleviated my anxiety and fatigue. Could I perhaps shed my garments and immerse myself in its waters? After all, this is my domain. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming his solitude, and smiled softly. Though he had not prepared a swimsuit upon arriving in the Shadow Continent, he mused that bathing in the nude would pose no great inconvenience. After all, he found himself in his own territory, and as the highest-ranking lord, he could indulge in whatever he wished without fear of reprimand. Whether he desired to recline in the waters, float aimlessly, or even dip in a whimsical manner, what could it matter? Among the many novice lords, he was likely the only one with such leisure and delight at this moment. At last, his territory boasted a structure capable of providing continuous healing to his valiant warriors. This development would allow him to expand his dominion without hesitation, which was indeed splendid. My Shadow Legion, with its full might, could engage in unrelenting combat around the clock. Now, with this grade A spring of life, their endurance is assured. The moment their vitality wanes, they can return home to heal in the vicinity of this spring. Once restored to full strength, they can return to the fray. Thus, the combat prowess of my Shadow Legion would resemble that of a perpetual motion machine. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, as if he could already envision his Shadow Legion sweeping triumphantly across the battlefield. This is fantastic, even when the effects of the superior recovery rune wane. I need not worry. Wang Yifan stood beside the spring, quietly grateful. The effects of the superior recovery rune were dwindling, and would soon dissipate entirely. He had intended to secure a life crystal to construct the grade A spring of life before the rune's effects faded, and fortunately, that objective had been achieved today. Although both the superior recovery rune and the grade A spring of life serve as healing methods, their functionalities differ significantly. Firstly, the rune bestows a protective layer upon all warriors under the Lord's command, allowing them to benefit from its healing effects regardless of their distance from the territory. In contrast, the grade A spring of life requires proximity to the spring within the territory to confer its healing benefits. Secondly, the rune's healing effects are time-limited. Once its duration expires, its benefits vanish. By contrast, as a structure, the grade A spring of life will maintain its healing capabilities as long as it stands and remains unscathed by enemies. Furthermore, the rune cannot be activated during combat. It only reactivates once the warriors are out of battle. Conversely, the grade A spring of life continuously provides healing, regardless of the state of our units, which is its remarkable advantage. This effect is particularly invaluable during siege battles. When the enemy breaches our territory, the spring will continually restore our unit's vitality, significantly enhancing our defensive capabilities. On the flip side, when the enemy assaults our stronghold, the grade A spring of life will undoubtedly become their primary target. After all, if we can consistently recover, the battle would devolve into an interminable stalemate, which would be exceedingly disadvantageous for the enemy. Wang Yifan felt a profound satisfaction with his current circumstances. He commanded approximately 200 warriors, a number sufficient to shed the label of a novice lord. Within just a few days, his forces had surpassed the 200 mark, placing him at the forefront among all novice lords, capable of overwhelming any of them. With my current strength, I should have no trouble facing the impending demon tide in 5 days. Wang Yifan mused inwardly. 2 days had passed since the novice period began, and the demon tide loomed ever closer. At this moment, he no longer felt anxious about its arrival. The demon tide? If even Wang Yifan cannot handle it, then others would surely meet their demise. Currently, the demon tide posed no threat, and it was entirely beyond my concerns. Wang Yifan felt exceedingly confident. In fact, the demon tide might not only spare my territory from any loss or disruption, but it could also bolster my strength significantly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Surely, the creatures and foreign races that emerged during the demon tide would be new additions to my previously incomplete bestiary. This would allow me to diversify my warriors and enhance my collection on the Shadow Continent. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Rather than fearing the impending demon tide, Wang Yifan found himself anticipating it with curiosity about the monsters, beasts, or foreign races that would assault his territory. As thoughts swirled, he suddenly realized, however, it seems my territory is becoming a tad too small. Chapter 44. Assessing forces, the count reaches over 200? Indeed, my territory appears to be somewhat inadequate. Wang Yifan glanced at the newly acquired Goblin Legion, and it became evident that his domain was insufficiently spacious. Most of the Goblin warriors could only remain outside the novice barrier. Regardless, this is the current state of our territory. It spans merely 3,000 square meters. Yet we are nearing 200 in number. But fear not. Our next core mission is to continue expanding our territory, rapidly developing upon that foundation to establish a stronger base. Wang Yifan's words resembled those of a boss painting grand visions. Yet, he spoke not in vain, for he genuinely possessed that capability. He was not merely rallying the troops. Rather, his rapid growth and the sudden influx of soldiers had far outpaced the speed of territorial upgrades, which was simply unavoidable. At present, the monsters and beasts spawning around Wang Yifan were no match for his forces, and even if some of his strength were stationed outside the novice barrier, it seemed to pose no significant threat. However, considering the safety provided by the novice barrier, Wang Yifan decided to house all his forces within the territory, as that was the most prudent course of action. He certainly did not wish to awaken to news of an ambush by foreign creatures upon his forces while he was soundly asleep. After all, his territory was limited to that 3,000 square meters, which felt rather cramped for a team nearing 200, not accounting for the space taken up by his numerous buildings. Thus, the pressing priority was undoubtedly to upgrade the territory to level 3 as swiftly as possible, to accommodate more warriors and lay the groundwork for future development. Today's tasks were nearly complete. I just need to arrange for the night's operations before I can rest. As he spoke, Wang Yifan opened his system panel. Name: Wang Yifan. Unit Type 1, Human. Unit Type 2, Shadow Race, Unique. Talent Level, SSS Grade. Lord Talent, Shadow Extraction. Racial Talents, Absolute Loyalty, Eternal Body, Lord's Might, Territory Protection. Territory Buildings, Main Camp, Level 2. E-Grade Quality. Barracks, Level 1, E-Grade Quality. Granary, Level 1, E-Grade Quality. Blacksmith Shop, Level 1, E-Grade Quality. Watchtower, Level 1, E-Grade Quality. Cavalry Camp, Level 1, C-Grade Quality. Fountain of Life, Level 1, A-Grade Quality. Lord's Space, 1,500 units of white energy crystals, 1,000 units of green energy crystals, 5,000 units of inferior wood, 5,000 units of inferior stone, 9 units of life crystals, 10 units of flame crystals, 10 units of lightning crystals, 10 units of earth crystals, 10 units of ocean crystals, 10 units of gale crystals. The territory has added a C-grade quality cavalry camp and an A-grade quality fountain of life. Wang Yifan currently commands the following military forces: an A-grade Shadow Forest White Tiger, one of the territory's elite forces; a B-grade Wilderness Wolf leader, leading 10 wilderness wolves; a B-grade Venomous Spider Demon leader, commanding 14 venomous spider demons; a C-grade Minotaur leader, accompanied by 8 D-grade Minotaurs; 30 D-grade human infantry, and 5 C-grade human cavalry; 26 D-grade tusked black wild boars. The Goblin tribe is the most numerous, comprising 150 individuals, including 1 B-grade Goblin leader and 6 C-grade Goblin leaders, leading numerous Goblin warriors. Among them, there are also 50 Goblin archers. In terms of logistics, there are 30 Goblin residents and 10 human residents. Excluding the residents, Wang Yifan's total military strength has reached 247. To his astonishment, He had merely conducted a brief inventory of his territorial forces and found that he was nearing 200 individuals. Wang Yifan marveled internally. Such a scale was primarily attributed to the goblin army spawned from the cursed Aurora treasure chest today. Otherwise, his military strength would have barely exceeded 100. Among these forces, there are 4 distinct breeds of ferocious beasts collected. In the Dark Continent, Wang Yifan has already integrated 3 races: humans, minotaurs, and goblins. Truly, his unparalleled SSS grade lord talent lives up to its reputation. Without it, how could I possibly demonstrate such strength by the second day? Wang Yifan felt a swell of pride. This SSS grade lord talent is indeed deserving of its name, exhibiting power that is truly remarkable. Generally, a lord, following the most ordinary developmental path, would probably only possess around 10 individuals by today. Even among those with superior talents and abilities, it would be challenging to exceed 30. Yet, Wang Yifan's forces have already approached 250 individuals, including the formidable A-grade Shadow Forest White Tiger and even a 150-strong goblin army. While goblins may not rival his White Tiger, the newly added goblin archers will immensely aid me in the upcoming battle against the tide of monsters. Wang Yifan understood that, during the tide, archers are crucial for defending the territory. When the enemy approaches, the archers should unleash volleys of arrows to deplete their numbers, and once the enemy nears the territory, the melee units will engage in a desperate struggle. This is undoubtedly the simplest yet highly effective strategy to counter the tide of monsters. How I hope the tide arrives soon. While others wish for the tide to be delayed to amass strength, Wang Yifan eagerly anticipated its early arrival. I estimate that in 7 days, most lords will have around 70 to 100 individuals. He stroked his chin, analyzing. And I have long surpassed that number, so logically, I should be able to effortlessly withstand the tide. He was not worried about the tide, but rather concerned about the new forces it might bring. Wang Yifan yearned for new strengths, new racial soldiers, and even more powerful monsters. To him, this was akin to collecting Pokemon in the Dark Continent, filled with the joy of exploration and discovery. Moreover, once the novice period ends and the tide arrives, our various functions as new lords, such as the trading post, will gradually unlock, and that is the most crucial aspect. Currently, we novice lords are playing a severely restricted version of the game, entirely in a single-player mode. Not only are we oblivious to the circumstances on Blue Star, but we also know nothing about the situations of other novice lords. Stepping into the Dark Continent entails daily survival tests of the law of the jungle. For a lord, the ability to survive based on one's strength is of utmost importance. Furthermore, after the tide descends, new lords from various nations will compete for precious rewards based on their rankings. The novice period lasts for 7 days, during which most functions on the Dark Continent are not accessible to lords. On one hand, this is to prevent novice lords from cheating. On the other hand, it serves to filter out those truly capable of surviving on this continent through the tide. Therefore, actions such as prematurely unlocking the trading post would severely disrupt the balance. If the trading functions were developed early, the competition among lords would become meaningless, as one could simply buy their way to victory. Lords from prestigious backgrounds, or those who awaken high-level lord talents, being valued by their nations, could easily exploit the trading functions to acquire substantial high-quality forces. Consequently, the tide 7 days from now would be a mere walk in the park for them. Then the competition would no longer be a test of the strength of novice lords, but a pure contest of financial prowess. For now, I shall leave it at that. Upon awakening tomorrow, I will delve deeper into the Dark Continent, expanding my territory, amassing strength, and upgrading my territory to level 3, while also seeing what monsters and exotic races I can recruit tomorrow. Chapter 45. Discovery of a granite mine yielding medium-quality stone. Today marks the 3rd day since entering the Dark Continent, with 4 days remaining until the tide. Armed with an A-grade Shadow Forest White Tiger, Wang Yifan stands out among all novice lords and does not regard the impending tide with much concern. For Wang Yifan, the tide feels more like an opportunity rather than a trial, a pure harvest. When the time comes, he will easily withstand the tide's assault, garnering not only abundant rewards, but also incorporating various troops and monstrous beasts into his ranks. Currently, many functions for novice lords are still inaccessible, and everyone is essentially developing independently. Each day is spent routinely recruiting soldiers, collecting resources, and developing the territory. Today was no different. He allowed his warriors to venture deeper into the Dark Continent to gather resources and develop the territory. Wang Yifan sat within the main camp, savoring beast meat while planning the day's tasks. The residents under his command attended to his daily needs. As the recently appointed leader of the goblin army under Wang Yifan, he listened attentively to his directives. Additionally, it was time to send someone to the cedar forest to collect resources. He added, as the medium quality wood there is perfect for constructing and upgrading the main camp. The cedar forest, obtained after defeating the Shadow Forest White Tiger, yields superior wood, far surpassing the inferior wood produced by the ordinary trees surrounding the territory, and Wang Yifan is now preparing to upgrade the territory to level 3. As fate would have it, the dawn heralds the day's endeavors, and thus I shall allocate some personnel for lumbering. He resolved. Although the coniferous forest had already been conquered, It was imperative to dispatch individuals for extraction. Consequently, he prepared to send forth 30 goblin inhabitants to engage in logging, to ensure their safety. He also assigned 50 goblin warriors as guardians to accompany the residents in their task. This contingent of 50 goblins would be led by 2 goblin chieftains. A small legion of 50 goblin warriors, serving as escorts, should suffice to confront any potential perils, he mused. He cast a glance at the panel of his stronghold. Territory structure, stronghold. Building level, level 2. Building quality, grade E. Recruitment capacity, 10 individuals daily. Building function. The stronghold serves as the hub for the Lord, where one can rest and manage territorial affairs, as well as recruit inhabitants. The recruitment count resets at midnight each day. Building note. The higher the building level and quality, the more capable the recruited inhabitants will be, and the greater the territory area will expand. Upgrade materials. 5,000 units of energy crystals, 5,000 units of lumber, 5,000 units of stone. The higher the quality of the upgrade materials, the greater the chance of enhancing the building's quality during the upgrade. The stronghold is the cornerstone of the territory, and upgrading it can enhance both the territory's level and its expanse. After sipping a warm glass of milk, he continued his analysis. Although the demand for lumber and stone is substantial, even inferior materials would suffice. However, I aspire to utilize medium-grade materials to elevate the stronghold to level 3. Surrounding the territory are abundant inferior lumber and stone, so there is no concern about shortages. Nevertheless, the development of the territory must not solely rely on these subpar materials. As the territory continues to expand and flourish, it will naturally require superior building materials for upgrades and construction. If one were to persist in utilizing the lowest quality materials, it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule among other lords. As the adage goes, a fine steed deserves a fine saddle. A commendable territory must also be accompanied by superior quality building materials. These higher quality materials not only enhance the defensive capabilities of the constructed edifices, making them less susceptible to enemy assault, but also ensure that the buildings themselves perform better than their lesser counterparts. Thus, structures assembled with inferior materials will certainly fall short compared to those crafted from medium, superior, or even exceptional materials. The quantity of conifers is exceedingly plentiful, and the yield of medium-grade lumber is sure to exceed 5,000 units, more than sufficient for the task at hand. Should complete extraction occur, it could yield at least 20,000 units of lumber. This time, he dispatched 30 goblin inhabitants to fell trees, and these goblins, having improved their gathering skills, could now harvest 15 units of lumber per hour, amassing enough for the upgrade within half a day. However, Wang Yifan understood that, in addition to lumber, 5,000 units of green energy crystals and 5,000 units of medium stone were also required. Upon inspecting the Lord's inventory, he discovered only 1,000 units of green energy crystals, barely enough to meet 1/5 of the demand. As for medium stone, he currently possessed none. The challenge of gathering medium stone, one of the essential materials for upgrading the stronghold, presented itself as a new dilemma. 2 key factors govern the enhancement of building quality. Firstly, the higher the quality and quantity of the building materials used, the greater the likelihood of improving the building's quality. Secondly, building materials can be mixed. In simpler terms, for instance, if a building requires 5,000 units of lumber, one could use 3,000 units of inferior lumber, 1,500 units of medium lumber, and 500 units of superior lumber in combination. Here, 3,000 units of inferior lumber contribute negligibly to the enhancement of building quality. In contrast, 1,500 units of medium lumber significantly increase the probability of quality enhancement, while 500 units of superior lumber elevate that probability even further, surpassing the combined effects of the previous 2. After all, superior lumber boasts better quality and poses greater challenges in acquisition. Thus, the more high-quality building materials invested, the higher the probability of elevating the building's quality. To maximize the building quality level, priority should be given to using the highest quality materials when investing, supplementing with lower quality materials only if quantities are insufficient. Green energy crystals are relatively challenging to collect. I must defeat formidable monsters and foreign tribes to acquire them, and I can only strive to gather as many as possible, Wang Yifan contemplated. As for medium stone, gathering it is comparatively simpler. I merely need to send my subordinates to locate a medium stone quarry. Wang Yifan had already devised a plan in his mind. He had seized a coniferous forest yielding medium lumber, and with his strength, capturing a quarry producing medium stone would not be a formidable task. The crux lies in swiftly identifying a suitable stone site. Go and instruct the warriors under your command to venture forth in search of other resources. With particular emphasis on locating a quarry that yields medium stone, Wang Yifan directed the goblin chieftain beside him. Naturally, should any other energy mines or foreign tribes be discovered, they must report back to me promptly. Send out the wild boars, wolves, and spiders as well. Their many legs expedite the search. Dispatch the human cavalry as well, allowing them to lead the infantry in the search. Let them not remain idle. This way, we can assemble a sizable team. Having assigned the day's tasks, he permitted the goblin chieftain to execute the orders. According to Lord Wang Yifan's directives, the goblin army, led by the goblin chieftain, set forth on their expedition. The human cavalry is leading the infantry in their search. The tusked black wild boar, the wasteland wolf, and the venomous spider demon have also departed the territory in search. Report to the Lord. A human squad within your Shadow Legion has discovered a granite quarry. The granite quarry is occupied by the Rock Golem tribe. Please issue your command, my lord. Chapter 46. The Rock Golem tribe. Attributes all focused on defense. Report to the Lord. A human squad within your Shadow Legion has discovered a granite quarry. Wang Yifan dispatched multiple teams to conduct routine searches and explorations once more. This time, a human squad under his Shadow Legion uncovered a mining site. Resource, granite quarry. Product, medium stone. Level 2. Reserves, approximately 20,000 units of medium stone. Guardians, Rock Golem tribe. Quantity, about 50 individuals. Difficulty, 3 stars. Though resources abound, the most fundamental lumber and stone are the most easily found. A level 2 granite mine capable of yielding 20,000 units of medium stone is quite satisfactory, just enough for the upgrade of my stronghold. Moreover, the surplus building materials would suffice for upgrading other structures as well, Wang Yifan remarked with satisfaction. Such resources are ample for Wang Yifan to elevate his territory. However, his attention quickly shifted to other matters. Race, Rock Golem tribe. Unit type, infantry. Level, 7. Quality, grade D. Skills, rock armor, rock throwing. Talent, stone characteristics. Equipment, none. Description, the Rock Golem tribe is renowned for its formidable physical defense and city-defending capabilities on the Dark Continent. Their bodies are enveloped in a tough rocky shell, endowing them with exceptional physical defense and offensive power. Skill 1, rock armor. The stone golem can withstand the majority of enemy attacks with its formidable exterior, even reflecting a portion of the damage. Skill 2, rock throw. The stone golem is capable of seizing rocks from its surroundings and hurling them at foes, inflicting significant ranged damage. Talent, stony traits. The stone golem is encased in a tough rocky shell, endowing it with remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, this also results in the clan's exceedingly slow attack and movement speeds. This granite quarry is indeed the resource I require. If I can secure it, I shall swiftly upgrade my territory, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in Wang Yifan's eyes. Yet, there are over 50 stone golems guarding this location. The challenge is rated at 3 stars, which seems rather formidable. This stone mine differs significantly from the previous forest situation. At the earlier Cedar Grove, the Guardian was a B-grade quality forest white tiger. With only one monster to contend with, the quality and level of the forest white tiger were exceptionally high. In contrast, the granite quarry is defended by a multitude of stone golems. It is evident that this group of stone golems has established this site as their tribal stronghold. Although their quality is merely D-grade, the sheer number poses a considerable threat. Furthermore, from the information on the stone golem clan's profile, they are exceptionally suited for defense and city fortification, making them difficult to conquer. The stone golem clan I have encountered in this shadowy continent is indeed impressive. Their defensive capabilities are formidable. Should I manage to recruit them into the Shadow Legion, I could position them outside my territory. When the tide of darkness approaches, placing them at the outermost perimeter would yield excellent results, Wang Yifan mused. From the stone golem clan's profile, Wang Yifan deduced 2 critical points. First, the stone golem's tough rocky exterior grants them formidable offensive and defensive prowess. Second, while this rock-like exterior is an advantage, it also results in a significant drawback. The stone golem clan's attack and movement speeds are exceedingly slow, marking a fatal weakness. Since the profile indicates that the stone golem clan excels in defense, a direct confrontation would be unwise. I must devise a clever offensive strategy to conquer their tribe. Wang Yifan contemplated. Previously, when confronting ordinary monsters or other races, a direct physical confrontation sufficed, relying on brute strength and combat prowess. However, against the stone golem clan, clad in stone armor, such an approach is evidently not the most effective strategy. It would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Whether it be the claws and fangs of the beasts under Wang Yifan's command or the weapons wielded by his warriors, breaching the stone golem's rocky exterior would prove exceedingly challenging. Thus, despite having his infantry and cavalry fully deployed and ready for assault, he could not afford to act recklessly. Should he fail to breach the stone golem's armor, his forces could be annihilated. The stone golem, I understand, is as unyielding as a rock. I certainly won't engage them head-on, but the dilemma lies in the fact that the majority of my forces are inclined towards direct confrontation. Am I truly incapable of defeating them? Outside the granite quarry, a few stone golems patrol back and forth. Each stone golem is tall and covered in crimson rock, moving with an exasperating slowness, as if in slow motion. While the stone golem's shell is predominantly composed of solid rock, if they were entirely encased in stone, they would be rendered immobile. Then they wouldn't be called stone golems, but rather actual stones. Therefore, the joints connecting their limbs must indeed have unencased bodily structures, which should represent their vulnerable points. Wang Yifan pondered. Given the stone golem's sluggish movement, I shall dispatch highly mobile cavalry to conduct an exploratory attack, Wang Yifan commanded. This squad comprised 45 soldiers, including 35 infantry and 10 cavalry. Under Wang Yifan's orders, the 10 cavalrymen charged towards the stone golems. The sound of galloping hooves immediately drew the attention of the patrolling stone golems. The stone golems slowly turned their heads. Merely this simple action took several seconds. In that brief interval, Wang Yifan's 10 cavalrymen had reached the stone golems. The cavalrymen launched their surprise attack first. Clang! The sound of iron swords clashing against stone echoed. Despite 10 C-grade warriors charging, they inflicted no damage upon the D-grade stone golems. However, due to the sluggish response time of the stone golems, they could not retaliate against the cavalry, who had already dashed past them. The mobility of the cavalry far surpassed that of the stone golem clan, while the golem's defensive strength greatly exceeded the cavalry's offensive power. Thus, this exchange resulted in no casualties on either side. It appears this assault was akin to mere tickling the stone golems with iron swords, yielding no effect whatsoever. This marked Wang Yifan's first encounter with such a situation. Despite his forces possessing a higher combat quality, the enemy's attributes were predominantly allocated to defense, resulting in no damage dealt. Indeed, physical attacks are unlikely to significantly affect the stone golem clan. Increasing manpower would likely prove futile. To triumph over these stone golems, one must employ forces with superior armor-piercing capabilities or units capable of inflicting magical damage. That would be the most effective approach. The forces under Wang Yifan, including humans, goblins, and minotaurs, all wield conventional weaponry. Even if reinforcements were summoned, striking the stone golems with iron swords and axes would yield the same result. Sending boars, plains wolves, or even the forest white tiger would likely prove taxing. For a boar to charge a stone golem is akin to a pig colliding with a wall. The claws and fangs of a plains wolf would struggle to pierce the stone golem's rocky armor. As for the A-grade shadow forest white tiger, which Wang Yifan had just tamed, while its quality surpassed that of the stone golems by 3 tiers, it would likely succumb to being besieged by over 50 well-defended stone golems. The stone golem is renowned for its defensive capabilities. A direct confrontation is ill-advised. Wang Yifan deliberated. Realizing that he possessed neither forces with exceptional armor-piercing abilities nor units capable of producing magical damage, presenting a considerable dilemma. However, that previous skirmish validated his hypothesis. Much like crabs, the stone golems, despite their armored shells, exhibit vulnerabilities at their joints. A devious smile crept across Wang Yifan's face as he devised a counter-strategy. Chapter 47. The spider crawls upon you, poisoning you. Are you afraid? Let us go. This time, I shall personally lead the charge. On the third day, during daylight, Wang Yifan once again took command of his forces for the expedition. The rationale was straightforward. The unit he encountered this time was the stone golem clan, which possessed unique attributes. The majority of their attribute points were concentrated on defense, rendering it challenging for even Wang Yifan's formidable human forces to breach the stone golem's defenses. Renowned for their exceptional fortification capabilities and high defensive strength, Wang Yifan naturally opted to personally oversee the battle. Aside from this reason, Wang Yifan harbored another consideration deep within. Wang Yifan's steed for this expedition has once again changed. Neither pigs nor wolves could compare to riding a white tiger. This time, Wang Yifan led his troops astride the ethereal white tiger of the forest. Of course, his choice to ride this majestic creature was not solely for the impressive stature it conferred. There was another reason. With the combat prowess of this A-grade white tiger, he felt no trepidation towards any monsters during daylight excursions. So far, within the explored regions of the Shadow Continent, no creature or foreign entity has emerged capable of besting this A-grade white tiger. Thus, irrespective of any unforeseen circumstances, having this white tiger by his side ensured Wang Yifan's safe return to his domain. This was his greatest assurance for this journey. However, the true core of his offensive strength did not reside solely with the white tiger beneath him, but rather with another force under his command. Soon, it would be up to you, my spiders. Their destination was the granite quarry occupied by the stone people, and Wang Yifan did not bring an excessive force. He was accompanied only by the white tiger and 15 venomous fanged spiders. These venomous fanged spiders were, in fact, the cornerstone of Wang Yifan's strategy. As Wang Yifan rode the white tiger, the 15 venomous fanged spiders swiftly followed behind, propelled by their 8 long legs. After a prolonged journey, Wang Yifan finally arrived at the territory of the stone people. My lord, you have arrived. Did you encounter any threats along the way? A human cavalryman stepped forward to greet him. No threats to speak of. All the monsters we encountered made way for the white tiger, he replied. I had hoped to lead a personal charge, perhaps gathering some strength along the journey. Our lord is formidable. Indeed, have they detected your presence? Wang Yifan pressed on. Yes, my lord. The stone people have noticed us, but have not initiated any attack. We attempted to mount a few assaults, but we achieved no breakthroughs, reported the human cavalryman. Understood. I will now organize our next battle. If you adhere to my tactics, we should swiftly secure victory. Wang Yifan gathered all his forces to prepare for the forthcoming confrontation. I have brought the venomous fang spiders. They are the crux of our strategy. You will be the reinforcements for the subsequent assault. Are we clear on our roles? He succinctly delineated who would lead the charge and who would follow, ensuring everyone understood their positions. However, his arrangements soon sparked questions among his subordinates. My lord, but the stone people possess exceedingly hard shells. Ordinary blades cannot penetrate them in the slightest. Not even the claws and fangs of ferocious beasts would suffice. Though they entirely trusted their lord's decisions, they could not allow him to make grave mistakes. Thus, when Wang Yifan outlined his plans, they struggled to grasp his intentions, as this method of attack appeared futile against the stone people. If blades proved ineffective, then the claws of beasts would be equally useless. While the A-grade white tiger might have the capacity to shatter the stone people's formidable shells, there were still around 50 of them inside. It would take an eternity to gnaw through those defenses, likely wearing down their teeth in the process. I am well aware of this situation. Wang Yifan began to elucidate his strategy. The venomous fanged spiders will serve as our vanguard, launching the initial assault, and you will follow closely behind. I have discerned that while the stone people appear as solid as rock, this very characteristic limits their mobility. Moreover, despite their seemingly rock-clad form, their joints are devoid of protective shells, which is precisely the weakness we must exploit. Wang Yifan shared his strategy with the assembled forces. Yet, even if the joints of the stone people were vulnerable, solely targeting those areas would not yield significant damage. His subordinates remained skeptical. While the joints lack rock protection, they are not vital points. Even if we strike them multiple times, we cannot deliver a fatal blow. I anticipated that as well. Which is why the core of our tactic hinges on the venomous fanged spiders, he clarified. I have already issued them directives, and you will soon understand. Let us not waste time. Charge. Though the human warriors did not fully comprehend the plan, they nodded in agreement. At Wang Yifan's command, the 15 venomous fanged spiders, led by their chief, charged swiftly towards the stone people's quarry. Upon noticing the monstrous intruders approaching their territory, the stone people swiftly activated their defenses. Brothers, we have enemies attacking our domain. Everyone, prepare to defend. To their surprise, the stone people not only moved slowly but also spoke at a sluggish pace. In no time, the venomous fanged spiders, utilizing their remarkable agility and nimbleness, reached the forefront of the stone people's defenses. Use your venom. Wang Yifan commanded as the spiders ascended the bodies of the stone people. The scene was indeed chilling. Numerous colossal spiders crawled upon them, their hairy legs and bodies in close proximity. Yet, no matter how much the stone people thrashed and struggled, they could not dislodge the spiders. The stone people seemed to exist in a different realm, moving with the lethargy of sloths, while the venomous fanged spiders demonstrated unparalleled dexterity, evading every attempt to shake them off. One venomous fanged spider seized the moment and, with a swift motion, sank its fangs into the unprotected joint of a stone person, injecting a copious amount of venom into its body before retreating. The stone person sensed something amiss. Initially, it felt a slight itch at the joint, which soon escalated into swelling. It began to use its hefty hands to scratch, but to no avail. Akin to a person in a heavy coat struggling to reach a mosquito bite. Before long, the stone people began to feel increasingly unwell. Their movements grew sluggish, their bodies heavy as if burdened with lead, rendering them unable to control their own limbs. You, dishonorable fiends. Their bodies became paralyzed, their vision blurred, and with a resounding thud, the stone person collapsed to the ground. Go in for the finishing blow, Wang Yifan urged his human warriors. Suddenly, they realized the brilliance of Wang Yifan's strategy and surged towards the fallen stone people, targeting the exposed areas of their necks devoid of rock shells to strike for their heads. With a swift motion, one stone person was dispatched. Wang Yifan, seated atop the furry back of the white tiger, wore an expression of nonchalance and tranquility. Even the white tiger seemed bored, yawning widely as it observed the battle without needing to engage. Go forth and execute this tactic, eliminating the remaining stone people. Once vanquished, I shall incorporate all of them into my Shadow Legion, positioning them to guard the periphery of my domain. Chapter 48. The tiger's claw shatters your armor. Wang Yifan, through his meticulously devised strategy, advanced relentlessly into the granite quarry, closing in on the stone people's lair. In warfare, intellect prevails, Wang Yifan mused inwardly, feeling a swell of pride. He had already dealt with a considerable number of stone golems outside the cave entrance and transformed them. This clan of stone golems had invested significantly in attributes concerning strength and defense, yet their agility was woefully lacking. As he observed the stone golem before him, he pondered. However, as a race, the stone golems were not without their merits. As guardians of the city, they proved to be quite formidable. As the saying goes, one should utilize the strengths of others while avoiding their weaknesses. With these stone golems assisting me in defending the city, I would be far more at ease when the tide of magic arrives. Wang Yifan had already resolved to employ the stone golems as his defensive units. This decision was also the reason behind his personal leadership of the expedition once more. He was determined to convert all the stone golems into members of his Shadow Legion, transforming them into staunch defenders under his command. Moreover, Each stone golem was encased in rock, and their weight could easily reach several tons. Given Wang Yifan's current combat prowess, transporting such a large number of stone golems from such a distance back to his territory without any means of conveyance would indeed be fraught with challenges. Even if he managed to transport them, it was likely that the internal soft tissues of the golems would decay, leaving behind only a heap of rubble, rendering conversion impossible. Yet, at this moment, those stone golems that had previously crumbled to the ground astonishingly began to revive, rising once more to their feet after being defeated. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, Infantry, Stone Golem. Level, 7. Quality, C-Class. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Rock Armor, Rock Throwing. Talent, Stone Characteristics. Equipment, none. Do not remain idle. Since you are now members of my ranks, go and assist others in defeating your kin. Wang Yifan instructed the stone golems that had been converted into members of the Shadow Legion. Although Wang Yifan had given the order, the stone golem's movement speed was considerably sluggish. Merely returning to the territory would consume half a day. However, these newly joined stone golems soon began to demonstrate their utility. The shadow stone golems took it upon themselves to restrain their kin, creating opportunities for the venomous spider demon to inject venom more easily into the joints of the stone golems. Meanwhile, the human infantry and cavalry were able to strike more swiftly. The assault on the granite quarry guarded by the stone golems had indeed required considerable effort. Just eliminating the majority of the stone golems took over an hour. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion advanced deep into the heart of the stone golem's territory. What have you done to my kin? A thunderous roar reverberated from the depths of the territory. Race, Stone Golem Clan. Unit type, Infantry Leader. Level, 10. Quality, C-Class. Skills, Rock Armor, Rock Throwing, Rock Piercing. Talent, Stone Characteristics. Equipment, Rock Spike. Employing its formidable rock spikes, the stone golem leader could effortlessly breach the defenses and armor of its adversaries, with the attack possessing a notably strong armor-piercing effect. You must be the leader of this group of stone golems. Wang Yifan remarked as he rode his shadow forest white tiger into the domain of the stone golems and encountered their leader. This stone golem leader was larger than the others, adorned with prominent angular rock spikes, and bore a deeper hue of stone. Within the territory, the number of stone golems not yet converted by Wang Yifan was dwindling, with only the stone golem leader and a handful of kin remaining to make a final stand. I have no intention of wasting words with you. Let us conclude this battle swiftly. Wang Yifan commanded. The converted shadow stone golem warriors engaged fiercely with their kin. Witnessing this, the remaining stone golems launched a counterattack. The battlefield echoed with the resounding clash of stones, a deafening cacophony. Do you think you can defeat me? The stone golem leader bellowed, charging into battle with a deep, resonant voice. Wang Yifan keenly discerned that this stone golem leader was markedly different from the others. It appeared significantly more agile and possessed a greater attack power than its counterparts, he mused. Among the stone golem clan, the leader excelled in offense, defense, and even mobility compared to the rest. Two of Wang Yifan's shadow stone golems attempted to subdue the stone golem leader, facilitating the venomous spider demon's swift injection of venom to hasten the end of the battle. However, the stone golem leader was evidently not one to be easily subdued. It wielded its rock-armored arms, effortlessly repelling the two stone golems, shattering their sturdy rock armor in the process. When a venomous spider demon seized the opportunity to inject venom, it reacted swiftly, sending the demon hurtling away. The venomous spider demon was grievously injured by the rock spikes. The remaining human infantry and cavalry found it difficult to approach. For while the stone golems moved slowly, their attack power was formidable, and their range was extensive. Before even nearing the stone golems, they would find themselves within the reach of their elongated rock arms. Impressive. I had thought I had successfully converted 80% of the stone golems. Believing the battle was nearly won, yet this stone golem leader remains so resilient. Wang Yifan reflected, somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he soon wore an appreciative smile. Though you are strong and have inflicted considerable injuries on my subordinates, the more I admire you, the more I wish to have you among my ranks. Although some of his side had sustained injuries, only 2 or 3 stone golems remained on the opposing side. Wang Yifan dismounted from the back of the shadow forest white tiger and patted its body. It's time for you to shine. The shadow forest white tiger growled, indicating its willingness to take down the stone golem leader for Wang Yifan. The tiger approached the stone golem leader slowly. Despite the setbacks faced by many of Wang Yifan's forces against the stone golem leader, the shadow forest white tiger, as the strongest A-class unit under his command, showed no signs of fear. Even against an opponent with extraordinary attack power, remarkable defense, and extensive attack range, coupled with armor-piercing rock spikes, the shadow forest white tiger remained unfazed. With a roar, the shadow forest white tiger lunged forward, launching an attack against the stone golem leader. The stone golem leader quickly retaliated. A resounding crash echoed as the stone leader's chest armor was effortlessly torn apart by the tiger's claws, leaving the shadow forest white tiger unscathed. While you are indeed powerful, my shadow forest white tiger has attained A-class quality. No matter how high your defenses, You are merely a C-class unit, and against an opponent of 2 tiers above you, you are at a loss. This scene stunned even the stone golem leader. It can't be. My armor is incredibly durable. It managed to utter with great difficulty. Durable? How durable can it be? No amount of hardness can withstand the attack of an A-class beast king. Wang Yifan sneered. The shadow forest white tiger launched another attack, its claws clashing against the stone, producing a sharp crack. In the second round, the stone golem leader's armor was once again torn apart, revealing the soft tissues beneath, which began to bleed profusely. With a single strike, the stone golem leader was left severely wounded. Although your speed is commendable, it is only remarkable among your fellow stone golems. To an A-class warrior, your movements resemble those of slow motion. Forest white tiger, dispatch him. I wish not to linger any longer here. Deal with him swiftly. We have other matters to attend to. Give him a thrashing, commanded Wang Yifan. Chapter 49, Victory. A new item acquired. With a fierce roar, the forest white tiger prepared to swiftly conclude the battle for its lord. At that moment, the stone golem leader had already sustained grave injuries. Its rocky armor shattered by 2 ferocious assaults from the white tiger. Truly, the prowess of an A-class warrior is evident. Even against the formidable defenses of the stone golem leader, it was a brutal slaughter, Wang Yifan mused internally. Had he not summoned this A-class forest white tiger, this battle would undoubtedly have been arduous, resulting in significant troop losses. The stone golem leader's rock spikes were indeed a troublesome obstacle. A moment's carelessness could lead to being struck by the sharp and robust spikes, resulting in grievous wounds. These spikes also possessed an armor-piercing effect, meaning even Wang Yifan's human warriors would suffer considerable injuries from mere sword strikes or shield blocks, let alone other flesh and blood beasts. Neither the B-class scavenger wolf leader nor the B-class venomfang spider demon would find it easy to gain an upper hand. In stark contrast, the A-class forest white tiger completely dominated the stone golem. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, no technique holds value. The forest white tiger employed no elaborate strategies. A simple onslaught, combined with its claws, was all it took to leave the stone golem leader gravely injured. Finish him. With Wang Yifan's command, the white tiger launched its attack. The stone golem leader attempted to fend off the assault with its rock spikes, but all efforts were in vain. As an A-class warrior, the white tiger's agility and offensive power surpassed that of C-class warriors. The stone golem leader's proud rock spike attacks were easily evaded by the forest white tiger. While dodging, the white tiger swiftly approached the stone golem leader. At this moment, the stone golem leader found itself outmatched. With a resounding roar, the forest white tiger lunged forward and, in a single motion, bit off the stone golem leader's head. The tiger's jaw strength was astounding, rendering the hard rocky armor utterly ineffective. The head was tossed aside, and the body instantly became unresponsive, as if disconnected from power. The battle concluded in an instant. After vanquishing the stone golem leader, the forest white tiger returned to Wang Yifan's side, gently nudging him with its massive head. As if seeking praise, a large feline nearly knocked Wang Yifan off balance. Well done, truly the king of beasts. Without you, this granite quarry would have proven exceedingly difficult to conquer, Wang Yifan remarked, his tone brimming with admiration. He extended his hands, gently stroking the forest white tiger's head in a gesture of commendation. As his fingers scratched the tiger's chin, the creature blissfully closed its eyes, relishing this rare tenderness. Congratulations, new Lord Wang Yifan. You have successfully captured a granite quarry. It is now manifested on the lands of Longhua at a scale of 100 times. Congratulations, new Lord Wang Yifan. You have received 500 units of white energy crystals, 300 units of green energy crystals, 50 units of rock armor fragments, and 10 low-level teleportation runes. Wang Yifan glanced at the spoils from the defeat of the stone golem territory with delight. Fresh loot, is it? The white and green energy crystals were nothing extraordinary, being the most common rewards. The 50 units of rock armor fragments were exclusive drops obtained from defeating the stone golems, useful for crafting equipment and weapons for his forces. However, the most eye-catching item was undoubtedly the 10 low-level teleportation runes. With these, I shall no longer need to endure arduous journeys when long-distance travel is required. I can simply use these. Teleportation runes are a special item from the Dark Continent, allowing the Lord and any of their units to be transported to a specific location on the Dark Continent. Given the vastness of the Dark Continent, as exploration continues, relying solely on foot or even horseback would consume an inordinate amount of time. The teleportation runes are precisely the efficient mobility tool prepared for lords. Naturally, while these runes enable the transportation of the lord and their units, certain conditions apply. Firstly, the teleportation runes are classified into 4 tiers: low-level, mid-level, high-level, and special level, each with different effects and varying capacities for the number of individuals transported at once. A low-level teleportation rune can transport a maximum of 200 units per use. A mid-level rune can transport up to 500 units. A high-level rune can accommodate 2,000 units. A special-level rune allows for the transportation of up to 10,000 units. Furthermore, not all locations are eligible for teleportation. Typically, one can teleport freely within their own territory. For instance, if Wang Yifan wishes to return home, he need only use a low-level teleportation rune to transport all his units back without the need to ride the white tiger and jostle his entourage home. Additionally, these runes can be used to teleport to occupied strongholds. For example, having conquered the previous fir forest and now the granite quarry, both locations are under his control, allowing for unrestricted teleportation. This eliminates the need for his various forces to escort defenseless residents to distant resource points, thereby avoiding the dangers of the journey and enabling immediate resource gathering. Thus, Wang Yifan can effortlessly transport his residents to gather stone materials. Once the resources in the quarry are exhausted, he can again utilize the low-level teleportation rune to return everyone within the territory and strongholds. All potential dangers can be easily circumvented. Moreover, teleportation can also be directed to allies. For instance, Wang Yifan often sends his units deep into the Dark Continent for exploration. Upon discovering an alien tribe or a resource stronghold, he can use that ally as an anchor point for teleportation, bringing the main force along. These are the common types of teleportation scenarios. Of course, there is also the possibility of teleporting to the territory of allied lords with whom one has formed an alliance. After forming an alliance, both parties are considered allies. However, prior consent from the other party is required before teleportation, a precaution to safeguard the lord's own security. After all, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. An ally today may become an adversary tomorrow. It is indeed uncertain. One might forge an alliance in the daylight, only for someone to use a teleportation rune to attack during the night while the other party is resting, a scenario that is entirely plausible. Such rules are set to prevent such occurrences. In summary, teleportation is not permitted in unknown, unexplored areas without allied units. This low-level teleportation rune is quite useful, capable of transporting 200 units. I am tired as well. Let us teleport back directly. The remaining stone golems shall remain here for the time being. I will dispatch residents to collect the stone materials. Once the gathering is complete, I will utilize low-level teleportation runes to return both your kind and the residents I send forth. Wang Yifan issued the subsequent orders. The leader of the stone golems nodded in acknowledgement. 50 stone golems have been transformed into members of the Shadow Legion. Wang Yifan nodded and glanced once more at the panel of the stone golem leader. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, Infantry Leader, Stone Golem Clan. Level, 10. Quality, B grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Rock Armor, Rock Throw, Rock Piercing. Talent, Stone Characteristics. Equipment, Rock Spike. Though I intend to utilize this cohort of stone golems as my defenders, the novice barrier is still in place, rendering their presence unnecessary for city defense at this moment. I shall leave 50 stone golems here to guard and protect the residents as they gather the stone materials. They should encounter little danger. Their paramount duty now is to secure the quarry and ensure safe extraction. Wang Yifan mused internally. Wang Yifan produced a low-level teleportation rune. Since the matters here have been attended to, let us return home, everyone. Chapter 50. News reaches the command center. Wang Yifan has taken another quarry. Let us head back. He activated the low-level teleportation rune, chanting uninterrupted for 5 seconds. A beam of light descended from above, enveloping Wang Yifan and all other units, instantly transporting them back to the territory. Ah, how delightful. This is indeed remarkably convenient. Observing the effects of the teleportation, Wang Yifan was suddenly reminded of the scene from the first day he was teleported into the army. The situation bore a striking resemblance to the present. He speculated that the principles behind the teleportation device and the teleportation rune were likely akin, sharing a commonality. Perhaps the teleportation devices within the army were developed based on the principles of the teleportation runes. Indeed, the Dark Continent has not only bestowed abundant resources upon the nations of Blue Star, but may have also inspired some scientists to develop advanced high-tech devices. I shall now return to the assembly hall at the headquarters to continue my work. All injured units are to proceed to the A-grade life spring for treatment. Once healed, they shall resume their patrols, Wang Yifan commanded. Unexpectedly, having breached a territory inhabited by 50 stone golems, many of his subordinates had sustained injuries. However, they were fortunate to have access to the A-grade life spring. It is incredibly convenient. As my combat units approached the life spring, they began to gradually restore their health. Wang Yifan remarked. As all combat units drew near the A-grade life spring, their wounds began to mend. The acquisition of this A-grade life spring has proven to be immensely advantageous. There is no longer a need to procure priest units or send residents into the wild in search of medicinal herbs. Furthermore, no herbal remedy, no matter how potent, could rival the convenience offered by this A-grade life spring. He need not overly concern himself with the injured units. They merely need to rest momentarily near the A-grade life spring to recover swiftly. Before long, they would be ready to embark on their patrols once again. Meanwhile, Wang Yifan sent forth the remaining 25 human residents, utilizing another low-level teleportation rune to direct them back to the quarry for material collection. The surrounding timber and stone were of inferior quality, suitable for gradual gathering later. However, The quarry producing medium-grade stone must be prioritized for extraction. This is essentially the third day since entering the Dark Continent, and the situation remains largely unchanged, with no extraordinary events occurring today. The residents under my command shall continue their gathering, while my combat units shall persist in their patrols. Commander Zhang, our newly appointed lord from Dragon Country, Wang Yifan, has remarkably seized another granite quarry. 100-fold granite quarries have manifested across our Dragon Country. An officer reported. This quarry is not particularly rare in resources. However, for certain economically underdeveloped cities and counties, being randomly allocated one would primarily enhance local employment rates and economic returns. Granite possesses considerable utility in both construction and industrial sectors. Yet, the crux of this matter is not merely the acquisition of a 100-fold granite quarry. The true focal point remains Wang Yifan himself. Once again, it is Wang Yifan. Commander Zhang Huiyu exclaimed in astonishment, lost in contemplation. To my knowledge, are not quarries typically guarded by the defensively robust Stone Golem clan? How can a fledgling lord, having only entered the Dark Continent 3 days prior, muster sufficient strength to shatter the Stone Golem's formidable armor? As a race renowned for their exceptional physical defenses, Stone Golems typically inhabit and thrive within various quarries. After all, their principal sustenance consists of stone. Consequently, both granite and marble quarries are favored territorial selections for the Stone Golem clan. Whenever a new lord steps into the Dark Continent, their most daunting challenge is not the formidable alien races or monstrous beasts, but rather the Stone Golem clan. This often becomes a nightmare for novice lords, inciting widespread lamentation. Stone golems are generally stationed at quarries yielding medium or high-grade stone materials, which are among the 3 foundational materials essential for all lords when upgrading and expanding their territories. In contrast, acquiring energy crystals and timber is relatively straightforward, as high-quality energy crystals and timber can be obtained from various alien races and creatures. However, to procure high-quality stone materials, lords often must confront the Stone Golem clan. Only by vanquishing them can they obtain the necessary resources. Even experienced Commander Zhang could not help but question how Wang Yifan had managed this. One of the defining characteristics of the Stone Golem clan is their immense physical defensive capabilities, rendering them an exceedingly formidable obstacle for lords with a limited array of unit types. For those whose forces consist solely of infantry, archers, and cavalry, it is exceedingly challenging to conquer the Stone Golem clan. The attempts of a novice lord's combat units to engage the Stone Golems would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. However, for a powerful lord who has evolved into an intermediate or even advanced tier, the Stone Golem clan presents little challenge. The most effective strategy against Stone Golems is to employ units with magical offensive capabilities. This approach is the simplest solution. Engaging Stone Golems in a head-on confrontation is ill-advised. Clever tactics are essential. Should physical output units be dispatched to eradicate the Stone Golems, they would only suffer grievous injuries without gaining any advantage. Conversely, if magical units were sent into battle, the outcome would be vastly different. Generally, units specializing in magic tend to be ranged units. The combination of ranged units with magical output makes it relatively effortless to deal with the Stone Golem clan. Stone Golems are slow-moving and lack magical defense. It would take only about 20 to 30 mages to easily eliminate them. The units that the Stone Golem clan fears the most are, indeed, the mages. Certain magic-wielding units possess spells capable of penetrating the Stone Golem's rocky armor, striking directly at their internal structures. Others can cast spells that cause the hard plates of armor to shed, stripping them of their protective capabilities. Thus, the Stone Golem became indistinguishable from the other flesh and blood beings, as well as monsters. The subsequent battles could now be entrusted to the physical combat units. In this Dark Continent, the law of survival dictates a constant cycle of conflict and dominance. During Wang Yifan's assault on the territory of the Stone Golem tribe, he was devoid of any units capable of dealing magical damage. Relying solely on his strategic acumen, coupled with the support of a formidable A-class combatant, he successfully conquered the Stone Golem tribe. To defeat the Stone Golem tribe at such an early stage indeed speaks volumes of the child's capabilities. Commander Zhang, though perplexed by how Wang Yifan managed to breach the granite quarry, was nonetheless left in awe by his success, which was a testament to Wang Yifan's extraordinary prowess. Oh, I have comprehended Wang Yifan's circumstances. Henceforth, any intelligence regarding his lordship must be reported to me without delay. Understood, Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang sat in his office, his expression remaining stern, yet his heart brimmed with excitement. With such an impressive new lord emerging from our Dragon Kingdom this year, it is clear that our national fortune is destined to ascend. He mused aloud, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. No, it is not merely an upward trend. It is a significant surge in our national fortune. Commander Zhang clenched his fists, his tone resolute. Once the magical tide subsides, I must find an opportunity to meet him in person. He paused momentarily before continuing. I am certain that in the coming magical tide in 7 days, Wang Yifan's development will be unstoppable. Perhaps he will even emerge as the foremost among the new lords, adding further prosperity to our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 51. Territory upgraded to level 3. Hidden achievement unlocked. Upgrading the main camp to level 3 requires materials. 5,000 units of energy crystals, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. The higher the quality of the materials used, the greater the probability of enhancing the building's quality level upon upgrade. Your upgrade materials are sufficiently collected. Do you wish to upgrade the main camp to level 3? Yes. After half a day's worth of gathering from the granite quarry, 5,000 units of medium-grade stone had been amassed, with Wang Yifan's command to upgrade. The medium-grade wood and stone he had collected were utilized to elevate the main camp to level 3. Wang Yifan watched as his territory expanded once more, centered around the core building of the main camp, this time covering an impressive area of 10,000 square meters. 10,000 square meters. My territory has expanded significantly, he thought to himself. The area of a level 1 territory is 1,000 square meters, while a level 2 territory spans 3,000 square meters, doubling the size of the first. The area of a level 3 territory, however, saw a dramatic increase, directly reaching 10,000 square meters. As a result, despite having around 300 combatants and residents under his command, the territory no longer felt cramped. Moreover, he had dispatched some of his combatants and residents to complete tasks, making the entire territory feel remarkably spacious. Congratulations, Lord. Your main camp level has successfully upgraded to level 3. Due to this upgrade, Lord Wang Yifan expended considerable medium-grade materials, raising the main camp's building quality from E level to D level. The number of recruits the main camp can enlist daily has increased from 10 to 20, and the probability of recruiting high-quality residents has significantly improved. Territory building, main camp, building level, level 3, building quality, D level, recruitment capacity, 20 individuals daily, building function. The main camp serves as the Lord's central structure, where the Lord can rest and manage territorial affairs, as well as recruit residents. The recruitment count resets at midnight every day. Building tip. The higher the building level and quality, the stronger the living capabilities of the recruited residents, and the larger the territory area. Upgrade materials. 10,000 units of energy crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. The higher the quality of the upgrade materials, the greater the chance of enhancing the building's quality during the upgrade. The investment of 5,000 units of medium-grade building materials, along with the abundant green energy crystals in the Lord's space, was indeed worthwhile. The expenditure of such precious materials warranted an enhancement in the quality of the main camp's construction. Wang Yifan surveyed the rapid development of his territory, feeling immensely gratified. In just 3 days, he had elevated his territory to level 3, and during the day, he had also welcomed a new race, 50 stone golem warriors. Today could undoubtedly be regarded as a significant harvest. At this moment, Wang Yifan was enveloped in a wave of elation. Just then, an announcement echoed from above, announcing the news of the Dark Continent. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom for successfully upgrading his territory to level 3 on the 3rd day of the novice period. This upgrade speed is unparalleled among all past lords. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom for achieving a hidden accomplishment, unprecedented and unmatched. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom for receiving hidden rewards. A-Class Griffin Sanctuary Building Blueprint. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom for receiving hidden rewards. A-Class Griffin Training Ground Building Blueprint. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan from the Dragon Kingdom for receiving hidden rewards. 2 B-Class Griffin Eggs. These astonishing announcements resonated across the skies of all territories on the Dark Continent. Unsurprisingly, the most shocked were the other new lords. What? Another upgrade? Again? This is only the 3rd day of the novice period. My territory hasn't even reached level 2 yet, and he's already at level 3? This can't be right. You say we, as new lords, can upgrade our territories to level 2 within 3 days? I would consider that impressive, but he has reached level 3? This can't be real. I just upgraded my territory to level 2 today, and he is already at level 3? Is he attacking me from a different dimension? This guy can't be a mere secondary account of some lord, can he? This upgrade speed is simply extraordinary. He is truly exceptional. All the new lords from Wang Yifan's cohort were left in utter astonishment, particularly upon hearing the broadcast from the Dark Continent and glancing at their own territories. They felt a wave of helplessness wash over them. Damn it, comparing ourselves to him is infuriating. This upgrade speed is akin to others still laying the foundation, while he has already completed several floors of a villa and moved in. Many lords are still far from upgrading their main camps to level 2. To elevate one's territory to level 2 by the 3rd day is already remarkable among the new lords. Historically, lords typically required 3 to 5 days to upgrade their territories to level 2. Achieving this within 3 days places one among the upper echelon of new lords. A span of 4 to 5 days is almost the median level for all novice lords, with most beginning their upgrades on the 4th or 5th day. Should one take as long as 5 days or longer, they would be considered among the least successful of all lords. Lords who take 6 or 7 days to upgrade their territories to level 2 will likely suffer catastrophic losses during the onslaught of the magical tide. Such lagging new lords often meet their demise in the first magical wave. Yet the shock was far from over. Wang Yifan's elevation to level 3 was merely the first wave of impact. In my view, the most enviable aspect of this fellow is not merely his rapid elevation of his territory to level 3 within 3 days, but rather the hidden rewards he has secured. This unprecedented pace of advancement has set a new historical record. Wang Yifan has not only unlocked new hidden achievements, but he has also acquired 2 blueprints for A-grade buildings and 2 griffin eggs, each capable of hatching into B-grade combatants. One blueprint is for an A-grade griffin sanctuary, and the other for an A-grade griffin training ground, in addition to the 2 B-grade griffin eggs. I, Chun, am truly envious. Could you possibly spare me a griffin egg? Once the various lord functionalities are unlocked, I shall share my territory coordinates with you. Why am I so audacious, you ask? Because I am a master of freeloading. B-grade griffins? If Wang Yifan manages to hatch them, he would immediately possess 2 formidable B-grade combatants. My goodness, my strongest combatant is only at D-grade. 2 griffin eggs? Should he hatch 2 B-grade griffins, the impending magical tide a week from now would be a mere trifle, easily manageable. Enough said. I am green with envy. Griffins. How impressive. Once the trading post opens, I, Zhou, am willing to pay a handsome sum to acquire them, to bolster the strength of my territory. Naturally, it would be ideal if one of the griffins hatched as a male and the other as a female. Almost all the lords are discussing Wang Yifan's rapid ascent to level 3 and those 2 powerful B-grade griffin eggs. If these eggs were to hatch within the territories of other lords, they would undoubtedly assist any novice lord in navigating their first magical tide with ease. Moreover, with the strength of these 2 griffins, novice lords could even achieve commendable rankings on the magical tide leaderboard. Wang Yifan retrieved an A-grade griffin egg from his lord space and placed it on the ground for a meticulous examination. The size of this griffin egg is astonishing, measuring several dozen times larger than an ostrich egg, with a diameter of approximately half a meter and a height nearing 1 meter. Its shell displays a profound jewel-like blue, adorned with a smattering of black spots. The entire egg emanates an aura of ancient and mysterious magic. A griffin egg, you say? How intriguing. Once I devise a method to hatch it, and after my transformation process, I would possess not only my A-grade Shadow Forest White Tiger, but also 2 A-grade Shadow Griffins. Chapter 52. 2 building blueprints and 2 griffin eggs. Having received the rewards dispatched to Wang Yifan from the Dark Continent, it is only fitting that he first examine them. These rewards have already been allocated to Wang Yifan's lord space. The first item to inspect is the 2 A-grade building blueprints. Building blueprint, Griffin Sanctuary. Building level, level 1. Building quality, A-grade. Building function, this edifice is dedicated to the breeding of griffins, creating the most conducive environment for hatching griffin eggs while providing a warm and comfortable habitat for griffin offspring. Building hint, the higher the building's level and quality, the faster the griffins breed within the griffin sanctuary, and the higher the quality of the produced griffin eggs. Building materials, 1,500 units of energy crystals, 1,500 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, 1 unit of life crystal. Utilizing high-quality building materials increases the probability of enhancing building quality upon upgrading. Building blueprint, Griffin Training Ground. Building level, level 1. Building quality, A-grade. Building function, this training ground not only provides professional training for griffins, but also cultivates any warrior into a distinguished griffin knight. Through their combined training and growth, a unique breed of griffin knights can be developed. Building hint, the higher the building's level and quality, the more growth experience griffins acquire in the Griffin Training Ground. Additionally, this expedites the training of a warrior into a competent and formidable griffin knight, enhancing coordination between the knight and griffin in combat. Building materials, 1,500 units of energy crystals, 1,500 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone, 1 unit of earth crystal. Utilizing high-quality building materials increases the probability of enhancing building quality upon upgrading. Upon reading the detailed descriptions of these 2 building blueprints, Wang Yifan could not refrain from exclaiming in delight, "Wonderful! Griffins, as these unique and formidable creatures, are indeed quite different from ordinary troops and combatants." The barracks under Wang Yifan's command refreshed daily past midnight, allowing him merely to draw cards at his leisure. However, after reviewing the building descriptions, he realized that griffins do not operate in the same manner. They cannot be drawn at scheduled times like other troops. Instead, they must be obtained through special breeding and hatching processes, setting them apart from other units. No wonder I received 2 griffin eggs. It is precisely for this purpose. The rewards distributed this time encompass 2 building blueprints related to griffins, as well as 2 griffin eggs, indicating they are meant to complement each other. Without these 2 griffin eggs, possessing the blueprints alone would be futile. It appears that the Griffin Sanctuary is specifically intended for hatching these 2 griffin eggs. The formidable strength of griffins cannot be easily acquired. It is not akin to hatching chicks. Such powerful griffins must be placed within the griffin sanctuary, which is responsible for their hatching. Thus, even with the acquisition of these potent griffin eggs as rewards, without a griffin sanctuary for hatching, the eggs would be rendered useless. Wang Yifan has clearly understood the purpose of the griffin sanctuary. In essence, it facilitates the breeding of griffins through mating, resulting in the laying of eggs, which are subsequently hatched in one seamless process. The other building, the Griffin Training Ground, is equally unique. Griffin Knights, how fascinating. Wang Yifan's attention was captivated by the 4 prominent characters Griffin Knight on the building blueprint. As the second blueprint issued, it possesses distinctive functions. In simple terms, this building exists to train both Griffins and Griffin Knights. I already possess ordinary Knights, which are not particularly remarkable to other lords. However, Griffin Knights are an entirely different matter. Regular Knight units are merely humans mounted on horses. Such cavalry can be recruited from barracks or cavalry camps, lacking any extraordinary traits. In contrast, Griffin Knights represent a hybrid unit, merging 2 distinct types of soldiers into one. Wang Yifan glanced at the B-grade Griffin egg he had acquired. Item: Griffin egg. Quality: B-grade. Description: an egg obtained from a griffin nest, capable of hatching into a powerful griffin that provides formidable combat strength to lords' armies. Whether as a mount or a combat companion, it is immensely valuable. Hatching conditions: must be placed in the Griffin Sanctuary and cared for by designated personnel to hatch. Hatching time: 3 days. This Griffin egg, along with the 2 complementary building blueprints, will undoubtedly fetch a handsome profit in Dragon Kingdom currency once the trading post opens. Wang Yifan mused. The matter of loyalty has been previously mentioned. Such powerful units, raised from the egg stage, will naturally exhibit high loyalty to their lord. Particularly, griffins are inherently loyal creatures. Once they recognize their master, they will never betray them. Griffins are already a type of extraordinary being on the Dark Continent, and their incorporation into any lord's territory is certain to significantly enhance its combat prowess. After all, the griffin is a formidable creature adept in both terrestrial and aerial combat. Classified as a B-grade entity, comparable to the ethereal white tiger of the forest before Wang Yifan's transformation. Thus, precious commodities such as griffin eggs are highly sought after in the trading post, not to mention the accompanying griffin sanctum and training ground, with the former capable of hatching griffins and the latter cultivating griffin knights, both exceedingly rare assets. Moreover, the prowess of a griffin in solitary combat is already impressive. When combined with a warrior, their combat effectiveness ascends to unparalleled heights. The more Wang Yifan contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. If he could cultivate griffin knights, their battle capabilities would elevate far beyond those of ordinary knights. A griffin knight, merging human and griffin in perfect harmony, would synergize their strengths, with the griffin bearing its rider into battle, resulting in a staggering combat prowess. A powerful griffin knight could effortlessly shatter an enemy legion comprised of hundreds of ordinary infantry, cavalry, and archers. And this is merely the might of a single griffin knight. If a battalion of over 100 griffin knights could be assembled, their strength would be terrifying enough to instill dread, sending shivers down one's spine at the very thought. As Wang Yifan observed the griffin egg he had just acquired, he awaited another event to unfold. Based on his previous record-breaking achievement of upgrading his territory to level 2 at an unprecedented pace, he anticipated further announcements. Indeed, as he expected, following the conclusion of the last announcement regarding the Dark Continent, a new global notification swiftly followed. Announcement: congratulations to the newly appointed Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Yifan, for upgrading his territory to level 3 within just 3 days of entering the Dark Continent, setting a remarkable new record for the fastest upgrade among all lords. In recognition of Lord Wang Yifan's exceptional performance, the Dragon Kingdom shall receive a boon of national fortune. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring 20 large oil fields, 20 large natural gas fields, 20 large rare earth mines, and 100 large coal mines. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for purifying 50% of its land pollution. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for purifying 50% of its marine pollution. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for purifying 50% of its air pollution. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for an increase of 1 million square kilometers in land area and 500,000 square kilometers in marine area. Chapter 53, 1 million square kilometers? What a jest. This is the announcement. Wang Yifan remained remarkably composed, having anticipated such information. After shattering the speed upgrade record, he had further augmented the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom: oil, natural gas, rare earths, and coal mines. While I may not be well versed in all these areas, should I obtain those 100 large coal mines, I could become a coal magnate, likely counting money until my hands cramp. Wouldn't that necessitate 100 counting machines? The 20 large oil fields, 20 large natural gas fields, 20 large rare earth mines, and 100 large coal mines alone would significantly enrich the Dragon Kingdom with precious resources and energy. For the exceptionally gifted contenders, the advantages bestowed by the Dark Continent are indeed countless. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, Whether in cities or villages, a plethora of mineral resources and energy sources have randomly resurfaced. In a flurry, officials across various regions issued directives. Hurry! Check if new resources or energy have emerged in our area. Upon discovery, report immediately to the organization. We must collect these resources and report them to the central authority. From provincial leaders to municipal officials and down to village heads and committee members, all received swift instructions and notifications. The objective was clear: to locate the hundreds of newly emerged resources and energy sources bestowed upon the Dragon Kingdom by the Dark Continent in the shortest possible time. Though the distribution of these resources and energy was random, the search was not aimless. For instance, oil fields and coal mines are unlikely to appear in densely populated urban areas filled with towering buildings. If they were to materialize in the city center or beneath the CBD, the very soil structure would shift, possibly causing buildings to collapse in certain corners of the metropolis. Therefore, these newly manifested energy and resources typically emerge in sparsely populated areas devoid of skyscrapers, often surrounding villages, nestled within forests, or situated far from urban centers. Little did anyone anticipate that the shockwaves Wang Yifan brought to the Dragon Kingdom were far from over. Commander Zhang, we have identified the newly expanded territory of the Dragon Kingdom. It lies to the southeast, with an additional area of 100 square kilometers, along with 50 square kilometers of marine territory. We have dispatched troops from the eastern and southern battle zones to assert our sovereignty. Some units have already arrived and discovered numerous resources and energy mines on the newly acquired land. The officers hastily relayed this information to Commander Zhang. Through the Dragon Kingdom satellites, the locations of the newly increased land and marine areas were swiftly determined. These newly uncovered resources and energy undeniably represent the finest rewards. Furthermore, the pollution levels in many regions of the Dragon Kingdom have significantly declined, with some areas even reverting to their pre-pollution ecological state. Most exhilaratingly, this addition has directly increased the national territory by nearly 1/10. This has undoubtedly incited envy among other nations. 1 million square kilometers. This constitutes 1/10 of the Dragon Kingdom's land area. The Dragon Kingdom ranks third in land area among all countries in the world. The first is the Russian Federation, followed by Canada. The land area of Canada is not vastly different from that of the Dragon Kingdom. However, with this singular event, the Dragon Kingdom has gained 1 million square kilometers of territory, directly surpassing Canada and ascending to second place. Citizens from other nations are not particularly astonished by the mineral and energy acquisitions of the Dragon Kingdom, as the previous shock had somewhat desensitized them. What truly astonished the citizens of other nations was the Dragon Kingdom's newly acquired 1 million square kilometers of land and 500,000 square kilometers of marine territory. With such extensive land, the Dragon Kingdom is likely to alter the global balance of power. We must reassess our strategies to ensure the global leadership of the United States is not threatened. We must unite with other nations against the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has gained so much land, it is utterly unfair. We, in the country of A, should also claim more territory. We absolutely cannot fall behind the Dragon Kingdom. Congratulations, congratulations. We, the Russian Federation, extend our best wishes to our brothers in the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my God, the Dragon Kingdom has once again augmented its national fortune, along with such vast territorial expansion. We, the Eagle Nation, must collaborate with other Western nations to target them economically and politically. Among all nations, the most shocked, envious, jealous, and resentful are undoubtedly the two neighboring diminutive nations, Sakura Country and Han Country. Sakura Country has a land area of approximately 3.78 million square kilometers, while Han Country is even smaller, at around 1.03 million square kilometers. The combined land area of these two minuscule nations does not even amount to half of the territory Wang Yifan has added to the Dragon Kingdom. How could these two tiny nations not feel indignant? How could they not be envious? How could the Dragon Kingdom have such fortune to acquire so much land? In my view, the Dragon Kingdom should share some of its vast territory with our great Han Republic. The netizens of Han Country express their unrealistic and shameless sentiments. What justification do we have for dividing the land area our nation has acquired with you? Who do you think you are? Has the cold nation consumed too much kimchi, leaving their minds muddled? The netizens of the Dragon Nation immediately retaliated with fury. Bakayuru, 1 million square kilometers. That is nearly enough to match the combined size of our 3 cherry blossom nations. With such an expanse of territory, it is likely that the Dragon Nation cannot fully utilize it. Instead, we should jointly develop it with the cherry blossom nations. The citizens of the cherry blossom nations were equally dissatisfied, filled with envy and resentment. Do we really need to collaborate with you for the development of such a vast expanse of land in our mighty Dragon Nation? You should just roll as far away as possible. Stay out of our affairs. The netizens of the Dragon Nation responded without mincing words. Regardless, the newly acquired land and maritime area of the Dragon Nation are in such close proximity to our great cold republic. If we can occupy it swiftly, it will belong to us. The netizens of the cold nation remained undeterred. Exactly. In light of this, we must rally the citizens of the cherry blossom nation to seize the land. I refuse to believe our citizens will act with any harm to the common folk upon stepping onto this territory. The netizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation joined in the uproar. Do you two diminutive nations think you can play the role of thieves and ruffians? This land rightfully belongs to our dragon nation, and if even a single toe of your citizens touches our soil, I assure you that your heads will be knocked askew. All right then, you better follow through with your threats. I will come over and fight you to the death. I won tea, let such a matter slide. Wonderful. I've long harbored disdain for your insignificant cold nation and your cherry blossom nation. If you dare to come, I'll make sure to greet you with fists the size of sandbags. From the online discourse, the jealous countenances of the netizens from the cherry blossom and cold nations were laid bare. The netizens of the dragon nation were equally unyielding, retaliating against the citizens of these two nations. Across the entire internet, the trending topic was dominated by the news of the acquisition of 1 million square kilometers of territory. Although Wang Yifan was in a closed-off state, still new to the game, he could roughly infer the happenings outside. The external world was embroiled in heated discussions sparked by his expansion of the Dragon Nation's territory by 1 million square kilometers. The debates between citizens of various countries and the Dragon Nation reached an unprecedented intensity, nearly to the point of impasse. Shifting perspectives from the myriad discussions and arguments among citizens of foreign nations back to Wang Yifan's territory, the main base had been upgraded to level 3, and other buildings needed to keep pace and not lag behind. Next, he intended to elevate the levels of the remaining structures. Chapter 54, Upgrading All Structures. Not only did the level of the main base require enhancement, but other edifices must also not fall behind. Wang Yifan cast a glance over his domain. To expand the territory's scale, he had previously concentrated on the main base. After all, with an increasing number of troops, the territory could no longer accommodate them all, and many were stationed outside the novice barrier. Now, the territory was sufficiently expansive, and the levels of other buildings needed to catch up. Having just conquered the territory of the stone people, he had dismantled the structures within and acquired a considerable amount of materials. Would you like to upgrade the buildings within the territory? Yes, with Wang Yifan's command issued. He utilized the remaining construction materials within the territory to upgrade the other buildings. First up was the barracks. Building name, barracks, building level, level 3, building quality, E-grade, recruitment capacity, 20 soldiers per day, building function. The barracks are utilized for recruiting soldiers of exclusive races to serve the Lord in battle. Building tip. The higher the building's level and quality, the greater the number of soldiers recruited, and the stronger their quality and combat prowess. Recruitment resets at midnight every day. With the upgrade, the daily recruitment capacity of the barracks increased to 20 soldiers. Although the quality of the barracks did not rise, the quantity was ample. More importantly, this would give him an advantage in competition with other lords. Currently, it was likely that the barracks of other lords were only at level 2, recruiting merely 10 soldiers per day. My barracks can recruit 20 human warriors daily. That is no small number. Next was the granary. Building name, granary, building level, level 3, building quality, E-grade, building function. The granary is used for storing collected or produced food, possessing a certain level of defense, which can slightly extend the shelf life of food. Storage capacity, 10 tons. Building tip. The higher the building's level and quality, the stronger the granary's defense, storage capacity, and food preservation. The granary, however, is not particularly critical. Upgrading the granary simply increases its storage capacity and food preservation ability. After all, the shadow race possesses a unique racial talent, and the warriors within the territory do not require sustenance. It is only I who needs to eat. For other lords, a granary is an indispensable structure, as the lords, soldiers, and residents within the territory require food to survive. Thus, the granary's upgrade is crucial. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the provisions must first be prepared. Whether for battles or daily food consumption, the granary plays an extremely vital role. However, for Wang Yifan, the granary's importance is not as pronounced. In the entire territory, only he requires food. He could even forego the granary entirely. When hunger strikes, he could simply command the warriors downstairs to go hunting, ensuring that every meal consists of the freshest fare. Those beast meats would still be quivering slightly before being placed on the grill. In addition to the granary, there was also the blacksmith shop. As one of the most fundamental structures in the territory, the blacksmith shop also required an upgrade. Building name, blacksmith shop, building level, level 3, building quality, E-grade, building function. The blacksmith shop can refine mineral resources, crafting weapons and armor required by soldiers. Building tip. The higher the building's level and quality, the more units of minerals can be refined, and the higher the probability of crafting high-quality weapons and armor. The primary duty of the blacksmith shop is to refine collected iron and other ores. These refined iron resources can be utilized for the territory's upgrades. Moreover, Wang Yifan could also utilize the blacksmith shop to craft saddles and other gear for cavalry expeditions. The blacksmith shop also forges weapons and armor for the soldiers, thereby enhancing the army's combat strength. Under comparable conditions, superior weaponry can elevate the army's capabilities to new heights. The blacksmith shop had already produced numerous swords, shields, and bows for the warriors under Wang Yifan. Building name, Watchtower, building level, level 3, building quality, E grade, building function. The Watchtower can detect the surrounding environment of the territory. Deploy range combat units for attacks, and enhance the combat power of deployed units by 30. Detection range, 20 kilometers. Building tip. The higher the building's level and quality, the larger the detection range, the more soldiers can be deployed, and the more significant the enhancement of combat unit strength. The Watchtower also needed an upgrade. With a detection range of 20 kilometers, I can have a clear understanding of the situation beyond my territory. Especially those goblin archers I previously acquired should be strategically positioned on the watchtowers and the city walls to maximize their efficacy. Since obtaining these 50 units of goblin archers, Wang Yifan has deployed them all to the watchtowers and the walls surrounding the territory. After all, archers serve as a formidable line of defense when not engaged in battle. Essentially, this summarizes the status of these foundational structures. As for the two remaining significant buildings, one is an A-grade Fountain of Life, while the other is a C-grade cavalry camp. The materials required to upgrade the A-grade Fountain of Life are excessively high, and the effects of the current level 1 fountain are already quite sufficient. Thus, the upgrade for the A-grade fountain can be postponed for now. Conversely, the C-grade cavalry camp can be upgraded immediately. After all, the cavalry camp consistently provides me with powerful cavalry warriors on a daily basis, significantly enhancing my military strength. Given that Wang Yifan's building materials are currently limited, it is imperative to allocate resources judiciously. Buildings that do not require immediate upgrades can be attended to gradually in the future. Cavalry camp, building level, level 3. Building quality, C-grade. Building function. The cavalry camp is utilized for recruiting cavalry units of the designated race to fight for the Lord. Recruitment capacity, 20 individuals per day. Building note. The higher the building's level and quality, the greater the number of cavalry recruited, along with enhanced soldier quality and combat prowess. Recruitment resets daily at midnight. After upgrading the cavalry camp and barracks to level 3, even without converting any other races or beasts, I will still amass at least 40 combat units daily. This quantity is certainly sufficient in the early stages, Wang Yifan mused. Each day, he converts no fewer than several dozen beasts and other races. Adding the daily fixed recruitment of 40 soldiers, he can augment his combat strength by around 100 units each day. At this rate, within a month, the strength of my forces could soar to several thousand. This will enable me to delve deeper into the inner regions of the Dark Continent for exploration. With this thought, Wang Yifan could not help but feel a surge of joy. After all, the SSS grade Lord talent is extraordinarily powerful. In terms of accruing combat strength, it offers unparalleled dominance, bestowing upon Wang Yifan an incomparable advantage in the development of his territory. However, quantity is one aspect, while quality is paramount. Even the weakest forces hold little value when integrated into my army. Indeed, while the number of troops is important, the combat effectiveness of an elite force of 1,000 cannot be compared to that of 2,000 untrained militia. Reflecting on this, Wang Yifan's thoughts drifted to the 2 griffin eggs nestled in his backpack. The incubation period is 3 days. If I commence hatching today, I will undoubtedly have the griffins ready before the magical tide strikes my territory. Chapter 55, Territory Upgrade. Gaining new abilities. Hatching the griffins requires a total of 3 days. Today marks the 3rd day of the novice period, and even if I start hatching tomorrow, it will still be timely. I can integrate the griffins into my Shadow Legion's forces before the magical tide arrives. Wang Yifan glanced at the 2 blueprints for griffin structures and the 2 griffin eggs within his lord's space. These 2 blueprints, designed to complement the griffin forces, require a total of 3,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone, along with 1 life crystal and 1 earth crystal. Conveniently, the various crystals I obtained from the cursed Aurora treasure chest are now coming into play. As for the 3,000 units of wood and stone, using inferior building materials will suffice. After all, these blueprints inherently possess A-grade quality. Even if constructed with subpar materials, the buildings will still achieve A-grade status. Wang Yifan, eager to avoid wasting time, decided to construct the buildings promptly as evening approached, allowing him to rest early and rejuvenate for the activities of the 4th day of the novice period. Shall construction proceed? Yes. With Wang Yifan investing the remaining inferior building materials and the 2 crystals, the Griffin Sanctuary and Griffin Training Grounds rose majestically within his territory. At that moment, an elderly man with a thick mane of hair and beard emerged from the Griffin Sanctuary. Lord, I am the administrator of the Griffin Sanctuary. Henceforth, I shall serve you and your griffins. Wang Yifan cast a glance at the administrator's profile information. Race, human. Profession, Griffin Administrator. Level 1. Quality, A-grade. Loyalty, 80. Talent, specialization in griffin breeding, care and breeding of griffins, postnatal care. Excellent. With that, I entrust the care of the griffins to you. After all, a specialist is best suited for specialized tasks. Hearing such praise from the Lord, the Griffin Administrator beamed with delight. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure your 2 griffins grow plump and healthy. This Griffin Administrator is, in essence, a resident of Wang Yifan's territory albeit with a unique specialization. Ordinary residents typically engage in mundane tasks such as gathering stone, wood, and crafting weapons, while the Griffin Administrator possesses exceptional abilities in Griffin breeding, an irreplaceable attribute. Very well, I shall leave it in your capable hands. There's one more thing. What else does the Lord require? Almost forgot, shadow extraction. Since you are also a resident, you must be transformed. Once transformed into a shadow race, you will be able to care for my griffins around the clock. Go forth and fulfill your duty. Wang Yifan commanded. The Griffin Administrator, fully aware of his primary task, immediately set about serving the Lord. Wang Yifan surveyed his territory, pleased with the substantial progress made today. That will be all for today. I shall return to my beauty sleep. The novice period has now entered its 4th day. At this point, most lords have upgraded their territories to level 2, and their domains are gradually taking shape. Naturally, their territorial expanse pales in comparison to Wang Yifan's. The strength of these lords' forces generally hovers around 40 to 50 individuals, comprised of soldiers recruited from their camps and some hastily gathered from other races, forming small-scale teams at best. In stark contrast, Wang Yifan's legion has surpassed 300 members and continues to grow rapidly, a rate of expansion that is unattainable for other novice lords. Not to mention, he has 2 powerful griffin eggs on the verge of hatching. How are my 2 griffin eggs? Reporting to you, my lord, all is proceeding smoothly. The 2 griffin eggs are incubating at an accelerated pace, and the griffins within are developing splendidly. Upon hearing the news of the healthy and rapidly developing griffin eggs, Wang Yifan felt an immense surge of joy. Excellent. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Remember, these 2 griffin eggs are of utmost importance to me. Understood, my lord. I shall not disappoint your trust. Wang Yifan nodded in satisfaction. He arrived at the griffin sanctuary early in the morning to check on the eggs, neglecting even to eat breakfast. Although he knew the griffins would take 3 days to hatch, his anticipation was overwhelming. Anyone in possession of powerful griffins about to be born would naturally be deeply concerned. Eager not to miss the moment of their arrival, Wang Yifan was no exception. He would undoubtedly return repeatedly to the griffin sanctuary to observe the situation. Today marks the 4th day, and I shall assess the development within my territory. Wang Yifan opened his attribute panel to examine his status. Name: Wang Yifan. Troop Type 1, Human. Troop Type 2, Shadow Race, Unique. Talent Level, SSS Grade. Lord Talent, Shadow Extraction. Racial Talents, Absolute Loyalty, Eternal Body, Lord's Might, Territorial Protection. Recruitment for the Lord. Territorial Buildings, Headquarters, Level 3, Quality D. Barracks, Level 3, Quality E. Granary, Level 3, Quality E. Blacksmith Shop, Level 3, Quality E. Watchtower, Level 3, Quality E. Cavalry Camp, Level 3, Quality C. Fountain of Life, Level 1, Quality A. Griffin Sacred Nest, Level 1, Quality A. Griffin Training Ground, Level 1, Quality A. Ding. Congratulations to Lord Wang Yifan for upgrading his territory to Level 3, now granting him the new racial talent of the Shadow Legion. Recruitment for the Lord. Recruitment for the Lord. Through this racial talent, he can bestow his troops with abilities akin to his own, enabling them to convert slain enemies into members of the Shadow Legion. These converted warriors will pledge their absolute loyalty to Wang Yifan, becoming a formidable force for his expansion. I have acquired a new ability. The system panel had previously hinted to Wang Yifan that as his territory expanded and upgraded, more unique racial talents belonging to the Shadow race would gradually unlock. Upon glancing at his attribute panel, Wang Yifan was astounded to discover the new racial talent of the Shadow Legion had indeed been unlocked. All Shadow warriors under his command had acquired new abilities. Does this imply that I shall no longer need to venture out to convert enemies myself? Wang Yifan meticulously examined the introduction of this new talent. Previously, to ensure a 100% conversion rate, he had risked personal exposure in the field. Now his forces could perform conversions on his behalf. Wang Yifan was overjoyed. This new racial talent endowed all warriors of his Shadow Legion with the ability of shadow extraction, allowing them to convert enemy units into allies. With this ability, does it not render me even more invincible? In his endeavor to bolster his forces, Wang Yifan had previously ventured out twice during the novice phase for conversions. The reason was simple: to achieve a 100% conversion rate and not waste any potential combat power. Now, Wang Yifan need not venture forth personally. He could simply dispatch his troops to conduct the conversions. This drastically enhanced the speed and capacity with which he could augment his strength. Chapter 56. Discovery of the Elemental Sprite Territory Utilizing Magic. Indeed, as a traveler from another realm, I am favored by the heavens. Wang Yifan gazed upon the newly unlocked ability, his joy beyond words, nearly bursting with exuberance. The abilities I have unlocked allowed me to amass nearly 300 combatants within the mere 3 days of my novice phase, and now my capacity for gathering has significantly improved. With this new ability, Wang Yifan felt as though he had been granted wings. Previously, he encountered certain magical beasts and foreign races that he could not convert. The reason was straightforward: he could not perform timely conversions, as the corpses of foreign entities and beasts began to decay. the probability of conversion into the Shadow Legion would drastically diminish. Wang Yifan had contemplated various countermeasures. The first was to lead an expedition himself. This approach had two significant advantages. Firstly, it allowed for immediate conversions, achieving a conversion rate of 100%. Secondly, due to the enhancement from the Lord's might racial talent, leading troops in battle would amplify their strength by 200%, further augmenting Wang Yifan's military might. Thus, personally leading expeditions ensured sufficient strength to vanquish enemy forces while guaranteeing a full conversion of local units. However, this still carried risks. As a fledgling lord, neglecting the gradual development of his territory during the novice phase and recklessly venturing out posed considerable danger. Hence, Wang Yifan later resorted to employing his piglets to swiftly transport corpses back. While this method allowed for conversions, the probability was too low, ranging only from 50 to 60%. Consequently, Wang Yifan devised a third strategy, utilizing the venom of the Venomfang spider demon to paralyze enemy units, bringing them back in a near-death state, thereby raising the conversion probability to 100%. However, he soon discovered a flaw. Against enemies such as the stone golem race, none of his safe and risk-free strategies proved effective. If he encountered numerous and large-sized enemy units, these plans would be futile. If faced with thousands of adversaries, transporting their corpses would deplete considerable manpower. It would be more efficient for him to convert them personally. In future battles, Wang Yifan would undoubtedly face large-scale skirmishes involving hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of combatants. Under such circumstances, would he require his Shadow Legion to transport every single enemy unit back? Others often collected enemy equipment and weapons and cleared battlefields. However, transporting the corpses of countless enemies back to the territory would be an exceedingly strange and terrifying endeavor. Those privy to the truth would understand Wang Yifan aimed to convert them into the Shadow Legion, while those unaware might misconstrue his actions as an odd obsession with corpses. Furthermore, should he encounter massive foes weighing several tons, dispatching more troops would be futile. He would still need to engage personally for conversions. After battling the stone golem race, Wang Yifan realized that their massive and heavy forms could not be transported back for conversion, necessitating his direct involvement. In the Dark Continent, various colossal forces and giant beasts are commonplace. How could Wang Yifan manage to transport such enormous weights back to his territory? Thus, previous strategies failed to ensure both a 100% conversion rate and his own safety. However, from this day forward, all would change. All risks would be eliminated. Wang Yifan could now achieve 100% conversions of fallen enemies without needing to venture forth personally. With this in mind, he hatched another scheme. At present, my territorial forces are already considerable, yet certain issues remain. My troop types are not sufficiently diverse. During his last assault on the stone golem race, Wang Yifan identified some shortcomings. Although his combatants were numerous and even quite impressive compared to other novice lords, their composition was rather homogeneous. His forces comprised mainly infantry, cavalry, archers, and various magical beasts. In terms of quantity, he indeed possessed a sizable force. However, all these combat units relied solely on physical output. In the Dark Continent, foreign races and magical beasts abound. Some traverse underground, others swim in water, some soar through the skies, and others burrow through the earth, each possessing unique characteristics. Furthermore, there are those adept in magic, skilled in martial combat, and various other combat units, each showcasing a myriad of distinctive traits. Therefore, relying solely on sheer numbers and basic physical might would undoubtedly prove inadequate. During the novice phase, Wang Yifan effortlessly dealt with the ordinary alien races and creatures inhabiting the Dark Continent. However, once he ventured deeper into exploration and encountered formidable foes such as the Stone Clan, whose resilience was akin to rock, and the uniquely empowered aberrations, he found them rather challenging to confront. Therefore, while the sheer number of military forces was indeed significant, the diversity of troop types and the varied abilities of warriors were equally paramount. Given this, all the Shadow Legions under his command now possessed transformation capabilities, prompting him to vigorously expand the ranks of his combat units. Simultaneously, he sought to enrich the variety of his battle units, enabling him to respond adeptly in future confrontations with a multitude of strategies at his disposal. Wang Yifan introspectively analyzed his situation. As a lord, each ruler's military strength had its own advantages and disadvantages. While other lords relentlessly reinforced their strengths while minimizing their weaknesses, Wang Yifan was distinct. He possessed an innate ability to command all alien races and beasts on the Dark Continent. Thus, from this perspective, he could indeed evolve into a well-rounded warrior, embodying versatility without any glaring shortcomings. The means to achieve this was straightforward: unconditionally and abundantly recruit various alien races and creatures. Today was no different. Those tasked with resource gathering would continue their endeavors, while the patrols would persist in their rounds. We shall press deeper into the Dark Continent, collecting more beasts and alien races to incorporate into our Shadow Legion. With a commanding voice, Wang Yifan issued his orders, and all his forces promptly obeyed. From the fourth day onwards, The disparity among the new lords gradually widened. For Wang Yifan, everything within his territory remained stable and progressed steadily, devoid of any extraordinary events. I need to gather more alien races, he quietly contemplated. If only I could acquire an alien adept in magic. It would compensate for the Shadow Legion's deficiency in magical output. This way, if faced with foes immune to physical damage, I could manage effortlessly without relying on A-grade combatants. As he busied himself with territorial matters in the headquarters, his Shadow Legion tirelessly collected combat power and various resources on his behalf. Information streamed in from the front lines, relaying updates to his domain. Your Shadow Legion has defeated a territory of the Minotaur tribe. Your forces successfully transformed them, yielding 30 units of Minotaur warriors. Your Shadow Legion has vanquished a habitat of the tusked black wild boars. Your forces successfully transformed them, yielding 50 units of tusked black wild boars. Your Shadow Legion has conquered a territory of the Goblin tribe. Your forces successfully transformed them, yielding 40 units of Goblin warriors. Your Shadow Legion has triumphed over a habitat of the prairie wolves. Your forces successfully transformed them, yielding 25 units of prairie wolf combat power. Your subordinates have discovered a territory of elemental spirits deep within the Dark Continent. This territory comprises approximately 100 individuals, and elemental spirits are a race proficient in magic. Please, Lord, make a decision. Chapter 57, Teleportation. Proceed to subjugate the elemental spirits. As Wang Yifan commanded from within his territory, reports from all Shadow Legions he dispatched continued to relay battlefield updates. Since acquiring new capabilities, every member of his Shadow Legion now possessed the ability to facilitate transformations for him. Henceforth, these forces could transform for Wang Yifan, achieving a transformation rate of 100%. Your subordinates have discovered a territory of elemental spirits deep within the Dark Continent. This territory comprises approximately 100 individuals, and elemental spirits are a race skilled in magic. Please, Lord, provide directives for the upcoming actions. The goblin forces he dispatched had ventured deep into the Dark Continent, uncovering the territory of the elemental spirits. Elemental spirits? Upon hearing the name of this race, Wang Yifan's mind immediately began searching for information. Let me recall. Which race do the elemental spirits belong to? The Dark Continent is replete with races, and Wang Yifan momentarily struggled to remember the specifics of the elemental spirits. Although elves are common in the Dark Continent, they come in various types. For instance, the ordinary elves resemble those most commonly depicted in The Lord of the Rings. There is also Tian Weiwei, a fellow newcomer lord who commands sunlight elves that gain strength in daylight. Additionally, there are the night elves, who thrive in darkness, possessing various augmentations during nighttime, and even the forest elves, closely linked to nature and on amicable terms with the Treants. Amidst this search among the broader category of elves, Wang Yifan finally recalled the appearance of the elemental spirits. Elemental spirits, I remember now, are those who lack physical output professions and specialize in various elemental magics. Their appearance closely resembles that of ordinary elves. However, a distinctive feature of the elemental spirits is that all their combat units are purely magical in nature, devoid of any physical output professions. Their entire race predominantly consists of spellcasters, employing elemental magic such as wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, light, and darkness for their attacks. Among the myriad of races, the elemental spirits are exceptionally unique, as it is quite rare for a race to possess no physical output professions whatsoever. However, this is not entirely surprising, given that there are races on the Dark Continent that abhor magic and specialize in physical combat. Thus far, I have not engaged in battle with any magical output units. I must prepare adequately before probing further. Wang Yifan contemplated how to seize the territory of the elemental spirits within his domain. With around 100 individuals, they were not an insignificant number, especially since they all wielded various elemental magics in combat. I must capture this elemental spirit race. It would allow me to rectify the lack of magical attack capabilities within my legion. As scouts from the goblin team stealthily approached the vicinity of the elemental spirits, they gathered intelligence. There were a total of 106 elemental spirits, among which 100 were ordinary elemental mage units. 5 were elite elemental mage leaders, and 1 was the chief of this group of elemental spirits. Race, elemental spirit tribe. Unit type, ordinary mage. Level 8. Quality, E grade. Skills, fireball, ice spike. Lightning bolt, gale, rock spire. Talent, elemental control. Equipment, wisteria staff. Race, elemental spirit tribe. Unit type, elite mage. Level 10. Quality, D grade. Skills, greater fireball, multi-spike. Chain lightning, storm, rockfall. Talent, elemental control. Equipment, bronze staff. Race, elemental spirit tribe. Unit type, mage leader. Level 15. Quality, C grade. Skills, flame storm, frost abyss. Lightning storm, gale blade. Earthquake, shadow assault. Holy judgment, elemental beast summon. Innate ability, elemental mastery. Equipment, netherworld staff. Racial trait, elemental mastery. As a member of the elemental elf race, one is inherently endowed with the ability to wield various elemental magics, albeit at the cost of losing physical combat prowess. All this information regarding the elemental elf race was thoroughly absorbed by Wang Yifan. From the attribute panel of the elemental elves, it became evident that they were all adept in the arcane arts. Even the most ordinary of sorcerers among them could command skills from 5 distinct elements. Moreover, as one ascends the ranks, the more formidable elemental elves exhibit an even broader array of skills, seemingly with increased damage output and range. Wang Yifan meticulously analyzed the various attribute panels of the elemental elves. The sheer variety of their skills was impressive. Previously, he had encountered no more than 3 skills at a time. Truly, as a race inherently specialized in the use of magic, their repertoire was extensive. Ordinary sorcerers and elite sorcerers could manipulate the elements of wind, fire, lightning, ice, and earth, offering a plethora of combinations to address diverse situations. In the Shadow Continent, all magical beasts and exotic races are subject to the natural order of mutual restraint. For instance, the previously mentioned Treant race is characterized by an immunity to water and earth magic, yet is particularly vulnerable to fire and lightning magic. When facing the Treants, possessing the abilities of the elemental elves allows one to wield fire magic when necessary or lightning magic when needed, without the concern of being countered or lacking offensive options. Beyond the interspecies and innate elemental resistances, within the Shadow Continent, any race or magical beast exhibits a natural sensitivity to certain elemental magics, while demonstrating formidable resistance to others. In addition to the common elemental elves and their leaders, the strongest among them boasts 8 skills. Beyond the fundamental elements of wind, fire, lightning, ice, and earth, they can also wield powerful dark and light magics and summon elemental beasts. Among these elemental elves, the leader is undoubtedly the most formidable, representing the greatest variable for Wang Yifan in this confrontation. 100-strong elemental elf contingent indeed poses a considerable challenge. The largest army Wang Yifan had previously faced comprised 100 goblins. Despite their numbers, his forces easily overpowered them. However, this time, he was not contending with goblins. On the hierarchy of races, goblins rank significantly lower than the elemental elves. This disparity indicates that the combat prowess of 100 goblins cannot be equated to that of 100 elemental elves. To achieve parity, the strength of the goblins would need to be at least 200 to stand against 100 elemental elves. Currently, Wang Yifan's goblin army consists of only 100. Should they engage directly with the elemental elves, his forces would undoubtedly fall short. He would need to reinforce their numbers. Wang Yifan pondered deeply. Each time he deployed his forces, he aimed for an overwhelming advantage against the enemy. The rationale was simple: to vanquish foes with overwhelming power, thereby minimizing his own losses and maximizing the conversion of enemy units into members of his Shadow Legion. Any novice or junior lord encountering these elemental elves would undoubtedly be beset by anxiety. Yet, Wang Yifan understood one crucial fact: the stronger the enemy, the more potent the forces he could convert, significantly enhancing his own might. Fortuitously, he had recently acquired considerable strength. It was time to send forth his troops. Dispatch all my various battalions to engage. Chapter 58. Not attack you? Who else would we attack? Assemble. Form ranks. Wang Yifan gathered his goblin squad, minotaur squad, as well as the boars and the wasteland wolves. To ensure absolute success, he also brought along the Shadow Forest White Tiger as the commanding figure of this expedition. Regardless of how powerful the opposing leader may be or how adept they are in elemental magic, with the White Tiger at the helm, there was no cause for concern. An A-class Shadow Forest White Tiger is more than sufficient to confront the C-class strongest enemy forces. Beyond showcasing the might of his A-class Shadow Forest White Tiger, the numbers of his subordinates had significantly increased, with the boars, wasteland wolves, venomous spiders, and even the minotaurs all bolstered in strength. After a morning of gathering and recruiting, the ranks of the Fong Black Wild Boars, wasteland wolves, and minotaurs now exceeded 50 individuals in each squad, marking a substantial enhancement in their numbers. Presently, even dispatching a single squad to operate independently would afford them the strength to seize small territories and beast lairs. The Goblin Army, Minotaur race, Fong Black Wild Boars, and Wasteland Wolves combined now approached 300 in number. Wang Yifan was confident that with such a formidable force, they could decisively deal with the elemental elves and successfully convert them into his own ranks. With this in mind, he ordered the march. Wang Yifan activated a primary teleportation rune, transporting his forces to the vicinity of the goblins who had already laid an ambush near the territory of the elemental elves. A beam of celestial light descended, and Wang Yifan's grand army was teleported to the periphery of the elemental elves' domain. The magnitude of this teleportation quickly drew the attention of the elemental elves. Leader, we have detected a powerful force teleporting near our territory. An elemental elf immediately reported the situation to their most formidable leader. Humans? How dare these humans attempt to invade our territory? They are utterly deluded. How many are there? What races have they dispatched? We must ascertain their details to determine the elemental magic we will employ in our forthcoming battle. as the leader of the elemental elves. He remained unimpressed and inquired about the races of the enemy forces. We have sent scouts to investigate. Reports indicate their numbers are substantial. Quite a lot. His subordinate reported. Panic evident in their voice. Quite a lot. How many is that exactly? Speak clearly. Quite a lot. Just a great many. What do you mean by a great many? Goblins and minotaurs have come. The subordinate relayed the situation to the leader. Minotaurs and goblins? How could these two races possibly ally? The leader found the report perplexing. There was little connection between the minotaurs and goblins, and given the straightforward nature of the former and the treacherous disposition of the latter, it was difficult to fathom their collaboration. Fear not. They are merely the brawny, simple-minded minotaurs and the diminutive, despicable goblins. There is no reason to be alarmed. The leader sought to reassure his subordinates. But that is not all. In addition, there are two large groups of magical beasts, the Fong Black Wild Boars and Wasteland Wolves, led by a formidable Shadow Forest White Tiger. According to our scouts, their total numbers are around 300. The subordinate continued, elaborating on the situation that was evidently more complex than the leader had anticipated. Upon hearing this report, the leader began to sense that the situation was amiss. What? 300? What is going on? It's already strange enough for the minotaurs and goblins to unite. How could three different types of magical beasts also band together? And one of them is even a beast king? This situation clearly left the leader bewildered. What truly troubled the leader of the elemental spirits was the fact that the commander of the opposing legion was an A-grade quality Emerald White Tiger Beast King leading the charge. Yet, unbeknownst to them, under Wang Yifan's transformation, the dispatched Emerald White Tiger had already attained A-grade combat strength, far exceeding their expectations. His subordinate continued to elaborate. Furthermore, their peculiarities do not end there. Although they hail from different races, they all emanate a strange black-purple energy. It appears that this very force has united so many diverse races. The subordinate articulated this bizarre situation, expressing his concerns. It is likely the manifestation of the territorial lord's innate abilities. The leader also made his own assessment of the situation. As a native of the Dark Continent, he possessed a degree of understanding regarding the human outsiders who ventured into this realm, having heard much about them. Numerous lords have leveraged their formidable innate abilities to expand their territories and develop rapidly within the Dark Continent. This scenario was not lost on the already burgeoning Elemental Spirit clan. What shall we do, leader? Shall we engage in battle, or surrender to this lord and become his subordinates? The anxious Elemental Spirit inquired. However, before the leader could respond, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Slap. You useless fool. What are you afraid of? Perhaps these individuals have merely teleported near our territory with other objectives, not to attack us. Why are you so frightened? The leader continued. They are merely a collection of the most ordinary races and beasts, even if they have a powerful beast king backing them. I possess my own formidable elemental magic. If they dare to assault us, I shall summon mighty elemental beasts to confront them. Let them know our strength. The leader asserted fiercely, instilling confidence in his troops. In truth, the leader's apprehensions were entirely unfounded, since Wang Yifan and his army were not directed toward them. Who else could they be targeting? The surrounding area boasted neither abundant resources nor a plethora of magical beasts. It was evident that Wang Yifan's forces aimed to seize the territory of the elemental spirits. The objectives of all lords could essentially be distilled into two categories. First, to plunder the resources and minerals within your territory. What they covet are the various resources, minerals, and energies contained within. Second, they seek to amass military power. The territory of the elemental spirits is distinct from that of the Stone Golem clan. The latter has established their domain amidst various stone quarries, while the elemental spirits have chosen to thrive on the plains. Their territory lacks any special resources or energy, indicating a clear alignment with the second scenario. Wang Yifan's imposing army gradually came into view within the elemental spirits' territory. Consequently, their intentions were unmistakable. Wang Yifan surveyed the attributes of this territory. Affiliated race, elemental spirits. Territory level, level 2 territory. Population, 106 individuals. Strongest combat power, C grade. Difficulty of conquest, 35 stars. Expected spoils, several elemental spirit warriors, white energy crystals, green energy crystals, various crystals, and assorted items. Form ranks. Prepare for battle. My Shadow Legion. Seize this band of elemental spirits for me. Chapter 59. The battle commences, both sides clash. The army dispatched by Wang Yifan had already formed a standoff against the elemental spirits forces at the front of their territory. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion stood ready, poised to initiate their assault, while the elemental spirits army was equally tense, prepared to respond to Wang Yifan's offensive. As the leader of the elemental spirits, the strongest among them stepped forward and gravely inquired, "Who approaches? For which lord do you fight?" The goblin chief under Wang Yifan rode forth on a large dog. "We are the Shadow Legion of Lord Wang Yifan. Come to integrate your elemental spirit clan into our ranks, to serve under our esteemed Lord Wang Yifan and become a part of our Shadow Legion." Wang Yifan. The elemental spirit leader furrowed his brow, having never heard the name before. It did not belong to any notable figure among the great lords. He continued, "You humans typically wage war for two reasons: the resources of the Dark Continent, or to expand your own territories. If your lord wishes to incorporate our elemental spirit clan, it is not impossible. May I inquire as to your lord's current rank?" No sooner had he finished speaking than another elemental spirit murmured, "Leader, you did not say that before. Did you not claim you would show them your might?" Silence. The elemental spirit leader immediately reprimanded, "I am probing their true intentions." The goblin chief stepped forward again, stating, "Though our lord is a newcomer to the Dark Continent, his potential is extraordinary, and his abilities are limitless. Should you choose to join our Shadow Legion as elemental spirits, you will surely rise alongside us to become a formidable clan that astonishes even the other elemental spirits of the Dark Continent." The goblin chief continued to persuade, "I was once a mere goblin subordinate, but under our lord's guidance, he has placed immense trust in me, and my goblin warriors have swelled to nearly 200. As the goblin chief, he began to sway the elemental spirits toward surrender. Persuasion, without a doubt, was the most favorable route to victory. After all, should they capitulate through might, the Shadow Legion would not suffer a single loss, marking a resounding triumph. If these elemental spirits were to surrender without conflict, Wang Yifan could seamlessly integrate them into his Shadow Legion without concern for their loyalty. Once they became part of the Shadow Legion, their loyalty would be absolute. This was in stark contrast to those lords who subdued through force. The loyalty of their warriors and leaders post-surrender often remained low, necessitating ongoing incentives and spoils to bolster allegiance. However, when the term new lord reached the ears of the elemental spirit leader, his expression instantly shifted, replaced by one of disdain. "I had expected a powerful lord. You haven't even touched the threshold of a junior lord, and a newcomer dares to demand the allegiance of our nearly 100 elemental spirits? What a farce. If you wish for us to submit, you must at least possess the strength of a mid-level lord on the Dark Continent." The elemental spirit leader held Wang Yifan's status as a newcomer in utter contempt. This sentiment was hardly surprising, as newcomers had barely survived the initial 7 days of their novice phase, leaving them with a mere 50 individuals. A newcomer lord boasting of elevating the elemental spirit clan to greatness in the future. Who would easily believe such claims? This was nothing but empty promises, a mere illusion. Witnessing the skepticism towards his lord, the goblin chief reiterated, "Though our lord is a newcomer, his strength is not to be underestimated. You have witnessed for yourselves the multitude of warriors and beasts under his command, all drawn from various sources. Despite being a newcomer, his forces undoubtedly surpass yours." In the face of the opposition's doubt, the goblin chief's tone grew more resolute. "They are but the diminutive goblin clan and the simplistic-minded minotaurs. The prowess of our elemental spirit tribe far surpasses yours. Even if you bring forth some tusked black wild boars and wasteland wolves, I remain unperturbed." The elemental spirit leader retorted immediately, causing the elemental warriors beside him to burst into raucous laughter. The goblin leader, upon hearing this, felt a surge of irritation, yearning to subdue this band of elemental spirits and make them subservient to the lord. "Enough with the idle chatter, charge!" Wang Yifan decisively commanded from within his territory. He was acutely aware of the current situation. It seemed these elemental spirits had no intention of joining his army. Thus, there was no further discussion to be had. It was time to engage in earnest. "Onward, goblin warriors! Eliminate them! The lord has spoken!" The goblin leader bellowed, and 100 goblin warriors surged forward in a frenzied charge. Simultaneously, the Minotaur tribe followed closely behind the goblins, while the tusked black wild boars and wasteland wolves flanked from either side. This assault initiated from the front, forming a triad of forces that attacked the elemental spirits from various angles. The sheer might and overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of trepidation among the elemental spirits. "Fear not, elemental warriors. Counterattack." Under the command of their leader, the elemental warriors quickly rallied and commenced their retaliation. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning strikes, various elemental spells were unleashed upon Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. Particularly, the elite members and leader of the elemental spirit tribe cast spells with broader ranges and greater destructive potential. "Before the enemy encroaches upon our territory, we must strike them with elemental magic to diminish their forces as much as possible." This was the advantage of being a ranged magic output unit. Their strategy hinged on swiftly reducing the enemy's numbers before they drew near. Ranged units, such as archers and mages, share a common vulnerability. They are significantly disadvantaged in close combat. Generally speaking, classes like archers and mages in games dread the approach of melee units. On the Dark Continent, the situation is no different. Thus, the elemental spirits, as magic output units, must remain at a distance from the enemy, creating space to maintain an optimal output environment. But how could Wang Yifan be oblivious to this? He was no novice, having played various games. Goblin archers, loose your arrows, provide cover for all melee units, disrupt their spellcasting. Wang Yifan immediately devised countermeasures. Although they lacked magic output units, they still had ranged units. Archers, The goblin archers swiftly drew their bows, an onslaught of arrows raining down upon the elemental spirits' positions, causing chaos among them. While the elemental spirits' magic did inflict some damage upon Wang Yifan's side, they soon found themselves subjected to the archers' retaliation. Witnessing this, the leading elemental spirit leader quickly adjusted their tactics. Quick. Activate the magical barrier to withstand these archers' attacks. Chapter 60. The more techniques, the more thrilling. Quick. Activate the magical barrier to withstand these archers' attacks. The elemental spirit leader swiftly issued commands to implement countermeasures. After all, their territory had some scale, and they certainly possessed tactical reserves. Under the leader's command, a portion of the elemental spirit warriors rapidly shifted from offense to defense, casting spells to construct a circular magical shield. This was a common skill among mages and sorcerers, typically garbed in lightweight robes, lacking heavy armor for protection. They relied on magical shields, barriers, and other means to fend off attacks. Bolstered by the magical shield, the arrows of the goblin archers were easily deflected. Each arrow that struck the barrier met the resistance of a formidable shield, failing to penetrate. It's effective. Continue the counterattack. Their assault is futile against us. The elemental spirit leader, sensing the tide of battle, sought to bolster morale once more. Yet Wang Yifan was well aware that these beings surely possessed means of retaliation. If the elemental spirits were mere inept beings, he would never consider incorporating them into his Shadow Legion. The prior barrage of arrows was merely a temporary measure to alleviate the situation, a stopgap to reduce the enemy's magical onslaught. He never harbored the illusion that the arrows from the goblin archers could easily breach their defenses. Charge! Boars! Wasteland wolves! Break through their defenses! Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yifan commanded. In that moment, his boar troop and wasteland wolf troop had already stealthily approached from either side. As ferocious beasts, their mobility and agility far exceeded that of ordinary creatures, a natural advantage they possessed. The boars and wasteland wolves launched a rapid assault, breaching the elemental spirits' defenses with their charges. This is dire. Reinforce our defenses. Quick, do not allow them to penetrate our magical barrier. The elemental spirit leaders swiftly recalibrated their strategy, pouring all efforts into enhancing their defenses. However, this was merely a temporary measure to delay their inevitable defeat. The tusked black wild boars and wasteland wolves were not mere arrows charging in a single direction. They were intelligent beasts, attacking with ferocity wherever the defenses were weakest. Simultaneously, as the elemental spirits bolstered their defenses, their offensive capabilities inevitably waned. The goblin and minotaur forces dispatched by Wang Yifan seized the opportunity to advance rapidly. It's over. I can already predict the ensuing battle outcome. I even anticipate that my shadowy forest white tiger need not intervene. The fate of these elemental spirits is already sealed. Wang Yifan knew in his heart that this battle was nearing its conclusion. The forces he had deployed were numerous. It would take less than an hour to easily secure victory. Even the A-grade forces he dispatched would not need to participate, as the battle was destined to conclude soon. Yet, as the leader of the elemental spirits, he was unwilling to concede defeat, preparing for a final, desperate stand. Cursed humans, you shall witness my might. Arise, my elemental beast. With a summons from the elemental spirit leader, a colossal elemental beast, embodying the essence of wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth, was conjured from the void. Monster, elemental giant beast, summon. Level 15. Quality, C grade. Skills, mixed elemental attack. Talent, 5 elemental protection. Equipment, ancient rune sword. Description, the elemental giant beast is a powerful summon on the dark continent, embodying the energies of wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth, forming a unique and formidable entity. It wields the ancient rune sword in both hands, exhibiting astonishing combat prowess in battle. Skill, mixed elemental attack. When attacking, triggers damage effects from wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth simultaneously, leaving opponents defenseless. Talent, 5 elemental protection, innately possessing strong resistances against wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth, rendering it nearly invulnerable to elemental attacks. Onward, elemental beast. Shatter their offensive. Create space for our assault. Under the command of the elemental spirit leader, this formidable elemental giant beast immediately joined the fray. It wielded 2 ancient bronze rune swords, inscribed with intricate runes, and with each swing, it unleashed the power of wind, fire, water, thunder, and earth, subtly altering the dynamics of the battlefield. Quite impressive. It is my first encounter with a unit capable of summoning such formidable elemental beasts. Upon witnessing the might of the elemental giant, Wang Yifan felt not a twinge of anxiety, but rather an intensified curiosity. Although this elemental beast appeared formidable, it was merely of C-rank quality. Among the forces I have dispatched, there are both B and C-rank combatants, thus I need not fret. The tide of battle shall remain unchanged, Wang Yifan mused inwardly. The skill displayed was indeed fascinating. Capable of unleashing elemental damage of 5 different attributes simultaneously during an attack, truly remarkable. Such an ability could evidently bypass the defenses of numerous foes. Wang Yifan continued to analyze. The innate talent of the beast was commendable as well, enabling it to withstand assaults from the elements of wind, fire, water, lightning, and earth. Yet, as my strength primarily lies in conventional physical combat, this talent poses no threat to me. Wang Yifan swiftly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of the elemental giant. However, the battle was far from over, as the elemental sprite leader unleashed even more potent dark and light attribute magic. Shadow Assault, Holy Light Judgment, a dark magic spell, coupled with a light magic spell, alongside a powerful elemental giant, indeed rendered Wang Yifan's forces momentarily incapable of easily subduing this cadre of elemental sprites. What was initially perceived as a swift resolution grew prolonged, with no clear victor emerging. Nevertheless, the situation remained favorable for Wang Yifan, for he possessed superiority in both the quantity and quality of his forces. Even though the elemental sprites had numerous magical combat units, they could not bridge the gap. The longer the conflict persisted, the more disadvantageous it became for the elemental sprite clan. As the situation escalated, the elemental sprite clan faced impending annihilation, their magical reserves dwindling, and even their staffs grew heavy in their hands. Observing this dire predicament, the elemental sprite leader, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, hastily proposed, "Hey, goblin leader, we have both sustained considerable losses. Let us cease hostilities. You can inform your lord that I shall not pursue today's events any further. What do you say? Otherwise, I still possess many powerful spells yet to be unleashed, and I can even summon another elemental giant to fight you to the bitter end." He paused, then continued, "Let us call it a day, return to our respective territories to rest, and tend to our wounded. I acknowledge the strength of your lord. Once our clan has recovered, we shall join your ranks. How does that sound?" The elemental sprite leader had also witnessed Wang Yifan's might. Even at this point in the battle, the strongest of the Shadow Legion, the A-rank Shadow Forest White Tiger, had yet to make an appearance. Once it did, the tide of battle would surely turn decisively. However, the goblin leader, upon hearing this, was unperturbed. "Our lord has decreed that we shall not cease until one side is completely annihilated." The goblin leader added, "Furthermore, our lord has stated that you should unleash any formidable magic you possess. Let us see the extent of your power. The more spells you demonstrate, the more excited our lord becomes, and the more determined he will be to defeat you." Chapter 61. Another acquisition of elemental sprites as members of the Shadow Legion. With the situation at this juncture, Wang Yifan no longer entertained the notion of accepting the elemental sprite surrender. "Why did you not declare your intent to surrender sooner? After fighting for so long, realizing you might be at a disadvantage, you now wish to capitulate? What a farce." The elemental sprite leader recognized that this battle must be fought to its conclusion. He steeled himself and shouted, "Hey, all elemental sprite elites, unite and cast your magic with me. We must coalesce our power to unleash a more formidable magical force to vanquish them." Understanding that they must pool their strength to confront their adversaries, the elemental sprite leader knew that isolated efforts would be futile. "Quickly, let us together employ lightning attribute magic to shatter their ranks," he commanded. "Others, provide us with cover. Reinforce the magical barriers for defense." Under the leadership of the elemental sprite leader, 5 elite elemental sprites began to channel the powers of lightning. Their bodies radiated brilliant arcs of electricity, as if each spark contained the essence of destruction. The remaining elemental sprites swiftly fortified their defenses, providing a steadfast support for the elites. Their strategy was to have the strongest elite unleash an overwhelming lightning spell to decimate the bulk of Wang Yifan's forces, paving the way for a counteroffensive. This is not good. They appear poised to simultaneously unleash a wide-ranging lightning magical attack. I cannot allow them to succeed in this spell. As the battle raged on, Wang Yifan was eager to conclude this chaotic melee swiftly, yet he was reluctant to incur excessive losses among his troops. The elemental sprites sought to leverage their potent lightning magic to diminish his forces significantly, thus enhancing their odds of victory. And Wang Yifan was determined not to let that happen. The outcome for them was already sealed. He could not permit them to retaliate at the last moment and inflict unnecessary damage on his troops. "Onward, Shadow Forest White Tiger. It is your turn to join the fray," Wang Yifan commanded. At that moment, the elemental sprites utilized their magical barriers to obstruct the advance of Wang Yifan's army, making it arduous for his subordinates to break through. Yet for the Shadow Forest White Tiger, this was merely child's play. With a thunderous roar, the mightiest of Wang Yifan's legion officially entered the battle. The Shadow Forest White Tiger, like a flash of white lightning, surged into the tumultuous battlefield. It then leapt with ferocity, piercing through the magical barriers and plunging directly into the heart of the enemy forces. What is happening? How did this Shadow Forest White Tiger breach the center of our army? The elemental sprite leader's anxiety surged upon witnessing the tiger's emergence. Their strongest members were in the midst of channeling their energy, preparing to unleash their ultimate attack. The incursion of the Shadow Forest White Tiger disrupted their concentration, preventing them from executing their deadly spell. "Quickly, block it. We only need to hold out a little longer until our energy is fully charged. The outcome hinges on this strike." The elemental sprite leader urgently commanded that they must withstand the onslaught of this formidable beast. If they could release their vast lightning magic, it might even eliminate the Shadow Forest White Tiger in one fell swoop. The sacrifices made today will be worthwhile. However, these diminutive elemental sprite warriors stood no chance against the might of Wang Yifan's A-rank Shadow Forest White Tiger. I will hold it back, cried one elemental sprite warrior as he rushed forward, determined to intercept the tiger, but was instead sent flying by a single swipe of its paw, crashing outside the magical barrier. With a resounding thud, he fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. My brother has fallen. This time it is my turn. Another elemental sprite warrior attempted to thwart the Shadow Forest White Tiger, even if just for a minute, yet was similarly unsuccessful. The enormous paw left deep gashes upon him, nearly tearing him asunder. The elemental sprite warriors who charged forward to intercept met with certain death. The elemental sprite clan was inherently ill-suited for close-quarters combat, and their futile attempts to block the Shadow Forest White Tiger were nothing short of a death sentence. Witnessing his subordinates fall to the Shadow Forest White Tiger as effortlessly as if mowing grass, the elemental sprite leader was thrown into disarray. What shall we do now? How much progress remains on this colossal lightning spell? The leader inquired anxiously. Report, Commander. Only 5% remains. If our warriors can just hold on a little longer. Once this lightning spell is completed, it will surely annihilate the Forest White Tiger. However, before the message could be fully conveyed, the Forest White Tiger had already lunged towards them. With a single leap, it sank its teeth into the head of the elemental sprite that had just delivered the report. Not good. Commander, it's here. Quick, retaliate. The elemental sprite leader exclaimed in alarm. The large lightning spell was mere moments away from completion. But the Forest White Tiger would not grant them that opportunity. It crushed one of their comrades' skulls, shattering the spellcasting process and rendering their efforts futile. Stop wasting time. Eliminate it, commanded Wang Yifan, who had grown weary after prolonged combat. A fearsome roar echoed across the battlefield, instilling terror in the minds of most elemental sprites, leaving them paralyzed and uncertain of their next move. The remaining elemental sprites, however, understood the grim reality. It was over. Their clan was on the brink of extinction. The emergence of the Forest White Tiger hastened the demise of the elemental sprite race. After a span of 10 minutes, the entire battlefield was thoroughly cleared. Forest White Tiger, you shall undertake the transformation on my behalf, Wang Yifan ordered. The Forest White Tiger stepped into the center of the battlefield, unleashing a thunderous roar, a woo. A mysterious force radiated from within it, enveloping the corpses of every elemental sprite warrior on the battlefield. In an instant, all the elemental sprites became part of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. The battle concluded. You have successfully defeated the elemental sprite race and dismantled all structures within their territory. You have acquired 10,000 units of white energy crystals, 3,000 units of green energy crystals, 8,000 units of inferior wood, 8,000 units of inferior stone, 2,000 units of medium wood, 2,000 units of medium stone, and 20 low-level teleportation runes. This time, you transformed a total of 106 elemental sprites into members of your Shadow Legion. Your Shadow Legion's combat power has significantly increased. Wang Yifan glanced at the attributes of the newly transformed leader. Race, Shadow Race, formerly Elemental Sprite Race. Unit type, Archmage Leader. Level, 15. Quality, B grade. Skills, Flamestorm, Frosty Abyss, Lightning Tempest, Gale Blade, Rock Slide, Shadow Assault, Holy Judgment, Elemental Beast Summoning. Talent, Elemental Mastery. Equipment, Nether Staff. Upon completing the transformation, the Elemental Sprite Leader's quality had successfully risen to B grade, now boasting an additional B grade combat power. Although this Elemental Sprite Leader initially possessed only C grade quality, its prowess as a mage unit was commendable. Wang Yifan mused that now, under his transformation, it had ascended to B grade quality, surely enhancing its combat capabilities, especially since it wielded a multitude of skills, including the ability to summon elemental behemoths. With the addition of this magical combat power, Wang Yifan felt his Shadow Legion had become even more formidable. Acquiring this group of elemental sprite warriors cost him merely 20 combat units, rendering the exchange exceptionally advantageous. Henceforth, the elemental sprite leader would command this legion of elemental sprites. Return all forces to the territory. Those in need of healing shall recuperate in the Fountain of Life. Prepare thoroughly over the next few days for the impending tide of monsters. Wang Yifan commanded. Chapter 62. Countdown to the Monster Tide. The chat channel was activated. Wang Yifan utilized several low-level teleportation runes to bring back the army that had attacked the elemental sprite race. Coincidentally, he had also acquired some additional low-level teleportation runes to replenish his stock. Having previously consumed a few, he was fortunate to have restocked. Given the size of Wang Yifan's forces, these low-level teleportation runes should suffice for the time being. These low-level teleportation runes could only transport 200 units of combat power at a time, which did not classify them as particularly rare items. However, Subsequent encounters with magical beasts and other races would yield a chance to obtain more runes, and Wang Yifan felt no remorse in utilizing them. The recently dispatched Tauren, Goblin, Boar, and Wasteland Wolf squads had incurred some losses, with each team suffering the loss of a few units. Fortunately, the majority of the forces returned safely. Even those who were gravely injured could swiftly recover in the Fountain of Life, demonstrating the benefits of having such a resource. Despite losing around 20 combat units, Wang Yifan had gained 106 mage units, each capable of unleashing formidable magical power. The exchange of 20 units for 100 was undeniably a lucrative deal. In warfare, losses were inevitable. However, Wang Yifan had managed to minimize them significantly. Moreover, with the ability to transform his combat units, he no longer needed to fret over such losses. His growth rate had far surpassed the rate of losses incurred in battle, he thought to himself. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion had now gained a new race, the Elemental Sprite race, and with it, the capability to wield magic. These elemental sprites could harness at least 5 elemental spells, which meant that even when facing units naturally resistant to fire or lightning, he need not worry. He could simply exploit their vulnerabilities. For instance, if he encountered the aquatic merfolk or the ocean-dwelling Naga, he could unleash lightning spells against them. Conversely, should he face the Treants, fire spells would be the optimal choice. This versatility greatly enriched Wang Yifan's combat strategies. Wang Yifan surveyed his battle formations. In terms of offense, he possessed numerous infantry units, cavalry, and various ferocious beasts capable of breaking through enemy lines with valiant charges. For ranged assaults, many goblin archers were stationed atop the walls of his territory, ever ready for action. On the defensive front, aside from the sturdy walls, he now had the highly resilient stone golem race at his disposal. Additionally, the recent inclusion of the elemental sprite army, capable of wielding 5 elemental spells, further bolstered his forces. With these strengths, he felt confident in facing the impending monster tide that was set to arrive in a few days. His legion had been fortified to such an extent that no matter what kind of magical beast or alien race emerged from the tide, he had a plan in place. He could finally feel at ease. Wang Yifan's thoughts drifted towards the Griffin Sanctuary within his territory. Not only that, but I will soon possess aerial combat units. And in future battles, I might even seize control of the skies. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He cast a glance at the Griffin Sanctuary. Lord Wang Yifan, the griffins you are hatching in the Griffin Sanctuary will be born in 46 hours, 24 minutes, and 15 seconds, provided there were no unforeseen circumstances. His griffins would hatch before the monster tide arrived. At that point, they would immediately join his army, contributing to the fight against the impending tide. Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion had indeed become significantly more comprehensive. Melee, ranged, physical output, magical output, breakthrough forces, and defensive capabilities were all accounted for. What is even more exhilarating is that, soon, units engaged in aerial combat will also join the fray. In the days to come, my only task is to continuously bolster the ranks of my legion and expand my territory. Ding. Only 12 o'clock. 00 remains until the first special event of the magical tide for all novice lords. Now, various functions of the Dark Continent are being unlocked for all novice lords. The chat channel is now open for all novice lords. Suddenly, at precisely noon on the 7th day, an announcement resonated above the heads of all novice lords. The unexpected unlocking of this new feature startled Wang Yifan. You scared me. After such a long wait, the chat channel is finally open. Seated in the stronghold of his territory, Wang Yifan was discussing defensive and offensive strategies for the impending magical tide at midnight with his subordinates. He opened the chat channel and was greeted by a flurry of enthusiastic discussions among a multitude of novice lords. Wow, the chat channel is finally live. Do you have any idea how torturous it has been for me in the Dark Continent these past few days? 6.5 days of solitary play. I was almost suffocating. Finally, this place is starting to feel alive. Facing a myriad of alien races and monstrous beasts daily had become exasperating. Not only has the chat channel opened, but the friend function too. Are there any formidable lords ready to forge alliances? Feel free to add me as a friend. Is it already time to start adding friends? Looking to form alliances? Brother, you should focus on surviving tonight's magical tide first. You might not even make it through tonight. And adding you as a friend would be a waste of my slots. Indeed, it seems the magical tide for novice lords is about to commence, which is why various functions are being unlocked. I want to ask all novice lords, how is the combat strength of your legions? The chat channel buzzed with fervent exchanges and banter among the novice lords. After all, for the past 6.5 days, everyone had been in solitary mode, completely oblivious to external circumstances and the progress of other novice lords. Thus, as soon as the chat function was activated, they eagerly began to communicate, venting their accumulated anxiety and frustration over the past few days, with some inquiring about the development scale of other novice lords. Wang Yifan quietly observed everything without contributing to the conversation. My legion has over 80 combat units. Can any knowledgeable novice lord tell me if 80 can safely withstand the magical tide? 80? That seems a bit difficult, brother. I consider myself a mid-tier lord, and my combat units just exceeded 100. I've heard some powerful lords have nearly 150 combat units. What? 80 might not even survive the magical tide. I only have over 60 combat units. Am I doomed? Those with 150 combat units are practically monsters. Don't listen to their nonsense. Stop spreading anxiety here. While this is a magical tide, its scale is merely at the novice level. Besides, we're defending a city, which is significantly easier than attacking one. Exactly. I heard of a lord who managed to survive the magical tide with just 50 units. However, that is an exception and shouldn't be taken as a reference. Within the chat channel, all the novice lords engaged in lively discussions. This was the first magical tide event for all novice lords, and no one could guarantee their safety. From the conversations among the novice lords, it was evident that the majority had combat strengths ranging from 80 to 100. Those with considerable strength and talent had combat units exceeding 150, while the weakest lords had around 50 units. It was likely that these lords with only 50 combat units would face dire challenges during this magical tide. If they failed to withstand it, only death awaited them. Wang Yifan had a clear understanding of the situation among the other novice lords. Among all, the highest number of combat units barely reached 150, which paled in comparison to his own forces. Chapter 63. This magical tide has the griffin to aid me. In the days following the assault on the elemental elf territory, Wang Yifan dedicated himself to expanding his Shadow Legion. Only an hour before the magical tide was set to arrive, he summoned all the combat units of the Shadow Legion back to the territory, placing them beside the Fountain of Life for recovery, adequately preparing for the impending battle. As Wang Yifan surveyed all the combat units within his territory, a satisfied expression adorned his face. Not bad. Today, I observed the situations of many other lords in the chat channel, and as expected, most of their legions number around 100. He mused quietly. Whereas my legion has grown significantly during this novice period of 7 days, with not just one, but several legions boasting over 100 combat units. Wang Yifan meticulously counted his remaining forces. The ferocious beasts under his command, fanged black boars, wasteland wolves, and venomous spiders, each numbered around 150. The Minotaur clan had expanded to approximately 120 individuals. The human combat strength exceeded 200, while the Goblin clan had the largest contingent, reaching a scale of 300. The Stone Golem clan, renowned for its defensive capabilities, was smaller, totaling around 80, but sufficient for the task of guarding the city. Additionally, the newly incorporated Elemental Elf clan had recently welcomed a small group, bringing their numbers to around 150. All combat units under Wang Yifan's command boasted a minimum quality of D rank, with levels at least reaching 10. However, these were not the forces Wang Yifan was most proud of. The real highlights lay ahead. Beyond these large groups, he possessed 3 A-rank combat units. The strongest among them, the A-rank Shadow Forest White Tiger, stood behind Wang Yifan, having reached level 20. Flanking him were 2 griffins, just hatched from the Griffin Holy Nest, serving as his newly acquired guardians. Race, Shadow Race. Unit type, Holy Beast, Griffin. Level 1. Quality, A rank. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Gale Wings, Celestial Vision, Blood Frenzy Assault. Talent, Sky's Favor. Equipment, none. Skill 1, Gale Wings. The Griffin flaps its enormous wings, generating a tempest that inflicts wind-based area magical damage to enemies. Skill 2, Celestial Vision. The Griffin's eyes emit a sharp and precise perception lock, increasing damage dealt to the locked enemy by 30 and imposing a stunning effect. Skill 3, Blood Frenzy Assault. The Griffin slashes with its sharp claws and beak, dealing significant physical damage to all enemies in a conical area in front, with hit enemies entering a state of continuous bleeding. Talent, Sky's Favor. As a creature soaring through the skies, each attack using the Griffin's claws and beak also inflicts an additional 30 wind attribute magical damage. Having acquired 2 additional A-rank combat units, victory against the magical tide is surely within reach. If I cannot handle it with ease, then no other lord stands a chance. However, the Griffins have just hatched, and at level 1, I must ensure these Shadow Griffins engage in combat to level up and enhance their capabilities. Judging by the unit type of the Griffins, they are classified as Holy Beasts rather than Beast Kings. This represents a novel troop type for Wang Yifan. Whether it be the Beast King or the Holy Beast, their potential and upper limits far surpass those of other ferocious creatures, yet a notable distinction exists between the two. The combat prowess capable of attaining the title of Beast King is typically so formidable that it can guard a territory single-handedly, as these beasts are accustomed to a solitary existence. In contrast, the Holy Beast, as a powerful entity above ordinary magical beasts, retains a social living habit despite its great strength, particularly exemplified by the Griffin. This gregarious creature, with each individual Griffin exhibiting considerable power, thrives in communal living, which constitutes one of its most perilous attributes. Many lords, for various reasons, find themselves perplexed when opting to invade Griffin territory, even when faced with a relatively small domain inhabited by merely dozens of Griffins. In terms of quality, a Griffin hatching from the Griffin Sanctuary possesses B-level combat capabilities, and after Wang Yifan transformed it into a member of the Shadow Legion, its quality ascended to a higher tier. However, this griffin is currently at only level 1, which is insufficient. For a combat entity, while quality is undoubtedly significant, level is equally critical. The two complement each other. Only with both high quality and elevated level can one truly attain extraordinary combat prowess. This griffin possesses a dual mastery of physical and magical output, making it exceptionally formidable. A deeper analysis of the griffin's skills reveals its simultaneous capabilities in both physical and magical damage. Beyond being able to unleash wind attribute magic, even its basic attacks carry an additional wind attribute effect. It can also inflict bleeding damage upon foes. Such combat strength is truly remarkable. Thus, the griffin's might is widely renowned among various lords, with countless aspiring to acquire a griffin as a formidable asset for their territory. Consequently, the rare griffin egg is perpetually sought after at high prices in the marketplace. Some affluent lords even contemplate establishing a formidable griffin army. However, this remains a pastime of the wealthy. For ordinary individuals, the approach is considerably simpler. By obtaining one male and one female, they can continuously hatch eggs to nurture new griffins. Yet, this method cannot rapidly amass a legion of griffins like those with substantial wealth. Without such resources, one can only accumulate their griffin army gradually over time. The reward is indeed worthwhile, as Wang Yifan is fortunate enough to receive one male and one female griffin. He has been aware of this fortunate news since the moment his griffins emerged from their eggs. Thus, when the griffins reach maturity in the spring, they will commence the breeding of offspring. By then, Wang Yifan's territory will undoubtedly be graced with a continuous influx of new griffin combatants. What time is it, my lord? There are approximately 30 minutes remaining until the arrival of the magical tide, reported the Shadow Legion underlings. All right, with half an hour to spare, everyone has returned to their optimal state. Excellent. This period of waiting for the upgrade is essentially a preparation for the impending magical tide. At exactly 11:30 p.m., a message from the Dark Continent resonated above the heads of all new lords. Attention, all new lords, please note, only 30 minutes remain until the magical tide arrives. Now, we will announce the relevant matters regarding the magical tide. First, this magical tide exclusively targets all novice lords who have just entered the Dark Continent. Other lords will not be affected by this event. Second, this magical tide will arrive punctually at midnight. All new lords should prepare themselves. Third, as this magical tide will rank the performance of each new lord, every novice lord must select the difficulty level of the magical tide. All new lords are urged to choose wisely according to their circumstances. Chapter 60 for the magical tide is categorized into 4 levels of difficulty for novice lords to choose from. All new lords, please select the upcoming difficulty level of the magical tide according to your capabilities. As the Dark Continent delivered this announcement, the chat channel erupted with lively discussions among all the new lords. What? There are levels of difficulty? You must be mistaken. I thought we were all in the same boat. How could there be a choice? No way, buddy. Haven't you undergone training? Isn't this a common occurrence? Surely, you didn't just learn about this now. Goodness, how could someone not know this? If everyone faced the same difficulty, how could one discern who is stronger or weaker? How could a ranking be established? During the month-long training at the Dragon Kingdom Military District, Captain Lin Ziyuan had repeatedly mentioned this matter as an instructor. As a special event specifically designed for novice lords, the magical tide presents 4 distinct difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and nightmare. Captain Lin Ziyuan had solemnly informed everyone, "Dear novice lords, I understand that you are all 18 years old, brimming with youthful arrogance and self-importance. However, I must emphasize that this is not a trivial matter. If you lack the strength to contend for a position within the top 100, do not overestimate yourselves by choosing the easy difficulty of the magical tide. The enemies encountered in the magical tide vary in strength according to the difficulty level. The lower the difficulty, the fewer the number of magical beasts and foreign entities, as well as their quality and level. A magical tide of easy difficulty can generally be managed with around 50 units of combat strength. Conversely, as the difficulty increases, the number, quality, and level of foes also rise significantly. Typically, both easy and normal difficulties feature 3 rounds of attacks. The first round commences promptly at midnight and lasts for 2 hours. After 2 hours, any surviving magical beasts and foreign entities will retreat. Subsequently, novice lords are afforded an hour to recuperate their forces, striving to restore them to peak condition in preparation for the next bout. This cycle of combat continues until 8 a.m. Moreover, those selecting the hard difficulty face not only stronger and more perilous foes, but also an additional round of combat, extending until 11 a.m. the following day. The nightmare difficulty, however, entails 5 rounds of assault, each featuring exceptionally formidable adversaries. Captain Lin Ziyuan's admonitions echoed in Wang Yifan's mind. I warn you, newcomers entering the Dark Continent. The most likely to encounter unexpected twists during the magical tide are those lords who overestimate their capabilities. They often do not see the light of the following day. To ensure everyone can safely navigate the magical tide, Captain Lin Ziyuan earnestly recounted numerous examples. Once, a promising novice lord from the Dragon Kingdom, endowed with both talent and strength, mistakenly overestimated his abilities and opted for the nightmare-level magical tide difficulty, only to be devoured by foreign entities in the first round. By the time the formidable lords of the Dragon Kingdom arrived, the entire territory had been reduced to ruins, with not even the lord's remains to be found. Many novice lords, in their quest to secure a top 100 position and reap substantial rewards during the magical tide, often recklessly opt for higher difficulties. This choice is perilously misguided, leading countless novice lords to their demise at this juncture. Furthermore, there exists another illustrative case. There was once a novice lord from the Dragon Kingdom, whose qualifications and talents were quite ordinary, easily overlooked. However, he steadily consolidated his position and developed consistently, ultimately evolving into a powerful high-level lord. In fact, many of his peers who entered alongside him, possessing far superior qualifications, have failed to thrive as he has, with some not even surviving as long as he did. This example is a quintessential case that Captain Lin Ziyuan frequently employs to educate the new lords of Manhwa. What is talent? What is strength? The true hard truth lies in the ability to endure on the continent of darkness. That is the genuine measure of strength. If one cannot survive for long, then talents and strengths are rendered moot. Captain Lin Ziyuan also remarked that cautiously developing in the early stages is not something to be ashamed of. Many advanced lords have accumulated their power gradually, growing step by step. Ironically, those who perish the quickest and most miserably on the continent of darkness are often the so-called gifted prodigies that others speak of. If one can choose the difficulty level, then it becomes manageable. I am still worried about enduring the novice period. My force only consists of 60 individuals. Selecting the easy difficulty seems quite reasonable. Come on, isn't that a bit excessive? Such caution? At this rate of development, your progress will undoubtedly be painfully slow. My territory already boasts nearly 100 in strength. I must challenge the normal difficulty. Seriously, stop pretending. No matter how well you develop, aren't you afraid of a setback? Even if you survive the tide of monsters, I doubt you'll have much strength left by dawn. How will you continue to develop then? What nonsense. To rank in the top 100 and secure a good position, one must start at normal difficulty. One must even attempt the hard difficulty. The easy difficulty presents no possibility of entering the top 100. While this is not incorrect, the hard difficulty is not something an ordinary person can choose. One must possess at least an S-level lord talent to have the confidence. If you jest with your life, your path ahead will surely be fraught with challenges. Aren't you cursing me? I speak nothing but the truth. If you're so capable, choose. I shall not. If you don't, you are but a little pup. Wang Yifan observed the discussions among the new lords in the chat channel and easily discerned two particularly prominent types of individuals. One group comprises lords who opt for a steady development approach. For them, entering the top 100 of the leaderboard seems somewhat unattainable amidst such fierce competition, and most harbor little hope. For them, the paramount concern remains to successfully weather the impending tide of monsters. The other group consists of daring gamblers who wish to challenge a difficulty level higher than easy, particularly those who have awakened at least a B level, or even an A-level lord talent, tend to lean towards selecting the higher difficulty, striving for a place in the top 100 to secure generous rewards. During this tide of monsters, approximately 90 of new lords have chosen the easy difficulty, while around 10 have opted for the more challenging normal difficulty. Across all the countries of Blue Star, only about 20 individuals have chosen the hard difficulty, representing an exceedingly small fraction. Among these new lords are not only those with outstanding S-level lord talents, but also elites with A-level talents, as well as exceptionally balanced and capable individuals. They stand as formidable contenders for the top position on the leaderboard. Wang Yifan gazed at the options before him. Only a few minutes remained until midnight, and he had yet to make a choice. If a new lord fails to select a difficulty by precisely 12 o'clock, the system will default to the lowest easy difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the approaching monsters and foreign races. Even at the nightmare level, there will be 5 waves of attacks. Surely, no one would opt for the nightmare difficulty. Only a madman, a fool, or a genius among geniuses could select such a challenge. If I were to choose the nightmare level, would I not firmly secure my place as the foremost among all new lords? Moreover, I could acquire 5 waves of different types of monsters and foreign races to incorporate into my shadow army, which certainly warrants thorough consideration. Chapter 65. The first wave of monsters arrives. All new lords enter combat. Nightmare level difficulty. Does this not embody the principle that the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish? Wang Yifan stood before his territory, stroking his chin, deep in contemplation. Time was running short. Only a few minutes remained until midnight. I must select at least a hard difficulty. The prior 2, easy and normal levels, are not even worthy of consideration for someone of my strength. They are utterly trivial. The vast majority of new lords have chosen easy or normal difficulty, and these individuals are virtually guaranteed to miss the final top 100 of the Monster Tide leaderboard. If I do not even select the hard difficulty, my aspirations of entering the top 100 will be dashed, thus making the hard difficulty my baseline choice. Currently, among the new lords across Blue Star, there are likely only a few dozen selecting the hard difficulty. My strength undoubtedly surpasses theirs, and if they can choose hard, I can surely navigate it with ease. However, Wang Yifan's dilemma lay in whether to challenge the nightmare level difficulty. Previously, Captain Lin had mentioned that only a genius among geniuses would dare to select the nightmare difficulty. Otherwise, only madmen and fools would do so. Wang Yifan was neither a fool nor a madman, yet he certainly considered himself a genius among geniuses, rendering the choice of nightmare difficulty not entirely out of reach. Furthermore, while others possess fewer than 200 in strength, my army has already approached a scale nearing 1,000. I must at least give the nightmare difficulty a try. Not to mention, should I manage to conquer this formidable challenge, I would undoubtedly emerge as the first among all new lords. After approximately 20 minutes of contemplation, Wang Yifan finally solidified his resolve. I shall select the nightmare difficulty. New Lord Wang Yifan, do you choose the nightmare level monster tide? The nightmare difficulty is exceedingly formidable. Please consider carefully. Once selected, the difficulty cannot be altered. Yes. Please confirm once more. Confirm. Upon making his choice, Wang Yifan's monster tide difficulty was locked at the nightmare level. Simultaneously, subtle changes began to manifest around his territory. Thick, ominous clouds gradually gathered overhead, with distant thunder and flashes of lightning flickering within the gloom. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck a large tree outside Wang Yifan's territory, igniting a fierce blaze in an instant. Goodness, is it already starting to set the mood? This feels rather ominous. Just then, an announcement echoed above the territories of all new lords. Only 3 minutes remain until the monster tide arrives. All new lords, please be vigilant. Prepare for the upcoming battle. After 3 minutes, the protective barrier shielding the new lords will also dissipate. Henceforth, safety will not be guaranteed within or outside the territory. The protective barrier surrounding each new lord's territory began to slowly fade away. It's beginning. I'm so nervous. The tide of monsters has finally arrived. As the barrier protecting the new lord's territories dissipated, the chat channel buzzed with excitement once more. My heart is racing. I'm so curious about what foreign races and monsters will appear next. My barrier is fading too. Can't this protective barrier last indefinitely? Once it's gone, I'll have to increase patrols at night. Is it possible to sleep soundly after this? Let us not dwell on the future. Whether we can survive tonight is still uncertain. We must focus on the present. The 3 minutes passed swiftly, and as the barrier completely vanished, the clock struck midnight. Midnight has arrived. The monster tide begins. Wishing all new lords success in overcoming tonight. As the clock struck 12, Wang Yifan immediately entered combat mode. Uncertain of the nature of this initial wave of assault, whether it be the monstrous or the alien, Wang Yifan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the perimeter of his territory, his subordinates poised and ready for combat. Suddenly, they emerged. The first wave consisted of the Undead Legion. A small battalion of approximately 50 zombies was advancing upon my domain. I too have witnessed this. But what is this? The force attacking us comprises no less than 100 zombies. Could it be that you have opted for an easier difficulty while I am faced with the standard one? Indeed. Though the first wave for all involved is comprised of zombies, the disparity in difficulty correlates with a variance in the numbers of the undead forces. My curiosity piqued. I wondered if anyone knew the scale of the zombie horde that one might encounter at a higher difficulty level. Many novice lords began to share the circumstances of their territories with one another. Among the prominent competitors of this round, the two awakened S-rank lords of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Luhan and Tian Weiwei, were simultaneously engaged in their own territorial battles. They had both chosen the arduous challenge of the hard mode to secure favorable rankings. A battalion of 200, you say? Thankfully, that remains within my control. Lord Tian Weiwei stood upon her land, calmly observing the enemy's advance. Waves of zombies surged toward her territory, predominantly comprising infantry soldiers. Race, Undead Legion. Unit type, infantry. Level, 7. Quality, A rank. Abilities, flesh contamination. The zombie infantry can infect the wounds of enemy units, inflicting a toxic effect that gradually diminishes their health. Equipment, rusty swords and armor. Description, the infantry of the Undead Legion typically don tattered armor and wield rusted blades in battle. These decrepit weapons afford them an unexpected advantage on the battlefield. Tian Weiwei swiftly analyzed the situation within her domain. E-rank quality, a mere level of 7. Such strength poses no concern. I can easily manage this. The combat strength of her territory had accumulated to around 130, with the majority surpassing level 10. Furthermore, a dozen of her forces had attained D-rank strength, a capacity sufficient to confront these zombie battalions. Her ranks were notably diverse, encompassing infantry, archers, mages, and clerics. Moreover, at her command stood a formidable C-rank entity, a knight of the Sunlight Elves, leading her forces, boasting a level of 15. Aside from these infantry zombies, the most striking presence was the leader of the 200-strong zombie battalion, 5 colossal zombie warriors, towering at 3 meters and broad at 2. They led the charge against her. Race, Undead Legion. Unit type, tank infantry. Level, 10. Quality, D rank. Abilities, long staff smite, corpse consumption, flesh contamination. Equipment, rusty spiked club. Description, the tank infantry of the Undead Legion are significantly larger than their standard counterparts, possessing enhanced offensive and defensive capabilities. They wield massive clubs adorned with rusty spikes, delivering devastating blows. Ability 1, long staff smite. Sweeping with the enormous spiked club, they inflict significant physical damage within a semicircular radius of 3 meters. Ability 2, corpse consumption. They recover health by consuming lesser zombies. Upon witnessing the formidable tank infantry leading the assault, a grave expression crossed Tian Weiwei's face. While the zombie infantry were manageable, these tank infantry posed a considerable challenge. Given that the battle unfolded under the cover of night, she could not utilize the innate racial talents of the Sunlight Elves. Thus, she had to remain exceptionally vigilant. Chapter 66. No. Why are there so many zombies attacking my territory? The mere undead cannot be compared to my demonic kind. Annihilate them. If subsequent opponents possess such strength, I may very well ascend to the pinnacle among these novice lords. As another awakened S-rank lord of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Luhan had amassed a combat force of approximately 150. In addition to standard demon infantry, he commanded 20 elite D-rank demon infantry warriors. Race, Demon Clan. Unit type, elite infantry. Level, 13. Quality, D-rank. Loyalty, 80. Abilities, Bloodthirsty Claw, Heart of Fear. Equipment, Demon Claws. Description, the elite infantry of the Demon Clan are more robust than their ordinary counterparts and possess wings, enabling them to engage in combat both on land and in the air. Ability 1, Bloodthirsty Claw. Utilizing their innate claws, they inflict substantial physical damage upon their foes. Ability 2, Heart of Fear. The user can keenly sense the fears and weaknesses of surrounding creatures. When the enemy is engulfed in fear, dread, or cowardice, the damage inflicted by the user is significantly amplified. The demon forces under Zhang Luhan's command benefit from a unique racial talent that allows them to restore their health and mana while inflicting damage upon their foes. This vampiric ability grants them a considerable advantage in prolonged engagements. Moreover, he successfully summoned a new combat unit, the Elite Demon Infantry. This versatile unit excels in both ground and aerial combat, making it a formidable force not to be underestimated. The only drawback is that the Elite Demon Infantry can only engage in close combat, lacking ranged capabilities. Nevertheless, possessing airborne combat units from the outset has enabled him to establish a significant lead among the novice lords. In addition to these forces, Zhang Luhan also acquired a C-rank entity. With such a multitude of demon infantry as a vanguard, his demon mage could effortlessly launch potent magical assaults from behind, inflicting massive damage upon the enemy ranks. Thus, the tide of battle would surely favor him. Race, Demon Clan. Unit type, Mage. Level, 15. Quality, C-rank. Loyalty, 80. Abilities, Dark Corruption, Soul Sacrifice. Equipment, Dark Staff. Description, the demon mages are adept at wielding powerful malevolent forces, delivering efficient magical damage to their adversaries. Ability 1, Dark Corruption. The mage summons a formidable wave of dark energy, creating a vast area of erosion that gradually depletes the target's vitality and mana, inflicting sustained dark attribute magical damage. Ability 2, Soul Sacrifice. While dealing dark attribute magical damage to the enemy, the mage converts a portion of that damage into health and mana, restoring himself or allied units. The demon mages under Zhang Luhan's command can unleash extensive dark attribute magical assaults, dealing significant magical damage to their opponents. Concurrently, these dark attribute damages restore health to surrounding allied units. This dual capability of offense and healing renders their forces exceptionally powerful. Before the horde of around 200 zombies could set foot in Zhang Luhan's territory, they were already subjected to a fierce barrage of dark attribute magical attacks. Subsequently, the demon warriors under his command swiftly engaged in battle, as the sole individual in the Kingdom of Mei to awaken the S-rank Lord talent. Xiao Bishishi is currently devising strategies to confront the impending zombie legion within his territory. With a mere 200 adversaries, he is unfazed. His legion of biochemical warriors stands ready to confront them head-on. Within his domain, he commands a formidable army of 250 biochemical warriors. Thanks to their unique racial abilities, these warriors can continuously replicate themselves. Consequently, among all the newly awakened lords, his combat prowess is only surpassed by Wang Yifan. He boasts over 30 elite D-rank biochemical warriors, alongside a colossal biochemical devourer. Race, Biochemical Warrior Clan. Unit type, Elite Infantry. Level, 12. Quality, D-rank. Loyalty, 85. Skills, Corrosive Attack, Corrosive Solution Launch. Equipment, none. Description, Elite Infantry of the Biochemical Warrior Clan, formed by the fusion of 3 or 4 biochemical warriors, possessing enhanced combat capabilities. Skill 1, Corrosive Attack. Inflicting corrosive solution damage upon enemies, causing persistent harm to their bodies and armor. Skill 2, Corrosive Solution Launch. allowing elite biochemical warriors to expend part of their own tissue to launch a corrosive solution, delivering ranged attacks that inflict ongoing corrosive damage. Race, Biochemical Warrior Clan. Unit type, Biochemical Devourer. Level, 15. Quality, C rank. Loyalty, 85. Skills, Devour Corrosion, produce biochemical warriors. Equipment, none. Description, a massive slime generated within the Biochemical Warrior Clan. Resembling a giant jelly, capable of engulfing enemy units and utilizing its corrosive solution to launch digestive attacks. Skill 1, Devour Corrosion. Consuming enemy units and utilizing its corrosive solution for digestion. Skill 2, Produce biochemical warriors. Enabling the biochemical devourer to generate new biochemical warriors after consuming a sufficient number of enemies, continuously reinforcing its fighting capacity. As the most formidable newcomer lord in the Kingdom of Mei, Xiao Bashishi's strength is not to be underestimated. Particularly, his legion of biochemical warriors can inflict relentless corrosive damage upon foes, while consistently generating new combatants. Zombies. They pose no threat. Soon, I shall devour each of you into my biochemical devourer, birthing new forces for battle. Faced with this challenging wave of monsters, Xiao Bashishi opts for a straightforward approach, direct confrontation. After all, in both strength and numbers, he far exceeds the zombie legion, making victory inevitable. In contrast to the three powerful lords who have awakened S-rank talents. Other novice lords have also engaged in battle. Good grief. This is quite a predicament. Had I known, I would have chosen an easier difficulty. Now even confronting this 100-strong zombie legion is proving somewhat challenging. I've already lost about 10 units. Dude, didn't I tell you not to overestimate yourself? Are you unaware of your own capabilities? Without the means to handle such challenges, why take on a task beyond your reach? Choosing an easier difficulty like I did would have been wise. What? You can't even manage the normal difficulty? No way, brother. I thought the normal difficulty would suffice. Had I known, I would have chosen the hard mode. I've been too cautious. Wait, why are the units I lost suddenly rising as zombies to attack me? What is happening? As the first wave of the monster tide progressed, everyone gradually began to notice something peculiar. Their fallen units on the battlefield were inexplicably reanimating, transforming into members of the zombie clan to assault their former allies. Surely, no one is unaware that this is a unique racial ability of the zombie clan, viral infection. Did you not learn this properly during your military training? Viral infection. When the zombie clan kills an enemy unit, it converts them into a member of the zombie clan. Wang Yifan, observing the tide of zombies streaming towards his territory from all directions, found the situation rather amusing. Viral infection? This bears a resemblance to my lord talent. Quite intriguing indeed. However, once transformed into zombies, their combat capabilities diminish, unlike my Shadow Legion, which grows stronger. In the Dark Continent, various races abound, such as the Zombie Clan, Undead Clan, Skeleton Clan, and Vampire Clan, all possessing the ability to convert enemies into their own kind. I can comprehend this. But why does it seem that while others face an attacking force of merely 200, I am confronted with 1,000? Wang Yifan furrowed his brow as he beheld the massive army of 1,000 zombies advancing upon his territory. Really? The first wave of the monster tide requires me to contend with 1,000? Truly, the nightmare level difficulty is enough to induce headaches. The easy difficulty consists of only 50, the normal difficulty 100, and even the hard difficulty merely 200. Yet here we are, at nightmare level, facing a staggering 1,000. This certainly promises to be interesting. All units, prepare to defend the city. Archers, sorcerers, and stone giants, get ready. Wang Yifan commanded, ensuring that the mobile units remained on standby. He positioned his goblin archers and elemental spirit sorcerers atop the city walls, as they are ranged units best suited for such a setup. The stone giant clan, as stalwart defenders, was stationed just beyond the walls to withstand the initial onslaught. As for his secondary offensive forces, he deployed the piglets, wasteland wolves, toxic fong spiders, human cavalry, the ethereal white tiger, and the newly hatched griffins. In the face of this vast army of 1,000 zombies, Wang Yifan felt no apprehension regarding numbers, as his own combat strength was not lacking. His only concern stemmed from the fact that, in selecting the nightmare level difficulty, this 1,000-strong legion included not only zombie infantry and zombie tank infantry, but also other unit types that his fellow novice lords had yet to encounter. Race, Zombie Clan. Unit type, Sorcerer. Level, 10. Quality, D rank. Skills, Decaying Corrosion, Flesh Explosion. Equipment, Bone Staff. Description, a sorcerer unit within the zombie clan, with pale, decaying skin and eyes emanating a ghostly green glow, clad in a robe stitched together from shrouds, adept at wielding nauseating corruption magic. Skill 1, Decaying Corrosion. The zombie sorcerer channels a wave of corruptive energy to assault opponents, inflicting continuous damage from corpse toxins, causing instant transformation into a member of the zombie clan upon death. Skill 2, Flesh Explosion. The zombie sorcerer can detonate the bodies of fallen zombie warriors nearby, unleashing widespread corruptive magical damage. Race, Zombie Clan. Unit type, Cavalry. Level, 10. Quality, D rank. Skills, Corpse Chase, Corrupted Steed Trample. Equipment, Corrupted Iron Sword. Description: zombie cavalry wielding weapons from their former lives, mounted on steeds that have also been transformed into zombies. Skill 1. Corpse Chase. Zombie cavalry can launch rapid pursuits against enemies, inflicting significant physical damage. Skill 2. Corrupted Steed Trample. The cavalry of the undead employs their zombie steeds to violently trample upon their adversaries, inflicting substantial localized physical damage. Race: Undead. Unit Type: Wolf Cavalry. Level: 15. Quality: C. Skills: Decaying Charge, Toxic Claws, Corrupted Roar. Equipment: Corrupted Curved Blade. Description: the wolf cavalry of the Undead Legion is led by a chieftain mounted on a colossal wolf, once a savage plains wolf in life, wielding a sharp curved blade tainted by the zombie virus. Skill 1. Decaying Charge. The wolf cavalry charges forth on their undead plains wolves, breaking through enemy formations and causing a repelling effect along with considerable physical damage. Skill 2. Toxic Claws. The undead plains wolf uses its sharp claws, laced with zombie toxins, to tear and bite at foes, dealing significant physical damage. Skill 3. Corrupted Roar. The cavalry emits a terrifying roar, instilling fear in surrounding enemies, thereby diminishing their defense and attack power. Concurrently, nearby undead units are inspired, enhancing their attack power and bolstering their morale. While others might contend with a mere combination of two unit types, I aspire to command a fully equipped legion of 1,000. Wang Yifan felt a twinge of concern upon reading this. This was to be his first encounter with a large-scale battle against an army of 1,000, and he felt a flicker of apprehension. Nonetheless, he quickly adjusted his emotions. Facing a vast and richly configured army could present both advantages and disadvantages. If I can vanquish this horde of undead, I shall secure a well-equipped legion of 1,000, greatly augmenting the strength of my territory. Wang Yifan mused. With his spirits lifted, he prepared for battle. Draw the bow. Prepare for combat. Wang Yifan had gathered around 100 goblin archers. The goblin archers, stationed atop the city walls, awaited the advance of the undead horde, eager for them to enter range. The 1,000-strong undead legion surged towards Wang Yifan with great force, swiftly entering the goblin archers' range. Fire! 100 bows released a volley of arrows, striking the front lines of the undead horde. This initial onslaught effortlessly felled dozens of foes. Continue. The goblin archers relentlessly rained arrows upon the enemy units, determined to diminish their numbers before the undead approached Wang Yifan's territory. After several rounds of attack, they managed to eliminate 200 to 300 of the undead. As the undead army drew near to Wang Yifan's territory, he issued another command. Elemental Spirit Tribe, commence your assault. The goblin archers had a slightly longer attack range than the elemental spirit mages. Thus, when the undead army entered the goblin archers' range, they were allowed to strike first. Once the enemy was within the elemental spirit mage's magical range, both unit types joined forces in a coordinated ranged attack. Arrows and various elemental spells flew from the castle walls, severely damaging the enemy undead horde. Observing this, the leader of the undead, the zombie wolf cavalry, unleashed his skill, Corrupted Roar. A chilling wolf howl echoed across the battlefield, reducing some of Wang Yifan's damage while simultaneously boosting the undead army's attack power. The undead leader aimed to bring his forces closer to Wang Yifan's territory, believing it to be their only chance of victory. Futile. With over 100 goblin archers and a contingent of approximately 200 elemental spirits, their combined ranged assault had already diminished the enemy's strength by around 400 to 500. By the time the undead legion reached Wang Yifan's territory, they were reduced to half their original number. Although the undead army was now considerably weakened, they stood at the threshold of Wang Yifan's domain, victory seemingly within reach. Onward. All undead warriors, bring down the head of the territory's lord. The undead leader rallied. Wang Yifan merely scoffed at this. This is just a fraction of my forces. I have yet to deploy many of my troops. You think you can claim my head? As the undead army approached his territory, Wang Yifan prepared to unleash his third ace. Forward, stone golem forces. Serve me. Roar. The stone golem tribe, stationed outside the city walls, sounded the battle horn, joining the fray alongside the goblin archers and elemental spirit mages. As previously stated, the stone golem tribe is renowned for their prowess in defending fortifications, exhibiting remarkable resistance to physical attacks. They formed a solid line at the perimeter of the territory, successfully blocking the advance of the undead horde. Although the stone golem tribe numbered fewer than 100, they were more than adequate to confront the undead. The undead infantry charged at the stone golems in a frenzy, but their blows were ineffective against the stone golem's rock-like armor. Instead, the stone golems sent the undead infantry flying with powerful swats, easily toppling 3 or 4 at a time. The stone golem chieftain, even stronger, utilized his sharp rock spikes to impale the undead infantry, dispatching them with ease. Wang Yifan observed his forces fighting valiantly, overpowering the enemy without resistance, and felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, this first wave of the magical tide's assault has been effortlessly countered. Wang Yifan glanced at the 3 A-grade units beside him. According to our plan, you may proceed to finish the job. Hearing their lord's command, the shadowy forest white tiger let out a low growl and swiftly darted towards the battlefield. The two newly transformed shadow griffins nodded in agreement, unfurling their wings and taking flight. The next step was to clean up the battlefield, as victory was assured. However, Wang Yifan's ambitions extended beyond mere victory. More importantly, he sought to utilize this battle to elevate the levels of the two A-grade shadow griffins. He set the A-grade shadowy forest white tiger against the stronger units of the undead, while the remaining two A-grade shadow griffins would be tasked with eliminating the remaining undead minions to accumulate experience. This was a plan Wang Yifan had meticulously devised. With 4 more waves of assaults to come, it was crucial to make the most of the A-grade unit strength. Though the shadow griffins were already A-grade, they were still only level 1, and any misstep could lead to disaster. Thus, the remaining undead minions served as excellent training fodder for the shadow griffins. Assigning the shadowy forest white tiger to confront the enemy's strongest units while allowing the shadow griffins to clear out the lesser undead was a perfectly balanced strategy. This arrangement maximized their individual contributions while effectively neutralizing the enemy units. Simultaneously, all 3 A-grade forces would gain experience, enhancing their power and preparing them for the subsequent 4 waves of assault. Although the weakest zombie infantry on the enemy side is only at level 7, it possesses merely E-grade combat capabilities, which pose no challenge to the A-grade shadow griffin. Not to mention the shadow forest white tiger, a formidable A-grade force at level 20, which faces any of the enemy's powerful units without a hint of trepidation. Whether confronting zombie tank infantry, zombie mages, or zombie cavalry, it is merely a matter of swatting them down with a single paw. In no time, the zombie army was reduced to approximately 200 remaining soldiers. Goblin archers and elemental elf magi, cease your attacks. There is no need to compete for the experience of my shadow griffin. Let them handle the remaining foes. Wang Yifan commanded. Furthermore, the stone golem clan also halted their counterattacks. All stone golems stood at attention on the periphery of their territory, forming an unyielding wall of flesh to prevent the zombies from advancing a single step. Regardless of how the zombies assaulted the stone golem clan, they refrained from retaliating. After all, the zombies' attacks were utterly futile against the stone golems, akin to striking a rock with a flimsy stick. Moreover, the stone golem clan had no need to fear the magical assaults from the zombie mages, as those very mages were preoccupied with being pursued and devoured by the A-grade shadow forest white tiger. The first wave of attacks should conclude here. I shall take a brief respite and prepare for the second wave of counterattacks. Shadow forest white tiger, subsequently convert the remaining zombie forces into part of my shadow legion. I intend to utilize them all. After more than an hour of battle, each new lord gradually wrapped up the first wave of the magical tide. The points from the initial wave were tallied into the rankings as soon as each new lord concluded their respective battles. The lords eagerly checked their standings, which became a hot topic of discussion among the new lords. They first assessed the points they had accrued, followed by their respective positions, gauging their standing among this cohort of new lords. Wow, I scored a total of 1150 points in the first round, yet I find myself ranked over 50,000. It seems unlikely I'll make it into the top 100. Over 50,000 isn't too shabby. I only managed 620 points, and have already dropped beyond 100,000. Don't even mention rewards. Just surviving these 3 waves of the magical tide is commendable. Ordinary folk aspiring for the top 100? If you wish to enter the top 100, you must at least select a difficult difficulty. At least 2,000 points or more are required. Those who choose normal or easy difficulties should abandon their hopes. Those in the top 100 are all above 2,000 points. If you didn't make the top 100 in the first round, it's likely to be even more challenging in the subsequent ones. Are those who selected difficult difficulty divinely gifted? Each time, they must eliminate at least 200 enemies. Among the top 10, some have already amassed 2,500 points. Almost 5 times my score. Each year, the number of new lords entering the Dark Continent from various nations on Blue Star reaches several 100,000. The points from the magical tide are assessed based on the number of enemy units killed, efficiency, and speed of kills. Each enemy unit slain grants a reward of 10 points. Additionally, performance in other areas may yield extra points. Thus, new lords opting for easy difficulty typically score above 500 points in the first round. Those choosing easy difficulty usually find themselves ranked beyond 100,000, with mere fractional differences capable of separating thousands in the standings. New lords selecting normal difficulty often score above 1,000 points in the first round. However, to enter the top 100 of the magical tide, one must select a challenging level of difficulty and achieve at least 2,000 points in the first round. From the 100th position onward, each lord boasts scores exceeding 2,000 points, marking them as exceptionally promising. 2,000 points, 2,100 points, and as we approach the 50th position, scores climb to 2,200 and 2,300. The scores of each new lord are exceedingly close. Upon reaching the top 10, scores soar to the 2,400 range. Excellent. I've at least made it into the top 3. After Tian Weiwei concluded her battle, she too began to scrutinize her ranking. Thanks to her formidable Sunlight Elf warriors, She achieved a commendable score. Above her was Zhang Luhan, also hailing from the Dragon Kingdom, ranked second. What? I'm only second. My demon warriors performed valiantly, dispatching so many zombies, and I still only secured second place? Who is the first? Zhang Luhan could hardly fathom how there could be a new lord more formidable than himself. The first place belonged to the top seed from the Mei Kingdom, Xiaobashishi. Indeed, as expected of me, others cannot contend with my powerful biochemical demon race. Even the two S-rank lords from the Dragon Kingdom are no match for me. However, these rankings were merely provisional, as some lords had yet to deal with the zombie hordes beyond their territories. Nevertheless, these lords would not significantly impact the final top 100 standings. Among them was Wang Yifan, who had lingered in his territory for a while, and his points had yet to be published. Shadow Griffin, do not dawdle. Quickly eliminate the remaining zombies, and once finished, return to the Fountain of Life to recover your health. Wang Yifan aimed to allow his two A-grade Shadow Griffins to level up as much as possible before the next wave of magical tide assaults, instructing them to handle the remaining zombies alone, with others refraining from seizing experience. Consequently, although a delay of about 10 minutes occurred, it remained within an acceptable range. As Wang Yifan's Shadow Griffin dispatched the last zombie warrior, his score for the first round finally appeared. Congratulations, new Lord Wang Yifan, for completing the first wave of the magical tide assault. Your current score is 12,350 points. Chapter 69. The first wave of the magical tide concludes. Let us examine the spoils. Congratulations, new Lord Wang Yifan, for completing the first wave of the magical tide assault. Your current score is 12,350 points. You successfully repelled the first wave of the magical tide assault, earning 20,000 units of white energy crystals, 5,000 units of green energy crystals, 20,000 units of low-grade wood, 5,000 units of medium-grade wood, 20,000 units of low-grade stone, 5,000 units of medium-grade stone, 30 units of life crystals, 30 units of flame crystals, 30 units of lightning crystals, 30 units of earth crystals, 30 units of ocean crystals, 30 units of wind crystals, 50 units of low-level teleportation runes, 10 units of intermediate teleportation runes, 20 units of low-level combat runes, and 20 units of low-level defense runes. Wang Yifan was thoroughly satisfied upon observing the numerous rewards bestowed by this magical tide. The construction materials acquired were remarkably abundant, replenishing his supplies and allowing for further upgrades to the main base. Additionally, various crystal items were included, each indispensable for upgrading the structures within his territory. Furthermore, he had obtained a wealth of runes with various functionalities, with 20 units of low-level combat runes and 20 units of low-level defense runes. He was well equipped for the upcoming battles. Low-level combat rune provides a power boost of 35 to the Lord's army for 6 hours. Low-level defense rune provides a defense boost of 35 to the Lord's army for 6 hours. Excellent. Providing respective boosts of 35 in power and defense is more than sufficient. Wang Yifan glanced at the time. 2 hours had passed, marking the conclusion of the first wave of assaults. As long as 2 hours are achieved, regardless of whether there are still zombies outside the territory, a retreat will commence, followed by a 1-hour rest period. With 4 more waves of battle ahead, it appears that considerable time will still be required. Each of you shall employ 2 lower-tier runes to bolster the strength of my Shadow Legion. This will suffice to withstand the impending tide of demons. Lord Wang Yifan has utilized 2 units of lower-tier strength runes, which will enhance his forces by 35 over the next 12 hours. Lord Wang Yifan has utilized 2 units of lower-tier defense runes, which will augment his force's defense by 35 over the next 12 hours. Following Lord Wang Yifan's application of the lower-tier runes, his Shadow Legion experienced a significant enhancement. As one of the racial talents of the Shadow Kin, territory protection allows the soldiers of the Shadow Legion to experience a 200 boost in morale, combat power, and defense when guarding their territory. Under Wang Yifan's command, another racial talent, Lord's Might, is activated, further increasing the morale and combat prowess of all Shadow Legion members by 100. Coupled with the 35-point enhancement from the lower-tier runes, the overall combat strength of the Shadow Legion has been elevated by at least 335. This does not even account for the skill enhancements from various elites and leaders under Wang Yifan's command. The Shadow Griffin I dispatched to deal with the incoming zombie horde has now reached level 10. Race, Shadow Kin. Unit type, Sacred Beast, Griffin. Level, 10. Quality, a grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Winged Gale, Celestial Vision, Bloodthirsty Assault. Talent, Sky's Pet. Equipment, none. An A-grade combat power at level 10 can easily rival that of a B-grade level 15, and even more so at lower tiers. After the recent battle, the Shadow Griffin has reached level 10 and is now fully capable of engaging in combat. In the forthcoming 4 waves of assault, it will play a crucial role at decisive moments, serving directly under Wang Yifan. Indeed, in the next wave, you shall also exert yourselves diligently. Wang Yifan gently caressed the heads of the 2 griffins. As for you, Wang Yifan's gaze turned towards the newly transformed army of 1,000 zombies outside. it will be your responsibility to spearhead the second battle. Wang Yifan issued the command. We, the zombie clan, have now become a part of Lord's domain. We shall brave fire and water without hesitation, proclaimed the leader of the zombie army. Race, Shadowkin. Unit type, Wolf Cavalry, originally the zombie clan. Level, 15. Quality, B grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Corpse Charge, Toxic Claws, Corruption Roar. Talent, Viral Infection. Equipment, Corrupted Scimitar. Wang Yifan glanced at their profile. Such determination is commendable. After the first wave of battle, Wang Yifan captured this 1,000-strong zombie army with virtually no losses. With an additional 1,000 troops, my forces have once again doubled. However, with the increase in troops, Wang Yifan's territory is now insufficient to accommodate so many. Thus, under the leadership of the zombie army's chief, the zombie warriors were deployed outside Wang Yifan's domain, preparing to meet the second wave of assault. Just as the interval between the first and second waves of the demon tide occurred, all lords were recuperating, gearing up for the next battle, while new lords began to engage in discussions within the chat channel. At this moment, the rankings of all lords were fully displayed on the leaderboard. What the? Is this a joke? The number 1 on the leaderboard, Wang Yifan, is a human? Everyone was fixated on the top 100 lords, particularly the first place, where Wang Yifan's score of 12,350 points stood out prominently. First place, 12,350 points. The second place had merely 2,650 points. This is an astonishing gap. What kind of joke is this? Others are in the hundreds or thousands, yet this person has reached 5 digits. Could it be that he chose a nightmare level difficulty? No way. Is there truly such a genius among us? No. He is the genius among geniuses. Our instructor once told us that for decades, only one individual had awakened an SS-level lord talent and accomplished such a feat. That was decades ago. Now, I happen to encounter someone like this. Could this person also be a rare genius awakening the SS-level lord talent after decades? What kind of absurdity is this? I am competing against what kind of monster? This can't be right. If he truly possesses an SS-level lord talent, the entire Blue Star would be in an uproar. This is explosive news worthy of global headlines. If only this first place could share a fraction of his score with me, then I would be second. I would gladly accept being second. What are you thinking? I don't want a fraction of his score. Just give me 1,000 points. That way, I could also soar to second place. Wang Yifan's remarkable achievements instantly ignited envy, jealousy, and animosity among the crowd. 120,000 points. Others would find it challenging to reach such a high score even after successfully completing 3 or 4 waves of defense. The most incredulous was the most formidable competitor from the United States, Xiao Bish, who exclaimed, "What? Over 10,000 points? How is it possible to achieve over 12,000 points? Oh, what nonsense. That damn fellow. Is this Wang Yifan from Dragon Country insane?" Originally in second place, Zhang Luhan was now pushed down to third, and he was utterly astonished. No, wasn't he just in second place? How did I get pushed down? And what is this Wang Yifan about? 12,000 points? Is there a malfunction in the leaderboard scoring system? At this moment, Tian Weiwei was also recuperating within her territory, contemplating this astonishing scene. The 2 individuals ahead of me are Zhang Luhan and Xiao Bish from the United States, both of whom I know, but this 12,000 points seems rather exaggerated. How did Wang Yifan manage this? Chapter 70. The second wave of the demon tide approaches. Green-skinned race. Lord Wang Yifan, will you upgrade the main camp to level 4? The quality of materials used may increase the building's inherent quality upon upgrading. Sufficient building materials are available. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Yes. Congratulations, Lord. Your main camp has successfully upgraded to level 4. Due to this upgrade, Lord Wang Yifan utilized a substantial amount of intermediate materials, elevating the building's quality from D grade to C grade. The number of recruits per day has increased from 20 to 30, and the probability of recruiting high-quality residents has significantly improved. Territory building, main camp. Building level, level 4. Building quality, C grade. Recruitment capacity, 30 per day. Territory area, 30,000 square meters. Building function. The main camp serves as the central structure for the Lord, where the Lord can rest, manage territorial affairs, and recruit residents. Recruitment resets daily at midnight. Building note. The higher the building level and quality, the stronger the living capabilities of the recruited residents, and the larger the territory's scale and area become. Since your main camp has now reached C grade, the quality of the residents you recruit will be no lower than D grade. Well, splendid. While dealing with the demon tide, I managed to upgrade the territory as well. After acquiring a considerable amount of building materials, Wang Yifan once again utilized these resources to elevate his territory to level 4. With the upgrade of the main base, the area of the territory expanded from the original 10,000 square meters to 30,000 square meters, tripling in size. The entire territory has become more spacious, and I am thoroughly pleased. With the expansion, the city walls have also become broader, allowing for a wider defensive line, which undoubtedly benefits the upcoming city defense, a most fortuitous development. This upgrade, bolstered by the inclusion of numerous green energy crystals and medium-grade building materials, has further enhanced the quality of the main base to grade C. As the clock struck midnight, it was time to recruit today's residents. Wang Yifan decisively conducted a round of 30 consecutive draws within the main base. Whoosh! 30 residents were summoned by Wang Yifan. As anticipated, the majority were of D-grade quality, with even a few C-grade residents among them. Race, Shadow Clan. Unit type, residents, originally human. Level, 1, quality, D-grade, C-grade. Loyalty, 100. Skills, lumberjack specialization, mining specialization, forging specialization, animal husbandry specialization, breeding specialization. Consequently, the quality of residents engaged in daily operations within Wang Yifan's territory has reached at least D-grade. Higher quality residents exhibit significantly greater efficiency in tasks such as logging and mining, yielding more units of timber and stone, and producing greater quantities of refined iron and weaponry within the same time frame. My territory already boasted ample resources, and with an increasing number of residents. The speed of collection is accelerating, ensuring a future free from concerns over building materials. However, I must seek additional lumberyards and quarries that produce medium-grade timber and stone, as the nearby resources are either of too low a quality or are being depleted rapidly. The task of resource collection is not urgent for the moment. The most pressing matter at hand is to withstand the remaining 4 waves of the magical tide. It is worth noting that, thus far, most of the territories of other novice lords remain at level 2, although a handful have achieved level 3. These individuals are primarily the top 10 lords on the magical tide points leaderboard. In other words, Wang Yifan's territorial development has outpaced the vast majority of novice lords by a full 2 levels. This lead, step by step, renders it nearly impossible for other novice lords to catch up. Furthermore, the combat strength of Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion has reached over 2,000 among other novice lords. The strongest is but Xiao Bishishi from the Mei Kingdom, commanding around 200 bio-enhanced warriors. This number is already a feat many previous novice lords could scarcely achieve during their initiation period. In contrast, Wang Yifan's combat strength exceeds that of Xiao Bishishi by approximately 1,800 warriors. Nonetheless, Wang Yifan remains unfazed by these figures. He redirects his focus to the impending second wave of the magical tide battle. I wonder which foreign race will confront me head-on this time. It would be ideal if they were a formidable race from the Dark Continent, as that would significantly bolster my combat capabilities. An hour of rest passes swiftly, and the combat strength of numerous novice lords has nearly fully recovered, sufficient to face the upcoming battle. Once again, an announcement echoes over the territories of all novice lords. Ding! Only 5 minutes remain for all novice lords to recuperate. Please, all novice lords, prepare yourselves for the second wave of the magical tide. Get ready. What a predicament. Why are we allotted only an hour for recovery? I feel it is insufficient. Time has flown by. Some of my soldiers have yet to fully recuperate. I lack sufficient priests to heal all my combat strength. Really, brother? Have you not unlocked any lower-tier recovery runes or other group healing methods? Healing each priest individually will take an eternity. It would be exhausting for the priests. I shall have my shamans utilize their collective healing abilities to restore the injured warriors all at once. Some novice lords' territories still lack comprehensiveness in development. Particularly, certain lords rely on a singular method for healing their injured units, depending solely on a limited number of priests for individual treatment or on various herbs collected for recovery. These methods are undoubtedly the least efficient in terms of healing, rendering an hour truly insufficient. Conversely, some fortunate individuals have unlocked high-quality healer units capable of large-scale group healing. Others may have acquired group healing runes during their territorial development, making them stand out as the elite and fortunate among novice lords. Yet, the strongest of all is Wang Yifan, who needs priests for individual healing or runes for group treatment. There is no need. Simply immersing the injured combatants in A-grade quality life spring water suffices. As the countdown concludes, the second wave of the magical tide strikes. The chat channel buzzes once more. Here they come. This time, it is the green-skinned Orc Legion. The human race, elf race, dwarf race, orc race, and goblin race are the 5 most classic races. In this instance, the iconic green-skinned Orc clan has become the challengers of the second wave of the magical tide. Various Orc legions appear within the territories of novice lords, with numbers ranging from 50 to 200. As Wang Yifan opted for the nightmare difficulty level, a formidable army of 1,000 green-skinned orcs emerged before his territory. Imposing and fierce. Orcs, you say? Excellent. The orc race ranks significantly higher than the zombie race in terms of strength on the Dark Continent, making them worthy of inclusion in my Shadow Legion. Moreover, with a massive army of 1,000 orcs, they will undoubtedly provide substantial assistance in future territorial expansion. Wang Yifan's resolve to incorporate this army of 1,000 green-skinned orcs into his Shadow Legion has surged to an intense fervor. Chapter 71. Orc Wolf Cavalry? Intriguing. The onslaught of the second wave of the magical tide has commenced. All novice lords have accessed the panel information of the incoming orc race to strategize their subsequent tactics. Race, orcs. Unit type, infantry, elite infantry, infantry leaders. Level, 10, 12, 14. Quality, D grade. Skills, barbaric charge, battle roar. Talent, war frenzy. Equipment, orc battle axe, hide shield. Description, orc infantry excels in close combat, wielding orc battle axes and hide shields to effectively breach enemy defenses. Skill 1, barbaric charge. The orc infantry can charge forward with astonishing strength, repelling enemies ahead and inflicting physical damage. Skill 2, battle roar. Orcs unleash a battle roar, boosting morale and combat power for themselves and their comrades. When multiple orcs utilize the battle roar simultaneously, the effect is significantly amplified, greatly inspiring team morale and enhancing overall combat strength. Talent, war frenzy. An exclusive racial talent of the orc race. When orcs attack the territories of other races, they automatically enter a state of war frenzy, increasing their attack morale and combat power by 25. These 3 unit types represent the orc combat strength encountered by novice lords who chose the easy, normal, and hard difficulty levels. The 2 skills may not be particularly remarkable. However, the racial talent exclusive to the orc clan is indeed formidable. Wang Yifan scrutinized the attributes panel. This racial talent of the orcs enhances morale and combat power by 25 when attacking other races and the territories of magical beasts. It is evident that the orc clan is well suited to be integrated into my Shadow Legion, aiding me in expanding my dominion. In comparison, the Stone Giant clan and the Orc clan present a stark contrast. The Stone Giants are inherently sturdy, boasting high defensive capabilities, making them ideal for city defense. Conversely, the Orc clan is innately belligerent, thriving in combat situations, and their prowess cannot be fully realized when stationed within a territory. In the future, Wang Yifan will undoubtedly arrange for the Orc clan to venture forth to conquer more territories on his behalf. Each race possesses unique advantages. It is crucial to position them appropriately. As the second wave of the magical tide commenced, even the weakest combat power reached a D-level standard, while the orc infantry of other novice lords merely reached an E level. This is advantageous, for the greater the strength of the orc warriors, the higher the quality they will attain upon joining the Shadow Legion. Such a combative race is the perfect force for Wang Yifan's territorial development. Although both are composed of 1,000 warriors, deploying a horde of zombies against the Orc Legion seems somewhat arduous. I cannot solely rely on these zombie legions for the second wave of combat. Other forces must also coordinate effectively. It has previously been noted that there exist discrepancies in strength among the races. The racial strength of the zombies is inherently inferior to that of the orcs. Thus, 1,000-strong zombie legion pales in comparison to an equivalent orc legion, which is evidently more formidable and has a higher chance of victory. Of course, this does not account for the various racial talent enhancements of Wang Yifan's shadow race, nor the runes recently employed, under the augmentation of my shadow race's racial talents. While the 1,000-strong zombie legion may lack the innate strength of the orcs, they can still hold their ground against them due to various enhancements. However, Wang Yifan's ambition is not to engage in a battle of equal footing, but rather to achieve a resounding victory with minimal cost. The Orc Legion's impressive strength warrants more than a mere 1,000 zombies in opposition, as it seems disrespectful to the adversary. Moreover, in addition to the formidable Orc infantry, they also possess numerous wolf cavalry, who constitute their main force. In the previous wave of attacks, the other novice lords encountered only 2 or 3 types of units, whereas Wang Yifan faces a legion composed of 5 distinct types this time as well. Besides the Orc infantry, Orc elites, and Orc leaders, 2 additional powerful unit types have launched an assault on his territory. Race, Orc. Unit types, Wolf cavalry, Orc leader. Levels, 16, 18. Quality, DC. Skills, barbaric charge. Battle roar, wild dash. Talent, war frenzy. Equipment, Orc battle axe, hide shield. Description, Orc wolf cavalry are the elite cavalry of the Orc clan, riding fierce wasteland wolves. Possessing exceptional mobility and tremendous impact, they charge into battle with astonishing speed, capable of swiftly tearing through enemy lines, serving as the vanguard of the Orc race. Skill 3, Wild Dash. The Orc wolf cavalry significantly increases their movement speed for a brief period, allowing them to swiftly traverse the battlefield, pursue or ambush enemies, and create chaos while harvesting wounded targets. The wolf cavalry comprises roughly 1/5 of the Orc army, totaling around 200 individuals. One should not underestimate this 1/5 of the wolf cavalry's combat power. As a cavalry unit, a single wolf cavalryman is capable of overpowering multiple infantry units. Especially the leading Orc leader, whose stature is more imposing than that of other orcs, rides a wasteland wolf that is significantly larger than the average. The combination of the Orc leader and the wolf leader is exceedingly perilous. From their appearance, both the Orc leader and his mount are adorned with scars and wounds, a testament to their prowess. Aside from the newly integrated zombie army, other combat forces are also prepared. Wang Yifan commanded, and you 3. You are the core of this battle. Wang Yifan gazed at the 3 A-level warriors under his command. The Shadow Forest White Tiger and the Shadow Griffin were well aware of their impending tasks. With that, let the battle commence. The clash erupted instantaneously. The orc leader emitted a battle roar that resonated clearly across the battlefield. Subsequently, the orc warriors under his command echoed his roar, igniting their fighting spirit and significantly bolstering morale, igniting fierce combativeness in their eyes and amplifying their combat power. After this display, the orc leader, mounted on his wasteland wolf, surged ahead, breaking through the ranks. He raised his battle axe high, charging toward Wang Yifan's territory. Under his leadership, the entire orc legion advanced like a torrential wave, launching a ferocious assault on Wang Yifan's domain. The orcs, an exceedingly arrogant race, consider trailing at the back of the legion a disgrace. Therefore, every orc recklessly charges to the front lines of battle, showcasing their valor with unwavering commitment. This is precisely the powerful race that Wang Yifan desires. As the orc army swiftly approached the newly integrated zombie legion of Wang Yifan, particularly the 200 wolf cavalry leading the charge, it became evident that allowing these cavalry to engage in battle would inflict substantial losses on the zombie army. The majority of the zombie infantry would likely be defeated in the first encounter with the orc legion. Wang Yifan could not accept such heavy losses for the newly incorporated zombie army. It is your turn to charge. Wang Yifan issued the attack order. From the left and right flanks of the advancing orc army, nearly 500 fierce beasts from Wang Yifan's Razorback Black, Wild Boar Legion, Wasteland Wolf Legion, and Venomous Spider Demon Legion surged forth in a pincer attack. You have your Wasteland Wolves? Well, so do I. Charge. Engage them. Chapter 72. What? This newcomer lord can actually command the Beast King and the Holy Beast. Charge. Engage them. Wang Yifan decisively commanded. To address various unexpected circumstances, Wang Yifan had already prepared ample countermeasures. In addition to deploying the zombie army along the outer perimeter of his territory, he had also stationed fierce beasts on both flanks to better withstand the second wave of the Magical Tide's assault. My boars and wasteland wolves are all equipped with various gear. The combat strength of my boars and wasteland wolves has certainly been enhanced further. Before the onslaught of the Magical Tide, Wang Yifan devised numerous methods to bolster the strength of his forces. The first task was to elevate the combat power of the Razorback Black Wild Boars and Wasteland Wolves, beyond seeking to enhance their levels. The most effective approach was to craft suitable equipment for them. Wang Yifan fashioned iron armor for each of his Razorback Black Wild Boars, significantly augmenting their defensive capabilities. Furthermore, he replaced their natural tusks with iron tusks, ensuring they no longer feared breaking their teeth. With their new armor and tusks, the Razorback Black Wild Boar's defense and attack power saw a substantial increase as they charged headlong toward the orc army. The Wasteland Wolves also received similar enhancements. To enhance their combat prowess, Wang Yifan equipped each of the Wasteland Wolves with a set of spiked collars around their necks. This modification not only prevents enemies from inflicting fatal bites on the wolves, but also augments their defensive and offensive capabilities. As for the venomous spider demons, Wang Yifan was uncertain about potential enhancements, so he temporarily set them aside, relying on their ability to spin webs and produce venom. As the formidable Beast Legion under Wang Yifan's command, comprising approximately 500 warriors, launched a preemptive strike against the rear ranks of the enemy orc infantry before the orc horde could charge at his zombie army. What? This strategy astounded even the orc leader. They had anticipated a frontal assault by their wolf cavalry against Wang Yifan's substantial infantry. Yet it was Wang Yifan's beast army that executed a fierce ambush on their rear infantry first. In an instant, numerous orc foot soldiers and wolf riders became separated, effectively bisecting the entire orc horde. Nevertheless, despite the rear orc infantry facing an enemy assault, the orc leader rallied the remaining wolf riders and some infantry to assist their beleaguered comrades. Orcs, do not falter. Charge, commanded the orc leader. He understood that abandoning this opportunity for a charge would diminish their capacity to inflict substantial damage on Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion. Stopping to aid the rear would mean sacrificing their scant offensive advantage. This must not happen. The charge against Wang Yifan's legion must succeed. How foolish, my comrades. To charge ahead when the rear ranks are restrained by our own forces, yet still press forward blindly? The orcs, fervent in battle and brimming with martial zeal, seemed to lack strategic acumen, remaining outside the realm of high command. Wang Yifan had already anticipated this development. He surmised that the orc cavalry would not halt their charge. Thus he prepared a contingency plan. It is your turn now. Stone Giant Clan. Wang Yifan discreetly positioned the warriors of the Stone Giant Clan within the ranks of the zombie army, extending his defensive line slightly. The Stone Giants advanced to the forefront of the zombie legion, creating a human-shaped stone wall between the wolf cavalry and the zombies. What? The Stone Giant Clan? The orc leader was once again taken aback. This was Wang Yifan's secondary strategy, given that the zombie army was predominantly composed of infantry. A confrontation with a horde like the orcs, possessing a multitude of cavalry units, would surely lead to devastating losses. The leading orc commander, accompanied by 200 of his wolf riders, charged directly into the zombie ranks, aiming to decimate a significant portion of the zombie warriors. Following closely behind, the remaining orc warriors would enter the fray to deal with the remaining zombie fighters. Thus, Wang Yifan's zombie army would likely find itself at a severe disadvantage, lacking the cavalry charge advantage. Hence, Wang Yifan positioned the Stone Giant clan at the front lines of the zombie army to withstand the Wolf Riders' assault. This tactic proved effective. The charge of the wolf cavalry collided directly with the Stone Giants, causing the attacking wasteland wolves to be toppled, with the orc riders flung from their mounts due to the force of the impact. The downed wasteland wolves were swiftly dispatched by the zombie army, and the orcs who were thrown into the midst of the zombies met a similar fate. Some wolf riders, witnessing this, abandoned their charge and vaulted over the Stone Giants' defenses unharmed. However, as these wolf riders stealthily infiltrated the heart of the zombie army, they were immediately besieged. In that instant, the cavalry's advantage over the infantry evaporated, and this wave of assault was effortlessly neutralized by Wang Yifan, with the zombie army sustaining minimal losses. Observing his orc legion suffering such grievous blows, the orc leader finally took action. The leader of the wasteland wolves leapt into the midst of the zombie army, landing with a force that sent dozens of zombie warriors sprawling. Upon entering the zombie ranks, the orc leader engaged in a fierce melee with Wang Yifan's undead forces. All remaining troops, advance. Wang Yifan issued a third command. The human army, led by the human cavalry, surged into the disrupted orc formation. The goblin clan, the minotaur clan, and the elemental elf clan joined the fray, swiftly launching a counterattack. My legion, my invincible orc army. The orc leader could scarcely believe that his once mighty forces were being decimated by this fledgling lord, Wang Yifan. Before he could recover from his shock, a thunderous roar reverberated across the battlefield. Roar. The A-class Shadow Forest White Tiger made its entrance. Although the leaders of the Goblin clan, Minotaur clan, and even the Elemental Elf clan and the zombies had wished to challenge him one-on-one, Wang Yifan thought better of it. An elite steed must naturally face another elite steed. The Shadow Forest White Tiger disdainfully surveyed the battlefield, striding with majestic authority directly to stand before the orc leader. Yet, this was not the end. Above, the air was pierced by two sharp, piercing griffin cries. The orc army looked up in astonishment as two griffin holy beasts soared overhead. While it was indeed elite steeds facing elite steeds, Wang Yifan had never stipulated it had to be one-on-one. War is brutal. Where is the fairness in battle? Griffins. These are holy beasts. How could this fledgling lord command such powerful creatures? Why? How could a mere newcomer lord wield dominion over so many powerful beasts of various races? The orc leader was utterly perplexed, questioning Wang Yifan's origins and how he managed to control such a diverse array of formidable creatures. It was simply unbelievable. I am not only capable of commanding powerful holy beasts and beast kings, but soon your orc army will also join my Shadow Legion. It is only a matter of time, Wang Yifan remarked with a smile. Chapter 73. Slay and Dismantle the Heart. This is the essence of warfare. With the battle nearly concluded, the ambushing forces returned to the life-giving spring within Wang Yifan's territory for restoration after dispatching the remaining orc army. The majority of the orc infantry, initially split and isolated, had been largely dealt with by Wang Yifan's beast and human armies, and the tide of battle was about to turn. The remaining wolf cavalry orc forces need not be overly concerned. Eliminating them would merely be a matter of moments. This wolf cavalry squad was now reduced to approximately 100, and with Wang Yifan's 1,000-strong zombie army, combined with the goblins, minotaurs, and elemental elves, they would soon be eradicated. Moreover, the front line still boasted the Shadow Forest White Tiger and the Shadow Griffins aiding them. Damn the human lord. He has slaughtered all the warriors of my orc army. I shall seek vengeance. Seeing so many of his fellow orcs fall to Wang Yifan, the orc leader seethed with rage, intent on directly confronting the human lord for retribution. The orc leader, mounted on his wasteland wolf, disregarded everyone around him and charged toward Wang Yifan's domain. These leaders of the alien races on this dark continent clearly understood the strategy of capturing the king to subdue the army. As long as the human lord was slain, the entire war would swiftly conclude. Yet Wang Yifan was acutely aware of this, and thus had arranged ample forces to protect himself. Oh my goodness. After tirelessly striving for days, Wang Yifan cannot be expected to single-handedly turn the tide of battle, rendering all his efforts futile in an instant. What a preposterous notion. You were the one who initiated the assault on my territory, yet you now lay the blame upon me? Charge. Eliminate that orc chieftain and bring this skirmish to a close. How utterly ridiculous, accusing the wrong party when it is the orc horde that has invaded, making Wang Yifan appear as the villain. Following Wang Yifan's command, two A-class shadow griffins swooped down upon the orc chieftain. Their talons seized his arms with precision, lifting him high into the sky, leaving his weapons and shields scattered upon the ground. Let me down. Release me, you vile griffins. Where are you taking me? I will slay your lord. The orc chieftain was bewildered, astonished to find himself whisked away into the air by the griffins, utterly disregarding his struggles. Meanwhile, the dire wolf beneath him was equally confounded. My master is gone. Should I still run forward? Yet after a moment of contemplation, it pressed on, racing toward Wang Yifan's domain as if determined to fulfill its master's mission. It was intent on severing Wang Yifan's throat, attempting to end this conflict. However, this dire wolf would soon discover how unrealistic its ambitions were. How could a mere cub accomplish what your master could not? A roar erupted as the shadow forest white tiger emerged, intercepting the dire wolf chieftain and preventing it from advancing another step toward its lord. The dire wolf chieftain, though taken aback, could not show fear before the imposing shadow forest white tiger, for to do so would undermine its authority as the leader of the pack. It let out a howl, striving to exhibit its ferocity, yet its display paled in comparison to the indomitable presence of the white tiger. The confrontation between tiger and wolf, beast king and chieftain, held a certain allure. Let us see if you can withstand even a few strikes from my A-class shadow forest white tiger. Wang Yifan mused as he observed the unfolding scene upon the battlefield. All combatants paused, their gazes riveted on this clash of titans. Fight! What is a tiger to us? You are the leader of the orc horde's dire wolves. Do not fear it. We shall prevail. The orc warriors shouted, rallying behind their dire wolf chieftain. What did you say? You think your meager skills can compare to the might of our lord's strongest beast king? I suspect you've indulged in far too many fantastical tales. Wang Yifan's warriors retorted defiantly. The two formidable beasts refrained from launching an immediate assault, instead circling one another, testing the other's strength and seeking a tactical advantage. However, the dire wolves soon recognized the insurmountable gap in power between themselves and the shadow forest white tiger, realizing they could not find an advantageous moment to strike. With a mere glare from the shadow forest white tiger, the dire wolf chieftain was instantly paralyzed with fear, its limbs trembling, head and tail drooping. Faced with such an imposing beast king, coupled with the absence of its master, who had been taken by the griffins, the dire wolf chieftain's courage evaporated. It envisioned that should it charge forward, it would be eviscerated by the shadow forest white tiger, its entrails spilling forth. Is this all you've got? Wang Yifan discerned that the battle between the dire wolf chieftain and the shadow forest white tiger had reached its conclusion without a fight, victory claimed through sheer intimidation. The dire wolf chieftain, overwhelmed by the potent pressure, promptly surrendered to the shadow forest white tiger, willingly accepting a subordinate role, emitting pitiful whimpers. Observing their leader's disgrace, the remaining dire wolves, akin to humiliated pups, lost all morale. The orc cavalry could not contain their outrage. What is happening? Dire wolves, move. Run on your four legs. Why do you all appear so defeated? Yet, before anyone could react, a chilling scream pierced the air. Ah! The orc general plummeted from the sky with a thunderous crash, meeting a grim fate upon the battlefield. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining orc warriors lost all will to fight, dropping their weapons and surrendering en masse. Thus, the second wave of battle came to an end. This strategy was nothing short of devastating. In warfare, morale is paramount. When two factions engage, the side with diminished spirit often faces one of two fates, annihilation or surrender. To bring such a proud and combative orc horde to such a state of utter defeat is no small feat generally. Members of the orc horde would rather die than yield. This exemplifies the profound impact of Wang Yifan's decision to eliminate their leader, inflicting a grievous blow to their morale, compelling them to capitulate. Since that is the case, let us conclude this conflict. Everyone, tidy up and return to the spring for rest, recuperate your strength, and prepare for the third battle. Shadow Forest White Tiger, initiate the transformation. Convert all remaining orc warriors into members of our Shadow Legion. The surrendered orcs were integrated into Wang Yifan's Shadow Legion, their loyalty secured, allowing for a seamless transformation without the need for further bloodshed. The deceased orcs were transformed by the Shadow Forest White Tiger, utilizing the unique racial talent of the Shadow Kin. The second wave of the Magic Tide quietly concluded, successfully managed by Wang Yifan. Congratulations to the new Lord Wang Yifan for successfully repelling the second wave of the Magic Tide. Your current score is 25,640 points. Chapter 74. The results of the second wave score leaderboard have been announced. Ding! Congratulations to all lords who have withstood the second wave of the Magic Tide. Most lords have surpassed the halfway mark in their challenges. If you can withstand the final wave of the Magic Tide, you will pass the first critical test to enter the Dark Continent. After the second wave of the Magic Tide, the air above the territories of all new lords resonated with the announcement. My goodness! The second wave of orc warriors was far more formidable than the first wave of zombies. Was it difficult? I found it rather manageable. I breezed through the second wave. Come on, stop pretending. How powerful are you really? Did you find the orc horde easy to handle? Could it be that you are the genius at the top of the leaderboard? Alas, I am not that madman at the top. But I do rank among the top 100. Top 100? Impressive. If you say it wasn't difficult, you must possess some skill. Yet, I still think you are exaggerating. Not difficult. The strength of the zombie race and the orc race cannot be compared. One orc foot soldier is worth several zombie warriors. This wave matched the first wave in terms of numbers, but orc warriors are significantly stronger than zombie warriors, indicating that the danger level of this second wave surpasses that of the first. It can further be inferred that the third wave of the assault will undoubtedly be even more perilous. Oh no. My combat power has already been depleted after defending against the first two waves. I currently have only 30 warriors left. I cannot possibly fall in this third wave of attack, can I? Brother, it has become quite challenging, hasn't it? Who could have foreseen that during the initial 7 days of training, one would fail to exert oneself adequately? Now that you find yourself in a state of trepidation, I can only advise you to utilize any hidden resources you possess without delay. May this onslaught of demonic tides come to a swift conclusion. I find myself utterly fatigued. Once the turmoil subsides, I long to be transported back to the Blue Star for some well-deserved rest. I have grown weary of feasting on roasted beast meat these past few days. I yearn for McDonald's. During the respite between the second and third waves of the demonic tide, the novice lords engaged in lively discussions within the chat. After all, this intermission is intended for the recovery of their injured forces and serves as a moment to alleviate stress. Wang Yifan discerned a myriad of emotions among the novice lords from the chat channel. Some, despite possessing commendable strength, opted for a simpler difficulty to ensure their safety, thus experiencing minimal stress. Conversely, others selected challenges commensurate with their capabilities, managing to cope, albeit under considerable pressure from the demonic tide. A few had already succumbed to exhaustion after 2 waves, suffering significant losses in their forces, and their ability to withstand the third wave remained uncertain. It resembled a high-stakes examination. Some merely sought to pass, eager to emerge unscathed. Wang Yifan glanced at the leaderboard. Noting the points distribution, first place, Lord Wang Yifan of the Dragon Kingdom, 640 points. Second place, Lord Xiaobishi of the Mei Kingdom, 520 points. Third place, Lord Zhang Luhan of the Dragon Kingdom, 490 points. Fourth place, Lord Tian Weiwei of the Dragon Kingdom, 470 points. Fifth place. Ah, splendid. A clear lead at the top. It seems I shall securely maintain my first position, as none have dared to confront the nightmare difficulty of the demonic tide. As long as I endure through all 5 waves of battle, I will undoubtedly emerge as the victor. In addition to chatting, many lords promptly checked their rankings, eager to ascertain their standings. The novice lords could be broadly categorized into 2 groups. One group was aware that they had no chance of entering the top 100 leaderboard, viewing the points merely for amusement. The other group, however, was capable of contending and had even entered the top 100, their task now being to maintain their positions. What on earth is happening? Was I not above the top 100 in my last battle? How have I been pushed down? I have plummeted to 112th place. Haha. This is exhilarating. I was in 125th place, and now I have surged to 82nd. If I can sustain this performance, might I not be eligible for the rewards of the top 100? The top 50 on the leaderboard exhibited little fluctuation, while the competition between the 100th and 51st positions was fiercely volatile. Anyone could find themselves ousted from the top 100 at any moment. How intriguing. Although my score languishes beyond the 50,000 mark, witnessing those in the top 100 tumble from grace brings me a twisted sense of delight. Dear Lord, I implore you to maintain some semblance of kindness and not revel in the misfortunes of others. Aside from Wang Yifan, the scores of the other lords were closely matched. The gap between each competitor could be a mere 10 or 20 points. A difference of just 100 points could either create a chasm of 30 places or lead to a swift expulsion from the top 100. Thus, those who selected simple or ordinary difficulties viewed their scores as a source of amusement, free from pressure, simply aiming to survive the novice demonic tide. The top 100 leaderboard was not a battleground for the average contenders, and they were untroubled by its competition. Conversely, those vying for a position in the top 100 faced immense pressure. A momentary lapse could result in being displaced from the rankings, leaving each lord burdened with anxiety. They feared that despite their consistent standings, they might falter at the last moment and fall from the coveted top 100. What a stroke of misfortune that would be. No one wishes to play the fool in this contest. Nevertheless, the struggle among the lords predominantly centered around the 100th to 2nd positions. For the first place had been firmly secured by Wang Yifan. My goodness, how has Lord Wang Yifan of the Dragon Kingdom amassed 640 points? Is this even achievable? The gap between him and the 2nd place, Lord Xiaobishi, is a staggering 20,000 points. How can anyone hope to catch up? 25,000 points? Good heavens. Even if I conclude these 3 waves of the demonic tide, my total points would barely amount to a fraction of his. Truly, our Dragon Kingdom's lords are remarkable. How is it that 3 of the top 4 belong to your Dragon Kingdom? Are you not engaging in some form of deceit? I shall be compelled to report you. Deceit? What a farcical notion. Does your nation have the standing to accuse others of cheating? Isn't dishonesty a hallmark of your national sportsmanship? Oh dear, where are our lords from the Sakura Kingdom? How is it that none have entered the top 10? We absolutely cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes to surpass our own. How dare a diminutive nation like yours challenge our illustrious Dragon Kingdom? Enough of this. The fortunes of our nation far exceed those of your insignificant state. Alas, what has happened to our lords from the White Elephant Kingdom? The number of lords entering the top 100 is dismally low. Our kingdom boasts the highest number of lords venturing into the Dark Continent. My friend, mere numbers do not suffice. Quality is paramount. While your White Elephant Kingdom may send many into the Dark Continent each year, we seldom hear of any outstanding achievements from your lords. Relying solely on quantity will not secure victory. Oh my heavens! Our strongest novice lord currently holds second place. Is there any possibility of surpassing the Dragon Kingdom South first place? I dare say, the likelihood is virtually non-existent. To even think of outpacing Lord Wang Yifan of the Dragon Kingdom is akin to chasing a dream. You may not even retain your second position, as it is on the verge of being claimed by our other two Dragon Kingdom lords.